Chapter 1. The Fusion of Souls. Vegeta Star. What has happened to me? Wu Yu opened his weary eyes, greeted by an expanse of darkness. He was a typical 20-year-old, whose misfortune led him to fall into a river, drowning in the process. Why, you may ask? Simply because he was both inexperienced and foolishly playful, knowing full well he could not swim. Ha ha ha, thus my life has come to an end. But where am I? This is complete darkness in every direction, is it not? Ah, splendid. Truly, I have been sent to the depths of hell. Suddenly, a dim blue light flickered into existence from the abyss, pulsating as if on the verge of extinction. Fusion? Wu Yu was taken aback. What on earth is this? Is it a spirit? Are you suggesting that both of us are on the brink of death? Thus, we must rely on one another for survival? Wu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After the fusion, would I still be myself? Moreover, he was already dead. Could one truly die twice? Initially dismissive of the situation, Wu Yu came to a profound realization after spending several days in this realm. As the ancients say, essence generates qi, qi generates spirit. And indeed, this was true. His state was peculiar, a soul, a complete soul. Yet, devoid of qi, the spirit was waning. The blue orb of light represented a fractured soul. The spirit, also nearing its demise. Very well then, let us fuse. There was no alternative. If this continued, he would surely vanish from this world entirely. Thus, the two souls resonated with one another, instinctively unleashing their essence, absorbing and melding into one another. Ultimately, they coalesced into a new soul, a silver-blue essence. In an instant, the darkness receded like a tide, leaving only emptiness. Wu Yu became the dominant consciousness, not through the destruction of the blue soul, but because the blue soul lacked the essence necessary to develop self-awareness. Hence, in the course of fusion, it was only natural for him to assume the primary consciousness. Yet during this process, he sensed a certain gaseous substance, formless and colorless, continuously linking to his soul, providing sustenance. Could this be qi, the nourishment of the soul? Suddenly, I seem to be able to perceive qi. It appears I have inherited the memories of the blue soul, though, in truth, there were none to inherit. Clearly, this world possesses extraordinary powers. Wu Yu felt a thrill of anticipation. After all, who does not harbor dreams of conquering the skies? Who has not yearned for extraordinary power? Nevertheless, I shall rest now. Fatigue has overtaken me. Thus, Wu Yu slumbered in the sanctuary of his soul, his consciousness space, for several months. Bardock's household. After giving birth, Jine collapsed heavily onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Power level 20. What a disappointment. Merely a low-tier warrior. Radit's face was etched with dismay. His father unexpectedly gave birth to such an inferior warrior, while he himself is inherently a superior fighter. The mere thought of having a worthless brother was simply unfathomable to him. Raditz turned and exited the room, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. For this lowly scion hardly deserved to be his brother. Chapter 2. The Tenfold Potential of the Soul. In the scion incubation chamber, Wu Yu stirred, his tail moving behind him as he glanced at the slumbering Broly beside him. To his astonishment, he had become Son Goku. Broly, possessing the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Was it the new version or the old? The new one seemed to be called Super Saiyan All-Power, with a pure character. Inherently kind, he detested conflict and shunned battles. If it were the old version of the legendary Super Saiyan, then it would be quite sinister. This seemed to be the old version, as he recalled that the new one would not be beside him. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Broly's body, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet he found himself unable to cry. But he would certainly shout, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." As for the reason behind deliberately provoking Broly, it was simple. He had become Son Goku. If he were still afraid of this and that, then what was the point of becoming Son Goku? Broly furrowed his brow, turning over in an attempt to block out the noise. Wu Yu eagerly anticipated the day when Broly would come to confront him, and as for the possibility of losing the fight, what a joke. He was extraordinarily powerful now. Becoming Son Goku was quite advantageous. Although he currently did not know the universal language, he was unperturbed. Given his innate talent, learning the universal language would be a breeze. Both his memory and comprehension had been tremendously enhanced. Even the faintest speck of dust, should he wish to see it, would come into view. The bustling world outside, the buzzing of insects in flight, and the patrolling scions, Was this the realm of a genius? Truly marvelous. Time flowed like a river. And soon it was the day when Bardock would send Kakarot to Earth. My child, if my instincts prove to be wrong, I shall bring you back. Boom. The spacecraft launched like a rocket, swiftly departing planet Vegeta, akin to a shooting star granting a wish, transforming into a beam of white light racing toward Earth. Countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta. 1 day remaining. Roar. Let destruction come, planet Vegeta. Frieza emerged slowly from his personal hovercraft, raising his index finger slightly. A yellow energy sphere gradually formed at his fingertip, swiftly expanding into a colossal orb of energy, radiating like the sun. Frieza, Bardock bellowed, channeling blue energy into a single palm. The fate of planet Vegeta, Kakarot, and your destiny ends here. He hurled the blue energy sphere with tremendous force. Roar. Frieza remained expressionless, unleashing an energy blast the size of the sun. The minuscule energy of Bardock, akin to mere dust, was utterly obliterated upon encountering Frieza's formidable aura, as though a breeze had swept across a tranquil lake, leaving no ripples in its wake. What? A radiance as brilliant as the sun struck Bardock, propelling him at an astonishing speed towards planet Vegeta. Kakarot, haha Kakarot. The previously vacant gaze of Bardock widened, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary in his final moments. With a satisfied smile, he met his demise. The colossal energy enveloped all scions in space, hurtling them collectively towards planet Vegeta. Boom. In an instant, planet Vegeta erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, showcasing a grand display of fireworks to the surrounding celestial bodies. As the last vestiges of dazzling light faded, planet Vegeta was irrevocably erased, leaving only scattered remnants of meteors. How laughable. A mere monkey dares to embody fate? Frieza scoffed disdainfully, entirely unfazed. I possess a combat power of 1,000,000 and am a formidable being of frozen malevolence. A mere scion, a mere monkey humph. To represent fate? However, as the most gifted, it is time for me to exert myself. Frieza elongated his form, resolving to train for a mere second each day. The Milky Way. Have I finally arrived at Earth? Do the Dragon Balls harbor the power to annihilate the world? Here I come. Memories of childhood animations raced through my mind, and my resolve remained steadfast. Reflecting on my life on the blue planet, my yearning for power intensified. I had left university to work, not out of choice, but because I was out of money and reluctant to borrow. I understood all too well that people are not created equal. How could someone devoid of talent and unwavering will, someone with nothing, ever hope to rival others? After graduation, would I not merely become one of society's underprivileged? I might as well have worked from the start. At least I could have savored hardship sooner. I shall become the strongest in this world. There is a saying, endure all suffering without complaint. I have suffered enough. Whoever desires this cursed existence may partake. My craving for strength grew ever more fervent. After all, I have yet to experience the beauty this world has to offer. I shall seize all the wonders of this world for myself. Mine. All of it is mine. Next, in the name of Son Goku, I shall traverse this universe with reckless abandon. A surge of ambition erupted from within my heart, my essence subtly ascending under its nurturing. The spacecraft traversed through countless celestial bodies, ultimately arriving at Earth, a beautiful blue planet. The ship, akin to a white meteor, pierced through the atmosphere, descending towards the Earth at remarkable speed. An alien? Such a powerful presence. The deity, wielding a giant tooth-like staff, maintained a calm demeanor. Though his aura bore a hint of malevolence, he could be begrudgingly considered a figure of justice. After all, the essence of humanity on Earth is akin, teetering between benevolence and malevolence. When an unexpected visitor arrived, the celestial beings did not intervene. Instead, they allowed Sun Wukong to plummet to Earth. Boom. After a resounding crash, an elderly man abruptly lifted his gaze towards the mountains and forests several kilometers away. Are there meteors during the day? Son Gohan, who was foraging for herbs, was astonished to witness a meteor descending. Driven by curiosity, he leaped a few times to the site of the meteor's fall. There, he discovered a colossal crater, at the bottom of which lay a circular object, within which was a peculiar child clad in strange attire, complete with a tail reminiscent of a monkey. Son Gohan attempted to embrace Sun Wukong, but was met with a small hand that interrupted him. Who are you? Why are you here? The child could only babble incoherently. Observing that the child had yet to mature and was unable to articulate anything meaningful, son Gohan decided to take him home. I have no idea where you came from or who you truly are. However, seeing that you cannot even speak properly and appear uneducated, if you have no place to stay, you may come to my home. I can teach you many things. Soon, son Gohan prepared some buns and wild vegetables. Knowing that son Wukong, having spent considerable time in the incubation pod, could naturally consume both meat and vegetables. Although son Wukong could not comprehend son Gohan's words, when he brought out the buns, his eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly grabbed them to eat. Watching the child devour the food ravenously, son Gohan chuckled. Let me give you a name. Since you have come to the Sun family, you shall take my surname. Given your celestial origins, I shall name you Wukong. It's a lovely name, isn't it? Haha, I'm not particularly adept at naming. Son Gohan pinched son Wukong's cheek, growing fonder of him with each passing moment. 2 years later, time, like a butcher's knife, swiftly transformed son Wukong, who had yet to grasp even the universal language of the cosmos. Grandfather, I have learned to read and write. Does that mean I no longer need to study? In the span of 2 years, son Wukong had mastered the universal tongue. Wukong, you are remarkable. However, studying helps you understand certain principles. It enriches your knowledge and may even touch your soul. Upon hearing this, son Wukong's expression darkened, and he quickly changed the subject. Grandfather, I want to practice martial arts. Son Wukong was reluctant to squander time on academics, for in his previous life, he had already formed his own worldview. To him, education was merely a means to acquire knowledge, ultimately of little value. After all, not everyone possesses Bulma's extraordinary talent. He believed that his efforts in learning would only yield a marginal advantage over the scholar, son Gohan. Upon hearing this, son Gohan promptly devised a plan, for he recognized Wukong's formidable martial arts aptitude and was determined not to let him squander his gifts. The pursuit of knowledge has reached a temporary conclusion. After all, is it not foolish to exert oneself beyond the boundaries of one's natural talent? Thus, son Wukong, under the guidance of son Gohan, delved into the martial arts of the Turtle Hermit School. 8 years later, having undergone a profound transformation of the soul, son Wukong attained the ability to maintain consciousness while in his great ape form, sparing son Gohan from harm. Departing from the Baozi Mountain without any particular aim or destination, he wandered aimlessly. After much persuasion, he finally exited the mountain, had it not been for his formidable martial prowess. His grandfather would have surely denied him the freedom to leave. From the age of 3, he had trained diligently, hunted the dinosaurs surrounding Baozi Mountain by the age of 5, and by 9, he had vanquished all challengers within the mountain, with the exception of his grandfather. Such accomplishments were enough to inspire a sense of pride within him. Son Wukong journeyed to the city renowned as the most prosperous in the world, the very hub of the Capsule Corporation. The bustling streets resembled Tokyo in the 1990s, opulent and vibrant. Navigating through the throngs of people, he noted the absence of street vendors. Rather, the shops lined the streets like a constellation, abundant and myriad. Having exhausted the funds bestowed upon him by his grandfather, he found himself in a quandary: what to do without money? If one thinks that son Wukong is a law-abiding citizen, one could not be more mistaken. In the absence of wealth, what else is there to do but rob from the rich to aid the poor? Without hesitation, son Wukong fashioned a makeshift disguise from a garbage bag, cutting 2 holes for his eyes, and charged toward the bank. In a city of such lavishness, how could he refrain from partaking in its splendor? Now boasting a combat power of 50, he could contend with nearly anyone, save for Master Roshi. As for training, was that not a natural progression? Chapter 3, Robbing the Bank? Why not? In both his previous life and this one, son Wukong had never attempted a bank heist, and the novelty of this experience stirred a sense of exhilarating anticipation within him. Finding a secluded corner, he changed into an all-black outfit. At the Golden Pearl branch, a young bank teller, amused by the sight of a diminutive child clad in black with a plastic bag atop his head, chuckled. "What brings you here, little brother? Where's the vault?" The teller, finding the audacity of the child's attempted robbery hilarious, replied, "It's over there." Unfazed, she thought it absurd that a child would dare to rob a bank. "Are you playing some sort of role-playing game? You're so cute. If you act a bit more, I might give you some candy." Son Wukong, feeling exasperated, realized she mistook him for a mere mischievous child seeking treats. Following her directions, he approached the vault and delivered a powerful punch, bending the iron door severely. With 3 resounding blows, the door yielded, revealing a dazzling sight. Gold bars piled high on the floor, and green paper currency scattered about as if it were mere dust, surrounded by paper wallets. The gold lay meticulously at the center of the room, emanating a radiant glow. Holding several pieces of gold, I placed them into a bag, weighing approximately 30 pounds. Sun Wukong was not greedy. He refrained from taking more, knowing he could simply return to the bank if needed. After all, he was an unparalleled master in the world. Who could rival him, aside from those at the pinnacle? Moreover, he had concealed his identity. With a swift motion, he lifted his feet and vanished like the wind. My goodness, what manner of creature is this? The bank clerk gaped, hastily pressing the alarm button, leading the way for gold and jewels. The first experience was quite delightful. It was exhilarating. I had always wanted to do this. Having contemplated robbing a bank countless times during previous jobs, he had finally succeeded. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his gaze deepening with intensity. This sensation was truly magnificent. After departing the bank, a kilometer away, Sun Wukong arrived at a gold shop. Much like the bank he had just robbed, the store was resplendent, adorned with precious jade and diamonds at its entrance. Upon entering, he was greeted by a throng of indecisive patrons, all of whom were accompanied by strikingly beautiful women, each with fair skin, graceful figures, and exquisite features. Hey, summon your manager and convert these into cash for me. A booming voice echoed throughout the establishment, drawing the attention of all present. Sun Wukong tossed the gold he had seized from the bank onto the counter. A burly man trembled as he replied, "Youngster, spare us the pleasantries, or you'll end up like this stone." With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, shattering a stone column with a resounding crash, causing the building to tremble and showering the interior with tiny debris. I'll handle this right away." The burly man hurriedly summoned a bearded manager and rushed to exchange the gold for cash, cautiously presenting it to Sun Wukong. The manager dared to give more, fearing to give less. As Sun Wukong beheld the bag filled with money, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, most problems dissolve effortlessly. A hint of ink-like energy subtly enveloped Sun Wukong, unnoticed even by its master. The heart mirrors the essence, as the heart is. So is the essence. Previously, protagonists often claimed that villains become lost within their immense power. Now, he understood. It was no wonder that villains lose their true selves amid such overwhelming strength. Gathering a blue energy orb in his palm, he hurled it towards a distant mountain. Boom! The mountain vanished in an instant, countless stones tumbling down and toppling the surrounding trees. Losing oneself in power. It seemed rather appealing. Wow, such formidable strength. A middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing against a pillar. You are merely weak. Sun Wukong frowned. Truly weak. Having barely exerted a fraction of his strength. Don't be too arrogant, little brat. One day, you too shall be vanquished by others. You merely rely on your youth, the middle-aged man bellowed. Enraged by the mockery of a mere child who dared to deride the martial arts he had honed for half his life. Though he knew that this little brat was a rare prodigy, his heart was filled with trepidation, yet he could not allow his demeanor to falter. Hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head and chuckled. At merely 10 years of age, he had already ascended to heights the man could never hope to attain. The man was but a jester in comparison. Hand over your martial arts. You novice. You insolent wretch. I will slay you, you foul little brat. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man, now devoid of anger, stood silently, bruised and battered, clutching the family martial arts scrolls. They are all here. Take them all. The man remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Please, copy these texts. Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. Could this fellow truly have failed to transcribe multiple copies of his family's martial arts? Really? Thank you. Thank you. I feared these martial arts would be lost to time. I am truly grateful to you. The middle-aged man, his face alight with astonishment, bowed deeply in gratitude. Believing he had appeased his ancestors, and to his surprise, he had indeed guessed correctly. Seeing the middle-aged man bowing, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smirk. Golden fist, heavenly koan step, is this all? It pales in comparison to the techniques of the turtle sage. I should not have harbored such lofty expectations. Initially intrigued by Earth's martial arts, Sun Wukong's interest waned significantly. Ah, a young and beautiful woman was sent flying. Hand over your martial arts. Silent fist wow. Hand it over. Dragon tiger body wow. Hand it over. Shadowless kick 100 mountains technique wow. Golden light spell. This golden light spell is indeed remarkable, allowing for the manipulation of energy with great finesse. The creator of this technique must be a genius. Sun Wukong's face was aglow with delight as he acquired hundreds of martial arts texts. Although the quantity was substantial, their utility to him remained limited. It must be understood that energy is a challenging force to shape. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy is predominantly manifested as spherical blasts. Zamasu, as a deity, possesses extraordinary control but can merely shape energy into weapon forms. Even this achievement is akin to climbing a steep mountain, as attacks are far more potent than equal energy blasts. The creator of the Golden Light spell possesses a profound understanding of energy manipulation worthy of in-depth study, especially for Sun Wukong, who is still a novice. Even his grandfather, Sun Wukong, only mastered the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb, and his comprehension of energy was still quite superficial. In the Dragon Ball realm, the weak often possess a greater understanding of energy, while the strong merely overpower with raw numerical strength. What are you babbling about? I shall simply unleash an energy blast. With the techniques from the Golden Light spell, the forthcoming creation of energy blasts or circular energy slashes will undoubtedly be far more straightforward. After a decade of mastering Qi, Sun Wukong has come to understand that the concept of Qi in the Dragon Ball universe differs fundamentally from that in Taoism. In this realm, Qi represents a fusion of energy and divinity, rather than merely a singular force. Akira Toriyama's conception of Qi encompasses vital energy, courage, righteousness, spiritual strength, and life force. It is no wonder that Sun Wukong once witnessed Super Saiyan Blue being injured by a mere novice wielding a firearm. The separation of Qi and the physical body allows even the most powerful warriors to fall victim when their mind is unguarded. It is well known that laughter often arises in moments of profound silence. Perhaps it is the melding of souls that accounts for his current prodigious martial prowess. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong effortlessly learned the Kamehameha technique upon witnessing it, and with mere comprehension of its principles, he could unlock martial skills far superior to their original forms, synthesizing the strengths of various techniques to forge even more formidable abilities. "Grandfather, I have returned," he exclaimed, having missed Gohan after months of wandering. "Oh, Wukong is back. Was everything smooth?" Of course, everything went splendidly. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the faces of the elder and the youth. Though neither wore a conspicuous smile, a subtle joy was discernible in their expressions. Throughout the night, Sun Wukong shared tales while Gohan supported his head, laughing heartily at particularly amusing anecdotes. Neither broached the topic of martial arts secrets, and Sun Wukong relished this time together. In the beginning, he hesitated to acknowledge Gohan as his grandfather. After all, familial bonds are not formed lightly. It felt akin to 100 ants crawling on one's skin, uncomfortable, to say the least. Yet, after 5 years of gradual familiarity and a decade of shared experiences, they had become true kin. Sun Wukong had genuinely embraced Gohan as his grandfather. Half a year later, white snowflakes drifted from the sky, blanketing the earth and trees in a shroud of white. "Grandfather?" Sun Wukong gently nudged the now lifeless Gohan. Could it be that he had passed away? He instinctively took a step back, momentarily stunned before coming to terms with the reality of life and death, a natural law of the universe. How many on this planet truly escaped the clutches of mortality? It was surprising that Gohan, a masterful warrior, had departed this world before reaching a century. Chapter 4. A shift in heart. A peaceful passing was, in many ways, a fitting conclusion for Gohan. He did not fall by the hand of his beloved grandson, which alleviated some of Sun Wukong's sorrow. Gently holding Gohan's hand, Sun Wukong allowed his Qi to flow from his being into Gohan's body. This was the only way. Silver light cascaded down, illuminating the sharp contours of Gohan's hair as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. With a pinch of his fingers, he transformed a firefly into a wisp of smoke. He tidied Gohan's hair, bestowing it with a semblance of vitality before stepping out of the Baozi mountain. In the mountains, the echoes of the night come alive with the chirping of insects and the fluttering of bats, as all nocturnal beings awaken. As dusk settles, the creatures return to their nests for slumber. Yet before the presence of the life force, akin to a radar seeking the Dragon Balls, it is effortlessly palpable. Although Gohan's essence has faded, Goku clings to a flicker of hope. What if he is not truly dead? What if he has merely entered a state of suspended animation? On the first day, Gohan remains in slumber. Outside, the snow continues to fall thickly, blanketing the ground deeper than the day before. Goku shudders, summoning his strength to blow away the snow piled at the entrance. In an instant, the surrounding landscape is showered with white. Yet Goku finds his own energy more tumultuous than ever, leaving streaks of gray among his once vibrant hair, deepening his sense of despair. On the second day, Gohan still does not awaken. The snowfall intensifies, and the accumulation on the roof becomes so substantial that even a grown man would struggle to push open the door. However, with a mere gentle push, Goku swings the door wide open. With a sigh, the snow within a 100-meter radius vanishes, revealing barren ground beneath. His energy surges with ferocity, casting away every flake of snow from the house, even those atop the mountain. On the third day, the full moon hangs high in the sky, surrounded by a tapestry of stars against a cloudless expanse. Goku carries Gohan from the house, and as he lifts his gaze, his heart races, the blood coursing through his veins with fervor. Today is the night of the full moon, transforming into the great ape. He gazes at the moon that once amplified his strength tenfold, yet he is consumed by an unusual agitation. Raising his hand, a glimmer of blue light flickers between his fingers. Kamehameha. Disappear forever. With a resounding blast, the moon is obliterated, showering the earth with countless meteorites. Several dozen kilometers away. Although burying Gohan beneath Baotou Mountain is an option, Goku yearns to find him a resting place of exceptional feng shui. Soon, he discovers a suitable site, channeling his energy to excavate a grave, swiftly erecting a tombstone. Once all arrangements are complete, Goku does not depart. Instead, he finds a stone to sit upon. In truth, Goku is not a patient soul. While he may not lose interest within mere moments, he has never possessed the endurance to remain idle for an entire day. Yet today is an anomaly. He sits motionless on the stone, silent, fixated on the grave until dawn breaks. Only then does he rise, dusting himself off and returning to Baotou Mountain. After a brief hunt, he consumes his meal and lies down in his bed. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledges the loss of his first family member in this world. Closing his eyes, he drifts into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he turns over, a solitary tear escaping his eye. Unbeknownst to him, it is not sweat, but sorrow. 3 days later, Goku shuts the door behind him, embarking on a new journey. On the road, encountering ducks and chickens, I slaughtered and consumed them. When I came across pigs, cows, and sheep, I dispatched them as well. Even dinosaurs met the same fate. Half a year later, I possess my family's ancestral medical tome, which I cannot relinquish. Spare me your futile words. If you do not comply today, your entire family shall face dire consequences. Do you truly believe I am a benevolent gentleman? How detestable it is that at such a tender age, one possesses monstrous strength, brazenly seizing others' possessions. Will you not wreak havoc when you mature? I have shown you leniency. With a single punch, I struck the bespectacled man, shattering his glasses and transforming his eyes into panda-like orbs. Another punch followed. The other eye too became a panda eye. Will you yield? Will you yield? The bespectacled man pleaded, Brother, please stop. I was wrong. I will give it to you. Soon, he was battered all over, adorned with dark spots. Was that not a more sensible approach? I had no intention to harm. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. In response, the bespectacled man whispered to an elderly gentleman, who returned shortly with a new book, handing it to Sun Wukong. Upon inspection, Sun Wukong found no issues. Though it was a copy, the content remained unchanged, thus of little consequence. He casually purchased a candied hawthorn on the street, having heard of the doctor's medical tome, and was astonished to have actually found it. Initially, that fellow had threatened him with an energy blast, and Sun Wukong had presumed him to be entirely formidable. But after delivering a few punches, he discovered that only his mouth possessed true hardness. Now, Sun Wukong had amassed dozens of medical tomes, and through his remarkable insight and talent, he had memorized them all within 6 months. His combat prowess had surpassed 100, yet regardless, his physical attributes lagged behind the enhancement of his energy. The rate of energy improvement far exceeded that of physical conditioning. If energy's combat effectiveness stands at 100, then physical prowess languishes at merely 10. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball world, regardless of how potent one's energy may become, one remains trapped within the limitations of the flesh. Must the path to transcendence lie solely in divinity? Aside from the eternal dragon, Sun Wukong pondered whether other Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Yet he yearned to tread an unprecedented path, one never before traversed. After all, to achieve immortality, instruct Bulma to create a super dragon radar, and all would be well. Contemplating Gohan's demise, what does it matter if he was one of the strongest humans on this planet? A century hence, he would be but a handful of dust. At this moment, it is imperative for me to grasp the intricacies of human anatomy. If essence, energy, and spirit could merge into a singular force, what wondrous sight might that produce? Essence begets energy, and energy births spirit. Energy is the amalgamation of essence and spirit, if combined with the physical form. What transformations might arise from the union of essence, energy, and spirit? The concepts of essence, energy, and spirit here are somewhat modified, drawing upon themes from cultivation novels. Thus the inquiry is a creative alteration. The energy of the divine and divine power are distinct. Divine energy is the key to achieving Super Saiyan Blue, while divine power is essential for wielding divine techniques. Could the realization of immortality be within reach? The thought ignited an infinite drive within Sun Wukong, compelling him to fervently gather medical texts. Fools, taking advantage of my solitude to launch a sneak attack, did you truly believe you could succeed? You novices shall likely never defeat me in this lifetime. Ha! Truly pathetic. The golden-haired maiden donned a black outfit complemented by a blue denim skirt. Meanwhile, the four individuals attempting to surround her found themselves overwhelmed, ultimately rendered incapable of further combat. How vexatious. Once again, my cherished attire has been sullied. Chapter 5. The golden-haired maiden sister, it's time to eat. Uft. Today is indeed a rarity. The dark-haired youth stifled a laugh. With a forceful push, the golden-haired maiden locked the door. Bang. Huh. It's all those people's fault. They suddenly declared their vengeance upon me, and even resorted to attacking with lime powder. I can't take it any longer. Is the hot water ready? I am off to take a bath. All right. Who would have thought you'd have a day like this? The dark-haired youth finally succumbed to laughter. The room was modest. A remnant from her parents who had passed away years ago, it was not particularly large. However, though small as a sparrow, it was fully equipped. The golden-haired maiden swiftly entered the bathroom, shedding her clothes. A large mirror adorned the bathroom, though most of it lay shattered, discarded in a landfill. The beauty-conscious maiden had salvaged the remaining pieces. In the reflection, her flawless skin shone like snow, the definition of her abdominal muscles clearly visible. With a tick, the bathtub filled with warm water. Today is the last day. Next week it's your turn to cook. And remember to wash the dishes. The youth's voice echoed from afar. The golden-haired maiden frowned, responding irritably. I know already. Alas, today truly seems to be a day of misfortune. After finally wearing my favorite outfit outside, I encounter a group of unruly youths. In frustration, she struck the water's surface, unleashing a colossal wave in the bathtub. The morning dawned clear and cloudless. The golden-haired maiden mused that having endured a day of bad luck yesterday, surely today would fare better. She opened her wardrobe and retrieved her second favorite dress, a pure white gown. Immaculate and unstained. Though she adored the color white, she seldom wore this dress, as it was far too prone to becoming dirty, making her reluctant to don it. Without a bread maker at home, she resorted to frying some bread in a pan and preparing 2 eggs on the side. Breakfast is ready. I know. It was a rarity, indeed. She had risen at 6, earlier than the previous day. The dark-haired youth yawned, fatigue evident in his eyes. Clearly having stayed up late the previous night. Eat up. The golden-haired maiden, clad in her outerwear, stepped outside. Hailing from the south, she had never experienced snow. The sun shone brightly, yet its warmth was gentle. The once verdant trees lining the road had donned their golden autumn attire. This one, and this one too. The young girl was selecting vegetables at the supermarket, reveling in the discounted prices of the day. With the prospect of saving some money, she contemplated whether to purchase a new garment. Bouncing with glee as she continued to choose her provisions, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. How pathetic. Euphor can't even defeat a mere child. One of the ruffians exclaimed. Haven't you also been bested by them? The four delinquent youths knelt at the feet of their leader, too intimidated to speak. Let us go. I refuse to believe this. The ruffian leader, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of the siblings, rationalized that their failure was due to facing only two opponents at that time, while now they boasted a force of 10. What is there to fear? He declared, summoning his 10 subordinates. Though it constituted their entire gang, they perpetually boasted to outsiders of having over 300 members for the sake of maintaining an imposing reputation. Where are they? One of the subordinates questioned. We have no idea. The leader scorned them. You good-for-nothings, incapable of achieving anything, don't even possess that knowledge. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the four inept youths, each blow landing with a resounding thud. As the morning turned to noon, the blonde girl exhibited unmistakable joy. La, 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 she sang, clutching two large bags filled with provisions for the upcoming week, which she had gathered with her brother. Suddenly, the ruffian leader appeared, blocking her path. Stop. It's time to settle the score from a month ago. Is it really you? The girl scoffed. Of course it is. 9 delinquent youths emerged from around the corner, brandishing baseball bats and iron rods, slowly advancing. Sensing the impending danger, the blonde girl felt a chill race down her spine and turned to flee. Don't let her escape. One of the ruffians shouted. Damn it. My brother isn't here. The girl gritted her teeth and ran for her life, knowing that being caught would mean dire consequences. Ultimately, she found herself cornered by the river, where she reluctantly prepared to confront her pursuers, but was ultimately overpowered. Still thinking of eating? You parentless wretches deserve nothing but death. Die in a forgotten corner of Z City, like a rat. The gang of delinquents taunted and struck her, trampling the food she had just purchased. People like you deserve to eat this trash. The leader smeared the ruined provisions across her face. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Don't you love it? After a prolonged assault, the ruffians departed. The girl sniffled, enduring the pain of her injuries as she rose to her feet. I'm out of money. All my food is gone, and even my favorite clothes have become filthy. They can't be cleaned anymore. This particular garment was difficult to wash, which was why she seldom wore it. She slowly began to clear the remnants of debris from her body and approached the riverbank. As dusk settled, she felt unkempt. Contrasting sharply with her usual penchant for cleanliness, she yearned to return home for a bath. Yet today was different. She was at a loss for how to explain this to her brother, as ripples danced across the tranquil lake. Hey kid, what is wrong with you? Covered in dirt. How could one be bullied by others? Sun Wukong, in this city, seized several ancestral medical texts in the hospital's human database. Initially intending to leave the city, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the scenery. The sunset bathed Sun Wukong in its golden glow, seemingly erasing all his fatigue. Mind your own business. The blonde girl, noticing the small child staring at her clothes, was instantly incensed. How can one not dare to retaliate against those who bully them, yet unleash their fury upon those who show concern? How incredibly rude of you. How do you know I didn't retaliate? You are the impolite one. How could a mere child call someone older than themselves a little ghost? That is the epitome of rudeness. You are. Little ghost. You are. The blonde girl, having found an outlet for her frustration, unleashed a torrent of expletives towards Sun Wukong. He listened quietly, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The girl, mistaking his nods for mockery, raised her voice once more. As time swiftly passed, the stars twinkled above, and the moon, of course, wandered elsewhere. Gradually, the blonde girl's voice weakened, and her anger dissipated. Observing her calming demeanor, Sun Wukong took a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped her dirty little face. With a mischievous tone, he teased, "Could you tell me why they bullied you so? How utterly despicable of them to inflict such harm upon you." Feeling the softness of the tissue, the girl frowned slightly but held back her discomfort. She truly disliked anyone touching her face, even if it was merely a tissue. Why do they bully you? Could you share? Sun Wukong's gentle voice resonated in the girl's ears, momentarily catching her off guard. Then, her anger flared once again. It's that gang of little ghosts. They came seeking revenge. We never provoked that delinquent leader at all. He approached us uninvited, looking for trouble, and we simply taught him a lesson. The blonde girl had no intention of crying, but upon hearing words of concern, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 6. The Fist of My Heart's Desire. All right, little ghost. Even if you drop a tiny pearl. Sun Wukong gently patted her head in a gesture of comfort. Thank you. But could you refrain from calling me little ghost? You seem more like one than I do. The girl immediately retorted, resolutely refusing to be labeled as a little ghost. All right, little ghost. I told you not to call me that. Okay, I understand. Little ghost. Ah, fine. Do as you please. The girl displayed a pained expression, resigning herself to Sun Wukong's persistent teasing. From her brief account, it became clear that the delinquent leader had initially provoked her and her brother, only to be beaten into a pulp by them, thus sealing their fate. Days later, the retribution commenced, for individuals besieged her in a narrow alley. And now she found herself under the assault of a nefarious gang leader. With fists unable to match the multitude of hands, she became ensnared in her current predicament. Sun Wukong had not anticipated such strength from this young girl. She was far more formidable than he had been in his youth. When he struggled to face even two opponents at a time, Sun Wukong beckoned the girl to the riverbank, urging her to cleanse herself in its waters. He could no longer withstand the sight of the refuse clinging to her. Surely, anyone would find such a state repugnant. Hurry, what are you afraid of? I have no interest in your youthful form. The girl, despite knowing Sun Wukong was merely a child and understood little, instinctively shielded her most vulnerable areas. Feeling an undeniable sense of shyness, with a transformation of energy into ropes, he bound her legs securely. Be cautious, he exclaimed as he cast the girl into the river, the ropes swirling around her, ensuring she was thoroughly cleansed. Wait, I don't need your assistance, she protested, feeling a mix of discomfort and indignation. Is this personal revenge? It must be. Sun Wukong spun the girl around in the water repeatedly, washing away the grime and odors that clung to her. The sheer volume of debris was overwhelming. Vegetables, fruits, and seasonings were all stuck to her. Without such means, a thorough cleansing would be nearly impossible. Here, wear this for now. I haven't donned it myself, he said, offering her a garment. The girl guarded her modesty, her face flushed, eyes wide as she bit down on the fabric. But it won't fit me, she exclaimed. Never mind. Just cover yourself for now, and I'll return shortly. Sun Wukong reassured her with a pat on the head before turning away, remembering the girl's white dress. He purchased several food items to pack and then headed to a clothing store to procure a dress in an appropriate size. How did he ascertain the size? His absolute mastery over energy allowed him to discern it with a mere glance through the fabric. Sure enough, after a brief interval, Sun Wukong approached the girl once more, bags in hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. I wasn't sure of your size, so I bought a dress at random. Also, this is dinner. You must be hungry. So please eat quickly after putting it on. Thank you. Thank you. The girl marveled at the quality of the garment, having never encountered such fine clothing before. This must be quite expensive. I've never seen anything like it. It's decent, I suppose. I don't think it's anything special, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, urging her to eat, as he still needed to find accommodation for the night. All right. The girl devoured a significant portion of her meal, demonstrating her prodigious appetite. Why are you staring at me? She asked, glancing back at him before taking another large bite. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, reaching over to swipe some rice from her bowl, and earnestly remarked, I am simply admiring your eating. You are quite adorable. Upon hearing this, her previously pale cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I am not. Not at all, she retorted, laughter bubbling forth. Sun Wukong's amusement only deepened, finding her even more charming. He had never encountered someone who blushed so easily at playful teasing. Have you had enough? Once you finish, I shall escort you home. Yes. Beneath the cloak of night, incandescent lights cast their glow upon the young boy and girl, their shadows gradually elongating until they melded as one. Do you aspire to be as strong as I am? Indeed, she replied with unwavering resolve. But why do you desire strength? The girl questioned, puzzled. Ah, indeed. No reason is required, Sun Wukong chuckled, amused by her unexpected response. As they ambled along, their pace languid. After several hours of mutual acquaintance, they finally arrived at the girl's abode. Thank you ever so much, little crab-headed imp. I have reached home. Oh, you are still quite the impolite one. Here, take this. You can read, right? This is the first martial arts manual I have created. It will aid you in becoming the foremost martial artist in the world. Use this book to protect your younger brother, and ensure he does not suffer the same indignities you face today. This martial arts tome was the culmination of Sun Wukong's initial creation, blending the wisdom of predecessors. Yet it was not a traditional manual. Rather, it resembled a method of unorthodox cultivation. offering a shortcut to becoming a formidable martial arts master in a short span of time. Rest assured, it would not compromise one's lifespan nor impose any costs. With both hands, he grasped the girl's cheeks, pulling her in an almost frantic manner. All right, but could you refrain from tugging at me? She protested, pouting as she accepted the book. Until we meet again. Wait, I still do not know your name. It is written in the manual. Clutching the book, the girl stood in serene silence. The boy's presence had filled her heart with warmth, yet he soon vanished from her sight, leaving her gazing vacantly at the space he once occupied. After a considerable pause, she murmured, "Thank you, little imp. Like a prince from a fairy tale. You have pulled me from the mire." Regaining her composure, she grasped the remaining provisions and pushed open the door. "I'm back. Why have you returned so late? I searched for you everywhere. Do not even mention it. I stumbled by the river and was covered in mud. I had to wash up before coming home. Sister, what about this outfit? Did you use the grocery money to buy new clothes again?" The boy's pupils contracted as he scanned her surroundings. "Absolutely not. Is that so? Really?" The raven-haired boy's gaze bore into hers. "Look me in the eyes. You rascal." No. It was a gift. Hurry and eat. I specifically bought it for you." She spoke with unabashed confidence, displaying no hint of guilt. At 10 o'clock that evening, back in her room, the girl finally focused on the martial arts manual. Intention following heart fist read the first page. Creator, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? What a lovely name. Her legs involuntarily swayed, her pink toes instinctively curling together. As her hands supported her chin, intention follows the heart. The fist is free to act as it desires. This means transcending the body's instincts, allowing the fist to strike however it wishes, transforming without form. To put it simply, it is indeed quite challenging, without an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. Grasping its essence is exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence, as enhancing one's physical fitness is also a commendable choice. The techniques devised by Sun Wukong span over 30 pages. The text elaborates on how to improve physical capabilities, how to perceive qi, and various methods to decipher the martial arts of others, alongside straightforward offensive formulas to simplify their application. The young girl gradually became captivated by the content, eventually turning to the last page. What is this? Money. A sum of 100,000. Her eyes widened in astonishment, an enchanting sight indeed. Sun Wukong. Who are you truly? Blushing, the girl held the book close to her face, gently inhaling, attempting to discern the essence of its creator. How benevolent I am. Assisting a helpless girl in acquiring the power of self-defense. I am indeed the greatest benefactor in the universe. It is time to return. The plot of Dragon Ball is finally unfolding. Bulma, hailed as the most formidable girl scientist, how wise is she? Master Roshi, Karen, Bubbles, and the Supreme Kai. How profound is their understanding of martial arts? While watching the anime, he found it difficult to truly grasp, for if one is not a participant, how could they comprehend its intricacies? Over the years, Sun Wukong sought Master Roshi whenever he had the chance, but where could that old pervert be? Who said he could be found so easily? Master Roshi suppresses his chi to appear as an ordinary person, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I am back. This time, I have returned with bountiful gains. No one responded. Sun Wukong remained unfazed as he tossed his bundle onto the ground. Oh, this is the Rui Jingu Bang. Though Sun Wukong had never utilized it, his strength rendered weapons unnecessary. As seasons changed, half a year passed. Sun Wukong transformed his dwelling into a bedroom and a study. He had thoroughly absorbed the knowledge within the books. Yet this did not impede him from keeping them as trophies. After years of traversing the world, his martial arts experiences had surpassed those of the top 999 martial artists, earning him the right to call himself a martial arts master. Techniques such as the sky dance technique, round chi slash, and chi manipulation bullet were all comprehended by him. However, he remained at a loss regarding how to enhance his physical fitness, although he combined his own body to create the Monkey King Chi absorption method, which involves consuming the life force of animals to strengthen his physique. It is not a cultivation technique, but rather a method of utilizing chi to aid in perfect energy digestion. With diligent practice, his stomach would improve. His combat power had not seen significant advancement. Presently, his chi reached a combat power of 180, while his physical fitness stood at 20. Nevertheless, this remains within the realm of chi, as stamina is considered a form of chi as well. Chapter 7. The Fateful Encounter. Suppressing the restlessness within. He drew aside the paper curtain. Here she comes. The genius beauty. Sun Wukong is endowed with an extraordinary perceptive ability, capable of sensing events from over 10 kilometers away at will. Moreover, should anyone attempt a sneak attack, he would instantly be alerted. Akin to the observation haki of a pirate. No longer would he fear ambushes from adversaries. A vehicle traversed the steep rocks, surrounded by verdant trees, lush and flourishing. The Dragon Balls were nearby. How splendid. Soon, he would gather 3 of them. A blue-haired girl adorned with a large red bow and a ponytail, dressed in a pink dress, stood out. The girl was youthful and radiant, with a slender figure and flawless, fair skin that bore a delicate rosy hue. Who shall she choose today? It shall be you. The red dinosaur. With a swift slice, the circular energy severed the dinosaur's neck, cleaving the trees behind it in 2. Its massive form crashing down and obliterating the nearby foliage. In one hand, he held the head, and in the other, the tail, roasting it to perfection. Get away. Move. Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced the air. Sun Wukong turned just in time to see an approaching car, which collided directly with his face. In an instant, the young boy was propelled several meters away, crashing against a large tree. Ah, I've killed someone. Woe is me. The girl felt her heart plummet. If anyone discovered this, she would be in grave trouble. I am doomed. Abruptly, a chilling voice echoed in the girl's ear, transforming the previously sweltering air into a damp chill. I shall end your life. Accompany me to the grave. Let us descend into hell together. No, I do not wish to die. Mother, help me. Sun Wukong. Bloodied hands pressed against the glass, appeared terrifying. His crimson hands opened the door, and he grasped Bulma's legs tightly, feeling the sticky warmth of blood. The girl's complexion turned pale, her heart racing with dread. Ah, Mr. Ghost, I am still so young. I beg you spare me. I shall never dare again. Bulma knelt with her hands over her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her long dress. It seemed she had been thoroughly frightened. However, Sun Wukong remained indifferent. Compared to the girl's reckless actions, the fright she experienced was not excessive. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary power like Sun Wukong. She needed a profound lesson. All right. This girl who keeps calling for her mother, please refrain from your frantic cries. You truly are timid. Surely there are no ghosts in broad daylight? Once she regained her composure, Bulma released her grip and was astonished to see that the person she had struck was, miraculously, unharmed. The blood that had terrified her was merely a smidge of blood from the boy's palm. She had frightfully conjured her own fears. You insufferable little rascal. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the dinosaur's carcass, observing the girl unleash her frustration, a smirk forming on his lips. Her offensive prowess surpassed that of the blonde girl he had encountered earlier. He shrugged and swiftly changed the subject. What brings you to this desolate wilderness all alone? The words "what do you care?" snapped Bulma back to reality. Indeed, she had come in search of the Dragon Balls. Soon after, Goku's voice echoed again. It's getting late. There are many man-eating monsters around here at night, and dinosaurs over 10 meters long that could crush a house with a single step. Is that for real? Bulma's face turned pale. She had finally arrived, on the verge of finding the Dragon Balls, only to discover the perilous nature of this place. It was truly disheartening. She pondered, wait a minute. If it's this dangerous, how are you living here? You must be deceiving me, right? Of course not. I am a martial arts master. Really? You? Bulma chuckled, convinced she had unraveled the truth. What kind of martial arts master could be merely a teenager? Seeing Bulma's disbelief, Goku rubbed his forehead. The Bowsy Mountain was teeming with dinosaurs, and the fact that Bulma managed to enter was a testament to her luck. This was not a place one could simply come and go as they pleased. Spirit Bomb. Suddenly, a spiraling, sharp energy sliced Bulma's car in half. Goodness. Bulma knelt, her eyes widening in shock. Was this even human? But why demonstrate such power by attacking my car? I apologize for frightening you. Would you like to come to my home for shelter? I'll take you out tomorrow. He introduced himself. My name is Goku. Thank you so much. I'm Bulma. How disgusting. Bulma hesitated, but ultimately grasped Goku's bloodied hand. After much contemplation, she decided to follow Goku home. After all, her life was at stake. The Dragon Balls could help her create stronger weapons to seize later. How impressive. Goku, you've lived in such a dangerous place for 12 years. Of course. This is my home. Along the way, Goku could hardly contain his excitement. After 12 years of solitude, only speaking with his grandfather, a blonde girl, and Bulma, he was particularly chatty. Find a place to sit. I'll get the barbecue tools. All right. Bulma glanced around. There it was, the Dragon Ball. She immediately placed the 2 Dragon Balls she had on the side, and the 3 Dragon Balls began to shimmer. Ha ha ha, after searching far and wide, I found it without much effort. Hey, it's quite rude to touch the owner's belongings. With a swift motion, the 4-star Dragon Ball flew from Bulma's grasp and landed in Goku's hand. Ah, my Dragon Ball. This can grant any wish. How about you give me that Dragon Ball? Goku, I can trade you something else. No. No matter what Bulma offered, Goku refused to exchange it. Come on, Goku, if I let you touch it, will you give me the Dragon Ball? Bulma gently swayed her skirt, revealing her undergarments. Unexpectedly, Bulma was straightforward, yet Goku showed little interest in her current self. Had it been the 24-year-old Bulma, the situation would have been different. Here, take it. I have no use for it. What? You're giving it to me? Just moments ago, she had adamantly refused to trade. Honestly, I desire you far more than the Dragon Balls. You are infinitely more significant than them. I can wait another 8 months for the Dragon Balls. Goku tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, secretly thinking that this Shinran was rather underwhelming. The hour grows late. Let us dine. Under the setting sun, the 2 figures busied themselves, with dinosaur meat grilling to a golden crisp atop the barbecue, seasoned with chili powder, creating a culinary delight. Goku, why did the Dragon Ball come to me? You were so resistant to the exchange just a moment ago. This must be something of great importance to you, right? With a skewer of roasted meat in her right hand, Bulma turned to Goku, who was devouring the food voraciously. Voicing her curiosity, I see that you yearn for the Dragon Ball immensely. I understand it can fulfill any wish, so I surmise you must have a profoundly cherished desire. At her words, Bulma's pace of eating quickened, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Thank you. Indeed, I harbor an exceedingly important wish. After speaking, the blush deepened from her cheeks to her ears, her eyes subtly glancing towards Goku's face, lost in thought. Oh, I see through you, Goku chuckled. As night descended, the stars twinkled above. The moon shone brightly. The charcoal fire had long extinguished. Goku lay asleep in his bed while Bulma slept nearby, having conjured a house with her capsule. Chapter 8. The journey begins. The midday sun scorched the earth, warping the very air around them. Goku, join me in the quest for the Dragon Balls. On this journey, you will encounter stronger opponents and foes, honing your skills to perfection. Isolation is not the answer. There will be thrilling adventures aplenty. What do you say, Goku? The young girl spoke animatedly, detailing the multitude of benefits this journey would bring, as if to say that not accompanying her would be the greatest regret of his life. Bulma's invitation for Goku to search for the Dragon Balls stemmed from a desire for the young man to protect her. More so, she wished to forge a connection with him, to understand him better. Was she smitten with Goku? Not quite. For Bulma, it was merely a budding curiosity towards him. All right, I accept. Really? That's wonderful. Although Goku was not particularly interested in the upcoming journey, he was intrigued by Oolong's transformation technique, and most importantly, by Bulma herself. With a thud, she tossed the capsule, which instantly transformed into a motorcycle. Hop on. Bulma, don't you have a car? Why this? Well, it's still you. In an instant, Bulma transformed into her fierce persona, her sharp hands viciously gripping Goku's shoulder. Ha! My apologies. Wukong, do not embrace so tightly. As Sun Wukong's arms encircled her waist, a faint blush graced her fair cheeks. You are the one turning as red as a teapot. Sun Wukong loosened his grip slightly, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, the motorcycle surged forward, causing Sun Wukong to collide his head against her back. A delicate maidenly fragrance wafted into his nostrils, reminiscent of gardenia blossoms, instilling an inexplicable tranquility within him. The motorcycle roared through the wilderness like a wild racer, reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. One must admit that those who survive are indeed resilient. Oh, it's still so tight. Bulma shifted her waist, causing the young man behind her to sway along, letting out a helpless sigh. Who falls asleep as soon as they get on a bike? The sun was about to set, the azure sky being invaded by golden hues. The green leaves appeared as though they were dyed, transforming into a brilliant gold in an instant. Get up. As they became more familiar, Bulma's demeanor shifted dramatically. Although her initial attitude had not been particularly amiable. Bang! A spherical house appeared out of thin air. Let me sleep a little longer. Initially, Sun Wukong had no intention of napping, but the alluring scent, when inhaled for too long, easily lulled him into a slumber. Get up. I've been driving all day, and you've been sleeping the entire time. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so much? Bulma transformed into a fierce persona once more, her sharp teeth seemingly poised to bite down on Sun Wukong's head. The contrast of sharp and flat was indeed quite intriguing. Sun Wukong gazed into the distance, somewhat entranced. Hey, are you even listening? I am, Sun Wukong replied, snapping back to attention. Uft. Haha, where did you learn that? From your heart. Haha. And where did that cheesy line come from? Aren't you a martial arts master? How can you say such things? A martial arts master is not merely a title. I have traveled far and wide, proving my prowess through sheer strength. In my youth, no one could withstand even a single blow from me. I find that hard to believe. You are just a 12-year-old brat. How could that be true? Are you trying to deceive me? The girl's eyes widened like bells, her pupils sparkling with liveliness. She fixed her gaze on Sun Wukong, as if challenging him to prove his claims. Sun Wukong was unfazed by her skepticism. He entered the room and sat behind the sofa, saying, "You will know soon enough." Is that so? She gently pressed a button, and the screen displayed, "Heating in progress." Food materialized from the universal capsule, pre-packaged meals, which he placed into the machine before turning to enter the bathroom to heat water. Whether it was truth or fabrication, Bulma was indifferent. She merely wished to witness Sun Wukong's pride unravel. That proud visage made her feel as though he was a bit endearing. As the daughter of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma had encountered countless individuals and recognized that Sun Wukong was inherently a person of great pride. Was it due to his extraordinary martial prowess acquired in his youth? Or something else? Although Sun Wukong usually conceals his true self quite effectively, Bulma is still able to perceive it. It is the innate nature of a woman to instinctively seek out the unique expressions of a young man. I am going to the restroom. Remember to turn it on when it beeps. You fool. Just because you didn't find anything, do you think that counts? The little blue creature gnawed angrily at the meat. My sincerest apologies, King Pilaf. I am utterly to blame. The dogman, clad in a blue cloak, frantically apologized to Pilaf. Do you realize? This world is not solely populated by us in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Others may have already gathered 6 of them. They could very well have devised a scheme to seize our Dragon Balls. Pilaf placed the Dragon Ball from the box before Ashu. Look, this radiant beauty belongs solely to me. If I can snatch away their Dragon Balls, this world shall be mine. Holding the 1-star ball aloft, Pilaf's greed nearly overflowed from his eyes. A master will emerge in this world, and that master shall be none other than I, King Pilaf. Bulma, you seem quite wealthy. Your home is exquisitely furnished. Of course, after bathing and rinsing, Sun Wukong and Bulma went to bed early, for staying up late is certainly not a commendable habit. Morning dawned, with the sun rising, the air crisp, and a gentle breeze wafting through. Sun Wukong engaged in his usual training. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a glass of salt water? Seaweed would be even better. Suddenly, the turtle appeared, tapping Wukong's calf with its arm. You certainly know how to indulge. Bulma stepped outside, turned back to retrieve it. It was a mere trifling effort, and she thought it kind to occasionally show a bit of generosity. Here you go. Dear sea turtle. Ah, do you know I am a sea turtle? I am deeply moved. Throughout this journey, I have been referred to merely as a turtle. Yet I am distinctly a sea turtle. A sea turtle. The turtle then proceeded to recount its myriad experiences along the way. Are sea turtles and regular turtles not alike? Who even asked you? Sun Wukong and Bulma exchanged a long glance, both able to discern the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes. Finally, the turtle expressed its ultimate purpose. I am lost. Do you know where the sea is? Bulma pulled out a map, exclaiming in shock, Goodness! We are 150 kilometers from the coast. What? 150? Boo-hoo, is it really you, a large turtle, who is crying? Should you not be making an effort to return? Sun Wukong sighed in exasperation, though he felt somewhat taken aback. Logically, a turtle ought not to cry. Though 12 years had passed, his memory remained vivid, and the plot seemed to be diverging. Could it be that deviations from reality are commonplace? Changes could occur at any moment? If time were to flow backward, events that ought to transpire would continue, yet one's thoughts could stray from their original path. One day, a novel idea emerged, causing a stir. The thoughts of others became entangled as well. For one cannot guarantee that the human mind will adhere to its previous trajectory. There will always be sudden bursts of inspiration that give rise to the unknown. Now, let me escort you back. Really? Thank you, child. Let us gather all those scattered thoughts. Why dwell on them? When faced with adversity, one must stand firm. As water is shielded by earth. In the past, I failed to comprehend why the strongest antagonist did not resort to cunning schemes against the protagonist. Now, I realize that possessing absolute power renders victory inevitable. All fear stems from insufficient strength. A true warrior must possess a formidable heart. If one is afraid of this and that, one might as well return home to seek comfort from mother. Chapter 9, Master Rashia. Goku, that's too far. I want to go. I absolutely refuse, even if it costs me my life. Moreover, let him climb back on his own. What does it have to do with us? Bulma shook her head vigorously. How long will it take to gather all the Dragon Balls for this old turtle? She absolutely would not. Fear not, I shall be swift. I can accomplish it in half a day. Is that true? Of course. Bulma, somewhat doubtful, recalled the image of Goku effortlessly slicing through a car, and ultimately nodded in agreement. I am truly grateful to you, Goku. The sea turtle was moved to tears. Having never met Goku before, he was astonished by such kindness. All right, I shall carry you, Mr. Turtle, but that feels so inappropriate. No. The turtle waved his flippers in protest. It's fine, I am quite strong. Goku promptly hoisted the turtle onto his back, arms outstretched. Bulma, I'll carry you. We'll arrive in no time. Huh, really? Is that for real? Bulma took 2 steps back, crossing her arms. Of course. Otherwise, it would take several days, and you wouldn't want to waste so much time, would you? Ignoring Bulma's protests, Goku effortlessly embraced her in a princess carry and soared into the sky. Flying technique. At a height of 5 meters. They shot forth hundreds of meters in an instant. We're going to crash. Bulma instinctively clutched Goku's neck, her heart racing. Goku maneuvered around the mountain. The snow-capped peaks felt so soft. At that moment, Goku had but one thought, his arms tightening around Bulma unconsciously. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Bulma's cheeks flushed. She felt Goku was doing it on purpose. You are holding too tightly. It has nothing to do with me. Goku adamantly refused to admit it, insisting it was entirely Bulma's fault. Accelerating slightly, they soon reached the seaside. On their way, they encountered a tiger-like creature attempting to rob them. But Goku dispatched it effortlessly with a gust of wind, sending it flying miles away. Goku wanted to scoff. How daring to attempt robbery when I can fly. Yet if you manage to survive my grasp, it is left to fate. After a few minutes of flight, they arrived at the beach. Thank you so very much, Goku. Could you wait here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. The sea turtle, indifferent to Sun Wukong's words, departed without a backward glance. Truly, we lack the time to wait for him. And Sun Wukong, did you not take advantage of me earlier? Surely you did. Bulma's gaze was icy as she fixed her stare upon him. Absolutely not. You were simply holding on too tightly. He turned his head, his heart filled with trepidation. Look into my eyes and respond to me. My vision was slightly askew. You lecherous little rascal. Bulma tugged at her hair, exasperated by Sun Wukong's brazen demeanor. Forget it. She had no evidence. Moments later, the sea turtle returned, an elderly man with glasses perched upon his nose upon its back. Thank you, young lad, for escorting my old friend home. Is that all? Shouldn't we present a token of gratitude? He is my savior. The turtle expressed its displeasure. Just a moment, a phoenix. A phoenix! Bulma exclaimed with delight, for this was the legendary immortal creature. What? A phoenix? Your excitement is premature. It is merely a name. If Bulma were to learn the truth later, her expression would surely be amusing, mused Sun Wukong, his thoughts darkly humorous. After a while, the turtle continued. He perished last year, succumbed to food poisoning. Ahaha, young lad, let me find another gift. The turtle hermit appeared somewhat embarrassed. Bulma, disappointed, remarked, what is this? No need. I only desire this yellow orb. He did not require the flying nimbus, for his speed had already surpassed it, and his intentions were not necessarily pure. A fall would be quite awkward. Moreover, the Rui Jingu Bang he carried was not intended as a weapon, but merely served as a form of identification. When venturing out, one would be a fool not to utilize connections. This is merely a useless glass bead. Do you truly wish for it? Sun Wukong had already memorized the turtle hermit's aura, intending to seek him out for mentorship after gathering the Dragon Balls. Although his strength had surpassed that of the Turtle Hermit, the original Wukong's enlightenment of the ultimate martial arts would certainly possess merit. The Turtle Hermit gazed at the youth. The Rui Jingu bang upon his back, and concluded that he must be the grandson of Son Gohan. 3 years prior, Gohan had visited him, bringing several bottles of wine, boasting endlessly about how remarkable his grandson was, declaring with utmost conviction that he would become the strongest in the world within a few years. Little did he expect that in merely 3 years, the youth's prowess would far exceed his own. Your grandfather is named Son Gohan, is he not? Did he speak of me? Indeed. How has Gohan been of late? The Turtle Hermit tossed the Dragon Ball he wore around his neck to Son Wukong, subtly adjusting his attire. He did not wish to appear foolish before the grandson of his apprentice. My grandfather passed away a year ago. Is that so? Really? The Turtle Hermit nudged the sea turtle, signaling it to depart, his eyes gazing towards the sun shimmering upon the ocean's surface, 2 golden orbs. 3 years ago. That meal was unexpectedly the last time they would meet. Gohan has departed as well, the scenes of mentorship and training replaying in his mind. Indeed. Decades have already slipped by. Are you Master Wutian? My grandfather has mentioned you, although Gohan has never spoken to him. Farewell, Goku. I hope we can meet again someday. The turtle waves goodbye, fond of the boy with the tail. The Turtle Hermit waves his hand, and, placing it behind him, vanishes from the surface of the sea. For some reason, his silhouette evokes a sense of solitude. Goku, you are truly remarkable. Without a hint of effort, we have acquired yet another Dragon Ball. Bulma is utterly astonished, never anticipating that they would collect a Dragon Ball on the very first day of their journey. Goku is indeed her lucky star. She wraps her arms around Goku's head, and due to his shorter stature, he finds himself somewhat compressed against her chest, making it a bit hard to breathe. Haha. My apologies. With 4 Dragon Balls in hand, the realization of their wish is imminent. Say, Bulma, what wish do you wish to make? In her moment of elation, Bulma suddenly halts, an awkward blush spreading across her face. Well, you needn't concern yourself with that. It's just very important. Oh, little one. Did you think I was unaware? Goku smirks, eager to see her reaction once they have gathered them all. He wraps his arms around Bulma's waist once more. One must admit, it is quite delightful. As they approach the village, the villagers flee in all directions upon seeing a motorcycle, hastily closing their doors. The location of the 5th Dragon Ball lies within. Bulma, holding the Dragon Ball radar, nudges Goku, accustomed to his embrace around her waist. Oh, you seem rather frightening. The moment you appear, the villagers scatter in terror. What did you say? Goku, in his fierce form, playfully teases him, though he cannot inflict any harm. Bulma sighs, noting that Goku is like a man of steel, impervious to attacks. The Dragon Ball radar scans the surroundings. Is anyone home? Hello? Goku understands that the villagers fear Oolong and thus hesitate to open their doors. If a person of high moral standing were to knock and declare, I am coming in. But is Goku that kind of person? He punches a hole through the door, his hand slipping through the opening, twisting gently until the door is dismantled. A man wielding an axe charges at him, but Goku effortlessly evades the attack. With a deep breath, he sends the axe-wielding man crashing against the wall. Impressive, Goku. You blew him away in one breath. Oolong, forgive me. Do not kill me. Discarding the broken door, Goku soon spots the Dragon Ball in the center of the room. Chapter 10, Transformation Technique. Hey, I'll be taking this. As a price for ambushing him, he accepts the Dragon Ball and tosses some money to the man. This is to cover the damaged door. The amount is sufficient to purchase several doors. Goku, uninterested in wealth, knows that money is something one can acquire as needed. He tosses the Dragon Ball to Bulma and settles into the shade of a large tree. Bulma, let us take a moment's respite. I await the arrival of someone here. Lost in the euphoria of acquiring the Dragon Balls, Bulma snapped back to reality. Although she found it perplexing how Goku, devoid of any communication device, would manage to wait, she chose to place her faith in him. After all, he was the one who had enabled her to procure 3 Dragon Balls in a mere 2 days. A modicum of patience was only to be expected. As the villagers began to discern that Goku and his companions were not troublemakers, they gradually emerged from their homes. A few audacious villagers engaged in discussions about Goku and his friends, yet none dared to approach them. Time passed interminably. Bulma, unable to bear the sweltering heat any longer, retrieved her multifunctional capsule to conjure a house. She certainly did not wish to become enamored with her own sun-kissed skin at the expense of her fair complexion. At last, Goku slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, Oolong, you have made me wait," he exclaimed. "You had best not perish on me." Has he finally arrived?" Bulma stirred from her reclined position. The comfort of her slumber, which had stretched from noon to the afternoon, had rejuvenated her splendidly. "Ah, Oolong is here." The villagers hastily retreated into their homes, securing their doors and windows tightly. A man clad in a suit, possessing a countenance that conveyed both refinement and an unsettling demeanor, approached. Utilizing his aura, Goku transformed it into golden ropes that ensnared Oolong, leaving him no opportunity to react. "Oh dear, you have made me wait. Who are you?" Oolong gasped in terror, unable to recall offending this formidable youth, having never encountered him before. With a flick of his left hand, Goku transformed his aura into a whip. With each crack of the whip, he vented his frustrations. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 30 strikes. "You kept me waiting so long. You transformed into a human. You were once a pig. Your delay has tested my patience." With no entertainment to distract him, Goku's endurance had been exhausted after several hours. As he lashed at Oolong, Bulma, overhearing his complaints, was rendered speechless. To think that after all this time, his intention was merely to assist the villagers by dealing with the nuisance of Oolong. Such a contradictory man. Bulma mused, clearly having misjudged him. No. Please, brother. I beg you to cease. I will do anything you ask. Where have you hidden the woman you abducted?" Over there, Oolong replied, wincing as he pointed in the direction while nursing his battered body. "It hurts. It truly hurts. I feel as though I could die." He was compelled to approach the villagers and inform them of the situation. Very well. After Bulma relayed the events to the villagers, they swiftly located the girls who had been taken. Oolong was subsequently taken away by Goku, as he still needed to extract the secrets of the transformation technique. With the engine revving, they set forth once more in pursuit of new Dragon Balls. On their journey, Goku quickly discerned the transformation technique. However, he found Oolong to be rather inept, having only retained half of the technique after so many years. Unfortunately, throughout these years, Goku had been unable to find any animals proficient in transformation, for he had never encountered them. As soon as Oolong appeared, he had already dispatched him to the afterlife with a blast of energy. There was no alternative, after all. He had spent the past few years focused on acquiring martial arts manuals and had scarcely any time to search for anything else. "Enough. You are of no use to me," he thought. Sun Wukong did not end Oolong's life. Instead, he unceremoniously discarded him by the roadside, a creature devoid of value. He deemed it a waste of life even to cast a glance in its direction. Naturally, Bulma had nothing to say, considering Oolong's character. Sparing him was a testament to Wukong's kindness. "Ouch, that hurts," Oolong lamented. Thus, he was heartlessly left by the roadside while Sun Wukong and Bulma continued their quest for the Dragon Balls. The desert wind stirred, and the heat was unbearable. So hot. Wukong, will you hold me?" Bulma grasped a stick, straining to support her weary body, drenched in perspiration. "Isn't this rather unfair? You can fly," which is quite impressive. While she was sweating profusely, Wukong appeared untouched by the heat, showcasing a rather convenient ability. Sun Wukong floated around Bulma, as if to say that such convenience was of little merit if she could not do the same. Earlier, Bulma had promised Wukong that she would not ask him to fly over to collect the Dragon Balls, a notion he had callously dismissed. The principle of enduring hardship without complaint was at play here. Bulma regretted her earlier words, wishing she could tear her own mouth to shreds for uttering such nonsense. "Fine. Seeing you in this state, I shall relent," Wukong agreed, though it was not merely Bulma's playful demeanor that swayed him. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, raising her hands and leaping joyfully, causing the towering peaks to sway. "What are you doing?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. "You fool. I am signaling for you to hold me, you pig." Bulma transformed into her sharp-toothed form once again, extending her arms toward Wukong, urging him to hurry. Sun Wukong marveled at how every time Bulma was flustered, she would react in this manner. "Stop right there." A man clad in red attire, with somewhat long hair, approached, accompanied by a floating cat. It was none other than Yamcha. However, Yamcha was not there to rob them. He quickly discerned that one was a mere child while the other was a young girl, both innocent and naive. He had no interest in robbing individuals with no wealth to speak of, dismissing the idea of stealing from such impoverished souls. As for the fact that Sun Wukong could fly, that was a jest. Even his puer could. What are you doing here? Lost. Head left, and you'll find a city. Today he was in a good mood, graciously pointing the way, as if to say, be thankful for my kindness. Wow, a handsome guy. Bulma swooned a little. Yet, she secretly thought Wukong was more handsome. Ah, how charming Wukong will be when he grows up. He was so adorable as a child. Not at all. You must be a martial artist, right? Let's have a match. I am Sun Wukong, a martial artist. Who are you? Humph, just you? I am Yamcha, the great martial artist. Yamcha has also taken an interest. How audacious for a mere child to claim the title of martial artist. Little brat. Do not presume that merely reading a few comics makes you a master of martial arts. Upon defeat, you shall return home to your comforts. Cease your indulgence in self-constructed fantasies. Ha! Comfort food? How fitting and delightful for you. With a swift punch from his right hand, Sun Wukong aimed at Yamcha's face, only to have him evade effortlessly. Indeed, this child is amusing. Before Yamcha could respond, Sun Wukong's left hand struck his abdomen. Splutter. Yamcha expelled a mouthful of saliva and was sent flying, losing consciousness. Is this all? He hasn't even exerted 1% of his strength. Worthless. Sun Wukong shook his head. The power he employed was not significantly greater than Yamcha's, merely the application of superior technique. To evade a single punch and yet become so careless, does one not know that even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must use its full strength? Yamcha, what are you doing? Puer exclaimed in astonishment. As my trophy, you belong to me. Sun Wukong grasped Puer's head, rendering any struggle futile. Turning to see Bulma fully restored. She truly is a master of disguise. Let us depart. This is dull. He is far too weak. Ha ha ha, is that so? Bulma glanced back at Yamcha, speechless, never anticipating that he would be so easily defeated. Release me. I must return to find young Master Yamcha. Puer protested vehemently. Very well. You shall be freed if you provide me with the transformation technique. Agreed. A deal is struck. Upon uttering the transformation technique, Sun Wukong verified its authenticity and then hurled Puer away. You are of no further use. Chapter 11. Chi-Chi Chapter 12. Ox King in a castle styled after Western architecture. Surrounded by raging flames, the air shimmered with heat. The temperature rose, seemingly capable of turning one into mere bones. Wukong, you are incredible. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This is truly remarkable. Sun Wukong traversed a distance that took her 3 days to cover in a mere fraction of time. Just basic operations, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. And how did you extinguish the great fire? Bulma inquired, somewhat irked, as Chi-Chi's adoration for Sun Wukong left her feeling overlooked. What does this imply? Does he look down upon her? Do not fret. I shall certainly extinguish the flames. Whether the castle remains intact is another matter. Oh, is that so? Bulma simply seated herself beneath a nearby tree and produced a multifunction capsule. With a thud, she reclined in a chair, donned sunglasses, and discreetly relayed a message to Sun Wukong. So, Wukong, what is her deal? Chi-Chi tilted her head, gazing blankly at Bulma, wondering, why has her attitude suddenly soured? Has something occurred? I do not know. Sun Wukong was lost in the inspiration brought forth by the transformation technique, paying Bulma no mind. In his eyes, such inspiration is rare and should not be squandered. The majority of his focus was devoted to researching the transformation technique. How infuriating. How utterly vexing. Bulma tightened her grip on her sunglasses, the force exerted causing them to shatter into fragments. What is going on? Frustration surged within her as she recalled how Sun Wukong had ignored her since they left the desert. This little brat had been conversing with Chi-Chi ever since she appeared. Did he perhaps have a fondness for her? Wukong, wait. I need to call my dad. Chi-Chi thought of her father and hurried home. What a marvel. The mastery of controlling energy was astounding. Sun Wukong once again innovated a new martial art, enveloping his energy around his fingertips. His right hand bent slightly, channeling an immense force as golden light surrounded it, gradually transforming into a golden claw. With a swipe through the air, a sharp hum resonated, as if he were about to rend the very fabric of space. The energy manifested as a dragon's claw, and in an instant, 5 razor-like energy strikes shot forth from its tips. 20 meters away, trees and rocks began to collapse, the cuts smooth and precise. Genius that I am, I have once again created a miracle. This technique possessed immense advantages, whether for surprise attacks or ranged combat, even surpassing conventional strength. Indeed, he had applied the principles of the energy slash to his dragon claw, causing the energy to swirl rapidly from his thumb to his little finger, ultimately forming a flowing and sharp dragon claw. While achieving a striking appearance, it also retained practicality. Krylan's energy slash could sever Frisia's tail, and with a well-timed ambush, he could even tear Frisia's head apart. Bulma had grown accustomed to such spectacles and was unperturbed, yet she noticed that Sun Wukong was ignoring Chi-Chi, and that oddly dressed little brat had departed. Hooray! Splendid! That pesky little brat is finally gone. Satisfied, Bulma decided to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap, reclining on a chair as a gentle breeze caressed her face. Rui Bang, you are truly the grandson of Gohan. A tall man, adorned with a bull's head and crimson skin, approached. His eyes followed the Rui Bang with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, that Wukong. How would you extinguish a fire without the banana fan? Sun Wukong leaped onto the wall, gathering energy in his hands, leaving a space between them. Came. Huh. That was Master Roshi's ultimate technique. The Bull Demon King was taken aback. He had trained for decades without mastering it. A blue energy wave shot skyward, hurtling toward the castle. Boom. In an instant, half of the mountain was obliterated, and the castle trembled precariously. Kamehameha. Another wave of Kamehameha surged forth, erasing much of the mountain, leaving the castle, precariously perched atop, to plummet from the heavens. Incredible. Wukong, at such a tender age, you have already mastered the true teachings of the Turtle School. The fallen castle showed cracks upon hitting the ground. Though somewhat damaged, it was still usable. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. The Bull Demon King's eyes shimmered with pain. His castle, yet thankfully, it was basically salvageable. At that moment, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Heroes emerge from youth. If they could unite as in-laws, would it not be a legacy of extraordinary talent for generations to come? Uncle Bull Demon, I require a Dragon Ball. Within your castle, no less. Certainly. Take it without hesitation. The Bull Demon King readily agreed, considering it merely a trifle of treasure. Goku, how old are you this year? The Bull Demon King inquired with eager anticipation. 12. Goku, what do you think of my daughter, Chi-Chi? She far surpasses most women. How annoying, Dad. Chi-Chi instantly grasped the Bull Demon King's implication, her face flushing as she covered her cheeks, peeking at Goku with hopeful eyes. She was quite enamored with this remarkably powerful youth, captivated by both his formidable strength and handsome visage. I prefer formidable women, so rest assured. My Chi-Chi is exceptionally strong. She is certainly worthy of becoming your bride. Very well. If Chi-Chi's strength meets my approval in 7 years, I shall take her as my wife. Goku gladly accepted the prospect of acquiring a beautiful and virtuous spouse without effort. Chi-Chi blushed fiercely, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Marriage. In 7 years, marriage. Clearly, Chi-Chi did not fully comprehend. Goku found the Dragon Ball within the castle and bid farewell to the Bull Demon King and his daughter. Farewell, Goku. You must marry me, okay? Chi-Chi shouted, her gaze resolute, her fair skin slightly flushed. Goku waved his hand, forming an okay gesture with his thumb and index finger. Hey, Bulma, how long will you sleep? Huh. Oh, right. The Dragon Balls. Bulma blinked awake, still groggy. Seriously, searching for Dragon Balls is all on me. Now that I've done my part, I will make you work tirelessly in the future. Goku tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, retrieving a universal capsule from his waist to conjure a motorcycle. Let us go. Before darkness falls, Goku lifted Bulma effortlessly, placing her at the front of the bike while he settled behind, relishing the sensation of her back. All right. Bulma placed the 6th Dragon Ball into the capsule and silently thought, this time, I will forgive you. The motorcycle, a crimson specter, sped away, resembling a long red demon in the distance. In the western village, how infuriating. Have we lost them? Yamcha and Pu'er strolled down the street, where a few stalls were scattered about. The roar of the motorcycle echoed as the Red Phantom executed a perfect drift at incredible speed. Goku looked at Bulma with curiosity, questioning whether she was driving so recklessly out of a desire for danger or excessive confidence in her abilities. Goku, is that the so-called Yamcha, the weakling? What a coincidence. running into a pretty boy while refueling. Goku, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Yamcha's fury ignited upon spotting Goku, though he dared not look at Bulma, as he had always been intimidated by women. Huh, you, a weakling, blame me for being too swift for your feeble reactions? Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words. You can't even withstand a single strike. Who granted you such audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Enough with the banter. Prepare to receive my Wolf Fang fist. Yamcha propelled himself towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face in rapid succession, moving as slowly as a snail. With his eyes shut, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded each blow, suddenly feigning an attack. Yamcha reacted instantly, raising his hands defensively to avoid being struck. You are truly overstepping. Yamcha's eyes widened as he realized Sun Wukong was merely flicking his fists without any intention of assault. Ha! Wukong, you are incorrigible. Bulma cackled from the sidelines, her laughter resonating magnificently. Yamcha flushed with embarrassment, his speed and power amplifying in response. Despite Yamcha's myriad of techniques, he could not touch Sun Wukong in the slightest. I concede. Yamcha admitted defeat, ultimately outmatched. Sun Wukong ignored him and resumed his position on the motorcycle, closing his eyes once more. Such an opponent failed to pique his interest enough to engage. Though a lion must employ its full strength even against a rabbit, this slow, harmless creature did not warrant his effort, as he couldn't even muster the will to slay it. Chapter 13 concluded. Let us go, Puer. Yamcha hunched over, as if all his vitality had been drained. Yamcha. Puer expressed concern. His master had always been confident, yet now. I just want some peace. It was a crushing defeat. After living for 20 years, he felt reduced to a mere dog. That boy with a tail was simply a monster. But so what? One day, I shall become as formidable as Sun Wukong, perhaps even surpass him. Yamcha held this conviction steadfastly. He believed his talent was not inferior to that of Sun Wukong. The latter had merely undergone superior training. If he could find a master of renown, he would surely surpass him swiftly. Puer, I have made up my mind. I shall seek out the greatest martial arts master in the world and become his disciple. What's wrong with that guy? He was knocked out by a single punch and still dares to return. How peculiar. Who knows? Let us hurry, don't waste time. Let us gather the Dragon Balls and make our wishes. Sun Wukong squinted. Ever since he mounted the motorcycle, he had taken a liking to napping. Indeed, it was the most comfortable sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. You are truly relaxed. After refueling, Bulma produced the radar to ascertain their location and set off in search of the Dragon Balls. Lord Pilaf, the Dragon Balls are in their possession. Ha! Heaven is aiding me. If I seize their Dragon Balls, I will take a monumental step closer to world domination. Xiao Wu, you and Ashio go and snatch the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Ashio and Xiao Wu each piloted a machine away, while Pilaf himself retrieved a tablet. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had lost all patience. This journey had reached its conclusion, and he had no interest in wasting any further time. The reasons behind Sun Wukong's agreement with Bulma are twofold. Firstly, the pursuit of transformation techniques. Secondly, the cultivation of a deeper bond with Bulma. With these objectives now fulfilled, he believes it is time to seek the tutelage of Master Roshi, a sage who has lived for 3 centuries and possesses wisdom worth acquiring. After all, one must possess self-awareness. Incessantly toiling in isolation yields no progress. Determined to attain immortality through his own efforts, he naturally seeks to humbly learn from the virtues of others. Transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, Sun Wukong takes Bulma to the final location of the Dragon Balls. Asu, did you sense someone passing by just now? Xiao Wu, our foremost priority is to complete the mission assigned by Emperor Pilaf. Trivial matters can wait. In Asu's eyes, no task holds greater significance than the one given by Emperor Pilaf. Consequently, Xiao Wu and her companions inadvertently miss their encounter with Sun Wukong. Here it is. The last Dragon Ball lies within this castle. Bulma exclaims, her left hand gripping the Dragon Ball radar, excitement coursing through her. Could her wish finally be realized? Yet, amidst her exhilaration lies a tinge of anxiety. She worries about having deceived Sun Wukong. Should he find out, the embarrassment would be unbearable. She wishes she could erase her past foolishness, lamenting her own words. No, he must not discover the truth. In the presence of someone one holds dear, The desire to shield one's flaws and present only the finest facets of oneself becomes paramount. Bulma grapples with this very dilemma. Observing Bulma's troubled expression, Sun Wukong secretly chuckles. His spirits lifted. At long last, the moment he has eagerly anticipated has arrived. From the outset, he has yearned for this revelation. And witnessing her expression feels akin to experiencing a climactic twist in a novel, an inexplicable thrill. Nevertheless, he refrains from exposing her secret, relying on Bulma's assistance in constructing the gravity chamber. Despite Bulma's thick skin, should she truly feel awkward and avoid him for a month or two, he would find himself at a loss. In Pilaf's castle, the anxious ruler paces back and forth, sensing an impending threat that stirs his unease. Suddenly, the castle trembles. Debris falls from the crevices as it comes under attack. Who dares? Hastily, Pilaf retreats to the robot's cockpit, activating the launch system as the machine darts out of the castle with remarkable speed. Just as Pilaf escapes, he finds himself confronted by a golden dragon unleashing energy blasts. "Curse it!" Pilaf exclaims, realizing the monster's fierce approach. He must avoid its wrath. The dragon unleashes a Kamehameha wave, sweeping horizontally from left to right. The robot retreats several dozen meters from the castle, and in an instant, the Kamehameha cleaves through the air, half of it crashing to the ground. "My castle! How infuriating! I shall remember this." "You will pay?" Pilaf cries out in despair, for this was all his worldly possessions. "I found you, little pest." The dragon, initially hundreds of meters away, suddenly reappears right before Pilaf. The dragon's eyes glimmered with mischief as its left claw grasped the robot's head, methodically dismembering its appendages. The Dragon Ball resides within this silver box, does it not? With a swift motion, the glass shattered, and Pilaf was yanked from the confines of the robot, desperately clutching the box. "No, that is mine. Please, do not." "My family," Pilaf lamented, sensing his aspirations of world domination slipping away. He hastily resorted to evoking pity, hoping the colossal dragon might show compassion. However, Sun Wukong remained indifferent. "Your family's fate is of no concern to me. Whether they live or die is irrelevant." With a casual flick of his right hand, Pilaf was sent flying several kilometers away, his survival a matter of sheer luck. The dragon's claw compressed slightly, crushing the box in an instant. Upon release, nestled within the claw's center lay a Dragon Ball. The golden dragon transformed back into a human, akin to a thunderclap, swiftly returning to Bulma's side. "Excellent. At last, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Bulma exclaimed joyfully. "Why not make a wish now?" Sun Wukong smiled. "I shall only wish once I return home." Haha. "Oh, is that so? Are you in a hurry? You seem rather anxious." Bulma promptly shifted the topic. "First, I must seek a master. Allow me to escort you home." "What? You still wish to find a master?" "I never imagined someone as formidable as Sun Wukong would need a mentor. Who could possibly be stronger than you?" "Of course, knowledge knows no bounds." On the vast, tranquil sea, a small boat sailed, carrying a bald-headed boy. "This time, I am determined to become the disciple of Master Roshi." Krillin vowed silently. Sun Wukong carried Bulma home, during which she gifted him a device to keep in touch. "Be sure to reach out often." "Absolutely." Sun Wukong sensed Master Roshi's energy, bursting into the sky toward his direction. "This is quite delightful," chuckled the turtle hermit, his hands clutching a magazine, seemingly on the verge of entering the world within its pages. "Master Roshi, what are you doing with that orange item?" "Ah." Master Roshi was startled, quickly concealing the magazine behind him, maintaining a facade of calm. Such rudeness from that little brat of the Gohan family. He noticed Sun Wukong peering through his window and discreetly stashed the magazine beneath the sofa, fanning himself as if to say, "Shoo, this is not for your young eyes." "What brings you here?" Master Roshi inquired, puzzled. Logically, Sun Wukong had become the unrivaled champion of the world. Why seek him out? Chapter 14. Seeking the master knowledge knows no limits, hence my desire to learn from you. Master Roshi nodded, acknowledging Wukong's extraordinary strength and aptitude, asserting that he required no further training. The only true cultivation lay within the heart. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Master Roshi's face. "Wukong, what are you plotting?" A chill ran down Sun Wukong's spine as he anticipated the words that would follow. To seek a master, one must first bring forth a beautiful maiden. Sun Wukong immediately collapsed, fully aware of the implications. He forged the personality correction fist, Bang, bang, bang. Does one still require a beautiful girl? No, no more. Master Roshi, stroking the 3 smoking lumps on his head, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze remarkably clear. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully became his disciple. Master Yamcha, is that martial arts teacher Wu Tian truly here? Puar grasped the railing, nearly teetering over the edge. Indeed, I have procured the address after considerable effort. Having consulted several esteemed martial artists, Yamcha firmly believed that by apprenticing himself, he would surely redeem his honor. Master Yamcha, over there, a small boat carries a little bald head. How curious. Could someone else be here to seek a master? Let us go and join him. After some time, Yamcha and Krillin's small boat successfully converged. Thank you so much. Oh dear, I never anticipated the waves would be so tumultuous. It's nothing, nothing at all. Yamcha waved dismissively, his eyes fixated on Krillin. This is peculiar. Is this little monk truly here to study under teacher Wu Tian? Are you here to seek a master? Yes. Could it be that you are too? Yamcha and Krillin exchanged secret glances, evidently relieved that they had not erred in their pursuits. They deliberated together, sharing the intelligence they possessed to ensure their successful apprenticeship. Pray, what is this method of cultivation? Sun Wukong sat upon a wooden plank, beneath which lay a round stone. If you do not believe, you may leave. I shall not impede your departure. Master Roshi, holding a photograph, wore a stern expression, yet unconsciously turned a page. Oh, this is remarkably alluring. Master Roshi's face flushed slightly, his attention wholly captivated, eyes fixated. Sun Wukong chuckled, recognizing the lecherous nature of the old man. Though he himself was not without fault, the method of cultivation required one to sit for an entire day, with 2 branches inserted into holes on either side of the plank. The leaves had to remain utterly still. Any movement necessitated a complete restart. The foliage was lush and quite light, responding instantly to the slightest disturbance. The gentle sounds were, to Sun Wukong, akin to a tormenting melody. And in the span of 3 hours, he had caused the leaves to stir numerous times. It was exceedingly difficult. Sun Wukong's energy surged violently, as if it were his very nature, impacting his mind. If the heart cannot find tranquility, neither can the energy. Inherently gifted, his body struggled to master the energy. Wukong appeared to suppress the raging force within him in an extraordinary manner. Master Roshi's eyes remained fixed on the photograph. Yet he meticulously observed the turbulent energy emanating from Sun Wukong. The first step of Wukong's cultivation was to calm both his energy and his heart, for his energy was far too restless. Perhaps it would take a month, or possibly 3 years, or even 10. Such was the uncertainty of mastery. Let this young fellow cultivate at his own pace. Master Roshi has once again placed his focus on the photo collection. Ah, how splendid this is. Arise, Shenron. Grant my wish. The Dragon Balls gleam with brilliance as dark clouds gather, and thunder roars towards them, culminating in a resounding boom. Shenron emerges from the tempestuous skies, accompanied by the crackling thunder. Shenron bears a striking resemblance to the dragon transformed from Sun Wukong, save for its 4-fingered claws and verdant hue. Very well, speak your wish. Shenron, I wish for Sun Wukong to fall in love with me. I'm afraid that wish cannot be granted. Shenron replies, a hint of embarrassment evident. Then grant me a boyfriend who is as handsome and powerful as Sun Wukong. Regrettably, that wish too cannot be fulfilled. Huh, how is it that you can grant nothing? You dare to claim that you can fulfill any desire. Bulma erupts in frustration. If this cannot be granted, and that cannot be accomplished, what purpose do you serve? She feels as though her quest for the Dragon Balls has been a fruitless endeavor, regretting the journey, wondering if her only reward is the encounter with Sun Wukong. Then grant me a strawberry orchard that never runs out. Bulma harbors no hope in this ineffectual Shenron, who seems to possess only charm. As you wish. Shenron, blushing, glimmers with a flash of red in its eyes, eager to depart after 2 failed wishes, feeling utterly ashamed. Shenron transforms into the Dragon Balls, swirling together, and they scatter across the globe. It seems Shenron possesses some utility after all. The orchard, though small, yields strawberries that regrow instantaneously upon being plucked, growing to a substantial size. Delightfully sweet. As time passes, the sky is bathed in golden hues, as if it intends to claim the entire world as its dominion. The golden sunlight envelopes Sun Wukong, who lies with his eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat. His muscles twitch slightly, though his body has not reached its limits. His heart is in turmoil. It feels as though it is saying, I must move. I can't bear this discomfort. Just one little motion. Despite the tempest within, Sun Wukong remains steadfast. Let us dine first. Today's training is concluded, and we shall resume at dawn. Master Rashi has already prepared the meal, handing bowls and chopsticks to Sun Wukong. After you eat, you will wash the dishes. Master Rashi's hands move swiftly. Lo and behold, the dishes are nearly half empty in an instant. Sun Wukong digs into his meal, joining in the feast. As night falls, dark clouds gather, and thunder roars intermittently from the tempest. Drip, drip, drip. A torrential downpour batters the windows with ferocity. Sun Wukong lies beside Master Rashi, both wrapped in their blankets. It must be said, Master Rashi possesses remarkable teaching skills, having discerned Sun Wukong's shortcomings at a glance. Wukong, are you still awake? I cannot sleep. After using the restroom, Master Rashi washes his hands and shakes them dry. What thoughts can one entertain at such a tender age? Oftentimes, as we mature, the myriad events of our past seem trivial in retrospect. The most pressing matters now are to sleep well, eat heartily, and hasten one's growth. With a gentle pat on Sun Wukong's head, Master Rashi tucked him in and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Good night. In truth, I was merely contemplating how to keep the leaves still, not burdened by worries. Yet, I am grateful for your comforting words, Master. The ocean stretches infinitely, its waves crashing with a formidable force, the peaks of the waves soaring into the clouds. Even the mightiest of ships, large and small alike, cannot withstand the ferocity of the tempestuous sea. Clin, are you certain this is the right direction? Yamcha shouted in a frenzy. This is perilous, my goodness. Had it not been for his apprenticeship, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the ocean is the most treacherous locale in existence. On several occasions, they nearly capsized. Should their vessel overturn, their demise would be inevitable. Young Master Yamcha, Puer's sword to Yamcha's chest, determined to perish alongside him. Indeed, this is the right direction. Clin's complexion paled, yet his eyes radiated determination. Chapter 15. Clin and Yamcha, have you heard? That Lanchi is coming to our vicinity. You mean the notorious brigand, Lanchi? Indeed. Indeed. The infamous Lanchi, a stunning woman with golden hair, elusive even to the police. The bounty on her head is exorbitant. The wanted poster bearing her name has endured for ages, yet no one has dared to tear it down. Gazing at the enchanting image on the bounty poster, the bounty hunters in the bar exhibited gluttonous, lascivious expressions. While Lanchi is formidable, the bar is rife with bounty hunters as well. Should a conflict arise, perhaps an opportunity will present itself. Many astute individuals are prepared to seize the moment and claim the prize for themselves. The blue-haired beauty winced in pain, clutching her forehead, as the door creaked open, seemingly announcing, "You've collided with me." Upon seeing a lovely girl, the bounty hunters lowered their guard, scaring themselves instead. A gentle breeze caressed Lanchi's azure locks, causing her hair to sway lightly. Achoo! The blue-haired maiden transformed into a golden-haired one, stunning the bounty hunters into silence. For this was indeed the Lanchi of the wanted poster. With a mischievous smile, the golden-haired Lanchi brandished an assault rifle that had materialized in her hands. Moments later, the golden-haired Lanchi, clutching a hefty bag of riches, departed with a triumphant grin. Yamcha, we've arrived. We've arrived. Clin exclaimed, fervently shaking Yamcha's arm. Yes, we have finally arrived. Yamcha, groggy from sleep, instantly awakened at the sound, his excitement palpable. We have truly arrived. Do you have any idea how arduous my journey has been these past days? Puer, eyes tightly shut and tears streaming down, lamented that it had no desire for martial arts. Were it not for young Master Yamcha, it would not have ventured into such perilous waters. A small crimson house stands majestically by the seaside. Wukong, it appears you have made significant progress today compared to yesterday. Master Rashi continues to hold a photograph. Though his gaze is drawn to the image of a beautiful woman, his heart secretly astonished. Yesterday, the leaves rustled every hour, yet today, 3 hours have passed without a single movement. It seems that it won't be long before this training is complete, and in a few months, I shall no longer be able to teach him. Someone approaches. A large ship and a small boat merge together, the vessels appearing battered and torn, as if they have weathered a fierce battle. After a considerable time, the ships finally reach the shore, from which a child, a young man, and a flying creature resembling a cat leaped forth. "Are you the esteemed Master Wutian? Please accept us as your disciples," exclaimed Krillin and Yamcha, kneeling before Master Roshi and clutching his legs tightly. Such a curious sight, the Kintown. Master Roshi shouted, acknowledging their impressive potential, yet he felt compelled to test them. A golden cloud descended from the western sky, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Master Roshi in an instant. "Come, take a seat, and let me witness your determination." Krillin and Yamcha felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the strongest in the world had summoned them for this extraordinary trial. Ouch! Krillin was the first to rush forward and leap onto the Kintown, only to plummet down. Master Roshi frowned, raising his voice. Next, Yamcha, feeling the pressure, took a deep breath and jumped up as Krillin had, only to fall just like his companion. "What are your intentions? Your hearts are clearly unworthy," Master Roshi scolded vehemently, recalling that he too had once ridden the Kintown, but now, after gazing at too many photographs, he found himself unable to do so. While these two had not even begun with pure intentions. "Master Wutian, please, calm your anger," Krillin and Yamcha hurriedly explained, revealing that Krillin sought martial arts to win the affection of girls, while Yamcha aimed to surpass others. Prepared, Krillin produced a bundle from behind him. "This is my prize collection. Please accept it." He unveiled dozens of photographs, including those not available on the market. "What do you mean by this? Concealing information, are you? How despicable." Yamcha was taken aback, realizing that this young monk possessed a cunning beyond his years. "Very well. Quite impressive. This lad is truly remarkable. I have not encountered such a treasure in decades. How exhilarating." Master Roshi's face flushed with excitement, finally turning his gaze towards Yamcha. "Your companion has presented his offering. What do you have?" Yamcha gritted his teeth, his eyes frantically signaling to Puer. "I apologize, Puer. I will let you truly experience the bear's emergence." Puer understood the implication, and though reluctant, he resolved to comply for Yamcha's sake. Suddenly, Puer transformed into a stunning young woman with fiery red hair, shedding her top. "This is splendid." The turtle sage's nosebleed sprayed several meters away, and he collapsed, his left hand giving a thumbs up to Puer. Krillin's mouth fell agape, utterly taken aback. This was an outrageous transgression. This was 100-fold more powerful than his treasures. Remarkable. Yamcha secretly gave Puer a thumbs up, thinking that this would surely lead to him becoming a disciple. "Just wait. Sun Wukong, I shall trample you underfoot and prove myself as the strongest." After a brief interlude of several minutes, the turtle sage finally regained his composure. His gaze intensely serious and his voice grave. "Though you have passed my trials, you must find me a beautiful maiden if you wish to become my disciples." Upon finishing his words, the turtle sage's face flushed once more. "If you feel embarrassed, then do not mention it. You lecherous old man." Krillin and Yamcha pondered whether this lecherous elder could truly be the world's greatest master. Surely, the renowned turtle sage could not be so shameless? "Do I still have time to regret my decision?" Yamcha suddenly noticed a young boy sitting nearby on a wooden plank, flanked by lush branches. Sun Wukong was there too. How infuriating! Who would have thought he was a disciple of the turtle sage? Yamcha quickly resolved that, although finding a beauty would be challenging, it was better than achieving nothing. He, Yamcha, was not inferior to anyone. "All right, I shall find one." "So will I," Krillin hastily replied, though he harbored doubts. Having come so close to success, how could he be content to stop now? Like a gambler, Krillin would not cease until he lost everything. "Wukong, today's training is complete. Take these two with you on your flying nimbus," the turtle sage instructed. Having summoned Sun Wukong for two reasons, to test his character and because his ancient turtle shell could not accommodate two passengers. Understood. Sun Wukong had no objections. He was eager to meet Lan Chi, this dual-faced beauty. "Long time no see, Yamcha. I didn't expect you to come here seeking a master." Sun Wukong leaped onto the nimbus, remaining airborne, clearly a testament to the success of his month-long training. Yamcha clenched his fists, astonished at the vast gap between himself and Sun Wukong. Krillin was overjoyed. "Why didn't you mention this connection earlier, Yamcha? That's rather inconsiderate." Sun Wukong, prioritizing efficiency, had no interest in their chatter. He transformed his energy into ropes, binding Yamcha, Krillin, and Puer together. Chapter 16. Lan Chi, since the old turtle sage has entrusted you with this task, you ought to get to work, he declared. Flying Nimbus. The Nimbus emitted a sound akin to a tractor, a golden light streaking across the sky. Yamcha. Yamcha. With such connections, why didn't you tell your brothers? That's truly ungrateful. Krillin nudged Yamcha with his elbow, grinning mischievously. Who said I was his friend? In light of the hidden information, Yamcha had no desire to engage with the insufferable little bald head. If not for Pure, he feared he might not have passed the trial today. Yamcha is certainly not a friend of Sun Wukong. Pure immediately jumped up to refute. That wretched human has stolen my transformation technique. What a revelation. It turns out you are not a friend, thought Klin, as he closed his eyes. The golden-haired Lan Shi raced down the mountain road on her motorcycle, pursued by several police cars determined to apprehend the criminal Lan Shi. This vile miscreant truly deserves the harshest punishment. Halt, Lan Shi. You have nowhere left to escape. Less chatter. You inept fools will never catch me. In response to the portly officer, a few bullets were fired, one narrowly missing his ear. The officer was drenched in sweat, nearly losing his hearing. Brother Wukong, look, there is a woman down below. The astute Klin addressed his elder, seeking to cultivate goodwill, not wishing to endure another bullying encounter like before at the temple. Without needing Klin's prompting, Sun Wukong had already summoned his cloud to descend, casually depositing Yamcha, Klin, and Pure at the mountain's peak. You all go on your own. It's too dangerous with the opponent armed. A single strand of hair drifted from Lan Shi's updo, lightly brushing her nose, causing the motorcycle to come to a slow halt. What is happening? Lan Shi, shocked and clutching her submachine gun, felt tears welling up. You think you can escape, you wicked criminal Lan Shi. The portly officer produced handcuffs from his waist, securing both Lan Shi's hands and his own. He vowed that even in death, he would not allow this scoundrel to flee. Help! Help! Lan Shi's face paled, her eyes brimming with fear. Help! You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't resorted to robbery, you wouldn't be facing arrest. The moment of heroism had finally arrived for him, leaping down from his cloud. He stood atop a rock, gazing down at the crowd. Who are you? The scene was terrifying. He had jumped from dozens of meters, yet remained unscathed. A small projectile struck the portly officer, sending him flying, but not threatening his life. No. Help! Lan Shi followed the officer's trajectory, flailing her limbs in panic. The energy blade severed the handcuffs, and Wukong's right arm encircled Lan Shi's slender waist. The fragrance of youthful innocence flooded his senses, stirring tumultuous feelings within him. Thank you. It was nothing, just a small act of kindness. The maiden's skin was fair, her blue hair adorned with a bow, set against the backdrop of majestic snow-capped peaks. Her peach blossom eyes gazed serenely at Wukong, and each of her movements radiated allure, as if she sought to enchant him. It was peculiar. Though her eyes held a pure glimmer, there was an undeniable charm about her. This seemed reminiscent of a term from a past life, embodying both innocence and desire. Moments later, could you put me down, please? Oh no. My resolve is surprisingly feeble. Clearly, my training is insufficient. This place is too perilous. Damn it. Don't escape. The other officers snapped back to reality, swiftly drawing their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets hurtled towards Sun Wukong, yet inches away. They were crushed as if halted by an invisible force. A flash of golden light erupted as the officer, along with his police car, was sent soaring into the air. There are moments when one must possess the wisdom of self-awareness. Preserving one's own life is of utmost importance. This does not imply inaction, but rather emphasizes the necessity of evading those who are stronger. Nimbus Cloud. Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, propelled himself into the sky at a speed 200% faster than usual. He could have ascended without anger, yet he felt it was the right moment to unleash his fury. Lan Shi watched as they gradually rose from the ground, instinctively embracing Sun Wukong's head. The fragrance of youthful blossoms enveloped her once more vivid than before, reminiscent of the scent of lavender. A warm-hearted person exudes a similarly comforting aroma. Embracing one while sleeping would surely aid in restful slumber. After several minutes of flight, they finally settled on the Nimbus Cloud. Oh dear, I can't seem to get on. Surely this can't be. Have some mercy, brother. This is the Nimbus Cloud. Only those with pure intentions can ride upon it. Sun Wukong effortlessly perched himself atop, though in truth, he relied on his own energy to remain aloft. Lan Shi found herself atop the Nimbus Cloud, its texture remarkably soft, and she dared to imagine how delightful it would be to sleep on it at night. Where do you reside? I have no place to call home. I have never settled in one location. Lan Shi's expression turned somber. Due to her golden-haired counterpart's thievery, she had robbed each place she visited. Never able to stay long. Then come live with me. I promise I am quite honest. Sun Wukong vowed earnestly, his expression more serious than ever, as if preparing to enlist in the army. Oh, all right. I agree. Lan Shi covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped. She felt that her future days with this youth would be quite splendid. The girl's eyes sparkled like the moon, her smile radiated warmth, and her earnest demeanor seemed to embody the most exquisite treasure in the world. In that fleeting moment, a faint blush crept onto the boy's face, only to vanish within seconds. Blushing? Although it quickly faded, the girl noticed it. She gently touched the boy's face, her hands as white as jade and cool to the touch. Sun Wukong, jolted from his stupor, wondered if his composure was truly so fragile. His training evidently fell short. What's wrong? It's nothing, really. Can I confess that I suddenly have the urge to touch your face? But that would be exceedingly awkward. Be careful. Sun Wukong once again grasped Lan Shi's slender waist, boldly embracing his role as her protector. The Nimbus cloud is incredibly fast. It's quite perilous. Come, hold my hand, and I'll take you to my master's home. Is that all right? No problem. Leave everything to me. Sun Wukong patted his chest confidently, assuring her that the old sage would surely agree. The Nimbus cloud streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of golden vapor. Your training is still insufficient. Yajima and Krillin, despite their frantic rush to the scene, ultimately lacked the strength to cover even half the distance. Golden ropes ensnared the two and a creature, binding them into a singular, tight package. A cloudless expanse stretches across the horizon, bathed in the brilliance of sunlight and invigorated by fresh air. The azure and white sky is pierced, leaving a trail of golden hue behind. Wow, what impeccable timing. They have accomplished their mission splendidly. Sun Wukong uttered a few words, taking Lan Shi by the hand as they returned to the Kame house. And you, old man with a penchant for mischief, keep your hands to yourself. What a bother. Excellent. Your success is commendable. Let us dine first, for tomorrow we shall commence our training at dawn. The turtle hermit, with a somber demeanor, waved dismissively at his newly arrived disciples before retreating into the Kame house. He had prepared a feast long ago, awaiting the return of his pupils. Under the inky blanket of night, dotted with twinkling stars, the sky remained clear. 6 shadows danced about, revealing the inhabitants of the Kame house indulging in delightful cuisine. Brother Wukong, a toast to you. Your assistance today was invaluable, Krillin exclaimed, clinking his juice against Wukong's. It's nothing, all thanks to your own abilities. This is truly delectable. Indeed. Poor, be sure to eat your fill. And you too, young Yamcha. Haha, children, do indulge yourselves. A nostalgic glint sparkled in the eyes of the turtle hermit. It seemed he had once experienced something akin to this, perhaps with someone named Sun. It has been far too long. The elderly gentleman struggled to recall events from the distant past. The group enjoyed their evening meal with great merriment. Although it was simple fare, it seemed to possess an enhanced flavor, more savory than usual. Chapter 17. The Scion's Gift Awake. Wukong, the sun is rising. Lan Shi called out early in the morning, playfully tapping Wukong with her clothing before turning to hang up laundry. Everyone else has already begun their training. Why are you still in slumber? Today is my day of rest. Are you not aware of the importance of balancing work and leisure? My mind and body require relaxation today. Could you save me some breakfast? I shall eat at 10. Very well, but do remember to eat. A month has passed since Yamcha and Krillin commenced their training under the Turtle Hermit, and Sun Wukong is nearing the completion of his own regimen. Yamcha and Krillin diligently practiced outside the Kame house, their martial arts uniforms drenched in sweat. It's so hot. Indeed. The familiar training regimen persists in the sweltering summer heat. Hot. The principle of tranquility brings natural coolness. If you feel overheated, it merely indicates that your training remains insufficient. Wukong, have you never exercised before? Your muscles are quite flaccid. After finishing his breakfast, brushing his teeth, and washing his face, Wukong reflected on his unusual habits. Is it customary to brush one's teeth after a meal? How peculiar. Indeed, I am not an ordinary human, but a scion, a member of a warrior race. As you can see, I am 12 years old yet stand only at 1 meter 30. Typically, a human would have reached 1 meter 40 or 50 by now. In my race, growth is stunted during childhood and accelerates rapidly as one approaches adulthood, at which point the effects of training are significantly amplified, and one's strength burgeons exponentially. Truly, what a remarkable gift. The rampant growth has reached a point of despair. No matter how strong you become in adulthood, I doubt I would be surprised. Indeed, by that time, I shall train fervently until every ounce of potential inherited within me is fully realized. Talent? It is indeed an enviable trait. Next comes 7 months of foundational training, alongside Yamcha and Krillin. Although you are young, the path of martial arts is boundless. True cultivation is only just beginning. Master Roshi placed a small piece of watermelon on the table, fanning himself with a wooden fan as he ambled outside. Enjoy. It's dessert after your meal. You ought to emerge from your own world, don't you think? Remaining there too long may stifle you. Humans are social creatures. Regardless of their kind, they must interact with others. Therefore, Goku, you too must engage with your fellow disciples. Exercise well, study diligently, play heartily, rest adequately, and eat sufficiently. Only then can you lead a life brimming with vitality. Off I go to supervise your foolish disciples. That Krillin is quite cunning, finding ways to slack off during training. Farewell. Goku's lips brushed lightly together, and in the sweltering summer heat, a refreshing coolness emanated from his mouth. So sweet. You are indeed correct. I should step out of my own world. For 12 long years, apart from a select few, he had never truly opened his heart. Even when he occasionally spoke, his tone seemed to carry an air of superiority. Perhaps it is time for a change in perspective? If I allow this to fester, I might end up much like Vegeta. The following day. Haha. Today, Brother Goku is training with us. Krillin laughed heartily, having thought Goku's training was complete, only to discover he still had foundational work to do. Shut up. Goku playfully smacked Krillin's bald head, leaving a red mark. What a blunder. I shouldn't let my emotions sway me. It seems my training is still lacking. Yet that little brat Krillin is annoyingly infuriating. Ouch. That hurts. Krillin clutched his head. Though uninjured, the sharp pain was bewildering. After plowing the fields, climbing the mountain stairs, and running around trees, the 4 disciples nestled among a few trees. The cicadas chirped melodiously, and the breeze danced around the great trees, brushing against the 4. All right. From now until 1:30 is rest time. Train diligently, read wisely, eat heartily, and then take a good afternoon nap. This is the essence of our turtle school training. With that, Master Roshi's nose bubbled, and he promptly fell asleep. That was swift. I must admit, I am rather fond of the quality of Master Roshi's slumber. At 3 in the afternoon. All right, this session's training involves reading. Master Roshi emerged from the house with a thick book, appearing even older than Krillin. How itchy. No way. My mom is about to return, Margaret said, refusing Paul. Yet Paul persisted with an overbearing attitude. What is this nonsense? Master Roshi, do you not feel a sense of shame in listening to yourself? Goku and his companions were expressions of dismay. I understand your eccentricities, but who would present their disciple with such frivolous literature? What is amiss? Why have you ceased your reading? You lecherous old man, do behave yourself. Bang, bang, bang. Each took turns massaging Master Roshi, who sat upright with 3 prominent lumps atop his head, his gaze remarkably clear and earnest. Pray tell, Master Roshi, why do you possess such questionable tomes? Is there not a more respectable selection? A myriad of books was unearthed from Master Roshi's abode, all of dubious nature, including even those adorned in Cheongsam style. Indeed, after 3 centuries of life, the martial arts master's collection is truly eclectic. Don't touch that. It is my most treasured possession. You truly are something else. Honestly, Sun Wukong has only contacted me twice in the past 2 months. A pin spun from his hand, falling beneath the table. Bulma, do you require assistance? The teacher inquired, approaching Bulma and gently touching her forehead. You're not ill, are you? Have you encountered any issues today? Remember to take a leave if you're unwell. No. I'm perfectly fine. That's a relief. The teacher exhaled, displaying great patience towards this prodigy. Meanwhile, Bulma yearned for the holidays to arrive swiftly. After a year of rigorous training, the golden-haired girl's combat prowess had soared to 32, and since she had imparted the mindful fist technique to her brother, his power had equally reached 34, showcasing the remarkable talents of the sibling duo. Hey, Remain on the ground. If you stir again, you shall crawl back here tonight." The golden-haired girl kicked the delinquent leader away, her muddy shoe pressing forcefully upon his face. "Sister, today has been dreadfully dull. Shall we invite them to partake in something more entertaining tonight?" "Absolutely. I've heard whispers of intriguing items that could be." "Haha, understood. No, please spare us." The delinquent leader grasped the meaning instantly, hastily kneeling alongside his subordinates in supplication. "Truly, as long as you refrain from such actions, we would gladly serve you. I beg you, do not. This benevolent and beautiful sister, I implore you, do not. Enough of your prattle." The golden-haired girl swiftly rendered the delinquents unconscious. Now they wished to beg for mercy? Why did they not express regret when they sullied my cherished garments? A dark-haired young man withdrew a small pouch of powder from his pocket, dissolving it in tap water and stirring it thoroughly, personally administering it to the delinquents. Chapter 18. The Young Girl's Revenge. Is everything all right? Will it prove ineffective? No worries. I acquired this from a notorious gang leader. Should it fail, he will be next. The youth finished feeding the delinquents, producing a length of rope he had prepared, binding them in an undignified manner. As the sun set, casting its yellow light over the derelict floors, a strange aura enveloped the scene, seemingly narrating untold tales. On the 10th floor, the young boy locked the unruly youths in the room, securing the door tightly. Shall we take a look? Or perhaps not. I have no interest in witnessing their outburst of chaos. Since the matter is settled, let us indulge in a grand feast with the money we earned today. How delightful. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never experienced such lavish meals before, having only subsisted on discounted food. Unlike now, when he could savor a feast every few days. The girl smiled softly, sensing that their lives were gradually progressing toward a brighter future. "What of you, Wukong? How have you been? You are so formidable. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. When that time comes, will my presence astonish you?" Their silhouettes were elongated by the setting sun, as the hardships of life receded and a radiant light shone upon them. "Why hasn't Wukong come to find me?" Chi-Chi lamented, unable to eat much of her favorite food. "Chi-Chi, Wukong is training, and you must train as well. Do you remember the condition Wukong set for marrying you?" The Bull Demon King observed his daughter's recent transformation with keen interest. "But there is no buts. You are the daughter of a martial artist. Your future husband will also be a martial artist, and you must become one as well. Thus, Chi-Chi, in the eyes of martial artists, as a wife, you should strive to grow stronger. Your strength, if not on par with Wukong's, should at least be sufficient for self-defense. In the future, your husband will undoubtedly test your abilities, so exert yourself to become stronger." "Yes, father, I understand." Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with determination. How profoundly insightful. I must become strong to be worthy of my husband. Now, she could hardly wait to finish her meal and immediately commence her training. I am truly a genius. This not only alleviates Chi-Chi's longing for Wukong, but also addresses her previous disinterest in martial arts training. The Bull Demon King silently commended himself, feeling quite pleased. What on earth? Why aren't they back yet? Lanchi stood by the window, the sunset casting a golden hue over half her face. Reminiscent of a fairy from a fantastical realm. Worry tugged at her heart. Would the food be cold and unappetizing? Really, they had returned by this time in previous days. At least they could have informed her of their tardiness. "Do you want ice pops?" "I do. X2 boss, bring 6 ice pops. Come on. Lanchi has prepared the meal and is waiting for us." "Wukong, you seem quite attentive to Lanchi." Yamucha rarely spoke to son Wukong, yet his mind was filled with myriad thoughts. "Ha ha ha." Son Wukong did not respond, instead remaining silent as they walked back to the Kame house. "We're back. We brought you ice pops." The 4 of them pushed open the door, and a wave of fragrant food wafted through the air. Son Wukong playfully placed an ice pop on Lanchi's neck, causing her to instinctively recoil from the cold. "You're such a nuisance, Wukong. I brought it especially for you." After their training concluded, the master and disciples exchanged few words, the only sounds being the clinking of utensils and plates. The evenings at the Turtle Hermit's dwelling were invariably tranquil, as if time itself had slowed to a gentle crawl. Following dinner, the group shared a silent understanding, remaining at the table to savor this rare moment of camaraderie. Some contemplated ways to enhance their training, others frolicked with animals, some gathered to peruse magazines, while a few quietly washed the dishes. Amidst the lively atmosphere behind her, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, seemingly oblivious to conflicts and clamor, desiring only to bask in this simple, pure happiness. As night fell, the group succumbed to slumber. Hey, Wukong, do you have feelings for Lan Shi? Krillin teased, having grown more relaxed over the past 2 months. Just sleep, Wukong retorted. Come on, just say it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Regardless of Krillin's persistent calls, Wukong remained unmoved. If you like her, just be bold and admit it. You show no manliness at all. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be like you. Krillin scoffed, shaking his head. Wukong simply stretched his neck and fell asleep. As the crimson sun ascended, by 1 in the afternoon, the disciples, having completed their training, were at rest, while Wukong sat opposite the turtle hermit. Why is it that the physical body cannot be enhanced no matter what? Wukong inquired. Our bodies have limits. But our spirit is boundless, the turtle hermit replied. Wukong shook his head. After much discussion, he remained unconvinced that there was any way to augment physical strength. Physical strength. I shall enhance it, he declared, resolving that his first wish upon collecting the Dragon Balls would be to acquire a body model identical to his own. Indeed, a body model just like his. Thus, Wukong's experiments commenced from this point. Perhaps in this world, no one comprehended that while the spirit is infinite, so too could the body be, and he would ultimately succeed, regardless of the number of failures he faced. Do not become too entrenched in your thoughts, the turtle hermit cautioned, realizing he could not alter his disciple's mindset and could only allow him to pursue his path. Time flowed swiftly, and 6 months passed since their conversation. Wukong delved into the mysteries of the body, continuing his training while nurturing his relationship with Lan Shi. The sun blazed at noon, casting its radiant glow upon the earth. Wukong, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance during my apprenticeship. Yamcha, blushing yet proud after 8 months of training, finally gathered the courage to express this sentiment. Without Wukong's help, he and Krillin would have struggled to find beautiful women. For Yamcha, receiving aid from a rival, even expressing gratitude, was unfathomable. Yet reality was harsh. Without Wukong's intervention, he might have spent his life as a bandit in the desert, resorting to theft for survival. Now, however, his strength was incomparable to what it once was. In the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall show no mercy, and neither shall you. Yamcha turned and departed. This fellow truly possesses a thin skin. Krillin had long since grown accustomed to it. The World Martial Arts Tournament, you say? If I were to claim the championship, would I not attract the affections of numerous young ladies? Hee hee. Wake up. Do not indulge in dreams during the bright of day. The relentless call of reality shattered Krillin's splendid daydream. His arduous training was aimed at winning the admiration of women, and Goku regarded Krillin as rather inadequate. At the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, I too shall be unyielding, just as Yamcha is. Krillin promptly retreated to the mountains for his final preparations, each one of them brimming with confidence. Do they truly believe they can best him after 8 months of training? After 8 months, his combat power had soared to an astonishing 400. Stepping into the dimly lit forest, he arrived at the dilapidated hut he had constructed. Opening the door, he passed by numerous carcasses of animals, and a flicker of red light shone in Goku's eyes as he glimpsed several sheets of paper. Had his years of research finally borne fruit? It was time to make a wish. Boom. The energy blast obliterated both the animal remains and the hut. He no longer required the corpses of monkeys. Chapter 19. The World Martial Arts Tournament. I have purchased your plane tickets, Master Roshi exclaimed, brandishing the tickets with great joy. His disciples were finally ready to embark on their journey, and this old man could take a well-deserved rest. Hooray, 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 let us celebrate tonight. I have procured an entire premium Wagyu beef for hot pot. Wow, Goku, you are quite wealthy, aren't you? Who would have thought a hidden tycoon was among us? Goku. Master Roshi's face flushed red as he leaned in conspiratorially. Could you lend me some money? I wish to buy some books and continue my studies. After all, one never stops learning. Is that truly studying? I feel embarrassed even to ask you. Though he said this, he obediently produced gold coins. The same old adage holds true. He has plenty of money. As night fell, the stars twinkled against a vast, clear sky. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying the distant fragrance of flowers, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. The group gathered around a long table adorned with an array of delicious dishes, the fiery hot pot steaming and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Lan Shi's culinary skills are exceptional. Indeed, Indeed. Hey, Yamcha, you are far too quick. You finished the grilled dish before it was even fully cooked. Slow down. Slow down. This old fellow cannot compete with you. Ah, Goku. You can fit so much into your mouth. Do you understand what you are drinking? Hand it over. The enticing scents wafted from within the hut, accompanied by laughter and merriment. As the sun rose, Goku called out, "Farewell, Lanchi. After the competition, I shall buy you some local specialties. Goodbye." Lanchi replied gently, tenderly stroking Goku's hair and smoothing out his suit. Master Roshi, accompanied by his disciples, donned blue suits as they traversed the airport and boarded the plane. A slender flight attendant passed by Master Roshi. The flight attendant was taken aback, showing no leniency towards Master Roshi, and promptly directed the tray towards his face. My apologies. No worries, no worries. You old lecher. Before long, they disembarked from the aircraft and arrived at the venue for the martial arts tournament. What? Are 2 children among you also competing? Enough chatter. Hurry and register them. Master Roshi urged, leaving the staff in disbelief, yet they complied. Goku, Bulma, finally on break, approached cheerfully. Have you finally recognized my charm? You've been so slow. Over here. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, I'm off now. We shall meet again after the competition. How infuriating. Why do so many girls fawn over Goku? Krillin lamented, wiping his nose on Yamcha's suit. Don't dirty my suit. With a punch, Yamcha retaliated. But it hardly registered. The nature of girls was indeed terrifying. Hey, Goku, wear this martial arts uniform tomorrow. Master Roshi retrieved a turtle-emblazoned outfit from his box, extending it towards Goku while casting glances at Bulma. Get lost. Goku was unyielding, delivering a punch that sent Master Roshi crashing into a rock. And he quickly gathered some rubble to cover the pit. I'm off. He hopped into Bulma's car, driving away with a flourish. Serves him right. During the 8 months of training, every time Master Roshi attempted to take advantage of launch, Goku would appear and give him a harsh lesson, each time causing Master Roshi's head to swell considerably. It inflicted little physical damage, but was immensely painful. If the old lecher did not alter his behavior before Goku matured, he would surely develop even more ruthless techniques in the future. Krillin and Yamcha retrieved martial arts uniforms that fit their sizes from the box, ignoring the unconscious Master Roshi on the ground. Clearly, Goku had shown no mercy, nearly sending him to the hospital. You little brat. Why so harsh? On the other side, Goku lay on Bulma's lap, as she had instructed him to do so. How has training been these past few months? Exhausting? Not at all, quite relaxed. Then why haven't you kept in touch more often? 3 lines appeared on Bulma's forehead as she gritted her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Is she angry? What is the reason? Goku pondered, carefully reminiscing since he began gathering the Dragon Balls. Remember to stay in touch. All right. We agreed to communicate regularly, yet I only contacted her once a month. She was fishing for information just now. In an instant, Goku broke into a cold sweat, firmly shutting his eyes, too afraid to open them. Help! How do I explain this to a girl with high emotional intelligence while maintaining an air of ambiguity? Given the circumstances, it seemed best to sleep on it for now. As the luxurious vehicle glided into the parking lot, Bulma gently lifted Sun Wukong. Despite her irritation, she understood that it was natural for someone so young to be oblivious to matters of the heart. She resolved to guide him appropriately. What an inexplicable thrill. It felt akin to nurturing a virtual boyfriend in a game. It is well known that Bulma yearned for the perfect partner, and cultivating one herself seemed far more appealing. 2 individuals? Yes, indeed. 2 people consuming such a feast? The customer service attendant was astonished, pondering if they had encountered a reincarnated pig, and hurriedly arranged a private room. Upon entering the private room, Bulma gently set Sun Wukong down, removed her sunglasses, and tenderly caressed his face. Sister, Sun Wukong exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I merely faltered. Surely, it does not warrant such drastic measures? Although he felt impervious, the reality was far less dramatic. After her gentle touch, Bulma simply took a seat and awaited the arrival of their meal. After a considerable time, he stirred. Regarding the commitment to contact once a month. It is indeed a necessary practice. I apologize for failing to uphold my promise. No worries, no worries, Bulma replied, momentarily taken aback, yet her smile blossomed like a flower. After all, he was just a child, despite possessing immense power. Come, the fish here is delectable. I often dine here. She picked up a piece of fish and offered it to Sun Wukong. Oh, as the tender fish melted in his mouth. Its delicate texture and perfect balance of elasticity and tenderness delighted him. Delicious. Indeed. Let us indulge once more after the competition concludes. Agreed. They devoured the array of dishes that arrived, with Bulma having a modest appetite, allowing Sun Wukong to consume the majority. Next, Bulma took him shopping, traversing from the eastern streets to the western ones. Sometimes, spending time with someone dear to one's heart is, in itself, a form of cultivation. Though their time together had been brief, Bulma had already made a significant impression on Sun Wukong's heart, and the same could be said for her. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat, and with each few steps, they were met with beads of sweat. Bulma summoned her vehicle from the capsule, stepping onto it, while her flying cat companion, Pure, stealthily observed from nearby. The World Martial Arts Tournament was officially underway. A total of 137 skilled fighters were competing, with only 8 to emerge victorious. Wukong and Krillin are in Zone 2, while Yamcha is in Zone 3. Farewell, and may we meet again in the finals. Yamcha, donned in his turtle-emblazoned martial arts attire, departed with a flourish. The competition was conducted via a lottery system, with Wukong and Krillin drawing their lots in succession. Sun Wukong drew the first match, facing a hefty opponent. Let the match begin. With that crab-like hairstyle, before the burly opponent could finish. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful gust, sending him flying out of the arena. Victory goes to contestant Sun Wukong. It seemed he had encountered an acquaintance. Yet he had long since surpassed the opponent's skills and had no interest in wasting time on such a feeble opponent. You are simply too weak. Sun Wukong turned and walked away, hoping that the contestants behind him would sensibly concede, allowing him to enjoy a day of rest. When would he also possess such charisma? So striking. With a gentle puff, his opponents would be sent flying. Krillin looked on with envy. At present, he struggled even to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Wukong's strength has increased once more. The turtle sage, transformed into a dragon, felt an ominous foreboding. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would become this formidable. The ensuing battle might very well be a loss. Relying on combat instinct for victory now seemed uncertain. The opponent was too weak. Krillin should hold back to avoid seriously injuring him. Oh, very well. Hearing Wukong acknowledge his strength, Krillin was elated. Surely. His entry into the top 8 was a certainty now? Hey, is that Krillin? The plump and slender duo of Krillin seniors made their entrance. Indeed. Do you remember when we reduced him to a quivering little pup in the corner, as if begging us to spare him? Laughter erupted. That kid dares to participate in this martial arts tournament. Isn't that just inviting humiliation? After their mockery, the referee announced the matchup, Krillin against his slender senior. Krillin was instantly disheartened. The confidence stirred by Wukong's words dissipated, for his senior was exceedingly powerful. Anxiety flooded Krillin's heart as he wobbled onto the stage. The familiar dread resurfacing. The match commenced. I didn't expect it to be you, Krillin. The slender senior aimed a punch at Krillin's face, intent on delivering a single decisive blow. However, to Krillin, the senior's speed seemed as sluggish as a snail. Wukong had indeed spoken the truth. Evading the attack. Fueled by resentment towards his senior, Krillin retaliated with a swift kick, sending the slender senior crashing through 3 walls and flying several dozen meters away. What? When did Krillin become this powerful? The plump senior, filled with trepidation, rushed to assess the slender senior's injuries. Oh no, he may never practice martial arts again. Krillin's kick has surely crippled him. The plump senior promptly withdrew from the match, hastily dragging his injured companion away. If they lingered, they might never escape. Yamcha dispatched his opponent off the stage with a kick and turned to glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin. With such effortless victories, their advancement to the top 8 seemed assured. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and the transformed turtle sage continued their path, triumphing over all obstacles to reach the top 8. The finals of the top 8 commenced. With the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the advancing contestants included the enchanting Miss Lan Fong, the azure dragon Kirin, the practitioner Nam, the foul-smelling Stinky Man, and the turtle sage disguised as Jackie Chan. The first match featured Jackie Chan against Yamcha. Observing Jackie Chan's facade of a martial arts master, Yamcha felt immense pressure. No matter how he probed, he sensed no vulnerabilities. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack? Jackie Chan appeared relaxed, seemingly dismissive of Yamcha's presence. Upon closer observation, one might notice that Jackie Chan's gaze has never strayed from Yamcha. Yamcha's prowess has evidently approached half of Jackie's. And should he fail to take this match seriously, the prospect of defeat looms ominously. Yamcha dares not hesitate. The ferocity of the Wolf Fang fist is overwhelming. Each strike lethal. It is indeed alarming to witness such formidable techniques employed against an elder. Jackie deftly evades, executing a sweeping kick, yet Yamcha sidesteps with remarkable speed. Astonishing. Yamcha is taken aback. Jackie's strength resembles an insurmountable mountain, causing Yamcha to question his own capabilities. Can he truly secure victory? Is it within his grasp to engage in battle while allowing distractions? Jackie's martial arts experience is unparalleled. In an instant, his fist is upon Yamcha's face. Thud. Yamcha is sent reeling but quickly regains his stance. Wukong, do you believe Yamcha can prevail? No. Jackie's combat experience and inherent strength far surpasses Yamcha's. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Remain calm. I can exploit his weaknesses. Weaknesses? Yes. His age and declining strength, while I am in my prime. Surpassing the Wolf Fang fist with an enhanced version, a flurry of punches ensues, intent on trading blows. Yet Jackie has already discerned the pattern, retreating several meters in the blink of an eye. Infuriating. Jackie seizes the opportunity during Yamcha's moment of recovery, leaping behind him and delivering a powerful strike, instantly making Yamcha feel as though he has been struck by an immovable mountain. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha retaliates with his enhanced Wolf Fang fist. Ultimately, Yamcha lands a blow that gives Jackie panda eyes, yet Jackie responds with the Kamehameha, sending Yamcha tumbling off the stage. In the clash of masters, the brevity of time often amplifies the ferocity of strikes. Yamcha, you deserve commendation. You have compelled me to exert my full strength. Jackie exhales heavily. Splendid. The thrilling battle between Jackie and Yamcha has ignited my fervor. Let us congratulate Jackie for advancing to the semifinals. Yamcha descends from the stage, disheartened. Alas, his opponent was too formidable. Yet why does Jackie possess the Kamehameha of the turtle school? Yamcha speculates that Jackie might be the turtle hermit himself. I apologize. I did not anticipate being the first to lose. Sun Wukong and Krillin nod in understanding. It is not his fault, for the opponent was far too powerful. Had he faced Jackie, he too would likely have found himself unable to land a single blow. Krillin feels the weight of unease. His training is insufficient. Lacking Wukong's prowess and Yamcha's techniques, he is but a blank slate. Do not fret. It is merely a match. If this ranking does not satisfy you, strive for better next time. When you step onto the stage, you must be bold. Losing is not terrifying, but do not allow your spirit to falter. As he patted Krillin on the shoulder, Sun Wukong noticed that Krillin was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Is the pressure truly that intense? All right. Krillin jolts, his eyes widening in surprise. Next, let us welcome the remarkable Lan Fang and the formidable Nan Wu to the stage. Lan Fang, with her captivating charm, winks at Nan Wu, causing her to blush instantly and shyly close her eyes, unable to meet her gaze. What a splendid opportunity. With a swift horizontal kick, Lan Fang sends Nan Wu flying several meters away. However, upon regaining her composure, Nan Wu promptly adjusts her stance and retaliates with a flurry of strikes that injure Lan Fang. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Lan Fang unleashes her ultimate move, which proves to be extraordinarily effective. Wow. Jackie Chan is left bleeding profusely, while Nan Wu's face turns an even deeper shade of crimson. Ultimately, with unwavering determination, Nan Wu triumphs over Lan Fang. Truly, she lacks romantic sensibility. Jackie Chan furiously exclaims that he would have preferred to face Lan Fang, as that would have made for a much more delightful encounter. What an intriguing match indeed. Next, let us invite the illustrious Wukong and the valiant Kirin to the arena. As Kirin and Sun Wukong ascend the stage, dark clouds suddenly gather in the sky, and thunder roars, transforming the gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour. It seems a heavy rain is upon us. What a troublesome situation. Kirin, ever cautious, dares not underestimate this renowned martial arts master. Are you afraid? Sun Wukong's eyes blaze with intensity as he severs a tree beside the ring, seemingly urging Kirin to surrender quickly and not waste time. Chapter 21. The Final Four. How extraordinary. Allow the energy within to manifest outward. Is this truly the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world? The disparity with previous opponents is astronomical. Do I fear? Kieran shuts his eyes, recalling decades of martial arts experience. Has he ever faltered in the face of adversity? No. Come on. Let me behold the mightiest spectacle this world has to offer. What ambition? What is happening? Shouldn't we seek shelter from the rain first? Indeed. Indeed. What a predicament. The audience grows restless. They paid for tickets without any cover from the rain, and now they must become drenched just to witness the fight? Silence. If you don't want to watch, then leave. Kieran angrily retorts, turning to the referee, eager to commence as this opponent represents a significant opportunity for him. The blonde referee hesitates. Although he wishes to declare the match underway, he cannot disregard the audience's comfort. If they are left out in the rain and word spreads, his reputation will be tarnished. Who would come to watch? The match is paused. It will resume once the rain ceases. How infuriating. Kieran longs to confront the referee physically, but suppresses his anger and reluctantly steps down. Is that so? What a pity. I was hoping for a swift resolution. Sun Wukong expresses his disappointment as he returns to the audience. Let us go. I have made reservations at a restaurant for you all. Bulma, holding the keys, exudes confidence. Wonderful. Bulma and Krillin engage in friendly introductions in the audience, generously inviting everyone to dine with them. Wow, this place is delectable. I've been eager to try it. Master Roshi salivates, lamenting his lack of funds. He visited a decade ago, courtesy of his sister. Though modest in size, the restaurant is brimming with cherished memories. The character Sun Wukong is indeed enviable, possessing a charm with women that is only slightly less than what I had in my youth. The waitstaff continuously brings forth exquisite dishes, while the guests devour them one after another. Hurry up with the dishes. We've finished. You all resemble pigs, don't you? She thought only Wukong behaved this way, but was astonished to find that these disciples were just as gluttonous. Who would marry them? One would have to prepare hundreds of dishes in an hour. Even with communal dining, it would take quite some time. Bulma shivered at the thought. All right, coming right up. The manager rubbed his hands together and dashed from the private room into the kitchen with remarkable speed. You all hurry up. Serve the customers in the room. And we can close early today, with salaries unchanged. Understood. The chefs worked diligently, not for any other reason than to finish early. 30 plates. 50 plates. 70 plates. 150 plates. Finally, these voracious eaters were satiated and departed amidst the astonished expressions of others. It is truly challenging to sustain oneself without any income. Upon hearing Bulma's lament, Master Roshi wholeheartedly agreed, feeling the strain. These fellows nearly consumed me into poverty. Bulma gazed ahead at the trio, who were laughing and chatting, and hurried after them. Wait for me. The tempestuous storm gradually transformed into a gentle drizzle, which then gave way to clear skies. Now, it is Sun Wukong against Kieran. Both competitors stood on the arena. Come at me. Kieran launched a straight punch at Sun Wukong, only to be effortlessly evaded, and subsequently sent flying by a kick from Wukong. So swift. Must I resort to underhanded tactics? Of course. This is how one navigates the world. Look, a spaceship. Kieran pointed to the sky, attempting to deceive Sun Wukong. Do you truly believe I would fall for that? Only a fool would. Where is it? Where is it? A spectator exclaimed in disbelief, unable to see anything. What? You don't believe this? Do I look like a fool to you? Sun Wukong remained silent, delivering another punch that sent Kieran soaring, followed by a Kamehameha wave that shattered a lion statue, causing Kieran to collapse. You are indeed weak. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong approached Kieran, then suddenly retreated 10 steps. In the next moment, white powder erupted from Kieran's wings, enveloping the area in a dense fog. Unbelievable. Kieran possesses magic. He can conjure poisonous mist for an attack. In Dragon Ball, magic exists, and it has been utilized by competitors in martial arts tournaments, with referees recognizing it as such. Is this permissible? Clearly, it is a sneak attack. Had it not been for Wukong's quick reflexes, he might have fallen victim. Clinton sensed impending doom. If affected, his strength would surely diminish. Oh, Clinton, think of something quickly, Bulma urged anxiously, fearing that Wukong might lose if the opponent surrounded the entire arena. Ha! You've fallen for it. This is my ultimate move, whose ultimate technique is poison. In an instant, A fierce wind surged as Kirin enveloped the arena in a shroud of white mist with his wings. Sun Wukong, even you shall not defeat me now. Once I vanquish you, my fame will soar, and I shall achieve greatness. Kirin laughed heartily, already envisioning his triumphant success and the moment he would wed a magnificent, statuesque anthropomorphic being. Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful palm strike, dispersing the mist like a tornado, sending Kirin tumbling off the stage. What just transpired? Kirin was bewildered. The unexpected gust struck his face, and in the blink of an eye, he was cast from the arena. Let us declare Sun Wukong the victor. The announcement echoed as Sun Wukong effortlessly defeated Kirin with a mere gust of wind. To note, throughout the contest, Sun Wukong had only needed a single move to secure his victory over his opponents. What a delusion of grandeur. What strength do you truly possess? Your ideas are intriguing, but they hold no weight against me. The referee's judgment deemed it a magical feat. How could that blonde figure discern it as magic? With a parting remark, Sun Wukong turned to leave. Next would be Krillin facing that foul-smelling opponent. As Sun Wukong passed the odorous adversary, an immediate chill ran down his spine, leaving him feeling uneasy. Now, let us welcome Krillin against the foul-smelling contender. Krillin, overwhelmed by the stench, ultimately realized he had no nose and, through sheer willpower, triumphed over his opponent. Excellent. Now, let's take a brief respite. As afternoon fell, the semifinals commenced. Hey, Yamcha, do you think Krillin can win? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued by Krillin's formidable opponent, who had easily triumphed over Yamcha. Chunlong. He is indeed very powerful. Yamcha had long suspected Chunlong to be Master Roshi, and his suspicions only deepened. He subtly distanced himself from Bulma. Women could be quite intimidating. And what of Wukong? I have yet to witness him unleash his full potential, but I believe he holds an 80% chance of claiming victory. Is that so? Pu'er, who had been beside Bulma, distanced himself and returned to Yamcha, affectionately patting his head. Now, Krillin shall face Chunlong. Krillin appeared significantly weaker than Yamcha, suggesting an impending defeat. Sun Wukong leaned against the stone lion statue, boredom creeping in. What a dull affair. Yet, if I am to become a triple champion, I must endure. Chapter 22. The semifinals. What are you watching? A golden-haired maiden, her neck wrapped in a scarf and glistening with sweat from her recent workout, inquired. A martial arts tournament. Featuring many skilled practitioners. We are martial artists ourselves, and we came to observe. What is this tournament? Is it merely a series of minor contests? It is an enormous competition. The participants possess tremendous abilities. Look at those two children. They are far stronger than us. What? The maiden quickly wiped the sweat from her brow and rushed to the television, where she beheld Sun Wukong battling Kirin. It's him. The young girl's eyes were fixed intently on the television. As Kirin unleashed his nefarious plot, she would curse the despicable villain under her breath, yet concurrently worry for him. Upon his victory, joy illuminated her beautiful face with an involuntary smile. Once Sun Wukong departed from the arena, the girl finally averted her gaze from the screen. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She exclaimed. The television was malfunctioning. The dark-haired youth, feeling anxious, could not comprehend why his sister was in such a foul mood. Women truly were perplexing. You're infuriating. Woeful heart fist. The siblings grappled playfully. After exchanging pleasantries, they faced off against the formidable Jackie Chan, who had previously triumphed over Yamcha. Krillin readied himself, his energy surging to 120%, positioning his left and right hands for battle. Take this. Krillin launched a straight punch aimed at Jackie Chan's face, only for it to pass through him. I hit him, he exclaimed, but soon realized it was merely an afterimage. Jackie Chan appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent Krillin crashing into the lion statue, shattering it once more. What? That wretched old man can really conceal himself. Krillin quickly regained his footing, scanning his surroundings, but saw no trace of Jackie Chan. It seemed he had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique. This is a lovely flight attendant's undergarment. He pulled a white garment from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Wow! Jackie Chan, noticing the white item fall, charged forward without hesitation. What an opportunity! Just as Krillin prepared for a sneak attack, Jackie Chan seized the undergarment, and his hands glimmered with blue light. What? How is this possible? Jackie Chan declared. Your strength is formidable. I could never afford to be careless. He had already gathered the Kamehameha energy, unleashing it with fervor, sending Krillin hurtling off the stage. I want that, and I want victory. Jackie Chan donned the garment to top his head with flair and departed. What a thrilling match. Jackie Chan wins. Krillin, battered and bruised, rose to his feet, glaring fiercely in the direction of Jackie Chan's exit as he returned to the audience. Though he had not sustained significant injuries, being so swiftly defeated was a profound humiliation. The referee, already accustomed to Jackie Chan's personality, hastily initiated the next match, eager to avoid any scandal at the martial arts tournament. Next up was Sun Wukong versus Namu. Bearing the hopes of my entire village, I cannot afford to lose. Namu clasped his hands together, his gaze sharp, muscles slightly bulging. How intriguing. I haven't encountered an opponent like this in quite some time. Sun Wukong stood at the opposite end of the arena. Merely standing there exerted immense pressure on Namu, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Having discreetly observed the prior matches, Namu recognized the extraordinary prowess of his opponent and felt his chances of victory were slim. Yet Namu remained undaunted. The renowned martial artist, celebrated 2 years prior, was ready. Sun Wukong lowered his strength to match Namu's, finding it far more satisfying to excel through technique rather than sheer power. Sun Wukong leapt into the air, his physical form piercing through the atmosphere to stand before Nameless. How swift! Nameless, relying on his perception of the air currents, barely evaded the attack and retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Sun Wukong's neck. With a resounding crack, Wukong's tail lashed out at Nameless' face at lightning speed, sending him hurtling backward. I thought it was merely a decoration. Regaining his balance, Nameless propelled himself into the air, launching a fierce flying kick in response. Sun Wukong executed a backflip to evade, and in the blink of an eye, he was again before Nameless. How fast! A soaring dragon punch struck Nameless from a distance, sending him crashing into a lion statue, which shattered unexpectedly, leaving Nameless dazed and confused. Brother, water! We have run out of water. A gaunt little girl clutched a wooden bowl, her face etched with thirst, while villagers emerged slowly from their homes, bowls in hand, gazing silently at him. The prize for this martial arts competition is 500,000. I cannot afford to lose. With unwavering determination, Nameless surged upward once more. Though the odds were slim, he had compelling reasons to press on. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, he descended like a meteor, leaving a white trail through the clouds as he fell. Arms crossed protectively over his chest, his gaze resolute. Receive my strike. Very well. Sun Wukong, unflinching, decided to grant him the opportunity, channeling all his energy through his feet and hands, mimicking Nameless' technique. Now, return the favor. The techniques of Sun Wukong and Nameless collided with fervor. No. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's superior skill forced Nameless out of the arena. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, victory eluded him. You have won. Nameless lay beneath the arena, gasping for breath. His opponent was formidable. Both the seasoned combat prowess and physical mastery of Sun Wukong far surpassed his own. Victory to competitor Sun Wukong. As the referee's voice rang out, Nameless' heart sank in despair. What was he to do? He found himself back in the competition room, regaining his senses only to see Jackie Chan. Can you spare a moment to talk? In his anguish, though not one to complain, Nameless felt an overwhelming need to express his plight. It turned out that his village was suffering from a severe water shortage, making the prize money desperately needed. Upon learning of this, Jackie Chan produced a universal capsule from his hand and led him to a wellspring. Here, the water is inexhaustible, so use it freely. Jackie Chan handed the capsule to Nameless, who promptly knelt down in gratitude. Thank you. I have no words to express my gratitude, wherever I am needed. I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. No need for that. Jackie Chan ambled back into the martial arts tournament, but soon encountered a familiar figure. Well, Jackie Chan was startled to see Sun Wukong, but his heart calmed slightly. Why aren't you resting after your recent battle? I merely wish to observe my next opponent, replied Wukong, making his exit. Sun Wukong averted his gaze from the versatile capsule in Namu's hands and turned back to the resting area. Although he was not a saint, he harbored no desire to see a formidable martial artist ensnared by water. He merely wished to observe a respectable adversary. Namu departed to the restroom, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a leaf for personal hygiene. What was this? $100,000 had been taken from his pocket. With a note nestled among the paper money, inscribed, "I hope to battle again at the next martial arts tournament." After washing his hands, Namo hurriedly exited the restroom and dashed to the spectator stands, where the referee's voice echoed. "We invite competitors Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan. This tournament's champion will be chosen from among them." Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan appeared in succession, clasping their fists in respect, their gazes unwavering. This was the grandson of Gohan, filled with pride, facing his strongest opponent to date. As his most satisfactory disciple, he had to summon every ounce of his strength. The match commenced. Jackie Chan struck first, launching a palm strike that caused the air to crackle, the force creating a turbulent current. Sun Wukong deftly evaded it, retaliating with a punch that struck Jackie Chan's abdomen, penetrating deeply. An afterimage, Jackie Chan reappeared from behind Sun Wukong, executing a flying kick from above. But Sun Wukong mirrored the afterimage in response. Buzz! Sun Wukong kicked Jackie Chan away, sending him crashing into the wall, where smoke billowed, creating a small fog. Chapter 23, The Final Duel. The elderly opponent was incredibly strong. The young girl couldn't help but feel anxious for Sun Wukong, her snack crumbling in her grip. Jackie Chan's quick reflexes and battle experience made her feel utterly helpless, and even discerning the trajectory of his strikes was an arduous task. The raven-haired youth felt similarly. Yet, his concern did not lie with Sun Wukong, but rather with his own insignificance. It dawned upon him that such formidable martial artists existed in the world. There were such extraordinary beings. The martial experts of this realm were astonishingly powerful. He silently resolved to leave this small city. One day, he too would stand in that arena, becoming one of them. This world was vast and beautiful, and if he remained in this desolate place, all its wonders would remain beyond his reach. "Sister, let us leave in a few days. Together we shall traverse this world and challenge all its mightiest warriors, ultimately defeating them one by one." The boy was filled with exuberance, his heart brimming with dreams of a promising future, his ambitions soaring. "All right." The girl contemplated for a moment before agreeing, without hesitation. She too did not wish to linger in this forsaken place. The outdated transportation, the subpar education, the dire living conditions, the ineffective law enforcement, and the rampant gangs. Amidst the throngs of people, it seemed the city lacked something vital beyond the presence of petty thugs. What was it? Vitality. She yearned to escape this backward city, to break free from the impoverished backwater that had confined her for over a decade, to leave behind this emotionless realm. Yamcha clenched his fists, seemingly identifying with the figure upon the stage, contemplating how he might counter the techniques of Jackie Chan. Bulma, equally tense, felt a pang of anxiety for Son Goku, straining to keep her focus. "Goku, you are indeed formidable." Jackie Chan swayed unsteadily, his complexion slightly flushed, reminiscent of one intoxicated. Drunken fist. Son Goku launched a kick towards Jackie, who adeptly evaded the attack, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Goku's arm. With a resounding thud, Goku's aura transformed into a protective armor, absorbing the impact, while his tail lashed out like a whip, propelling Jackie backward. To be honest, I have encountered drunken fist before, and have even trained in it. Having faced masters of the style in his youth, Goku was well aware of its vulnerabilities, making the confrontation feel akin to a father chastising his son. "This won't do. I must employ something extraordinary. At this rate, defeat is inevitable." Jackie Chan's previously gaunt physique suddenly swelled with muscle, manifesting in a dramatic display. Oh no, he is about to unleash his ultimate technique. A palpable tension filled the air. What kind of effect will this have? His speed and strength surged to an extraordinary level, catching Yamcha off guard. In an instant, he found himself bested. Yamcha gritted his teeth, unable to react as Jackie's muscles expanded, a blue light flashing before his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself toppled from the ring. Muscular Jackie unleashed a punch aimed directly at Goku's head, which Goku narrowly dodged. The impact caused the very stones of the arena to shatter, sending debris flying and enveloping Jackie in a cloud of dust. "Receive my attack." Jackie, utilizing the dust as cover, charged from Goku's left side, delivering a blow aimed at his leg. Goku swiftly evaded, leaping into the air and bringing his hands together, summoning a fierce gust that dispersed the dust and propelled Jackie backward with a wave of energy. "Not good. It's the Phantom Fist. You've fallen into my trap." Jackie appeared above Goku, his hands charged with blue light, descending like a meteor. "Watch out, Goku! It's perilous!" Krillin shouted from the audience, his voice laced with urgency. Eyes fixed on the ring. The moment Goku was struck by the Kamehameha, he would be on the brink of defeat. With a burst of blue light emanating from his feet, Goku deftly avoided Jackie's Kamehameha. "I have always known your strength, but mere power is insufficient." Multiple phantom fists. Universal thunderous palm. Jackie had anticipated Goku's movements, unleashing the precharged universal thunderous palm with tremendous force. Thunder roars. Like a wrathful deity transformed into a lightning dragon. It surged through Goku. "This is the wisdom of the elders. Goku, you have lost." Jackie reverted to his previously emaciated form, clearly having expended significant energy to execute that technique. The universal thunderous palm has the potential to incapacitate an opponent. "Goku, your body cannot recover in time. Soon, I shall send you from the ring, and I will be crowned champion. Next time, do not be so careless." Jackie Chan lamented, gradually approaching Sun Wukong, ultimately pushing the latter's body away with a decisive strike. "How is this possible?" Yamcha exclaimed, leaping from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief at the thought that such an extraordinary youth could possibly be defeated by Jackie Chan. "Indeed, unbelievable." Krillin gasped, his mouth agape. "What? This is merely air. The phantom fist. Why does the illusion still persist? This defies logic." Jackie Chan's eyes widened, resembling two bells, and he heard a voice behind him. "Rather than engage in a head-on clash, I prefer to counter with finesse. Do not underestimate me next time, Mr. Chan." Sun Wukong first transformed into stone and then employed a technique of duplication alongside the phantom fist, successfully deceiving Jackie Chan. The duplication technique, an enhanced version of the phantom fist, lacking consciousness, merely an illusion formed by energy. Indeed, following the recent battle, I have successfully mastered the universal tremor palm. A thunderous dragon surged from his palm, accompanied by a crack of thunder, penetrating Jackie Chan's body with overwhelming force. Jackie Chan barely managed to remain upright as the electricity from the universal tremor palm coursed chaotically through his body, making control nearly impossible. "Old man Chan, it seems you are on the verge of defeat." Sun Wukong casually waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind that coalesced into a hurricane, rushing toward Jackie Chan. "You little rascal, do not be overly confident yourself. Learning from others' techniques inflicts little damage upon the creator. I am well aware of how to counter my own techniques." Seizing the moment while Sun Wukong spoke, Jackie Chan executed a feeble maneuver, employing the phantom fist to evade. He reappeared behind Sun Wukong, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. Lan Shi covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Sun Wukong's potential defeat. Turning her head away, she gazed outside where the birds sang and flowers bloomed under the warm, sunny sky. Her concern for Sun Wukong reached its zenith, tears welling in her eyes. "The victor is Sun Wukong." "What?" Lan Shi gasped in disbelief. "How could this be? How did he triumph over Jackie Chan?" She hurried from the curtain to the television, where the spirited youth raised his right hand in a gesture of victory. "Wonderful." Meanwhile, the figure on the ground lay defeated. A brilliant blue light erupted as the Kamehameha surged forth, a magnificent display of power. "Sun Wukong, you shall fall." Jackie Chan concentrated the last of his strength into the Kamehameha, a beam of blue light descending from the heavens, like the final judgment of thunder. "Fall, Sun Wukong." Readers are encouraged to provide feedback on any typos or awkward sentences. Chapter 24. The Birth of the Strongest. Champion. Your sneak attack seems to have little effect on me. Jackie Chan, while gathering the Kamehameha wave, was already anticipated by Sun Wukong. "This is my gift. Prepare yourself." Jackie Chan. As the Kamehameha wave approached within a meter, Sun Wukong skillfully evaded it from the left, unleashing his own Kamehameha towards Jackie Chan. Wow. Jackie was engulfed by the azure light, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted from the sky. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the illustrious contestant Sun Wukong for becoming the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. With his left hand raised and a slight smile gracing his lips, a tempest erupted around him, emanating from his very being. "Ha! We did it!" Sun Wukong triumphed. The golden-haired girl clutched her brother's hair, drenched in sweat from the relentless twists and turns of the match. What's the fuss about? It's not like you were the one who won, the boy retorted, smoothing his disheveled hair, which had cost a pretty penny to style. Fantastic. We won. Krillin and Yamcha embraced, as Sun Wukong finally avenged them. Wonderful. Indeed. Bulma, beaming with joy, produced her camera. Click. Amidst the chorus of cheers. In the very moment the boy raised his hand, it was captured forever on paper. Jackie, I have won. Sun Wukong, discreetly concealing Master Roshi's involvement, placed his hand on Jackie's shoulder, channeling energy into Master Roshi's body, gently stimulating his cells for healing. Witnessing Sun Wukong's victory, Namu and the audience smiled. A blend of congratulations and joy. Thank you, Sun Wukong. Thank you, Jackie. Next year's World Martial Arts Tournament, Namu departed from the audience, placing a universal capsule close to his heart, feeling a warmth that even enveloped his very soul. Namu, are you leaving? Lanfang's voice called from behind. As rivals, Namu had triumphed over her with formidable willpower, causing Lanfang to harbor a hint of concern for him. Yes, Namu navigated through the throng, traversing bustling streets and towering edifices. I must take my leave. Someone dear to me awaits. After purchasing some snacks, Namu's figure gradually faded from view. You really hit hard, didn't you? Jackie grasped Sun Wukong's hand and rose, his injuries partially healed. Go on, don't mind this old man. All right. Sun Wukong retrieved some high-calorie food from his pocket and tossed it to Jackie before turning to leave. He still had photographs to take. You do have a bit of conscience. Jackie quickly devoured the food, his stomach growling in hunger. Following a round of photographs, Sun Wukong finally received the grand prize of 500,000. Hey, Master Roshi, where have you been? Indeed. Ha. I had an upset stomach and spent the entire time in the restroom. I didn't expect the match to conclude just as I finished. You really are something else. Sun Wukong approached, waving the prize money. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Sounds great. As the crowd erupted in cheers, the scene shifted back to the familiar restaurant from that day. Tonight, everyone was determined to indulge in a hearty feast. However, Bulma harbored a flicker of doubt. Would Goku's 500,000 truly suffice? Upon meeting Master Roshi, Goku and his companions embraced joyfully. Never mind, if it's not enough. I'll cover the difference, he declared. Boss, bring 10 servings of everything on the menu. Certainly. With these big clients, today promises a lucrative profit, the owner chuckled. Indeed. Each time the World Martial Arts Tournament rolled around, the earnings soared significantly. Table 10, 10 servings. The dishes began to arrive in succession, and Master Roshi, already ravenous, promptly devoured a bowl of rice before grabbing a hefty piece of meat and shoving it into his mouth. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol, Krillin. Master Roshi snatched away the drink Krillin intended to consume, gulping it down in one go. You're ridiculous. Yamcha, meanwhile, was busy serving Puer a generous helping of meat and a few bowls of rice before joining the others in their culinary pursuits. Goku first filled Bulma's bowl with rice, then added some meat and vegetables. Here you go, a big chicken leg. Following this, he eagerly joined Krillin in the quest for more food, as his own hunger was quite insistent. Thank you. Bulma savored her meal at a leisurely pace. Unlike Goku and the others, as her energy expenditure was considerably less. As time passed, the clinking of glasses signaled the culmination of their feast. Sir, the total comes to 800,000. Just as Bulma prepared to contribute 300,000, Goku's voice chimed in from behind her. Here. What? Bulma stammered, pointing at Goku in disbelief. You have money. What's wrong? You look as if you've seen a ghost. You have money. Of course. I can earn this amount effortlessly. Fine. Bulma felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as Goku displayed no pretense in front of his companions. What are you disappointed about? Bulma had reserved a room for Goku, while Master Roshi and the others returned to their quarters. You all head back. I'll use the flying Nimbus to return. Okay. Goku and Bulma made their way to the hotel, where they were greeted by 2 beds. What a tiring day. Bulma stretched, tossing her clothes onto the bed before slipping into her inner garments and heading straight for the bathroom. I'll wash up first. Goku set down his belongings, retrieved a change of clothes, and gently pressed his hand against the bed. This seems quite comfortable. After some time, Bulma emerged from the bathroom clad in a towel, boldly striding past Goku. Fresh from her bath, her skin glowed with a delicate rosy hue, and the flush on her cheeks lingered. Her youthful visage carried an enchanting allure as she gracefully seated herself on the bed, the mattress yielding slightly beneath her. Goku, it's your turn to shower. From the backpack, she retrieved a facial mask and applied it, while Bulma held cucumber slices against her face, playfully pinching Sun Wukong's cheeks with her delicate, rosy toes. Sun Wukong, caught in her playful grasp for what felt like an eternity, sluggishly moved from the bedside to the bathroom, reluctant to sleep in a bed reeking of sweat. For he possessed a hint of cleanliness obsession. Drip, drip. Sun Wukong utilized his tail to cleanse his back. Having a tail was indeed advantageous, for it alleviated the need for another to scrub his back, a luxury he preferred. After drying himself off, he emerged from the bathroom, greeted by the sight of Bulma. With an air of nonchalance, he approached her, pausing before her. "Don't look," Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she shielded his gaze. Disappointed, Sun Wukong slowly turned away. Chapter 25. Dragon Ball Radar. After finishing her facial mask, Bulma tossed the cucumbers into the trash and noticed Sun Wukong was still in the shower. She retrieved some clothing from her bag. Just then, as Bulma removed her towel to change, she slipped on the fabric and fell to the floor. As she regained her footing, Sun Wukong emerged from the bathroom, standing directly before her. "Hurry!" Bulma urged herself to dress quickly, her cheeks subtly tinged with crimson for those observant enough to notice. "Pervert, this is not my fault," she justified, though he had merely acted as any man might, without any intention of peeking. "Shut up," she snapped. After 8 months, Bulma had transformed back into her fierce self, delivering a stern reprimand to Sun Wukong. Others would typically avoid her wrath, yet Sun Wukong stood unabashedly in the open. "I'm sorry. Even a massage wouldn't suffice," he said, maintaining his composure as he leaped onto the bed, evaporating the moisture from his body with a gust of energy. All right, here you go, the Dragon Ball radar you requested." Sun Wukong accepted the radar, pressed a button to reveal the Dragon Ball's locations, and stowed it in his pocket. "What about the gravity chamber?" he inquired. "Huh? What gravity chamber?" she replied. "The one I asked you to create after collecting the Dragon Balls," he reminded her. "Oh, that. I can't do that," she admitted. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Sun Wukong grasped Bulma's cheeks, turning her to face him. "Look me in the eye." "Haha, just kidding. I've completed half of it. It will be ready in a few months." In truth, Sun Wukong was mistaken. She had accomplished nothing at all, having entirely forgotten about the gravity chamber after becoming infatuated with the strawberries the dragon had granted her. "Haha, it can't be helped. Those strawberries were simply too delicious," she reassured him. "Rest assured, it will definitely be ready next year." Bulma patted her chest, vowing that a gravity chamber was trivial for her to create. After all, she was a genius beauty. All right then. Sun Wukong was not in a hurry. After all, cultivation was not solely reliant on numerical values. He had his own path to tread and his own way to cultivate, for merely enhancing his energy would yield no true benefit for him. "Dr. Gero, I hope your genius in creating artificial beings proves to be of some utility." Should Dr. Gero fail to meet his expectations, he would find himself perilously close to his demise. So be it. He certainly does not wish to leave behind any lingering troubles after vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army. "I shall retire for the night. Although I have squandered some mental energy today, I find contentment in having encountered worthy adversaries. In the end, however, victory belonged to him." "Hey, so soon?" Before Bulma could finish her thought, she heard Goku's rhythmic breathing. Very well then. The clouds veiled the twinkling stars, and for some inexplicable reason, the moon seemed to vanish. As she lay back in her own bed, a torrent of thoughts flooded Bulma's mind, making sleep elusive. Why can Goku sleep so soundly? Her annoyance grew steadily. An hour passed, yet her condition remained unchanged. Her eyes were weary, but her mind was far from fatigued, seemingly capable of maintaining its excitement indefinitely. Narrowing her eyes, Bulma felt disinclined to remain in her own bed. She grasped Goku's tail and gradually made her way onto his bed. "Although I have neutralized that vulnerability, this area remains quite sensitive." Without waiting for Goku to respond, sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she wrapped her arms around him, curling his tail a few times around her arm. "I will endure." Goku employed a forced sleep technique, releasing a hypnotic aura, and fell into slumber in an instant. At 4 in the morning, Goku felt a slight discomfort and shifted his head forward. A radiant sun began to rise. So refreshing. Bulma awoke, gently placing the sleeping Goku back onto the bed. What is this tail? Bulma shook the tail entwined around her arm, and, quietly releasing it, hurried off to brush her teeth. Goku gradually awakened, puzzled, recalling that he hadn't consumed any candy the night before. What could have happened? It's quite a mystery. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Goku and Bulma strolled through the city, during which Goku purchased several garments for launch, along with some local specialties, which Bulma remained oblivious to. Should I accompany you to find the Dragon Balls? No need. I'll fly there. It won't take long to make my wish. Once I'm done, I'll come back to find you. Goku soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of white vapor behind him. That fellow. Bulma sighed, retrieving a universal capsule from her waist, and with a pop, a car materialized before her. At Kame House, Launch, having finished washing her clothes, sat at a table gazing quietly at the tranquil sea, resembling a statue in stillness. They should be back soon, right? Hey, Launch. Ah. Goku's voice suddenly emerged from behind her, startling her immensely. How fast? How is it that you walk without making a sound? You nearly frightened me to death just now. Launch almost toppled off her chair. Apologies, my dear. I have brought you a special gift. Sun Wukong grasped Lan Chi's hand as they entered the Kame House. While Krillin and the others were still aboard their aircraft, which was taking an eternity to reach their destination. Sun Wukong had returned early. After all, he was not one to squander time. Try on this dress. It will look splendid on you. How beautiful. Thank you, Wukong. Lan Chi exclaimed, receiving the purple gown from him. It was her favorite style, and she was pleasantly surprised that Sun Wukong remembered her preferences. He had brought back 2 dresses along with a Western outfit, closely resembling her usual attire, and the one she held was a new design. After trying on several outfits, she finally settled on a lovely yellow dress. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and as a tickle in her nose became unbearable, she tried to suppress it. But to no avail. Achoo. What? After 8 long months, Lan Chi sneezed once more, her blue hair transforming into golden locks. Just her luck that it happened at this moment. Do you have something to say? Golden-haired Lan Chi retorted angrily at Sun Wukong's teasing. Did he find her frightening? Sun Wukong, say that again if you dare. With a swift motion, she pulled a submachine gun from her pocket, placing it lightly against his forehead, while pressing down on his face with her other hand, lifting him slightly off the ground. The gun's barrel pressed firmly against Sun Wukong's brow as their eyes locked. He remained unperturbed. Please, a mere submachine gun? With a powerful strike, he sent golden-haired Lan Chi flying, shattering the weapon, and landed squarely on her abdomen. Though he was not afraid, it did not imply that she could assert dominance over him with a firearm. He placed his foot on her arm and grasped her cheek with his left hand. Oh, what do you intend to do? Let go. Golden-haired Lan Chi pouted, her eyes wide with surprise, unable to fathom how swiftly she had been subdued. Chapter 26. Golden-haired Lan Chi, what are you planning? Lan Chi lay on the ground, panting from the exertion as Sun Wukong tormented her. What is happening? Is our memory shared? Why does it feel as though you know me? She remained silent, turning her head away. Answer me. Once more? Sun Wukong seized her delicate face, turning it back to him, only to notice a faint blush on her cheeks, transforming her previously fierce demeanor into something unexpectedly alluring. Hey, Lan Chi, this persona of yours is quite charming. Come on, smile. I just bought a camera, and you look absolutely adorable. No, absolutely not. She would never believe such flattery. And Sun Wukong, get off me. Sun Wukong retrieved the camera from his bag, firmly grasped her hand, and manipulated it into a peace sign beside her face, capturing her blushing visage just as he pressed the shutter. Click. A freshly minted scene emerges, birthed within the confines of a camera. Click. Snap. The incessant sounds reverberate within the device. No. The golden-haired Lan Chi struggles fiercely, finally breaking free from her restraints, hastily obstructing the camera. What an embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Her tail playfully sways before the camera, teasingly. What do you intend to do? Tell me, is your personality a shared memory? And if it is, what of it? It's merely a curiosity I harbor. I've long pondered this since my days of watching anime, and only now do I find clarity. You scoundrel. Lan Chi, with a swift motion, retrieves a submachine gun from her pocket, striking Sun Wukong fiercely upon the forehead. Ouch. Lan Chi emerges from the kitchen, tossing a medicinal item to Sun Wukong. TCH. Blame yourself. Hurry and apply the medicine, you little rascal. With a resounding bang, Lan Shi retreats to her room, leaving a crack in the door. TSK, Sun Wukong feigns tending to his wound, turning back to his room to tidy his belongings. Having returned after an indeterminate time, he contemplates whether he might not return again. What is this fellow up to? Is he really leaving? A single eye peeks through the door crack, intently fixated on Sun Wukong's retreating figure. Gritting her teeth instinctively, countless thoughts flit through her mind, yet reality remains unmoved. Lan Shi, have you seen enough? When did you? Just now on the rooftop, I caught sight of you spying through the door crack. Were you peeking all along? I was not. I merely. Lan Shi abruptly falls silent, knowing that even she does not believe her own words, let alone expect others to. Very well. I shall be away for a while. You may stay at my home, as it is rather inconvenient here. Wait, who do you think I am? I am Lan Shi. How could I? Before Lan Shi can finish, Sun Wukong binds her up, leaving behind a note as he departs on his Nimbus cloud. He is not negotiating with Lan Shi. He is merely providing prior notice, as he cannot trust Lan Shi to stay at Kame Sinin's residence. In City A, beside Bulma City, lies a quaint 3-story villa. This shall be your new abode. Pulling Lan Shi into the house, he hands her some money. Are you attempting to keep me? I never expected you to be so generous. Lan Shi smirks playfully, her finger teasingly flicking at Sun Wukong's tail. Be quiet. While I'm away, do not engage in any thievery. I certainly do not wish for you to be wanted one day. TCH. Promise me. All right. I understand. He turns to enter the house, adorned with charming decorations. All quaint embellishments suited for a young girl. Well, not too shabby, is it? You must adore this sort of thing. Who says so? I do not. Lan Shi's cheeks flush crimson, adamantly refusing to concede. Who else but you? Do not presume that I cannot recognize you simply due to our differing personalities. Sun Wukong gently placed his hand atop Lan Shi's head and gave it a light pat. I understand. It is not you. As long as you comprehend. Now, be off. With a wave of her golden-haired hand, Lan Shi urged him to depart swiftly. Sun Wukong glanced back momentarily before mounting his cloud and soaring away, leaving behind a trail of yellow exhaust. Humph. Golden-haired Lan Shi stood in astonishment for a considerable time before eventually turning back to the kitchen. She tied her flowing golden locks and surveyed the room. This yellow dress is quite lovely. She retrieved the dress from her bag, changed into it, and twirled before the full-length mirror, then proceeded to don a Western-style outfit. Sun Wukong, your taste is truly dreadful. Who in their right mind gifts such a color? It is so tacky. Chicken dung color. I am not tacky. This is the latest style. Wukong, Lan Shi has returned home. I am aware. My next step in training is to encompass the entire world. What about you? I do not know. Krillin remained silent, never having contemplated what to do next. Since you are uncertain, let us continue our journey. We shall undoubtedly find our way. Wukong, could you teach me some techniques? Krillin hesitated slightly before his gaze grew resolute. Master Roshi had once stated that one must comprehend their own techniques independently. However, he believed that borrowing from the techniques of others would be more beneficial. He required more examples to draw from. Very well. Without questioning why, he retrieved the Follow My Heart fist, a stronger version of Intent Follows Heart. As it was an enhanced edition, naturally, it was somewhat thinner than the previous version, if Intent Follows Heart was the foundation. Then Follow My Heart represented the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth. This Follow My Heart fist is a creation born from years of experience. Sun Wukong truly regarded Krillin as a brother. Such martial arts wisdom was not easily imparted. Of course, you could also share it with Yamcha. But this tome must not be carelessly given to outsiders. All right, I understand. Thank you, Wukong. Krillin felt a surge of emotion. The martial arts experience of a champion was invaluable. Clenching his fist, he could not help but question himself. Could he truly keep pace with Sun Wukong? Others had already created their own martial arts by the age of 12, while he was still striving to learn from others. Contemplating this, Krillin shook his head. His current achievements were, after all, the lifetime endeavors of others. In this journey of life, encountering individuals superior to oneself may evoke humility, while meeting those inferior may breed a sense of superiority, and encountering the affluent may incite jealousy. At times, the true challenge is not to surpass others, but to transcend oneself. And now, my goal is not to outshine others, but to surpass my own limitations. Chapter 27. The Red Ribbon Army, have you found them? No. Mr. Silver, the Marshal is notoriously ruthless. If we cannot locate them, we shall face execution. We must search at all costs. Understood, Mr. Silver. Beep. The cloud descended. The Dragon Ball radar indicated a presence below. Riding on the Nimbus, Goku dove down, landing near the Dragon Ball. What? A little brat just fell from the sky? Exclaimed an observer. Look, he isn't even hurt. How bizarre. Goku noticed the Dragon Ball nestled within the crevices of the rocks, grasping it with his left hand and exerting a mighty force. With a resounding crash, the rock shattered and a cloud of dust erupted, revealing the true form of the Dragon Ball, a 5-star sphere. Ah, what immense power. 2 anthropomorphic beings hastily drew their guns from their waists. Hey kid, hand over the Dragon Ball. How did you find it so accurately? One of them demanded. Today, I'm in a good mood. Leave now, and I might spare your lives. Goku replied calmly, unfazed, as he retrieved a candy from his bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Hey, kid, before Mr. Silver could finish his sentence, an energy blast surged toward him, obliterating him in an instant. I said I was in a good mood, yet you persist in disrupting it. With a loss of patience, Goku unleashed another energy blast, which swiftly split into 2, vanquishing the fleeing anthropomorphic beings one by one. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. Nimbus. Although its speed may not match his own, it provided a comfortable ride, and there was no rush. After Goku departed, those nearby gradually relaxed. How brutal. One murmured. What did you say? That guy possesses a Dragon Ball radar more advanced than ours. Another exclaimed. You mean that brat is just a child? Silver was actually killed by him. That useless Silver. Scoundrel. Sentence his entire family to death. The Marshal roared in fury, slamming his fist onto the table and speaking menacingly into the phone. Inform General White to eliminate that little brat and retrieve the Dragon Ball. Yes, Marshal. Did I not instruct you to stand clear? Do you wish to make me appear diminutive? Ah, I sincerely apologize. The burly man bowed deeply in contrition. On the snowy peaks, silver flakes descended upon the earth, akin to angels gracing the land. At the Red Ribbon Army's Muscle Tower base, General White received the message. Understood. I shall seize the Dragon Ball and the radar. After saluting, he slowly lowered his hand, his gaze ominous. If you encounter a child with a tail, you must inform me. Yes, sir. The child with the monkey tail? I will torment you severely and end your life. The Dragon Ball is right here. Goku's figure gradually emerged, having changed into casual attire, a white t-shirt paired with a blue jacket and black cargo pants. Before him stood the Red Lighthouse, marking the location of the Red Ribbon Army's White Team base, Muscle Tower. General White. Notified General White. The tailed brat has arrived. Has he finally come? What is his purpose here? General White pondered, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Ah, no wonder I could never find the Dragon Ball. It has been right here in my base all along. Unexpectedly, beneath this tower. It seems I must dig 3 feet deep. Heaven assists me. Ha! What is that fool laughing about? Concentrating the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the urgency is palpable, a mere trifle, not a token of respect, yet I beseech you to accept it. Ah! The glass in the window shattered from the Kamehameha, shards slicing through the skin. General Bai gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting terror. Yet he beheld the youth's hand, gliding from left to right across his neck, as if proclaiming that his demise awaited him upon ascent. Abominable! Hey! Gather everyone to slay him. General Bai exclaimed in dread, an overwhelming fear engulfing him. After many years, he once again sensed death lurking so near. He felt the dampness on his back, already soaked. No, this is insufficient. His hand stealthily reached for the switch. With this, all matters could be resolved. General Bai's heart began to calm slightly. Humph, General Bai, then I shall leisurely accompany you in this game. Withdrawing his hand, fine needles erupted from his body, piercing through the heads of the emerging soldiers, leaving tiny holes in their foreheads, blood oozing forth slowly. Creak. The door opened slowly, revealing several small karamis gathered around a table playing cards, a few bottles of liquor scattered about. Come on. Ha 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 ha, I have one again. General Bai, can I kill this little imp? Ha ha ha. Do as you wish. This little imp is quite weak. Just shoot him. General Bai dismissed the group, awaiting the Iron Army commander, the Purple Commander, and the artificial being number 8 to encircle and annihilate. These weaklings merely served as fodder to exhaust the enemy's stamina. You truly are pitiful. What little imp? You should be pitying yourself. Indeed. Soon to be slain by us. Ha ha ha. You foolish little imp. Truly a simpleton. The Han officers roared with laughter, as if Sun Wukong's head were already within their grasp. Abandoned by his superior, soon to be slain by me. Who is truly to be pitied? You are a monster. A devil. In a fleeting second, the Han officers were cleaved in half by an unseen force. They collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in expressions as if time had ceased, utterly motionless. Sun Wukong was never a virtuous being. He simply lacked the motivation to kill. But that does not imply he has not taken lives. In fact, at the age of 10, he had robbed many of their techniques, encountering countless robbers along the way. Yet few ever escaped his grasp. Look, are you not pitiable? Sun Wukong shook his head, slowly ascending the staircase, ultimately arriving on the 3rd floor. This level housed 3 types of beings: a mindless artificial being, 5 invisible ninjas, and a self-aware, benevolent artificial being. Artificial being number 8, altogether. No, I detest fighting. I do not wish to slay the living. Iron Army Commander, you go first. You, number 8, are utterly useless. Your creator is the Red Ribbon Army. Do you wish to defy orders? No, I cannot. The Purple Robe Ninja was utterly incensed, for this failure was of no use at a crucial moment. Your body is equipped with explosives, and I possess the switch. You surely do not desire to detonate, do you? Apologies, but I still cannot engage in malevolent deeds. Android 8 steadfastly refused. Just as the Purple Robe Ninja was about to speak again, he was abruptly sliced into numerous pieces. The Purple Robe Ninja met a tragic end before Android 8. His demise gruesome, blood splattering upon Android 8's face, causing the formidable figure to weep in fright. Such cowardice. Meanwhile, after defeating Iron Army Colonel, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity during the Purple Robe Ninja's momentary distraction, unleashing a dragon claw that cleaved through the air. And with a resounding hum, 5 energy slashes eradicated all the Purple Robe Ninjas. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and take that old village chief with you. Chapter 28. Tao Bai Bai. After a moment's contemplation, Android 8 relinquished the Dragon Balls to Sun Wukong, indifferent to the wishes Sun Wukong might conjure. As long as his loved ones remained unharmed, that was sufficient. Furthermore, he harbored no belief that Sun Wukong would be the sort to indiscriminately slay innocents. What? The Dragon Balls are actually in Android 8's possession? You foolish pig. Useless. Idiot. General Bai's lungs nearly burst with rage. Astonished that the Dragon Balls he had sought for so long were in the hands of his own comrades. Unbelievable. Sun Wukong finally arrived at the floor where General Bai resided, casually tossing the 2-star ball in his hand. Damn it. Do not revel in your triumph. General Bai had been prepared, pressing a button with an excited gleam in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Little brat, plummet down. General Bai envisioned himself acquiring the 2 Dragon Balls, presenting them to the commander, and becoming a great hero, basking in the adoration of the masses. The Red Ribbon Army would conquer the world. As long as he received a portion of territory, he would reign as the local sovereign. What? General Bai's eyes bulged. Was he actually flying in the air? Is he still human? This is simply divine. An overwhelming despair welled within him. Did he truly stand a chance against such an inhuman force? Could the Red Ribbon Army genuinely dominate the world? Indeed. I find your expression quite pleasing, Sun Wukong remarked gravely, his index finger shimmering with brilliance as it gradually coalesced into an energy sphere the size of a marble. Then you may rest assured in your descent to the underworld. For your countless acts of indiscriminate slaughter, General Bai has no option but to face hell. Boom. The watermelon was obliterated, its fragments scattering, pulp adhering to the walls, juice oozing from the remnants. Sun Wukong radiated a soft glow, shielding himself from the mess. He had no desire to soil his new attire. Boom. The energy sphere shattered the machinery, igniting flames that enveloped Muscle Tower, ultimately reducing the structure to charred remains. While the dinosaur lurking underground was left as naught but a skeleton. As the heavy snow fell, the silhouette of Sun Wukong gradually faded into the white abyss, his footprints on the ground being swiftly obscured by the howling winds. I must extend my gratitude to that young lad. Indeed, Android 8 fell silent for a few moments, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. The opposing force was undeniably fierce. However, he did not act against him, for he too was a member of the Red Ribbon Army. He only slays those deserving of death. Surely, he must possess some noble qualities, mustn't he? Commander, the white team has also faltered. The base has been annihilated by that little rascal. How infuriating. That little scoundrel is remarkably strong. Which location is closest to the snow-covered ground? The blue team, Commander. Quickly, notify the blue team. Additionally, summon the other captains. We must exert every effort to eliminate him. This cannot be allowed. We must prevent him from dismantling us one by one. I shall encircle that little villain by the seaside. Hire Tao Bai Bai. This should ensure success. As Tao Bai Bai is the world's foremost assassin, we absolutely cannot permit that brat to sabotage his grand design. It is imperative. After enduring years of being looked down upon, he is determined to grow tall, compelling all to gaze up at him. This has been his lifelong aspiration. Yes, understood. General Blue, also known as General Brew, received the orders and immediately instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. That good-for-nothing truly lacks capability. He cannot even defeat a mere child. Oh, how laughable. With a flourish of his hand, General Brew caressed the face of a handsome soldier beside him, his fingers gliding from the forehead to the cheek. Indeed, the handsome soldier broke into a cold sweat, fearing for his own safety, knowing that this peculiar man had set his sights on him. There, confirming the location of the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong descended from the Nimbus cloud with remarkable speed, landing directly above the Dragon Ball in the blink of an eye. Kamehameha. A surge of blue energy unleashed, piercing the cave with a massive hole, causing seawater to rush in frantically through the breach. Following the Dragon Ball radar's guidance, after traversing several large openings, he finally obtained the Dragon Ball, the third one, at last in his grasp. Stowing the Dragon Ball away, he approached the statue laden with treasures, preparing to abscond with all the riches. Kamehameha. The cautious Sun Wukong sensed that other treasures were concealed within, prompting him to resolve to obliterate the entire cave. Releasing 3 consecutive Kamehameha blasts, he indeed uncovered several more treasure locations, collecting all the riches into his universal capsule before exiting the cavern. Mission accomplished. Can your Red Ribbon Army truly become any more formidable? Tao Bai Bai, perched atop a stone pillar, finally arrived at General Brew's base, only to find himself awaiting the target's appearance. With no means to counter Tao Bai Bai's cunning, the commander begrudgingly increased the payment. As long as that little rascal was eliminated, everything else could be negotiated. Upon witnessing the commander double the reward, Tao Bai Bai fell silent, closing his eyes in anticipation of Sun Wukong's arrival. You shall heed my words, do you understand? What? Just because of you? General Blue scoffed, dismissing the notion that a decrepit old man with a braid could possibly be his equal among the new humanity. My strength surpasses yours. I could defeat you with mere words. In response, Tao Bai Bai smirked inwardly, thinking he could easily vanquish hundreds of such weaklings. Determined to teach the old man a lesson, General Blue activated his psychic powers, a blue light flashing in his eyes. What? Before Blue could finish his sentence, Tao Bai Bai effortlessly evaded the psychic attack and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before him, rendering him unconscious with a swift flick of his tongue. Consider this a lesson, weakling. Tao Bai Bai unleashed a barrage of pebbles that transformed Blue's handsome visage into a grotesque spectacle, his hair reduced to a pitiable state. Those who offend the strong seldom escape unscathed. Consider this a minor reprimand. Hours later, General Blue awoke from his stupor, his countenance darkened with fury. Cursed be Tao Bai Bai. As time passed, all squad leaders of the Red Ribbon Army assembled under General Blue's command, utilizing radar to locate Sun Wukong. 3 days have elapsed. What is the matter with you incompetent fools? I shall grant you one final day. Calm down, calm down. After being humiliated by Tao Bai Bai, General Blue naturally complied with him, bending slightly and lowering his gaze, his expression grim. Curse be you. One day, I will ensure your demise, Tao Bai Bai. Should I seize the assets of these imbeciles? A gleam of greed flickered in Tao Bai Bai's eyes as he pondered. No, their weaponry is inadequate for defense. Failure would only attract the attention of those fools, bringing endless trouble. Once Tao Bai Bai departed, General Blue let out a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. Bring someone in. Yes, General Blue. The soldiers saluted. Are the preparations complete? Everything is ready. Tao Bai Bai, oh Tao Bai Bai. After the mission is accomplished, your time shall come. How dare you humiliate me like this? Ever since that encounter, General Blue felt as if his heart were shattered. His beautiful hair, his handsome face. How could he have been so insulted by that wretch? 200 bombs. How will you evade them? Tao bye bye. Chapter 29. Subduing the Red Ribbon Army. Having retrieved the Dragon Balls near Corinta, Sun Wukong found himself conveniently close to that weakling and resolved to eliminate him as well. That object would be perfect for Gro's research, but without funding, it would be futile. Once the marshal is dealt with, Sun Wukong believed he could subjugate the Red Ribbon Army and, in turn, dominate the world. What marvels might Gro uncover with access to the world's resources? The anticipation was indeed thrilling. Riding on the Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong arrived at the temporary camp of the blue team. It's that little imp with a tail. Hurry up. Sound the alarm. In an instant, the camp was ablaze with alternating red and blue lights, and several aircraft soon appeared. Soldiers promptly donning their uniforms as they emerged from the camp. At long last, Sun Wukong, you have kept me waiting. Tao Bai Bai opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and declared, I shall torment you mercilessly for making me wait so long. Have you finally arrived? General Blue shouted with exhilaration. If Sun Wukong and Tao Bai Bai both suffer grievously, then I shall relish the outcome. He then smiled wickedly. Tao Bai Bai, do not fall into my clutches. Are you truly so stirred by my arrival? From a distance, the soldiers appeared as mere ants, easily crushed beneath Sun Wukong's foot. Sun Wukong, surrender the Dragon Balls and the radar, and we shall spare your life. Hand them over. Boom, boom. Without waiting for the soldiers to finish their threats, shockwaves obliterated 2 aircraft. Such needless chatter, Sun Wukong scoffed, shaking his smoke-filled hand before extending his middle finger. Bellowing, bring it on, fools. What? Who do you think you are? Let's all attack together. 10 airplanes surrounded Sun Wukong, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Nanny. Tao Bai Bai stepped out of the camp, eyes wide in disbelief. How is he still standing after being shot at by hundreds? Is he even human? No. This is beyond my capability to defeat. Resolutely, Tao Bai Bai snapped a pillar and hurled it away, following its path to escape. What is the point of risking my life for this mission? As he attempted to flee, a blast of energy struck Tao Bai Bai, severing half his body, which fell to the ground, leaving a pool of liquid. What? General Blue was stunned, devoid of any joy at Tao Bai Bai's demise, only engulfed by profound fear. He swiftly tossed out a multifunctional capsule, and with a resounding bang, a robot materialized amidst the smoke. General Blue hurriedly entered the cockpit, activating the machine. I must escape swiftly. If Tao Bai Bai could be so easily slain, then killing Sun Wukong would be as effortless as breathing. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the 10 airplanes were dismantled by Sun Wukong, crashing near the camp, some even landing within it, claiming the lives of several soldiers. Run. A demon. Mother help. This is a god. Only a deity possesses such formidable power. The soldiers' morale crumbled. Some fled, others knelt in prayer, while a few took up arms in defiance. Sun Wukong observed the soldiers' panicked retreat without interference, merely eliminating those who dared to resist. The Red Ribbon Army shall undoubtedly prevail. You worthless wretches, rise and fight back. What are you doing, standing there like statues? Although a small faction of soldiers fled, the majority resolutely resisted, believing that the dawn of victory would soon break. I offer you a chance. Leave this place now. Dream on. We will fight to our last breath, and any deserter must perish. Most soldiers, filled with fervor, felt no fear. Having lost so many comrades, they could not simply abandon the fight. I do not wish to slay indiscriminately. After all, I am still quite benevolent. However, I must commend your unwavering loyalty. Since you do not wish to leave, remain here forever. Meanwhile, their commander, General Blue, had secretly departed the camp in a robot. Fleeing alone, slowly raising his hands, the prince unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, annihilating all the soldiers who dared to resist. Sun Wukong searched every corner, yet found no trace of General Blue. Has that coward escaped? Tao Bai Bai has met his end at my hands. Ha ha ha, escape if you will. General Blue, should you manage to flee, I shall personally deliver the Dragon Balls to you. Next, it was time to confront the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong, no longer able to ride the Nimbus cloud, allowed it to roam free as he made his way alone to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Ha ha, the demon has departed. Splendid. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanished from the camp, leaving behind soldiers who wept tears of joy at his departure. What is that blue light? I do not know. The soldiers, huddled together, wondered if it was a signal. I am merely deceiving you. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Sun Wukong's voice rang out, leaving the soldiers pale with dread. What does that mean? Soon after, the soldiers who had just fled the camp began to swell and expand like balloons, until, with a loud bang, they exploded. Enjoy the fireworks. The energy within them guided their essence, gradually inflating until they burst. This effect, of course, only worked on those untrained in harnessing energy. The Kamehameha wave had arrived, obliterating everything within the camp. What? General Brew, unable to utilize energy himself, found his body swelling until, with a thunderous explosion, he too perished. This was also the reason Sun Wukong could not mount the Nimbus cloud. His heart was heavy with murderous intent. Report to the marshal. The demon Sun Wukong is attacking. What did you say? Are you telling me that Tao Bai Bai and General Brew could not defeat that little imp? The marshal slumped in his chair, astonished at the strength of the boy. It seemed he was invincible. Has his dream of growing taller come to an end? The taunts of his youth and the jests of his adolescence clawed at the marshal's psyche. No. Activate all missiles. I shall take him down with me. What? Marshal, we still have a chance. If we retreat now, we will surely survive. I can wait no longer. I am in my twilight years. If I wait any longer, I shall be laid to rest without having grown. What do you mean? Marshal, did you not seek the Dragon Balls to rule the world? Black Charcoal was taken aback. Why would you care about growing taller? As long as you can rule the world, what does it matter? Ruling the world is merely a matter of time. My height shall not grow with time. The marshal slammed his fist on the table, venting his frustrations at Black Charcoal. This oaf could never understand the troubles of someone of his stature. You foolish marshal, you are truly beyond help. The darkened gaze of Black Charcoal became increasingly somber as he unconsciously tightened his grip on the pistol, fixing a fierce stare on the marshal. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had dispatched all the soldiers, considering it prudent to leave a few for labor, after all. Although he did not require these inept beings to conquer the world, he needed them to generate funds for Dr. Gero's experiments. You, Violet? Chapter 30, Violet. Indeed, I am the colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. The short-haired woman, with a slightly yellow complexion, smooth visage, and striking features exuding an air of spirited elegance, found herself grasped tightly by Sun Wukong around the neck. Do you wish for death, or do you wish to live? Violet recalled her past, piece by piece. She did not wish to die, for she was still young, possessed of great wealth and exquisite beauty. I wish to live. Very well, submit to me, or else. All right, I submit. Violet acquiesced without hesitation. In the aftermath of war, the defeated either fell captive or perished. She had witnessed too much. For her, betraying the Red Ribbon Army bore no psychological burden. Sun Wukong bound Violet and demanded that she reveal the marshal's location before jumping to the top floor. You fool! Black Charcoal finally erupted, aiming the pistol at the marshal's forehead and firing, swiftly creating a gaping wound. He continued to unleash a barrage of bullets, ensuring the marshal remained lifeless. Do you have any idea how many soldiers sacrificed their lives for this? This worthless fool. He doesn't deserve to be the marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. After today, I shall be the new marshal, the Azure Marshal. Clap, clap, clap. Who is it? To his surprise, a power struggle unfolded the moment he arrived. It's you, Sun Wukong. Indeed. How about we discuss a matter? Oh, what is it? Let us gather the Dragon Balls and rule the world together. Rule the world? Precisely. Dominate the entire globe. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong could barely contain his amusement. He had not anticipated the new marshal's naivety. What do you mean? The Azure Marshal, perplexed, could not comprehend why Sun Wukong found his words so amusing. Fool, if I kill you, I would be the sole ruler of the world. Ha ha ha. What? You scoundrel. Before the Azure Marshal could finish his retort, Sun Wukong shot him in the head, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Violet let out a faint sigh. Acknowledging their shared fate, may you rest in peace. Do you dare to presume? She chuckled softly. Violet, bring Dr. Gero before me. Yes, I understand. How shall I address you? Call me Marshal. Sun Wukong retained the title of the Red Ribbon Army, preferring not to waste time in renaming himself. Yes, Marshal. A moment later, Marshal, I have brought Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero appeared utterly astonished, having not anticipated that in just 3 days, the Red Ribbon Army would see a change in its leadership. The youth before him was none other than the illustrious Sun Wukong, the nemesis of the Red Ribbon Army. And it was indeed astonishing that he had ultimately ascended to the rank of Marshal. You are the brilliant Dr. Gero, the creator of androids? Indeed, my Lord Marshal. With a Mediterranean hairstyle and an aging physique, this was Dr. Gero. Despite being the new Marshal, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. Rather, a confident smile graced his face, radiating composure. Oh, do lead me to your laboratory for a tour. Certainly. Dr. Gero was inwardly elated. Could it be that the new Marshal harbored an interest in android technology? With ample funding, his androids could become even more formidable. While the previous Marshal had supported his endeavors, could he ever match the resources of the victorious Sun Wukong? In the dimly lit laboratory, constructed with countless funds, lay a multitude of green glass vials, some empty, while others contained humanoid machines. Colonel, the soldiers saluted. This is the newly appointed Marshal. Marshal, Sun Wukong nodded, signaling Dr. Gero to lead the way. Along their path, Dr. Gero elaborated on the capabilities of Android number 8 and other creations. Essentially, he proclaimed, my Android No. 8 possesses autonomous consciousness. It is remarkably powerful, truly extraordinary. Clap, clap. Sun Wukong applauded, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, which only heightened Dr. Gero's anxiety. Was he not satisfied? Your invention surpasses most technologies in the world, but do you truly believe this junk has any value? Sun Wukong challenged Dr. Gero, mercilessly undermining his confidence. Tell me, what use does it serve? However, silence. Can your creations defeat me? A horde of worthless robots. Dr. Gero's face was a portrait of defiance, yet he had to concede that his androids could not rival the might of the Marshal. With his objective achieved, Sun Wukong pretended to stroll around the laboratory, then gently patted Dr. Gero on the shoulder. Your talent is immense, yet remains untapped. It would be a shame to let such genius go to waste. Yes, my Lord Marshal, but what must I do? Upon hearing the Marshal commend him as a genius, Dr. Gero's previous discontent dissipated. The Marshal indeed possessed discerning vision. What are your thoughts on the human body? Is it truly incapable of transcending its limitations? Dr. Gero, your potential is considerable. I hope you can shine in this field. Yet, my Lord Marshal, throughout history, regardless of one's strength, the human body remains inherently frail and cannot truly enhance itself. I am aware. That is precisely why I need you. Are you not endowed with great talent? Use your gifts to create miracles. But I have spent decades researching. Have I not explored this already? Pray, do not jest, for I am in a precarious situation. Are you not a genius? I shall allocate the majority of the funding to support your research. Do not let me down. Yes, I shall not hesitate, even if it means risking my life for a noble cause. The Marshal speaks truthfully. I am indeed a genius. How can it be that every time I am told it is impossible? It is utterly insulting. Sun Wukong exited the research facility and addressed Violet. Notify all senior officials to return. We shall convene a meeting tomorrow. Yes, Commander. Witnessing the commander depart, Violet felt an immense sense of relief. It seemed the new commander was not one to create obstacles. At last, her life was spared. In a delightful mood, she reflected that the Red Ribbon Army merely underwent a change in leadership, and her own status had inexplicably risen. The old commander met his end most deservedly. She retrieved her contacts and hastily informed the remaining senior officials. Indeed, you all should hurry. The new commander intends to reorganize the Red Ribbon Army. Yes, Lady Violet. Sun Wukong, having previously sensed Pilaf's energy signature, quickly located him and his companions, seizing the Dragon Balls. No, please no, Pilaf cried, tears welling in his eyes, utterly devastated by the theft of the Dragon Balls once more. Get lost, Sun Wukong shouted, kicking Pilaf to the roadside. Chapter 31. The Dragon Deep Within the Forest. Sun Wukong placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, where they began to attract one another, emitting a golden glow. Arise, dragon, grant my wish. Suddenly, the vast blue sky was engulfed in darkness, ominous clouds gathering as lightning flashed and thunder roared. With a mighty crash, thunder struck the Dragon Balls, and the dragon, swirling with the tempest, soared into the sky, transforming into its majestic form. Speak your wish. The dragon's voice boomed like thunder. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong articulated the wish he had long contemplated. I wish for a physical form identical to mine, one that will grow taller with time. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a red light as it scanned Sun Wukong, remaining silent for several seconds. It cannot replicate your power. Understood, Sun Wukong nodded, indicating his comprehension. He would not fault the dragon, for its creator lacked such strength. As you wish. The dragon transformed back into the Dragon Balls, circling the sky before departing in all directions. Suddenly, a blue energy barrier materialized, obstructing the Dragon Ball's path. With a resounding thud, they lost their power and fell into Sun Wukong's hands. Did you not expect this? Ha! Sun Wukong placed the petrified Dragon Balls into a box, which reverted to a capsule and affixed a label to it. On the ground lay a boy, a crab-headed replica, his gaze vacant and still. He was Sun Wukong's duplicate, nearly identical in all respects save for consciousness. My plan is finally underway. Sun Wukong entrusted the duplicate to Dr. Gero, specifically instructing him to observe only and refrain from any dissection. In truth, Sun Wukong did not fully trust Dr. Gero. He only left the duplicate with him because he intended to stay with the Red Ribbon Army for some time. Previously, at the martial arts tournament, a considerable sum of money was expended to procure the art of mind reading from the Turtle Sage, enabling the ability to peer into the memories of others. He was eager to test whether this art could indeed reshape the thoughts of others. Sun Wukong was not so naive. Without instilling loyalty in others, he could not place his trust in them. If that scoundrel, Dr. Gero, were to create a rebel android from a clone, the consequences would be exceedingly troublesome. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Commander, the high-ranking officials have arrived. Lead the way. Yes, Commander. Violet guided Sun Wukong to the assembly chamber, where several captains awaited. It appeared he had taken many lives, leaving only a few minor warriors. Sun Wukong quickly discerned that these individuals possessed strength akin to that of the former Silver, barely competent enough to be of use. I shall not speak further. Those unwilling to pledge their loyalty may depart now. No one replied, nor did anyone leave. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction and outlined his purpose. My aim is to forge a powerful nation. Do you comprehend? He gestured for Violet to speak, as he was more suited for leadership than oration. To neglect talent would be sheer folly. Violet nodded, realizing that should Sun Wukong succeed, she would be second to none. Violet articulated Sun Wukong's plans in detail and presented the cities meticulously chosen for potential conquest, selected for their prospects of development. After 2 hours, Violet and the high-ranking officials finalized the strategy to be presented to Sun Wukong, with the invasion slated for 3 months hence. Although the Scarlet Ribbon Corps boasted advanced weaponry, additional recruits were necessary. Sun Wukong acknowledged this and retreated into the depths of the forest. The transformation through mind reading must be expedited. 3 days later, countless small creatures encircled Sun Wukong, nudging his feet with their heads, their expressions radiating joy as if he were their deity. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. Sun Wukong remained tranquil. For him, it was merely expected, nothing to celebrate. Time to return. He patted the heads of the animals and soared into the sky, swiftly arriving at Dr. Gero's laboratory. Commander, open the door. Wherever Sun Wukong went, soldiers saluted, their eyes reflecting envy. Such power at such a young age. Fate indeed seemed unjust. Why him? Why was he the chosen one? Upon entering, he found Dr. Gero engrossed in examining his own body, eyes gleaming with excitement, a smile playing at his lips. Incredible. This is truly a physique that transcends humanity. Dr. Gero was elated, astonished that someone possessed such innate physical prowess, defying human norms. Ah, Commander, it's good to see you. What brings you here? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. Sun Wukong revealed his gleaming white teeth, his eyes glimmering with a perilous light, and his previously expressionless face took on an ominous demeanor. What could possibly be the matter? To be frank, Dr. Gero was taken aback, rendered speechless, and stood frozen in place. A faint luminescence emanated from Sun Wukong's eyes, piercing into Dr. Gero's gaze. Dr. Gero fell silent, his once bright eyes now dulled and devoid of life. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Gero awoke to the realization, who am I? Of course, I am the illustrious master, the deity of the world, the great Sun Wukong. Please, allow me the honor of witnessing you with my mortal eyes, O magnificent deity. Dr. Gero knelt upon the ground, fervently praying, uttering a series of bizarre inquiries. This cognitive transformation is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Sun Wukong placed a blank sheet of paper upon Dr. Gero's head, as if bestowing a divine gift. Instantly, tears of gratitude welled in Dr. Gero's eyes. These are some of my discoveries, as you well understand. Sun Wukong smiled enigmatically and departed from the laboratory. Yes, yes. O great deity, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. After Sun Wukong's departure, Dr. Gero prostrated himself nearly 100 times before rising. Upon leaving the laboratory, Sun Wukong, guided by the scent of Violet, made his way to her office. Commander. Upon seeing the visitor, Violet respectfully lowered her head, clutching a dossier in her hands. A wave of panic washed over her, for she was engrossed in the very records of Sun Wukong, detailing his growth and experiences. Should this be discovered, her fate would surely be sealed. Violet lamented her foolish curiosity, cursing herself for the predicament it had placed her in. Sweat trickled down her body, soaking her garments. Ah, you are perusing my dossier. This brings me immense joy. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, glancing at the documents before carelessly placing them on the table. Violet exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the moment had not turned fatal. Is that so? Commander, when I say I am happy, do you genuinely believe I am? Sun Wukong's previously smiling visage darkened, his gaze fixating on Violet with an intense scrutiny. Chapter 32. Kalinta Violet's smile froze, her heart sinking as it raced with unprecedented speed. Quickly, think of a way out. I refuse to perish. The once smooth skin of her face glistened with perspiration, her clothing rapidly becoming damp. Commander, I haven't. Regrettably, it appears you lack justification. Sun Wukong interrupted, granting her no opportunity to speak, his smile tainted with darkness. In truth, even had Violet not perused the dossier today, she would have been doomed regardless. He had merely been toying with her. No, I do not wish to die. Move legs. As Violet prepared to leap through the window to escape, Sun Wukong forcefully restrained her. In an instant, her complexion turned ashen, as though she were on the brink of death. Do not. Sun Wukong forcibly seized Violet, aligning her gaze with his own. The concept of cognitive transformation dictates that it can only alter those significantly weaker than oneself, proving ineffective against individuals of strong will. Although ineffectual against the formidable, it suffices for its purpose. As light penetrated Violet's eyes, which once radiated despair, they grew dull and lifeless, as though all emotion had vanished. After a prolonged silence, she responded, Master, I shall work diligently. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Very well, Master, she replied. Once Sun Wukong departed, Violet reverted to her original state, indistinguishable from her former self. The cognitive transformation had not altered her thoughts or autonomous awareness. It merely modified her perception of the user. For instance, if the object of your affection loves another, possessing cognitive transformation would allow you to become the one she adores. Having exited the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong set his sights on the Carinta Tower. This is Carinta, he mused. I can reach the summit in a minute. With astonishing speed, he soared upwards, reaching halfway in mere seconds, soon catching sight of the tower's pinnacle. It was truly unbelievable. He had succeeded. Carinta, the guardian, widened her eyes in astonishment, unable to conceal her shock at the presence of such a formidable child. You must be the guardian. And yet you are merely a white cat, she remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, surprised that she could not penetrate his thoughts. While Carinta Tower is a coveted destination for martial artists, she confessed, I have nothing more to teach you. Having observed Sun Wukong's combat style, she noted the absence of superfluous movements. Every attack was executed with utmost efficiency. Your strikes lack any unnecessary motion, rendering me unable to instruct you. However, should you desire the sacred water, I can provide it, provided you possess stamina and mental fortitude that rival the potency of poison, enabling you to unlock your potential. Sun Wukong nodded, having confirmed in his heart that Carinta indeed had nothing further to impart. How about I trade you these fish for your sacred beans? He proposed. Oh, is that true? Carinta's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of exchanging surplus food for delicacies was simply splendid. 1 fish for 2 sacred beans, then. Splendid. Carinta eagerly agreed. 5,000 fish it is. As she drooled, her joy was palpable. It was the pinnacle of her feline existence. I shall exchange these sacred beans with you. Corinta returned to her storage area, a shadowy corner housing 2 large barrels. She lifted one barrel of sacred beans and placed it before Sun Wukong, brushing off the dust from her hands. In total, there are 10,000 sacred beans. Do you truly possess such an abundance of fish? Corinta expressed skepticism regarding Sun Wukong's claim, believing her offer of beans merely encouraged him to trade as much as he could. Of course. Wait for me a moment while I prepare, Sun Wukong replied. Before departing, he gazed at the expansive cloud of nimbus and leaped into the air. What a pity. If only these magnificent nimbus clouds could be transformed into a grand bed at home. One can only imagine the unparalleled comfort it would bring. Upon returning to land, Sun Wukong arrived at the seaside and boldly proclaimed his intent to purchase a substantial quantity of fish, causing the fishermen to scatter in excitement, hastily returning to their homes. Is this true, brother? Over 5,000? Absolutely. When Sun Wukong acquired all the fish from the first fisherman, the others became even more exhilarated. This was a lucrative venture, with generous payments and significant quantities required. After 3 hours, Sun Wukong successfully collected over 5,000 fish into his universal capsule, though they were not live fish, but rather dried and salted varieties. Live fish would not last long. Only dried fish could satisfy Master Karen. After carefully placing the universal capsule, Sun Wukong leapt a staggering distance of 100,000 miles, performing several somersaults before swiftly returning to Karen Tower. You're quite fast, Wukong. Here, over 5,000 fish. Though not live, but dried. Master Karen's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly tossed the universal capsule, which exploded with a loud pop, releasing a cloud of smoke. Wow. Thank you, Wukong. You are truly considerate. A mountain of dried fish materialized out of thin air, filling Karen Tower, and a broad smile spread across Master Karen's face. So many. How many years will it take to eat all this? I can't even imagine. This is sheer bliss. Observing Master Karen's rapturous delight, Sun Wukong chuckled and packed 1,000 celestial beans into the universal capsule. This should suffice for now. He tossed one into his mouth, and indeed, his stomach soon bulged, feeling as if he could go 10 days without food. The taste was fair, though he would undoubtedly eat again tomorrow. As the culinary delights of the world are as plentiful as the stars, and one must never neglect exquisite cuisine. I'm off. Farewell, Wukong. Come again next time. Master Karen waved, eagerly tearing into the dried fish, devouring the tender meat. The flavor was quite potent. After obtaining the celestial beans, he returned to the Red Ribbon Army to inquire about Dr. Jero's research progress. How is it? Have there been any results? It's challenging. Not to mention the feasibility of merging physicality with energy. Our current technology simply cannot observe it. However, another experiment is nearing completion. The enhancement of the physical body has shown initial results. Are you suggesting that the Super Soldier project has yielded results, but has yet to be tested? Indeed. Once we produce the Super Soldiers, we will possess a multitude of formidable warriors, bringing us one step closer to world domination. A steel physique, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities. This is precisely what the divine being provided on that blank sheet. Dr. Jero was astounded upon seeing it and worked tirelessly through the night, completing it within a week. My God, we will need several human trials. You should seek out Violet to handle this. Simply present your findings, and all your requests will be fulfilled by the Red Ribbon Army. The enhancement of the physical body and the integration of certain energies with physicality is the direction Dr. Jero is currently pursuing. The origin of the super soldier concept is largely derived from the extensive research of Sun Wukong, with Dr. Jero completing the remaining portions. Chapter 33, Super Soldier. Bulma is undoubtedly a genius. However, Sun Wukong is reluctant to involve her in this primal and bloody endeavor, one she would never accept. The success of the Super Soldier program has come at the cost of countless experimental subjects, as well as an immense waste of time and resources. In recent days, Sun Wukong has remained in the laboratory, engaging in extensive discussions with Dr. Jero regarding the composition of qi and the essence of energy within the body. He has long harbored a profound question, one that has troubled him for an extended period. Dr. Jero, feeling a nagging doubt, found himself unable to sleep, plagued by the enigma of life itself. Do you know what the most vital essence of the human body is? The kidneys? Indeed, they are the foundation of life, governing growth, development, and reproductive functions, serving as the bedrock of life itself. Precisely, this is the essence of the kidneys. But what if we were to triple their potency? What would ensue? The essence would increase threefold. Yet is it not still a form of qi? It is not life itself. Then, what do you perceive life to be? It is a complex system composed of cells, endowed with the ability for heredity and adaptation. Dr. Gero remains somewhat bewildered. He still does not comprehend what life truly is. I believe life is a form of energy, the fundamental essence for human survival, determining longevity and the body's capacity for recovery. Sun Wukong stood up and patted Dr. Gero on the shoulder, his diminutive stature appearing somewhat comical. What I wish to convey is that the energy of the body embodies life. What would happen if qi could replace life? Immortality. Eternal youth. Dr. Gero suddenly became animated. If qi could indeed substitute for life, then the concepts of aging and death would no longer be mere fantasies. As long as qi persists, he would not perish. He is already advanced in years. And soon he would meet his end. Even if he were to fail, he could still extend his life by several decades. Yet, qi also encompasses spiritual energy. How could it possibly replace life? Dr. Gero questioned, pondering how the physical aspect of qi could substitute for life when it also involves the mental realm. But what if we could create a form of qi that could be transformed or fused at will? It could embody both life and qi. What do you think, Mr. Gero? Sun Wukong took a few steps, turning his back to Dr. Gero, his lips slightly pursed. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Divine One, I now know how to proceed. Go forth, unleash all your ideas and methods. No matter the cost, pursue this research relentlessly. Rest assured, your support comes from me, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong turned to leave the laboratory, pausing at the door to impart one final thought. Go ahead. I will allocate half of all resources to assist your research. And do not let my clone perish. Gero, do not disappoint me. With a faint sigh, Sun Wukong pondered deeply. Despite his extensive study, he had merely scratched the surface. And the path to success remained arduous. Could the dragon know? Resolving to wish for knowledge in the future, he acknowledged that his current understanding was insufficient. Marshal, Violet exclaimed, rushing towards Sun Wukong with an infatuated gaze and flushed cheeks. Remember to fulfill any resource requests from Glow, he instructed. Understood, Marshal. Violet nodded fervently. Akin to a little chick eager to please its master, her face inching closer to Sun Wukong's. Let's go, he said, gently patting her head, signaling her to depart as he had other matters to attend to. Yes. Violet reluctantly left, glancing back at Sun Wukong, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. I seem to have altered her far too much, he mused, perplexed. He had intended merely for her to obey, yet the transformation had led to an unexpected outcome. Had he not intended to reshape her perception of him as her master? Was it possible that her understanding of a master diverged from his own? Had he known that a different alteration would yield the desired results, he would have pursued that path instead, as he departed from the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Where to next? The Celestial Realm? Or perhaps a visit to Grandfather Sun Gohan? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wukong employed his sky dance technique and made his way to the abode of the fortune-telling grandmother to meet Sun Gohan. This might be their final meeting, for soon Grandfather would return to the underworld to enjoy his rest. Reflecting on Grandfather Sun Gohan's fondness for the tranquility of Taishang Laojun, a wry smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips. The young cow feasting on the old grass seemed to be rather exquisite. His elder's life might be more blissful than his own. Within a minute, Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at the fortune-telling grandmother's home. Hey, form an orderly line, please. This is the fortune-telling grandmother's residence, announced a pink specter. Indeed, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Is it just you? The specter inquired, peering around. Ha. Can a child really possess such wealth? Whatever. I'm just a worker. Why concern myself with such matters? The specter turned away. After a while, the pink specter drifted back leisurely. Your turn, esteemed guest. Please follow me. The specter guided Sun Wukong through the corridor and into a room. Seated at the fortune-telling orb was a small, somber-faced old woman. Ah, you are quite young, she remarked. I hear you possess formidable skills. I have come to challenge you. Oh, such confidence. You are indeed bold, she chuckled darkly. Then let us proceed. I eagerly anticipate this. The fortune-telling grandmother smirked, declaring that even if he possessed unparalleled abilities, it would matter little. She had 5 skilled fighters ready to exhaust him, ensuring his inevitable defeat from the outset. Moreover, she was a champion who had won the martial arts tournament twice consecutively. Leading Sun Wukong to the adjacent arena, she instructed the Pink Spectre to fetch some medical supplies, lest Sun Wukong be defeated in this encounter. Are you ready? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. The old woman bore a striking resemblance to a villain. Had he not seen it, one might have thought it was Sun Wukong nodding, signaling that the time had come to commence. Come forth, Batman. Suddenly, a bat emerged from a nearby chamber, and with a resounding thud, smoke enveloped the creature, ultimately transforming into a blue-skinned boxer. Excellent. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wukong, without waiting for Batman to react, delivered a single strike that sent him flying off the platform. What? He defeated Batman in one blow. The fortune teller wiped the non-existent sweat from her brow in disbelief. Invisible Man, step forth. Exhaust his stamina. Losing is trivial, but I absolutely cannot concede that my 5 formidable recruits were bested by a mere child. Begin. Ha! You cannot see me, even with my eyes closed. I can discern your position. Why bother looking? Once again, with a single blow, Sun Wukong vanquished his opponent, disdain evident in his gaze. How infuriating. The fortune teller gritted her teeth, attempting another strike. This won't do. Chapter 34, Son Gohan, follow me. Oh, a change of venue. The fortune teller chuckled sinisterly as she led Sun Wukong back to the prior palace, arriving at the chamber of the demonic statues. 2 devilish figures extended their lengthy tongues, each measuring several meters, hovering above a bubbling green lake. You shall battle upon the tongues of the demonic statues. By the way, should you fall, it will be your demise, hee. The fortune teller cackled, tossing a piece of meat into the lake. Upon contact, the meat rapidly turned to charcoal, and moments later, a cloud of purple smoke formed. What do you think? If you are frightened, you may concede, hee. Let us commence. Your recruits are utterly pathetic. I feel no pressure at all. This is quite tedious. Sun Wukong exhaled dismissively, clearly underestimating his opponent. Hee. From the depths of hell, come forth, Demon Man. I shall take my leave first. This child is indeed skilled, but here is where it ends. The Demon Man emerged from the mouth of the demonic statue. Here is where it ends. The elderly man adorned with a cat mask shook his head. His grandson had been nearly unmatched in skill 2 years prior, and was likely even more formidable now. Little brat, your arrival here confirms your strength, but it shall cease upon encountering me. With wings sprouting from his back and horns adorning his head, he resembled a diminutive demon from the infernal realms. Enough with the chatter. Unleash your full power. The fortune teller scolded, realizing too late how verbose the Demon Man was. This child is indeed strong. The Demon Man noted the fortune teller's palpable anxiety for the first time. It seemed he would need to resort to his ultimate technique. Light of hell. After all, it was the fortune teller's request. She wouldn't care if he perished. Wait, Demon Man, cease at once. Who the hell told you to use your ultimate technique? Are you unaware of how terrifying that move is? Ha ha ha. Perish, little brat. So much unnecessary prattle. The Demon Man's powerful move was indeed formidable, but if it failed to connect, it would prove utterly futile. In the moment of the demon's incantation, Sun Wukong appeared before it in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly sending it flying. The demon crashed through the roof, soaring several thousand meters away. What a shocking defeat for the demon. Little did it know that Sun Wukong had merely employed a single move, despite being a 2-time champion of the martial arts tournament. The fortune teller, with her mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Next." "No need," she added. "Your strength is formidable. This is where it ends." The fortune teller manipulated her divination orb to float beside Sun Wukong, sniffing the air. "I shall remember you, Sun Wukong," she chuckled. Once Sun Wukong arrived in the underworld, she would recruit him as her enforcer. Regardless of how great his talent was, in a few hundred years, he would merely be dust. She could afford to wait. Wait. Fortune teller, allow me to fight Sun Wukong, but you must trust me. The old man's resolute gaze compelled the fortune teller to reluctantly concede. Very well, let the match commence. Please. Fortune teller, change the venue. I wish to engage Sun Wukong in a fierce battle, he implored. Agreed. The fortune teller led everyone back to the original arena. What do you think? Can you win? Uncertain. How peculiar, she chuckled, fully aware of the impending defeat yet determined to fight to the bitter end, just as before. Stubborn fool. What? Son Gohan, having not heard clearly, glanced back at the fortune teller. None of your concern. Hurry up. All right then. Son Gohan swiftly ascended to the arena, facing none other than his grandson. Son Wukong. The silent youth slowly spoke. I never expected to encounter my grandfather's spirit today. The halo above your head resembles that of an angel. Indeed a symbol of death. I didn't expect you to discern that, little Wukong. You have become an exceptional martial artist. Son Gohan gently removed his mask, revealing a familiar visage. What? Son Wukong is your grandson. The fortune teller was genuinely astonished. No wonder she had been alerted by a child with a tail. No wonder that child was so skilled in martial arts. Come forth. I shall show no mercy. Son Wukong assumed a stance, deliberately lowering his strength to match Son Gohan's. Just what I desired. Son Gohan equally took his stance and struck first with a craned fist. Son Wukong evaded to the side, countering with a kick that struck Son Gohan's abdomen and sent him soaring into the air. Subsequently, he gathered energy in both hands, unleashing a wave of force with a powerful shout, the yellow light surging forth with tremendous might, piercing through Son Gohan's body. An afterimage, perhaps? Son Gohan appeared above, the wave of force poised to unleash its fury. Boom. What? Son Wukong retaliated with his own afterimage. The one left behind gradually faded away. Son Gohan looked left and right, utterly unable to locate Son Wukong. Not in the sky or on the ground. Could he be beneath? A miscalculation. As the stone at Gohan's feet shimmered briefly, the smoke dissipated, revealing its true form. Goku seized Gohan's foot and hurled him forcefully. You have lost, Grandpa. I concede to your sneak attack. Taking advantage of Goku's momentary lapse, Gohan grasped Goku's tail. The tail is your weakness. Before Gohan could finish, he was struck in the face by Goku's elbow, releasing his grip on the tail and being sent flying. You have overcome. Indeed. Grandpa, succumb. Goku concentrated blue energy in both hands. I still possess other techniques that I have yet to employ. How could I possibly fall now? As Gohan prepared to retreat, he felt as if something binding him. What is this? His feet were ensnared by several chains, rendering him immobile. When did this happen? Why did I not sense it? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Throughout the battle, he had been completely unaware of the chains binding him. It was when I seized your foot. My energy had already ensnared you tightly. Now, regardless of how you struggle, you cannot break free. Kamehameha. Wait. Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. Kamehameha. I concede. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he felt a profound terror. In just a few exchanges, he had been utterly defeated. It would have been better if we had done this sooner. Goku retracted the final energy wave and released the chains binding Gohan's feet, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Surrounded by a gentle glow, it seemed that no dust could ever cling to him. You have grown significantly, both in stature and skill. Gohan sighed, recognizing that both his combat techniques and control over energy had improved remarkably compared to 2 years prior. Shall we go to a restaurant for a meal? We can chat leisurely. Is Grandma coming? Off you go. There's plenty of time left in the day. Hurry, hurry. Don't play the grandparent-grandchild act with me. The fortune teller turned to leave. Chapter 35. Dominating the world. Gohan and Goku arrived at a local restaurant. As they conversed about their experiences over the years, Gohan felt a sense of pride when recalling his first encounter with Bulma, surprised that he had garnered the admiration of girls at such a young age. Discussing the Dragon Balls left Gohan astounded. He had never imagined such powerful artifacts existed in the world. However, Gohan had no desire for resurrection, as he believed the afterlife was a place of peace. When the conversation shifted to his apprenticeship and his first-place win at the martial arts tournament, Gohan was astonished to learn that his grandson had indeed trained under Master Roshi and triumphed over his own teacher. It seemed Goku had surpassed his master, proving himself not merely as an exceptional martial artist, but as a renowned martial arts master. Gohan felt a sense of fulfillment, realizing that his momentary whim had given rise to the strongest martial artist of this era. Enough about me. How are things in the afterlife? Haha, my life is splendid. You need not worry. Son Gohan scratched his head, reflecting on how splendid life in the underworld was, far superior to his previous existence. That's good to hear. Son Wukong nodded, having only mentioned it in passing. As the sun descended and night enveloped the land, he added, make sure to eat well. Goodbye, Grandpa. I hope you find joy in the afterlife. All right, it's time, came the response. Understood, Granny. With a wave, Son Gohan bid farewell as the divination ball emitted a radiant glow, swiftly drawing him inside. Well then, Son Wukong, it's time for you to depart as well. The divination granny urged, noticing him lingering. I know. I merely paused for a moment. Is that reason enough for such haste? Hurry up, the divination granny insisted, clearly wishing for Son Wukong to leave without delay. I never expected Wu Tian to take you, such a peculiar creature, as his disciple. How surprising that her inept brother possesses such fortuitous luck. Thank you for the compliment. I should have known to spare some face for those experts, he retorted. Now, be on your way. With a few light-hearted chuckles, Son Wukong leaped gracefully into the air, soaring high above as he departed from the divination granny's abode. For months later, at the new headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, within the royal palace. Master, we have successfully seized control of the kingdom and are preparing to establish a new regime. Well done. Have those individuals been eliminated? All of them have been killed. Additionally, Dr. Gero has successfully completed version 20 of the Super Soldier program, with 30 soldiers having undergone the injection and survived. How many perished? Over 100 participated, 30 have died, and while more than 40 survived the injection, they are not far from death. These 70 soldiers lack the physical resilience to endure. Son Wukong nodded, acknowledging that the Super Soldier program had achieved initial success. Yet the matters of energy and life remained unresolved. Let us wait a bit longer. The Super Soldier plan is not yet fully refined. We must not rush it. What of the other cities? Most of the work is nearly complete. It should be fully realized in another 2 months. Violet approached from behind Son Wukong, her delicate, smooth hands gently massaging his shoulders, her crimson lips near his ear, whispering sweetly. The system of the Crimson Ribbon Legion has been established and is being implemented across various regions, with soldiers currently recruiting in major cities. You may leave now. Yes. Violet's graceful form gradually withdrew from Son Wukong, exiting the palace of the commander rather than the king. She had become increasingly alluring over the past 4 months. Much had transpired during this time. Son Wukong first cohabitated with Lan Qi for a month, followed by a month with Bulma. The remaining 2 months were spent conquering the world, destroying the previous nation in a mere fortnight, completing his dominion over the world and becoming its sovereign. Dr. Gero, in the 3rd month, finalized the Super Soldier program, resulting in the emergence of over 100 super soldiers within just a month, including the 30 who had recently transformed. These soldiers possessed bodies as resilient as steel, with strength capable of moving mountains and remarkable recovery abilities. In simple terms, with a combat power of 40. Upon the injection of the Super Soldier Serum, one transforms into a martial arts master, instantly elevating their combat prowess to a staggering 100, rivaling that of the Turtle Sage. Should the Turtle Sage himself undergo the injection, his strength would undoubtedly amplify even further. World domination? Merely a trivial task. Son Wukong rose from his throne and soared into the sky, swiftly arriving at Dr. Gero's laboratory. Within the confines of the lab, a gaunt old man raged passionately, while several esteemed figures from the medical field stood across from him, alongside prominent individuals from biology and technology, observing the scene. Regardless of Dr. Gero's tirades, these dignitaries remained as silent as withered trees, not out of reverence for Dr. Gero's intellect nor his authority over them, but because their very lives lay in his hands. Welcome, my divine presence, Dr. Gero exclaimed with utmost respect as he approached Son Wukong, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The entire world knew of Dr. Gero. All thanks to my divine being. Were it not for him, Dr. Gero might still be toiling in some obscure corner of the world. Instead, he now basked in fame and recognition, hailed as the greatest genius of the age, his accomplishments destined to be immortalized in history, enjoying adoration for generations to come. How is the progress? The essence of energy and life is but a modest achievement, yet without precise instruments, it remains challenging. To date, over 300 death row inmates have been wasted, yielding only superficial insights. Never mind, set that aside for now. Focus on completing the Super Soldier project. Yes, my lord. Son Wukong nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Dr. Gero's effectiveness, who had not disappointed him. In time, I will conduct further research. Indeed, it is an honor to have you here, my divine presence. Dr. Gero's eyes gleamed with fervor. following Sun Wukong's path to world dominance. Dr. Gero had reached a state of fervent madness. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Sun Wukong in his presence, Dr. Gero would undoubtedly deliver a severe punishment. Having found such a confidant, what more could he desire? Tears welled in Dr. Gero's eyes. After decades of mediocrity, he had finally succeeded. He immediately turned back to the laboratory. Hurry, you useless bunch. If you fail to produce something satisfactory, you shall vanish. Yes, Dr. Gero. The group gritted their teeth. Reluctantly following suit, they had no choice. They had never dealt with such matters before. What is energy? What is martial arts? The plans concerning energy and life were utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, there was a library housing a wealth of knowledge about the great martial arts masters. 3 days. They must assimilate the majority of martial arts knowledge. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Chapter 36. 3 years later, 3 months later. In the Red Ribbon Empire, the capital city. My lord, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament has been acquired by us and is currently under construction in the capital. Violet donned a military uniform, exuding an aura of valiance, resembling a victorious female general. After more than 3 months, Dr. Gero's super soldier serum had achieved an almost perfect success rate. Following her injection of the super soldier serum, Violet's combat prowess soared beyond 60 points. Her abdomen sculpted into defined lines, her muscles, though not overly large, radiated immense strength. What of Gero? Dr. Gero has meticulously tailored the super soldier serum for you and is currently conducting experiments on the clone of the master, ensuring a complete absorption rate of 100%. Under the command of Sun Wukong, Dr. Gero was experimenting on the clone to significantly enhance both physicality and potential. As is widely acknowledged, the Super Soldier program aims for holistic enhancement, benefiting even the internal organs. Ordinary soldiers receive the serum injected into their bodies, whereas Sun Wukong undergoes immersion to guarantee flawless absorption. In a few months, the dragon will grant another wish. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, returning to his training. 5 months later, the city had been fully reclaimed, and the proliferation of mobile phones was nearing its conclusion. Violet personally dressed Sun Wukong, presenting him with the latest mobile device, its screen brightness perfectly calibrated for eye protection. Quickly upgrade the phone to a few versions. It's too ugly. Yes, master. Additionally, the martial artist program has commenced, with 2,000 soldiers injected with the super soldier serum successfully learning to harness their chi. Excellent, Violet. It seems you have executed your tasks exceptionally well, and I am quite pleased with you. Sun Wukong felt a sense of gratification. Violet was indeed impressive, effortlessly resolving matters on her own. Suddenly, Violet clutched her clothing tightly, her face flushed, her voice involuntarily rising. Thank you for your praise, master. I shall strive to do even better. Why the excitement? One might think you've taken some medicine. Sun Wukong covered his eyes. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly startled. All right, in a few months, we will release the news of the super soldier. You know what to do, right? Yes, master. Extract all the wealth from the elite. The super soldier must not leave the capital. And use the super soldier to lure out the hidden geniuses from around the world and capture them all. Very good. Sun Wukong was quite satisfied. Gently stroking Violet's purple hair, she, like a contented puppy, closed her eyes in bliss, basking in her master's affection. As night fell over the capital, the 7 dragon balls gathered together, shimmering with a golden light. Arise, dragon, Dr. Gero shouted, deep in contemplation. What wish would yield the greatest advantage for him? State your wish. I desire all knowledge of the physical mysteries that you possess, dragon. Let it be enshrined in the Imperial Library. As you wish. With a flash of red light, hundreds of books materialized in the Imperial Library, quietly resting upon the shelves. A year later, please, come in, Doctor. Glow respectfully ushered Sun Wukong to a serene lake, the culmination of countless experiments conducted by replicants yielding the most perfect results. Dubbed Divine Water, a name bestowed by Dr. Glow, this 100-meter expanse of golden lake was enveloped in a colossal glass structure, where numerous researchers employed sophisticated instruments for meticulous testing. My esteemed guest, please, Dr. Glow exclaimed, his countenance brimming with excitement as he harnessed the knowledge of the divine dragon to create this miraculous elixir. Indeed, Glow, you have excelled. Your dedication has not gone unnoticed. Shall we commence? Allow me to witness whether this so-called super soldier can truly undergo a transformation. As Sun Wukong stepped into the divine water, a resonant splash echoed, and the liquid surged like a tempest, fervently infiltrating every pore of his being. Golden light transmuted into energy, coursing throughout his body. Cells rejoiced, and his internal organs underwent metamorphosis. His physique seemed to amplify at an astonishingly gradual pace, reminiscent of a snail's progression. The golden radiance ascended from his innards, gradually enveloping his bones and skin. "Half a year from now, I shall await you," Violet remarked as she turned away, the door to the laboratory gently closing behind her. She had yet to fulfill the tasks assigned by her master and could not remain by his side. After spending a day with Sun Wukong, Dr. Glow returned to his research. The Qi and Life project was officially underway. Countless soldiers adept in Qi entered the experiment. However, Dr. Glow regarded them not as mere subjects, but as entities to be observed and from whom to gather physiological data. Half a year later, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, a surge of energy radiating from him. The golden-green lake rippled, gradually yielding to towering waves. Crack! A section of glass shattered, and water cascaded forth, streaming in torrents. Is this the super soldier? He diminished all his qi, thrusting his hand into the jagged shards of glass, slicing into his skin with ferocity, yet emerging unscathed. Not sufficient, he declared. With a fierce grip, he unleashed his dragon claws, rending his arm and creating a deep, ghastly wound. 1 second, 2 seconds, blood began to congeal, and his arm reverted to its former state. It appears quite satisfactory. Sun Wukong nodded in approval, his defensive capabilities significantly enhanced, and his regenerative abilities far more potent than before. His qi had also seen a remarkable increase. If his previous recovery rate was a mere 30, it now soared to 200. The enhancement of his physique was truly magnificent. His qi now reached 600. One must not underestimate this. For a body that grows wildly cannot be compared to one that is diligently trained. My esteemed guest, how do you feel? The elevation of your physical potential, the wild growth of your strength, and your internal organs seem to radiate newfound vitality. The sound of ecstatic reverie echoed throughout the laboratory. Dr. Glow's nearly frenzied voice reached Sun Wukong's ears. It is simply extraordinary. Ever since utilizing the super soldier formula, my back no longer aches. My legs feel rejuvenated. I feel invigorated and brimming with energy. I am thoroughly satisfied. Sun Wukong had never experienced such ease before. The enhancement of his physical form intoxicated him, enveloping him in an aura of joy, as if he had been reborn. Was the 3-year investment in training worthwhile? Did the enhancement of his energy merit the expenditure? Indeed, it was beyond measure. Regardless of how long he trained, the additional energy he gained paled in comparison to the strength of his body. With the advent of the Second World Martial Arts Tournament and the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, Sun Wukong would possess a declaration of loyalty. He held no illusions of benevolence in seeking the celestial beings. They might not even allow Bubbles to instruct him in martial arts. The divine beings had likely observed his character from the heavens for quite some time. With the threat of the Demon King Piccolo looming, it was imperative for the celestial beings to empower him, the one destined to defeat Piccolo, to thwart the emergence of a new generation of chaos. With Bubbles possessing a combat power of 1,000 as his guide, the enhancement of his energy would surely yield remarkable results. 3 years of solitary training could not compare to a single year under the tutelage of a master. Confidence is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is blind confidence in oneself. Chapter 37. Lazuli haha, splendid. Goro, have there been any results from the Energy and Life project? My lord, not yet. We have yet to even probe life energy. Sun Wukong remained undeterred. If results were achievable in just a year or two, this universe would have already manifested them, eliminating the need for their research. Keep pushing forward. He encouraged Dr. Goro. Sun Wukong knew he had to engage actively. Relying solely on Goro and his team would not lead to success, as their understanding of energy was still far too superficial. Yes, my lord. I will have King Violet prepare the materials you require. Very well, you may go. After Dr. Goro departed, Sun Wukong soared into the palace. He had no aspirations of becoming a king. After all, strength was of paramount importance. Who governed the nation mattered little, as long as it aligned with his desires. My lord, you have finally awakened. King Violet exclaimed upon seeing Sun Wukong, his face breaking into a smile, his previously weary eyes now sparkling with vitality. Have you prepared for the World Martial Arts Tournament? I have organized and promoted it. Its renown has spread far and wide. The tournament will become a focal point of discussion among the populace. Indeed, after Sun Wukong establishes his dominion over the world, the first step will be to elevate the tournament's prestige, further enhancing its value. Masters of martial arts from around the globe will flock to participate, while various lesser competitions will fade into obscurity. The cheers of countless spectators will resonate throughout the arena, as if the very center of this world is him, Sun Wukong. After all, who does not harbor the dream of being a champion? The World Martial Arts Tournament is sure to be exceptionally lively this time. Understood. Having acquired the information he sought, Sun Wukong departed the palace. Can't you spare a moment to see me? Violet lamented, tossing the dark circles under her eyes onto the ground. How infuriating. Who was the fool that suggested such a dreadful idea? With everything meticulously prepared, Sun Wukong arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory. My God, this is the data we have been researching, Dr. Gero said, kneeling respectfully as he handed over the materials. How many experimental subjects are there? Over 100, already awaiting in Lab 1. Sun Wukong nodded and proceeded to his experiment. After years of medical study, he was finally able to engage in practical application. In the southern forest, his sister remarked, "It seems this year's World Martial Arts Championship is exceptionally remarkable, with lavish prizes. Goodness, they are actually offering the Super Soldier enhancement." Robbie's, clad in a black top and an orange scarf, exuded a newfound charisma compared to 3 years ago. The Super Soldier? It is said that possessing it grants one the prowess of a martial arts master? Lazuli, dressed in an elegant black top made from premium fabric, paired with bespoke athletic trousers, radiated an endearing charm, as the juxtaposition of her cool demeanor with her attire imparted a unique allure. Indeed, the Super Soldier enhances physical capabilities, which is incredibly beneficial for us. Lazuli snatched the phone, revealing the screen. First prize, 50 million in cash, Super Soldier. Second prize, 20 million in cash, Super Soldier. Third prize, 1 million in cash, Super Soldier. This is exceedingly generous. The Empire has truly invested heavily for the martial arts tournament. Robbie's wholeheartedly agreed. The Super Soldier is a strategic asset. Who would have thought it would be offered as a prize for the World Martial Arts Championship? It seems all the world's masters will participate. How exhilarating. Ha ha ha. We are bound to reach the finals. Who knows? We might even claim first and second place. The siblings had undergone transformative experiences over the years, their strength now unparalleled. You are exceedingly confident, aren't you? Lazuli did not refute him. She relished the thought of her overly confident brother being bested by other competitors, especially Sun Wukong. Should I perhaps buy a camera? She giggled. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe it? Of course not. I'm merely thinking of delightful things. Is that so? In the West, it was unexpected that the prize for this World Martial Arts Championship would include the Super Soldier. Master Roshi expressed his astonishment, followed by his 2 disciples, Tian Xinhan and Chaozu. Tian Xinhan, with his 3 eyes, possessed the ability to perceive faster speeds, while Chaozu, clad entirely in white, boasted superpowers. This seems quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree, Chaozu? Indeed. At the Kame House, due to the Empire's takeover, the World Martial Arts Championship would now be held every 3 years? You fool. That newspaper is 2 years old. With a smartphone at your disposal, you only just realized to read this? Poir complained while perched on Krillin's head. There was little that could be done. For 3 years I had devoted myself to rigorous training, scarcely noticing the passage of time. Laughter escaping my lips as I touched my bald head, glistening under the sunlight. I too. The relentless days and nights, through storms and sunshine, had culminated in an impatience to register for the upcoming event and redeem my past failures. Jackie-chan, this time I shall surely surpass you. But what of Wukong? I find myself uncertain, unaware if he had bid me farewell or simply departed in silence. At that moment, you were engrossed in a book. Wukong had indeed said goodbye, and you had told him to go away. How fortunate he was to have refrained from striking you. I remain oblivious to where that cheeky rascal has wandered off to. Master Roshi, clutching a photograph, continued to boast. Let us disregard him. How about we gather for a meal tonight? Let us go. Krillin, Yamcha, and Poir were in unison, ready to enjoy a feast nearby. Hey, I wish to join too. Master Roshi insisted, for how could such a joyous occasion unfold without my presence? 6 months later. In laboratory number 1, a man was bound to a platform, a child standing beside him, deep in contemplation. A glimmer of insight began to take form. After conducting over 200 experiments, I had garnered a greater understanding of energy and life, yet more experimentation was required. Why not test on my own body, you ask? What a jest! I cherish my life too dearly to engage in such reckless endeavors. It is through extensive experiments that the most flawless results may be achieved. And this is the only path to follow. For now, it is unnecessary. Enhancing one's strength is the true course. One must stand tall to see far. My lord, the martial arts tournament commences tomorrow, and I have already registered you. Violet knelt gracefully at the door, her noble countenance reflecting elegance and poise. 2 years as a queen had seemingly refined her further. Understood. Yes, the experiments would continue. Over the past 6 months, I had created numerous nefarious devices to control others' energy, such as energy bombs and energy puppets. The man appeared to deflate like a balloon, his life force dissipating at an alarming rate. It seemed that in mere moments, he would be devoid of breath. Chapter 38. Master Crane. With a sudden pop, the man's energy vanished entirely, and the terror in his eyes turned vacant, ultimately dimming to nothingness. He was dead. Goku's expression remained impassive. These condemned souls should be grateful for the additional years they had lived, thanks to him. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Such experiments had no regard for human rights. The number of lives lost evoked no sympathy. And only those soldiers who had volunteered for experimentation had any claim to such consideration. Clean up, he instructed his assistant, change the attire, and vacate the laboratory. This time, there was much to be gained. Goku stretched his limbs slightly before retreating to the palace, seeking a restful slumber to recalibrate his state. Beneath the blazing midday sun, the earth was scorched, even the air warped in its heat. What could be the matter with Ryukong? Why has he yet to arrive? Surely, he must be aware of the martial arts tournament. Regardless, Master Yamcha, let us seek refuge in a shaded area to escape the sweltering sun. It is quite unbearable. Poor, panting, finds it difficult to cope with the heat after a prolonged absence from the desert. Very well, lingering here serves no purpose. You may proceed without me. I have some matters to attend to. The turtle hermit has no intention of enrolling this time. Yet Yamcha, in his relentless pursuit to conquer Jackie Chan, has been training day and night, to the point of dreaming about surpassing himself. Thus, it seems I must acquiesce to his determination. Ah, who might that be? Is it not the turtle hermit? Master Crane, adorned with a crane-shaped hat, floats gracefully before the turtle hermit. Oh, Master Crane, you still draw breath? Humph. You remain as unappealing as ever, always quick to mock others. I have heard that your disciple is quite active in the martial arts tournament, even securing first place. However, the current tournament is not as it once was. I fear your pupil may not even reach the top 8. My disciple surpasses yours in prowess by leaps and bounds. Perhaps you should escort your disciple back home. Humph. Such arrogance. What did you say, bald old man? Silence, you half-bald fool. Humph. Let us wait and see. Master Crane smirks, confident that his talented disciple will reduce the turtle hermit's pupil to tears. With that, Master Crane departs with his students. Who was that? Bulma and Launch set down their phones, exchanging amused glances, astonished that the turtle hermit and the quirky old man belonged to the same school. The genius who invented the mobile phone is truly remarkable. Acquiring information has never been easier. Hello, it has been a while. Son Goku appears mysteriously behind them, as though he has always been there, unnoticed. Ah, Bulma gasps, instinctively jumping up to embrace Launch. Am I really that frightening? Goku, it has been ages. Bulma, upon recognizing him, places a hand on her forehead, exasperated. Honestly, you're not that scary. Indeed, I was startled as well, Krillin pretends, placing a hand over his heart. Haha, you two are exaggerating. I stood there for several minutes, and you didn't even notice. Son Goku converses with the group for quite some time, learning various tidbits, such as Krillin's training in the West and Yamcha's endeavors in the South. Bulma, through sheer determination, has mastered transformation techniques and has become more beautiful, shedding some youthful innocence for a touch of maturity. Launch has reverted to her blue-haired self, her innocent eyes now seemingly enriched with newfound depth. The turtle hermit, having trained diligently after his defeat to Son Goku, has become considerably stronger over the past 3 years. You didn't sign up, did you? I did. Let us eat first. It has been ages since we gathered for a meal. Onward. Everyone raises their hands in joy, leaving the registration booth amidst laughter and merriment. What is the matter? Launch observes with curiosity, sensing something peculiar about her sister's quirks. It's nothing, just wait. What kind of look is that? It's nothing. This is simply how I look. Speak if you wish. After Lazuli withdrew her gaze, Sun Wukong turned his head. What's wrong? Krillin inquired. Nothing, let us go? Came the reply. Is it Lazuli? Why do I feel somewhat familiar? After the siblings registered, they proceeded to the hotel they had booked in advance. Lazuli sighed, pondering how to deal with her sister's taste. What could be done? Just pretend to be oblivious. It was surprising to find such a restaurant in the imperial capital. Had the owner struck gold? Perhaps it wouldn't be far-fetched for this small establishment to evolve into a chain. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously. After their meal, the group arrived at their accommodations for the martial arts tournament. Upon registration, the staff, upon learning they were among the top 8, offered them exclusive lodgings. The place was resplendent, lavish in every aspect, imbued with the essence of wealth, and each room bore a unique design. Who would have thought that the martial arts tournament would feature such opulence? Indeed, compared to now, they previously endured quite a hardship. As night fell, the air was crisp, and the stars remained visible. A few white clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Krillin, Yamcha, and Poor shared a room, while Master Roshi had his own. And Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Launch stayed together. Why has the moon suddenly appeared after several years without it? Bulma mused. Did someone make a wish on the Dragon Balls? Launch, her expression vacant, was illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a sprite dwelling on the moon. Hey, Launch, did you hear that? Huh. Oh, sorry. I was a bit lost in thought. Launch stammered, her face suddenly flushed. What's wrong? Sun Wukong entered the room, leaping onto the bed. Nothing. By the way, you're 16, yet you've barely grown, he noted, surprised that Sun Wukong had only gained a little height, similar to Krillin. Bulma pondered whether it was the effect of martial arts training. Should they wish for his growth from the dragon? Launch worried that starting martial arts too early might be detrimental. When she has children, she would ensure they do not begin training at such a young age. Bulma and Launch flanked Sun Wukong, their eyes filled with concern. You don't understand the innate talents of my race. I can withstand bullets with my body. Which is certainly not the same as yours, Sun Wukong earnestly explained, even tossing a handgun from the capsule and shooting himself in the head. Bang! The bullet struck his head, shattering like an egg against a stone. Ah, you really shot yourself. Launch gasped, quickly checking Sun Wukong's forehead for injuries. Bulma, however, remained unfazed. If bullets could harm him, he wouldn't truly be Sun Wukong. Rather than the bullet incident, she was particularly attentive to Launch, sensing an affection that seemed to bloom between her and Sun Wukong. Perhaps it was her imagination. Aside from Launch, who else would find a child appealing? It's nothing. Launch nodded, her heart finally at ease, for she bore no scars. The prowess of martial arts astounded her. It was unyielding even against bullets. Would you like to learn? No, I'm not interested in that. Compared to martial arts, she found greater joy in cultivating and arranging flowers. The internet was rife with floral knowledge, and she had nurtured a plethora of blossoms at home. Chapter 39, Prelude to the Competition. Wukong, let us sleep together tonight. Ah. What's wrong? Lan Shi's head filled with question marks, her large, dark eyes blinking innocently. Seeing Lan Shi's dazed expression, Bulma felt her words caught in her throat, perceiving her as the most impure of thoughts. It's fine, I'll join too. After casting a fierce glance at Sun Wukong, she headed to the bathroom for a shower. What is wrong with her? Lan Shi, still bewildered, could only inquire of Wukong. I don't know. Let us not worry about her. Let us just sleep. For Lan Shi, it was best to leave the incomprehensible behind. Perhaps one day clarity would arrive. She embraced Wukong, pressing his face against hers, rubbing vigorously as the scent of lavender enveloped them. After a while, Wukong touched his slightly flushed face, looking helpless. He truly disliked others touching his face. Not even that. Huff, huff, huff. You just lay down, and you're asleep already? How fast? Looks like I've met my match. Wukong promptly hugged Lan Shi, resting his head upon her chest, entwined together. Tick-tock. Why have you both fallen silent? You were just talking. Upon entering, Bulma witnessed two figures resembling pigs in a warm embrace, her lips twitching. Why do they resemble a married couple? Just moments ago, they were chatting, and now they've drifted off to sleep. Clap. She was impressed. After quickly applying her face mask, drying her hair, and donning her pajamas, she prepared her camera for the next day, pulling Wukong into her embrace and closing her eyes. In the dead of night, Lan Chi tightly shut her eyes, slightly furrowing her brow as she searched restlessly, as though something vital had vanished. Ultimately, she grasped Wukong's tail, her closed eyelids regaining tranquility. Who is it this time? Wukong instantly opened his eyes to find Lan Chi firmly clutching his tail, unwilling to release it. Taking a few deep breaths, he pondered. Why is she holding onto my tail? Should I consider cutting it off? Never mind. Ultra Instinct is indeed impressive. Perhaps I should keep it. Hypnosis as drowsiness enveloped his mind. He slowly closed his eyes. The sun rose, gradually ascending. With the first rays of sunlight streaming through the window, it illuminated Bulma's visage, bestowing a golden sheen and an aura of sanctity. After stretching, he pried Lan Chi's hands from around his neck, tossing her back onto the bed before entering the bathroom. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes, groggily awakening to the realization that his posterior was resting upon Lan Chi's face, while his tail was being savagely bitten by her, as if it were a piece of meat. It was only 6 o'clock. He tossed his phone back onto the table and reclaimed his tail from Lan Chi's mouth. With the departure of his tail, Lan Chi's tightly shut eyes promptly fluttered open, staring blankly at Sun Wukong. What have you done to me? Nothing at all. He playfully grasped her cheeks, tugging and pulling, transforming her round face into an oval one and back again. Don't. Lan Chi gazed at him with her innocent, large eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Brush your teeth and wash your face. He released her cheeks. All right. Lan Chi's previously sorrowful expression evaporated, and she immediately embraced Sun Wukong, dashing towards the bathroom. Be careful, Bulma exclaimed, startled by their sudden appearance, and scolded them. After a round of washing up, there came a series of knocks. Hey, rise and shine for morning exercises. Krillin and Yamcha instantly opened their eyes, hastily reaching for their phones. The screen read, 6:30. What is going on? Wukong, have you ever woken up for morning exercises at 6? Krillin complained loudly, knowing that Sun Wukong had never risen before 8. Exactly. Yamcha lamented, having just managed to enjoy a good sleep only to be disturbed by this fellow. Don't mind the details, let's go, Sun Wukong declared, flinging open the door and striding in. Nanny, how did you get in? I distinctly remember locking the door. You haven't turned into a thief during your 3 years of training, have you? Krillin inquired. Shut up, Wukong retorted. After a brief struggle, the two finally got out of bed, only to discover downstairs that it was not a morning exercise at all. So, where are we headed? Puer asked, a question mark appearing above his head in confusion. To savor the culinary delights of the entire imperial capital, of course. Bulma, well prepared, immediately pulled out her phone and displayed a map. Ah, you mean we have 2 hours to eat our way through the imperial capital? Master Roshi was astonished. Do you not realize how vast the imperial capital is? It would take 3 days to sample even a fraction of it. Just hush. We will only hit a few spots, Sun Wukong said with a sigh, tapping Bulma on the head. The competition starts at 8. We can't indulge too much. He harbored serious doubts about the intentions of others who might be masquerading as spies sent to disrupt them. Hee. Bulma stuck out her tongue, her eyes crescent-shaped and endearing. Now that's the spirit. After visiting several renowned breakfast establishments in the imperial capital, the 6 humans and 1 animal finally settled down to eat. And the clock struck 8. The prestigious tournament, known as the world's #1 meeting, held immense significance, requiring each contestant's prowess to be assessed to qualify for participation. However, the top 8 were exempt from this requirement. With over 10,000 participants, the competition employed a collective elimination system. More than 300 individuals would gather on stage, with only 3 able to advance, testing not only the contestants' martial abilities, but also their intellect. Finally, 100 participants entered the arena for elimination, culminating in the selection of the top 16, 8, 4, and ultimately, the finalists. Greetings to all. I remain your judge. A golden-haired man, clad in a suit, emerged from within. The audience area is 10 times larger than a football field, and due to the world-class nature of this competition, every seat is occupied. Wukong, This is a significant improvement over our previous experiences. Reflecting on 3 years of rigorous training, Clin vowed that this time, he would not fall easily to Jackie Chan as he did before. Let you all witness the might of your esteemed Clin. With a surge of pride and fighting spirit, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, see you in the arena. Don't falter along the way. Indeed, I have grown considerably stronger over these 3 years." Sun Wukong and Yamcha departed with an air of nonchalance. "See you in the arena." Clin firmly grasped his martial arts attire, which he kept pristine on his back. No longer would he feel anxious or afraid. Sun Wukong would compete on Platform 1, Clin on Platform 2, and Yamcha on Platform 5. This will allow me to observe their martial prowess closely. Tian Xinhan sat in the distant audience. Yet his gaze was not on the screen, but fixated intently on Sun Wukong. The previous champion, what strength do you possess now? Tian's match would take place in the afternoon. Sister, what is so captivating about this? They're merely a bunch of weaklings, remarked Robbie's as he bit into a piece of meat, expressing his discontent. They are nothing but an assembly of misfits. You may leave now. Do you understand? Fine, goodbye. Robbie's immediately stood up, preparing to depart. Aren't you telling me to go? His garments were firmly grasped by Lizzie, preventing his exit. With golden eyes, she fixed her gaze on Robbie's, and the tension between the siblings thickened as time passed. All right then. Ultimately, Robbie's relented. Lizzie calmly turned her head, a slight smile gracing her lips, her previously cold demeanor softening somewhat. Chapter 40. The competition unfolds no way. Over 300 participants. Indeed. Is the martial arts tournament unwell? Many martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction. The previous competitions were one-on-one bouts, but now it has transformed into this chaotic spectacle? You are all too weak. Only formidable martial artists would not be bothered by such trivialities. King Chiba sneered. This multitude of 1,000 was nothing more than a cast of extras, daring to sign up without a clue. Truly laughable. That is the champion of the martial arts tournament. Other martial artists retreated, acknowledging that while the tournament's prestige had significantly increased, its previous value was not to be underestimated. King Chiba was indeed renowned among martial arts experts. King Chiba, a diminutive child, descended from the heavens, landing beside him. That is Sun Wukong, another champion of the martial arts tournament. The surrounding martial artists clenched their fists. With 2 champions on one platform, the prospect of advancement seemed exceedingly slim. King Chiba felt a surge of fear. The speed was like lightning, surpassing even his own. Shall we join forces? Enough. Apart from you, they are merely ordinary individuals. Sun Wukong shook his head, dismissing them as weaklings who could not even move a boulder. Here, there are as many as one might desire. The true martial talents are the key to entering the top 100. These feeble souls serve only as fodder, accentuating the might of the strong. As the competitors stepped onto the expansive arena, the voice of the referee resounded through the air. Thank you all for your patience. I hereby announce the commencement of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. 10 observers piloted flying vessels, soaring out from the buildings. Let the competition begin. Charge. 300 individuals grappled together, fists and feet colliding. Within the 400-meter arena, numerous martial experts engaged in combat, and within mere minutes, dozens were cast down from the stage. Chiba Wang and Sun Wukong stood quietly in place, a 10-meter radius around them devoid of challengers, as all others instinctively kept their distance. Several journalists hovered above the arena in their flying machines, cameras in hand, broadcasting live. What is happening? Why are they not attacking these two? Indeed, why not? The audience murmured in confusion as they observed 2 figures standing still on Platform 1, while the competitors dared not approach. Is this a conspiracy? They speculated, questioning whether such a national-level competition could be tainted by corruption. What do you know? That is the former champion. Who would dare strike? Who could possibly contend with him? A devoted fan of the tournament retorted loudly, chastising those who spoke without understanding. If you don't comprehend, then refrain from making baseless claims. Observe closely what true prowess looks like. Do not compare it to mere boxing or taekwondo. This is the epitome of strength. Longtime spectators of the martial arts tournament chimed in, even sharing cherished recordings with fellow viewers. 20 minutes passed, and soon only 20 individuals remained on the stage. All renowned masters of the martial world. I am Wang Cheng, a martial artist from the southern regions, where none can rival me. participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. There are 300 contestants, but they are merely trash, far beneath my level. Humph. The championship? It is but a matter of circumstance. They simply faced me. Wang Chung felt no fear as he swiftly defeated dozens of opponents, his confidence soaring. What championship? That title is merely unclaimed until I participate. Look at that fool. Ignore him. He is just a country bumpkin, probably unaware of the tournament's existence prior. As Wang Chung displayed his arrogance, the martial experts erupted in laughter. Having assumed he would be a formidable adversary, only to witness his self-destruction. Now we have more opportunities, they mused. Haha. Wang Chung scoffed. This group of weaklings thinks they are strong, which leads them to believe I am weak. Little brat. Your chance at becoming champion is solely because I have not entered the fray. The diminutive opponent appeared slightly weaker, if he could be dispatched. Chibo Wang could also be thrown from the stage. Wang Chung suddenly leaped, akin to a winged dragon, his hands transforming into claws, an ancient primal energy radiating from him. Ferociously potent. Are you frightened now? In an instant, the figure had arrived before Sun Wukong, launching attacks from both sides. With a crack, his tail struck like a tempest, sending Wang Chung hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring hundreds of meters beyond the arena, dust scattering in his wake. Such audacity. Sun Wukong closed his eyes once more to rest, while the other martial arts masters had lost their fighting spirit, merely awaiting the imminent conclusion of the match. Those who had contemplated a sneak attack quickly abandoned the thought, opting instead to compete for the last remaining spot. They were simply not on the same level. Victory was unattainable. Why isn't Tianjin Fan watching? Jiaozi inquired, tilting his head in confusion. There's no need. I already know, Tianjin Fan replied. As he and Jiaozi exited the arena, returning to their inn. Their opponent was formidable, and further training was essential. Not a moment could be squandered. Haha. Wang Chung gasped for breath, his eyes still wide with terror, his body trembling slightly. How terrifying. Is this person even human? Sir, can you still stand? A staff member hurried over to assist, fearing Wang Chung might perish on the spot. Haha, Yukong is truly putting on a show. Yamucha laughed heartily. Around him, some skeptics gathered, yet they were swiftly dispatched by his new Wolf Fang fist. You are all still too weak. In the blink of an eye, numerous shadows of fists appeared, coalescing into a black wolf that, in an instant, sent dozens of competitors flying off the stage. In these 3 years, I have surpassed my limits. I have become a new self. Yamucha charged into the crowd, intent on defeating everyone and securing all 3 spots for himself. Yamucha is quite ruthless, someone remarked. An opening. Krillin dodged a sneak attack and countered with a punch that sent the assailant off the stage. His movements were as agile as a bee, always able to evade appropriately, plunging into the throng, and within moments, dozens fell from the platform. Not bad, not bad. Significant progress. On another stage, Jackie Chan stood firm. The competitors dared not challenge him, yet a few reckless youths approached one after another. Jackie remained stationary, not moving an inch, when suddenly, the attackers felt a stinging pain on their faces and were propelled off the stage at astonishing speed. Youngsters really do not understand their limitations. Damn, that old man is formidable. Indeed, I couldn't even discern his punch trajectory. Those who witnessed Jackie Chan's prowess could only retreat. That Grandpa Jackie is incredible. Wasn't he the runner-up in the last martial arts tournament? Bulma, following Lan Chi's gaze, adjusted her camera and soon captured Jackie effortlessly dodging his opponent's strikes and sending several competitors flying. Who would have thought he was competing this morning? His strength remains as formidable as ever, Bulma mused, marveling at the strange twists of fate. Yes, when Jackie was present, Wukong was embroiled in a fierce struggle. I wonder if he can still win this time? Worries surged to a peak in her heart. Rest assured, 3 years have passed, and Wukong has undoubtedly grown stronger. However, should you not be more concerned about the other 2 disciples? Something feels amiss. Chapter 41, The Top 100. What is the matter? Lan Chi's dark eyes reflected confusion as she tilted her head and stared intently at Bulma. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, scaring myself. Time passed. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays scorching, as the competitors sweated profusely, breathing heavily. All right, all contenders on the platforms have determined their victories, and the preliminary rounds will resume at 2 o'clock this afternoon. My goodness, Did you see several competitors effortlessly send dozens of others flying? As if it were a mere pastime? They are simply lacking in skill, relying on numbers alone to secure their spots. What do you know? Those individuals have reached a superhuman level. Ordinary martial artists have no chance of even getting close. It was rare to encounter superhuman martial artists in the past. How could it be so now? Indeed, do not think that merely relying on numbers suffices. These individuals would have been invincible in ancient times, and still, they rely on sheer numbers. Some longtime spectators, having watched for over 20 years, are thrilled to finally witness a superhuman martial artist, prompting them to rush to the capital to purchase cameras. It was never like this before. Such opportunities were scarce. All right, that should suffice. Lazili and Lapis departed together. Let us go grab a meal. Lazili tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. Let us go? In the top 8 quarters of the martial arts tournament. Aren't you going to observe your opponents this afternoon? Why are you lying in bed as soon as you return? What is there to observe? If the strength is equal, then it's worth observing. If the strengths are unequal, the outcome remains unchanged regardless. You truly baffle me. Setting the air conditioning to 19 degrees. Lanchi retrieved a blanket from her luggage and draped it over Sun Wukong's body. Aren't you going to sleep? I'm not sleeping. Bulma invited me to go shopping. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sister, I didn't expect we'd be on the same platform. Should we take down the others? No, I'm not interested. You handle it yourself. TCH. Lapis had no choice but to amuse herself, randomly seeking out a fortunate opponent. You. Hee. With a mischievous grin. She raised her hand and concentrated energy into a small energy sphere at minimal power, akin to a flash of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a dozen individuals were sent flying off the platform, their eyes wide in astonishment. What is this? Get away. The more experienced martial artists leapt into action, retreating several meters away. What does this mean? Due to the sheer number of participants, most had not witnessed the event, their faces adorned with puzzled expressions. In the next moment, they understood. Lapis charged about the platform like a colossal giant, wreaking havoc. Make way. In a mere few seconds, dozens of competitors were knocked aside, some even suffering fractures and requiring medical attention. Run, run. A terrified cry reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Unprepared contestants were trampled to the ground, enduring a flurry of blows in an instant. How utterly tedious. None possess any skill, laughed Lapith, mocking the participants who dared to enter such a competition lacking even the caliber of martial arts masters. Dumpling. It appears there are indeed many experts in this martial arts tournament, remarked Tianjin Fan, suspended midair, his 3 eyes fixed on Lapith, recognizing the boy's formidable prowess. Dumpling replied with an impassive expression, nodding slightly. With arms aglow in blue light, several contestants were flung aside, crashing beyond the ring. As time passed, the victors of the afternoon contests were finally determined. The dreams of countless individuals lay shattered upon the arena, the once pristine surface stained crimson, resembling a fractured mirror of purity. Congratulations on making it into the top 100. You are masters from around the globe, yet here, you are but ordinary competitors. No one could predict the victor, but all present were acutely aware of their resolute determination to triumph. Tomorrow, the official commencement begins. Enjoy your dinner. It is quite delectable. Lanchi playfully stuck her tongue out as she placed food atop Sun Wukong's head, then retrieved the remote to turn on the television. What a pity it has ended. I wanted to continue watching the live broadcast, she sighed, switching to other channels to check for any replays. Sun Wukong, squinting and groggy, reached for a portion of the food. Not bad, he remarked, finishing it expressionlessly. It was neither delightful nor distasteful. He withdrew some magical beans from his pocket and consumed a few. Ever since the transformation by the water of the gods, basic sustenance had become insufficient to satiate his hunger, leaving him perpetually in search of nourishment. Hey, Wukong, what are you eating? I want some. Lanchi noticed and immediately leaped off the sofa, rushing to Wukong with outstretched hands. You can't have it. No, I want to eat, she retorted, certain that Wukong was unwilling to share, persistently reaching out in an attempt to awaken his conscience. Fine, but don't come crying to me later about how your stomach is still full after 10 days. He again pulled a magical bean from his pocket and tossed it to Lanchi, who eagerly swallowed it whole. Disgusting. How can you eat such a thing? Don't you feel any changes in your body? Lan Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, and Wukong, taken aback, responded, "What expression is that? You truly baffle me." He forcibly roused Lan Shi from her daydream. "Are you thinking of something inappropriate?" Wukong chuckled mischievously, placing his hands on her face, pulling and tugging playfully. Suddenly, Lan Shi felt overly full, touching her belly. "That bean allows you to go 10 days without eating." "What? 10 days without eating?" Lan Shi exclaimed, her astonishment rendering her speechless. "Of course. How wonderful. 10 days without meals. How fantastic. Is that so? As long as you are happy. And what about those magic beans? I could go a month without food." "Yes, indeed. Brother, there are some." Sun Wukong hastily produced 3 magical beans and placed them in Lan Shi's palm. "Splendid. Do as you wish. After all, they won't kill you." Time, like a flash of lightning, rendered one numb. The next day, the competitors advancing to the top 100 gathered together. "Hurry up. I paid a hefty sum for this spot to observe the match up close." Bulma directed Pure, striding forth alongside Lan Shi. So heavy, Pure resembled a burdened servant, obediently following Bulma's commands. "Yamucha, I wish to go home." Pure, "Move faster, don't lag behind." "Yes, I understand." Pure, panting and exhausted, clutched the camera, striving to keep pace with Bulma. "Pure, do you need assistance?" Lan Shi expressed concern. Yes. Pure nodded vigorously, nearly collapsing from fatigue. "I shall help as well." Bulma sighed, having promised a grand feast for assistance. Who would have guessed that Pure would be so weak? It was merely a few kilometers, yet it seemed to drain his life force. Chapter 42, Krillin vs. Nam. The match commenced. As the golden-haired referee concluded, the arena mechanism activated, with platforms 1, 2, and 3 shifting slowly, debris cascading onto the grass. Ultimately, they assembled into a 1,000-meter arena, grand and formidable. 6 referees hovered in individual flying devices, suspended hundreds of meters above the arena. The golden-haired commentator descended, wielding a newly developed microphone, resonating throughout the competition grounds. "Now, let contestant number 1 face off against contestant number 36. Unexpectedly, the first competitor was Wukong. "Quickly, Pure, shift the camera to the left." Bulma shouted, realizing she should have hired someone else. Who knew Pure would be so inept, unable to move even this little bit? "Yes, Sun Wukong. It truly has been a long time." Lotzi Li's gaze was fixated on the youth below the arena, her heart swelling with joy and excitement upon seeing the one she had longed for, mingled with worry and anticipation. Would he still remember me? If he does, what would his expression be upon seeing me? A faint smile graced her lips, transforming her previously cold visage into one radiating warmth and sunlight. "What is happening to you?" The once lazy Lapisi, caught off guard, had his expression contorted in disbelief. "Is this truly my sister?" Following Lotzi Li's gaze to Sun Wukong, he wondered if there was truly something inappropriate at play. Cold sweat trickled down Lapisi's brow. Perhaps it would be wise to feign ignorance about this bizarre inclination. All right, the match begins. The Tiger Beast man stretched his limbs, creaking audibly, with a disdainful expression, mocking, "I didn't expect children to participate. It seems the martial arts tournament lacks credibility. Wouldn't you agree, little brat?" The Tiger man tugged at Sun Wukong's hair and playfully patted his cheek, laughing heartily. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with a fierce red light, his face taut, and 3 curved lines appeared on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I have made up my mind. You must endure until the very end." "Huh? What did you say?" Without warning, a powerful punch sent the Tiger man soaring into the air, the wind howling in his ears. Quite exhilarating, isn't it? In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared behind the Tiger man, his hands coming together, veins bulging. With a thunderous crash, the stone bricks shattered and dust swirled around. Unyielding, Sun Wukong delivered his final blow. Kamehameha. Boom. A colossal blue beam descended from the heavens, resembling divine judgment, obliterating the arena. Phew. It seems my training is still insufficient. I've never seen Wukong this furious before, Krillin remarked, pointing towards the Tiger man. He won't be killed, will he? Rest assured, Yamcha reassured Krillin. Wukong knows what he's doing. Indeed, Yamcha was correct. Sun Wukong did not slay the Tiger man, but merely let him experience a taste of defeat. The Tiger man lay on the arena, gasping for breath, as if he were on the brink of death. The referee was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback, and landed his flying vehicle beside the Tiger Man. Are you still alive? Can you continue? The Tiger Man nearly spat blood, realizing that no one had summoned a doctor despite his dire condition. Thankfully, being a martial arts expert, he narrowly avoided a fatal outcome. Help! The Tiger Man collapsed onto the ground, his posture conveying an urgent plea for assistance. Hurry, doctor! Contestant number 1 wins. My goodness, is that even human? Is this what martial artists are like? Quick, take pictures. Take pictures. Understood. I'm capturing the moment. In my youth, I was renowned as the photography god of Mount Xiaoming. Next, we invite contestant number 2 to face contestant number 40. Finally, it's my turn. Let us go. Upon returning from the arena, Sun Wukong extended his fist. Yes, let us do this. Krillin took a deep breath and extended his right hand. The collision of their left and right hands was brief before they parted ways, with Krillin departing from the waiting room. The waiting area was divided into 2, featuring a lion statue and a tiger statue that faced each other. Care for a bite? Yamcha tossed a golden ear of corn, perfectly roasted. Not this time. I steamed it, Sun Wukong replied effortlessly. He had no time to wait for roasted corn, having hurriedly purchased breakfast. Then I want to eat it. You can have it. Sun Wukong tossed the corn back, finding it quite unpalatable. Ah, once you have it, it's yours. Yamcha grinned mischievously, sending the corn back and stepping back repeatedly. You rascal. Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief, realizing that Yamcha had offered it out of reluctance to eat it himself. I concede defeat to you. With a few bites of the corn cob, he ultimately finished it with a furrowed brow. It was not palatable. To my surprise, it is you. Krillin's eyes widened like saucers, astonished to discover that you are a disciple of Master Roshi, Goku's mentor. Nam's puzzled expression instantly transformed into one of clarity. So, he is Goku's junior apprentice. Come on, I won't hold back. Neither will I. Krillin's waist slightly protruded as he assumed a fighting stance of his own invention. Over the past 3 years, he had challenged martial artists from around the globe, honing his skills to a solid foundation. The match commenced, as the referee's voice echoed. Both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. Krillin's speed proved superior, his fierce punches slicing through Nam's defenses, landing a solid blow to his face. Nam's already slender visage appeared even more gaunt, akin to a cannonball, hurtling several meters away. Nam adjusted his position in midair, stabilizing himself with a delicate toe touch. Impressive. He believed his training had led to a significant breakthrough, propelling him back into the top 4. Yet he was taken aback by Krillin's prowess. The Krillin of today was worlds apart from the one 3 years prior. Shockwave. Before Nam could devise a countermeasure, Krillin had already positioned his hands at his waist, unleashing a shockwave towards Nam's face. What? Nam's pupils contracted as he dodged this attack in a desperate maneuver. Krillin leaped powerfully, shattering the stone bricks beneath him, raising clouds of dust, akin to a bullet. Bring it on. Though our strengths may differ vastly, I possess my own methods to contend with you. Crossing his arms protectively across his chest, veins bulged, resembling a cannonball as he charged towards Krillin. Cross slash. Nam summoned all his energy, his hands transforming into razor-sharp blades, akin to the scythe of death. How could I ever fall for your ultimate move? Krillin chuckled internally, within a meter of Nam, his left leg bulging with veins. The stone bricks erupting as he soared into the air. His hands had already gathered the Kamehameha energy, the azure light surging forth like the most ferocious river, obliterating anything in its path. You've fallen for my trap. A second ago. No, it can't be. How did so much energy suddenly surge into his legs? Akin to a bomb ready to explode. Could it be? Back to the present. Nam's previously sullen complexion instantly flushed with vigor, his muscles swelling. Reminiscent of the moves from 3 years ago. Chapter 43, The Deciding Battle. Full power unleashed. That is my technique. He has mastered it. In the Tiger Stone Lounge. Jackie Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone learn it so easily? Nam executed a maneuver impossible for an ordinary person, evading Krillin's Kamehameha. Here it comes. This is my strongest strike. Cross/shockwave. Nam crossed his arms, golden light flashing between them. Buzz. Not good. Krillin shielded his head with his arms. His entire body tense, his waist bent, transforming into a round ball. Turtle shell. The air was rent asunder, and a streak of golden light pierced the sky, striking Krillin in an attempt to obliterate him. Oh my heavens. Krillin was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Nam, as the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Covered in ash and soot, Krillin opened his eyes, his lips twitching. He managed to block it. What? Now it was Nam's turn to be astonished. How could Krillin withstand such an attack without collapsing? No. Is this even possible? Krillin effortlessly rose to his feet, his hands gathering blue light as a sphere gradually expanded. I concede. Realizing that Krillin still possessed strength, Nam had no choice but to yield. Had Krillin not been careless, he might not have even landed a hit. Nam executed both strategy and combat skills flawlessly. Alas, his opponent was simply too formidable. Tien Shinhan, with a serious demeanor, commented that the most valuable talent is the physical body. Mere strategy and combat skills are of no avail without it. Haha, I was careless. Krillin, fighting through fatigue, retracted the Kamehameha, his muscles loosening, a sharp pain shooting through his head. Contestant number 2 wins. As the announcement echoed, Krillin strode off the stage with vigor. What a pity. With Nam's strength, he should not have been eliminated here. Perhaps luck is indeed a facet of strength. Sun Wukong, witnessing Nam's use of the Kamehameha, was taken aback, realizing that in the past 3 years, Nam had grown significantly stronger, even mastering the Kamehameha. Martial arts superhero, may your village prosper from this day forth? Haha, congratulations. Yamcha extended his fist, eager to experience the sensation for himself. Haha, I almost fell victim to Nam's counterattack. After the collision, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the match's details. He had truly been on the brink of defeat. Now, let us welcome contestant number 9 to face number 99. That little brat Krillin. Every time he gains strength, he becomes overly confident. Jackie Chan exited the waiting room, a glint of determination in his eyes. He would not be careless. Those who had passed the preliminary rounds were all masters of martial arts. That old man. Robbie's, puzzled, followed Lazuli's gaze and saw the direction in which Jackie Chan had departed. Just before leaving, Jackie Chan's aura suddenly surged. Competitors who had learned to sense ki immediately turned their heads, focusing on the direction of the departing elder. He is indeed a worthy opponent, Robbie's remarked, secretly astonished. For his strength surpassed that of previous adversaries, seemingly belonging to a different echelon. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. Lazuli and Robbie's exchanged glances, both shimmering with excitement. It had been a long time since they had encountered worthy opponents. Shall we engage in a long-awaited sparring session tonight? Absolutely. Those eccentric siblings. Tien Shinhan, sweating profusely, witnessed the siblings' manic behavior, feeling a twinge of embarrassment on their behalf. Dend turned to Tien Shinhan, equally speechless at the siblings' antics. Ha, it's nothing at all. Tien Shinhan patted Dend on the head, dismissing their eccentricity as something to fear. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky as the audience, drenched in sweat, purchased popsicles from local vendors. As time passed, Sun Wukong and his companions fought through numerous challenges, finally reaching the top 8. Unfortunately, the formidable Chai Ba Wang fell short at the 16th round, prompting a shake of Sun Wukong's head. Next, we invite Jiaozi to face off against the contestant Krillin. The two stood upon the arena as the match commenced. Krillin took a few steps back, mockingly exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that the disciple of Master Roshi? I never imagined you would make it to the top 8. Ha. Baldy." Krillin's taunt struck a nerve. "What did you say? Aren't you bald as well?" Jiaozi retorted. "Not at all," he declared, removing his hat to reveal a single hair fluttering in the breeze. "Aren't you the same?" Krillin, cornered, conceded, "I must admit defeat. I have hair, while you do not." Before Jiaozi could finish speaking, Krillin launched a sudden attack, instantly seizing Jiaozi's body and hurling him several meters away. "You despicable scoundrel!" Jiaozi exclaimed, taken aback by Krillin's ambush. "Haha, all's fair in love and war." Jiaozi halted midair, maintaining a cautious distance from Krillin. "What? You didn't expect that I could fly?" he boasted, his index finger wiggling slightly. A golden light flickered as 3 energy waves locked onto Krillin's head. "That's the Dodon Ray," Jackie Chan shouted. "Humph, you actually know?" Tianjin Fan replied, somewhat surprised. "Of course. However, this bald guy is not so easily defeated." Krillin performed a backflip to deftly evade the attack, countering with a powerful energy wave. Jiaozi's pupils constricted as he struggled to dodge and adjust his position. He anticipated the speed of Krillin's energy wave. Just a moment ago, you were on the ground. Krillin suddenly emerged behind Jiaozi, striking him down with force and following up with a Kamehameha wave. Jiaozi fell from the air, having just regained his balance, but was unable to evade the Kamehameha, ultimately collapsing on the arena floor. Jiaozi. The disparity in strength was too great. Losing was not a disgrace. Tianjin Fan released his tightly clenched arms, his palms reddening. Krillin wins. After a brief pause, the referee's voice resounded once more. Now, let us welcome Jackie Chan and Tianjin Fan to the stage. This was an exhilarating match, with last year's runner-up Jackie Chan pitted against the unstoppable Tianjin Fan. Unleash all your skills. Let me see what you've got, Tianjin Fan said confidently with a smile. Jackie Chan remained silent, adopting his stance. The match commenced. Tianjin Fan struck first, launching a straight punch towards Jackie Chan, only to be blocked by Jackie Chan's left arm. Seeing his attack thwarted, Tianjin Fan swiftly kicked with his right foot, but Jackie Chan deftly dodged again. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, each demonstrating their prowess. This is the multi-phantom fist, Tianjin Fan exclaimed in surprise as Jackie Chan's hands glowed blue, preparing to unleash his attack. Right here, with three piercing eyes, Tianjin Fan swiftly discerned the true form of Jackie Chan and sent him flying with a single kick. The youth is truly formidable. No action of yours can escape my gaze. Instantly, Jackie Chan's muscles erupted with power as he charged towards Tianjin Fan, launching a sudden assault. Anticipating this, Tianjin Fan pivoted, lightly tapping his toes to ascend into the air. New Crane Immortal's Solar Fist. What? A flash of brilliance illuminated the arena, prompting all present to erupt in outrage. Are you kidding? The audience is being attacked. Indeed. Both Jackie Chan and the audience suffered unparalleled damage. Engrossed in the match, they were suddenly blinded by the three-eyed bald head's dazzling move. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the screen chuckled quietly, relieved to be merely observers. Chapter 44. The catastrophic defeat of Laplace. Tianjin Fan executed a swift hand strike. Jackie Chan was struck on the back of his head, plunging into darkness and losing consciousness. The referee's machine rushed in, activating the reader. 1, 2, 3. After a few moments, Jackie Chan regained awareness and flipped back onto the stage. Ouch! Ouch! One truly ought to show more care for the elderly. Jackie Chan cried out in pain, gently massaging the back of his head to alleviate the ache. He is back on his feet. Jackie Chan rises once more. Who are you really? Tianjin Fan sensed something amiss. Why walk down this treacherous path? You disgrace your own abilities. Sever ties with the Crane Immortal at once. Silence. You speak only nonsense. If you do not cease, your life may be forfeit. Tianjin Fan had no interest in Jackie Chan's idle chatter, relentlessly striking with fists and kicks. What's wrong? Your punches lack their former sharpness, a result of trading blows with Tianjin Fan for dozens of exchanges. In the end, after Jackie Chan's counsel, he conceded defeat. Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. You scoundrel! Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth as he stepped off the stage, his gaze clouded with confusion and a hint of disbelief. Dazed, he returned to the locker room, hesitating before finally approaching Jackie Chan. What do you mean by this? How infuriating. Jackie Chan has lost. Yamcha could hardly believe that Jackie Chan had fallen to Tianjin Fan, reflecting on his 3 years of effort with a sigh. Let it be. Victory and defeat are ultimately insignificant. His years of toil were merely to prove that he was not inferior to others. My strength is hardly less than Jackie Chan's. Perhaps even greater. The subsequent match featured Yamcha against Laplace. The contenders ascended the stage. Oh, look at the pretty boy who was toyed with by the old man last time. Laplace was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this pretty boy to reach the top 8. What did you say? I, Yamcha, detest being called a pretty boy. The match commenced. Such an impolite brat. Yamcha stifled his anger, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Heh. Rappies remained unfazed, unperturbed by his opponent's youthful demeanor. Suddenly, Yamcha unleashed a swift strike with the Wolf Fang fist, catching Rappies off guard and sending him hurtling away. I knew it. Having never faced a worthy adversary, he had become complacent. This fool. Lazuli pressed her forehead, indifferent to the outcome. Being defeated once more was no great calamity. Loss was simply loss. Ugh. Rappies did not anticipate Yamcha's remarkable speed. It was on an entirely different echelon compared to their previous encounters. How vexing. Why conceal his true prowess? Rappies promptly adjusted his stance, executing a side kick. Yamcha's gaze remained fixed, effortlessly evading the attack, clearly having read Rappies' movements well in advance. Futile. To speak candidly, Rappies' strength was not inferior to Yamcha's. Each of his strikes was as swift as lightning, each blow imbued with the capacity to shatter boulders. Yet what was the use? Despite launching a barrage of punches, only a scant few connected. To Yamcha, Rappies was akin to a mountain. With every failed assault, despair gripped Rappies' heart tighter. With each ounce of despair, his subsequent actions bore more flaws. Intent on the waves. With a palm charged with ki, he was upon Yamcha in the blink of an eye. Useless, utterly useless. Yamcha effortlessly dodged, possessing strength without finesse. His opponent was akin to an infant wielding a great sword. Rappies had never encountered a formidable foe, relying solely on brute force. Now, faced with an equal competitor, he found himself outmatched by Yamcha. How infuriating! Despite their comparable strengths, the disparity between him and Yamcha was astronomical. Yamcha moved with effortless grace. So weak, so feeble, his opponent was nothing more than a child. Rappies' intent transformed mid-path, striking Yamcha's back. Gotcha. A confident smile spread across Rappies' face. Though Yamcha's skill surpassed his own, he had still been ensnared by his clever stratagem. With a laugh, he gathered energy into multiple spheres, revealing the prince's combat technique. Boom. The relentless barrage ensued, leaving Rappies drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In mere seconds, he had expended all his available ki. Almost had you. Yamcha admitted to his earlier carelessness, narrowly avoiding a counterattack. He had not anticipated Rappies' hidden capability. Rappies sneered coldly, ultimately raising his hand in surrender. Judge, I concede. There was no other choice. His energy was nearly depleted, and he lacked the strength even to walk. Surrendering so easily. A child unable to best even a pretty boy. How laughable. Rappies suppressed his fury, calling for the judge to escort him away. He could not bear to remain. Next time at the martial arts tournament, I will surely defeat you. I shall remember this grudge. The young man silently vowed to himself. How pitifully lacking in skill. Lazuli found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated her opponent's strength, yet the true reason for her defeat lay in their technique. Goodness. Please welcome contestant Sun Wukong to face off against contestant Lazuli. Wukong. The opponents are merely siblings. You may strike them without hesitation. They are utterly inept. Upon returning to the resting area, Yamcha's first action was to voice his disbelief. He had never encountered such poor combat skills before. It was as if they possessed talent but lacked fundamental training. All right. Sun Wukong strode forward with confidence. Wow. Truly. I never expected to see such incompetence in the arena. Indeed, it resembled a baby wielding a sword. His movements were so predictable that even without sight, one could easily defeat him. Krillin felt an odd familiarity with the young man's martial arts, as if he had encountered it before. Defeated. No matter. Lazuli remained silent, knowing she and her brother were destined for the same fate. Leaving the resting area, she gracefully leapt into the center of the arena. Sun Wukong. A rare smile graced the girl's features, her icy demeanor seeming to thaw. The reigning champion, Sun Wukong, is about to battle the undefeated Lazuli. The match begins. Number 18? I don't believe I have seen her before. He pondered where he might have encountered the girl with golden hair. Suddenly, a spark of recognition illuminated his mind. I remember now. Lazuli exclaimed in delight, astonished that after 4 years, her opponent could still recall her. How wonderful. You are the crybaby from 4 years ago. Although her words carried a hint of truth, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at his recollection. Enough of the pleasantries. Let me see how well you have honed your skills. No wonder he had been puzzled by the presence of competitors numbered 17 and 18. It was all due to him. It all made sense. Sun Wukong thought of Lazuli. This lad has learned my techniques, yet his execution remains so lacking. It cannot be a flaw in my training. He must simply be too lazy. Chapter 45. Lazuli's dismal defeat. Very well. Lazuli understood that this was not a time for reminiscing. She quickly assumed a stance, her gaze fixed intently on Sun Wukong, not daring to advance. Why did it feel as though there were countless openings? Should she attack? Lazuli was drenched in cold sweat. What's the matter? Are you not planning to come at me? Sun Wukong smiled, deciding to play with her since they were acquaintances. Before Lazili could finish her thought, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared behind her, his lips close to her fair ear. Your skill seems to mirror that of your brother. A faint blush spread across Lazili's cheeks as she instinctively recoiled. The breath he exhaled brushed against her ear. Sun Wukong sighed in exasperation. After all those diagrams I drew, you haven't learned a thing. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation akin to a teacher chastising a student engulfed her. What? Laziri's pupils constricted. The disparity in strength was staggering, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Sun Wukong's tail whipped through the air like a ferocious tempest, and without any action on Laziri's part, she was sent flying. How could one possibly combat this? Taking a deep breath, Laziri attuned herself to her body, oddly noting that the force was not excessively great. Was there a concession made? She swiftly adjusted her position mid-air, her embarrassment dissipating, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. An intent began to coalesce quietly within her palm. To her astonishment, the once weeping child had blossomed into a graceful young lady. This was something Sun Wukong had not anticipated. He had merely acted out of kindness, unaware that she had mastered martial arts and had come to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Fate, it seemed, was truly enigmatic. Though Sun Wukong mused upon this, Laziri was growing anxious. I can't see anything. No, wait. Are you truly not exerting yourself to the fullest? Oh dear. Does little Laziri wish to launch a sneak attack? Sun Wukong gently grasped the delicate hand of the young girl, effortlessly dispersing the energy she had gathered. Your purity is lacking. Is this level of energy merely a tickle to me? His tail firmly clasped around Laziri's slender neck, hoisting her into the sky. Ha. Gasping for breath, Laziri clutched Sun Wukong's tail, desperately attempting to pry it loose. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free, only able to weakly flail her legs. Sighing, Sun Wukong relaxed his grip slightly, allowing her to breathe more easily. You are far too weak. Achieving this level is commendable. Your talent is impressive, but do not squander it. He spoke earnestly, noting that in just 4 short years, she had attained a power surpassing that of Master Rashi, which could only be deemed as extraordinary. However, this was still insufficient. Krillin and Yamcha were equally gifted. Laziri, lost in her thoughts, felt as powerless as a frail insect, her struggles appearing utterly pitiful. All she desired was victory, to triumph over Sun Wukong. Her competitive spirit blazed like a fire, consuming her with fervor. Have you said enough? Laziri smirked darkly, gathering her energy into a powerful wave. If I cannot defeat you with your own technique, then I shall not use it. In an instant, golden light flashed. That is my solar fist. While Tien was still astonished by Sun Wukong's prowess, Laziri's technique directly breached his defenses. No, I only used it once. You learned it that quickly? The energy wave enveloped Sun Wukong, striking him with great intensity. An impressive technique. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, genuinely impressed by the fusion of the solar fist and the energy wave. You have sparked my excitement. Humph. Laziri finally broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp, letting out a cold snort. Why does the solar fist hold no effectiveness? Nostalgia can only be shared beneath the arena. Presently, I truly cannot compete. Lazili has now come to understand that once Sun Wukong enters battle mode, he cares not for who you are. He will strike regardless. Lazili extends her hand, but before she can utter a word, she is swiftly kicked off the stage by Sun Wukong. I haven't had enough fun yet. Stay and play with me a little longer. Her garments, once meticulously adorned, are now torn beyond repair. You scoundrel. Lazili's heart bleeds for her cherished, limited edition attire. A bespoke sports outfit. I've only worn it for a day. You bastard. It seems she has stirred up trouble. Sun Wukong remains expressionless, unperturbed. What is there to fear? Worst case, I'll compensate you after the match. Lazili suddenly leaps, her eyes ablaze, and delivers a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's head. Die. To her astonishment, Sun Wukong does not even flinch. Lazili is utterly consumed by fury, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. Goodness, this is quite brutal. Krillin is taken aback, secretly sweating for Sun Wukong. Yamcha, with a face full of concern, wonders if he might actually lose. Women can indeed be rather terrifying. After 3 years of training under Master Rashi, he had thought himself impervious to fear of women, yet here he is, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Meanwhile, Master Crane watches with glee, wishing he could take Lazili's place. Go on. Yes, yes, strike well. Hit him harder. Master Rashi, your most prized pupil is far too complacent. After this fierce onslaught, your disciple is destined for defeat. I say, have you had your fill of this? I had anticipated that Lazili might conjure a miracle, yet it seems she relies solely on brute force. With one hand, Sun Wukong seizes Lazili's mouth, transforming her cherry lips into a pouting shape. Lazili's eyes widen like saucers as she wildly swings her fists in an attempt to strike him. Really? Have I ever deceived you? Is that true? Of course it is. Come find me tonight. Sun Wukong replies with resignation. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Can't you afford them? Why not just take them? Do you not believe me? I assure you. Lazili, upon hearing this, breaks into a joyful smile. Her objective has been achieved. It's merely a matter of clothing, something she has never truly cared for. Then I shall come by at 8 tonight. All right. Hearing what she desired, Lazili sweetly smiles and turns to the referee, coldly stating, Hey, I surrender. Without heeding the referee's response, she leaps back to the resting area. The referee notes this down, internally muttering about the master of changing faces. After an intense round of combat, the ultimate victor remains our champion, Sun Wukong. Shall we anticipate whether Sun Wukong will claim the championship once more? Sun Wukong raises his right hand and strides confidently back to the resting area. That woman is formidable. Congratulations. This is an inevitable outcome. Yamcha and Krillin were momentarily speechless, clutching their heads. Having spent considerable time together, they had come to understand each other's personalities. What could they do? With a sense of understanding, Krillin felt that he possessed strength surpassing that of Goku, and he was even more audacious. Well, everyone has made it to the top 4. How about some barbecue tonight? I just discovered an incredibly delicious barbecue restaurant this morning. Yamcha extolled its virtues. As if to say, if you don't go, you might regret it for a lifetime. Fine, I'll bring a few people for you to meet. You know people? When did that happen? Krillin was bewildered. When did you get acquainted? At the arena. Chapter 46, a miniature battleground. Oh yeah, you won. Bulma dragged Launch over, holding a basket of fruits. Here, eat up to replenish your strength. Puar, hurry up, you look utterly exhausted. She turned to disdainfully glance at Puar. At that moment, Puar's ears drooped, his face displaying dejection, as he dragged the camera with the strongest force he could muster. Yes. Puar replied, panting heavily. What is up with this camera? It's incredibly heavy, certainly not something a human cat could lift. Oh, you're all here. After some guidance, Master Rashi shed his disguise and transformed back into his original self. Let us go. How about barbecue today? Yamcha draped an arm around Master Rashi's neck, feeling inexplicably relieved, as if an answer long awaited had finally been revealed. All right. XN suffered a dismal defeat. Robbie sighed, finding it difficult to even land a blow on Yamcha. We are not inferior to them, we merely lack experience. Lazuli, however, did not lose confidence, instead brimming with it. One day, she would triumph over Son Goku. Ding, ding. A phone rang from Robbie's pocket, prompting him to retrieve it, revealing the barbecue restaurant's location with a note, come at 8. Who is it? Robbie's wondered, puzzled about when someone was added to his contacts. That's mine. I want to meet them. They're strong and eager to learn. Lazuli seized the opportunity and snatched the phone back into her pocket. I don't want to. Robbie's immediately flared up, feeling that being sent to learn from the opponent was akin to losing his life. At 19, Robbie's valued his pride over his life. Especially after having mocked Yamcha earlier. How embarrassing it would be to seek advice now. Should I go by myself? Lazuli said nonchalantly, as it wasn't her pride at stake. I'll go. Robbie's declared, striding away. TSK, such thin skin. A brief remark was made before she hurried to catch up. That evening, moonlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the city of the capital. A dazzling interplay of gold and silver. Traversing the bustling streets of the capital, Son Goku and his companions arrived at a luxurious barbecue restaurant. Is this what you call delicious? It feels somewhat superficial to me, Krillin remarked with a hint of disdain. He had frequented numerous establishments like this, yet few had truly satisfied his palate. Ah, this is entirely different. Come on, let's head inside. The group entered the reserved private room and summoned the waiter. Bring us the entire menu, 5 times over, Bulma instructed with familiarity. By the way, who did Goku invite? I know. It must be that beautiful girl from the tournament. Krillin mused, finally uncovering the flaw in his thoughts. and a playful smile crept across his face. Oh, is that so? Really? Bulma's expression remained impassive. Goku's fierce demeanor left her somewhat incredulous. Almost there. After sending the message, Goku remained silent, quietly seated. Is it true? Lan Shi tugged at Goku's sleeve, gently inquiring. Goku paused for a few seconds before replying. Yes, we met several years ago. I never anticipated her exceptional martial arts talent. Wow. What Krillin said is indeed true. Bulma clenched her fists, her palms slightly reddening, her face devoid of emotion, yet her features were rigid. Is it true? Is it? Her sharp nails dug into Goku's flesh, leaving no mark. Having not transformed into her sharp-toothed form for a long time, Bulma resembled a monster reverting to her original self. Let me have some, you scoundrel. She clawed at him uncontrollably, leaving streaks across Goku's skin, clearly with considerable force. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and chuckled. They truly admired Goku's fortitude as he calmly sipped his juice. I have already explained, Goku replied with remarkable composure, showing no signs of guilt. With a creak, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The man donned black attire, exuding an air of arrogance. The woman, with golden hair and clad in a black gown, radiated a chilling elegance, reminiscent of a noble flower atop an icy peak. Hello, I am Lazily. She greeted before making her way directly to Goku's side. Excuse me, she boldly usurped Lan Shi's seat, who, being innocent, complied without protest. Is it just because he asked you to? How pathetic. Bulma sighed in exasperation. At that moment, Lapis wore a stoic expression as he hurried to a less populated seat. Observant eyes would notice his body trembling slightly. Not only was he embarrassed, but he also felt awkward for his sister. In his mind, he shouted, Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. TCH. Bulma rolled her eyes, thinking, what audacity for a harlot to compete with her for a man. What do you mean by that? As soon as Lazily sat down, she heard Bulma's voice, igniting the tension that had built within her. How dare you compete with me for a man? Bulma unashamedly admitted it. Wow. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with gossip, like an unquenchable fire. Goku, this fellow is quite fortunate in love. At that moment, the trembling Lapis ceased to shake, her heart no longer racing. My goodness, sister, I feel embarrassed for you. What to do with this romantic revelation? Lapis pondered. What do you mean, I didn't tea? Lazily's face turned crimson, her stammered denials growing fainter. She dared not meet Goku's gaze, shyly averting her eyes. Such a thin skin. Bulma thought to herself, where did that earlier bravado go? Creak. The meal is ready. The server opened the private room door, wheeling in a cart laden with barbecued delicacies. The aroma wafted enticingly as the lid was lifted, smoke spiraling into the air. Bon appetit. The server's arrival was like a splash of cold water, dousing the previously tense atmosphere, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. At this moment, Lazily kept her head bowed, too shy to look up, her face still flushed. How embarrassing. I can't stay here any longer. Lan Shi blinked her large eyes, taking no part in the drama, even going so far as to grab some barbecued lamb and point it towards Goku's mouth. This is delicious. Ah, autumn. As the cumin powder from the lamb fell onto her nose, it began to itch. Goku froze momentarily as he accepted the skewer. Oh my, so many little sisters. The golden-haired Lan Shi leaned close to Goku's ear, a sly smile creeping across her face. Wouldn't you agree, Goku? Not really. The golden-haired Lan Shi frowned, her expression darkening as she revealed her sharp canines. Since the gun has no effect on you, I shall resort to my teeth. Chapter 47. The battle intensifies. The glint of Lan Shi's sharp canines flashed as her eyes fixated on Goku's neck. Ah, with a fierce bite, her sharp teeth sank into Goku's neck. Ah, you mutt. Now it was Bulma and Lazily's turn to be astonished. Why do I feel this is so ambiguous? Saliva trickled down his neck. No matter how fiercely she bit, she could inflict no harm on Goku. From a distance, it appeared as though a beauty was playfully teasing a child. Hey, hurry, let go. Bulma and Lazily simultaneously shouted, each grabbing one of Lan Shi's arms. Release him. The combined force of Bulma and Lazily was so great that they instantly separated Lan Shi from Goku. Hey, what are you doing? A bunch of pedophiles. Lan Shi exclaimed, utterly speechless and unabashedly voicing her thoughts. What did you say? Bulma tugged at Lan Shi's collar. You're the one. Lazily. having lost all semblance of dignity. Boldly engaged in such behavior without a hint of shame. You wretched girl. Have the audacity to repeat that. She spat, her fury ignited. Lanchi, her rage palpable, withdrew a submachine gun from her pocket and aimed it at Lazili's forehead, demanding, "Say it again, if you dare." Clint took a few steps back, casting a glance at Sun Wukong, urging him to intervene. "Hurry, stop this madness. Don't just stand there." Sun Wukong, having indulged in numerous skewers of grilled meat, remained silent, striving to diminish his presence. Absolutely not. Once involved, it is hard to retreat. Yet, the current situation is hardly favorable. Calm down. Please, let's not escalate this. Bulma interjected hastily, her concern evident. Let the one who is angry be so, Lazili retorted, unperturbed by the threat of the firearm. Do not speak so. Let us all take a moment to breathe, Bulma urged, her brow slick with cold sweat. Lanchi, please refrain from firing. And Lazili, do not retaliate. Her eyes darted, signaling Sun Wukong to intervene. All right, let us focus on our meal for now. Sun Wukong stood, recognizing that neither Lanchi would fire nor Lazili would retaliate. Yet a resolution was necessary. Let us not allow anger to take hold, he said, placing one on each side of him, employing gentle words to diffuse the tension. As long as she does not trouble me, I shall be fine, Lazili huffed, savoring a piece of lamb skewered and offered to her. Delicious. It suits my taste perfectly. Lanchi, silent, consumed her lamb skewer in one breath, her expression still dark and brooding. Not bad, Bulma chuckled, patting her chest in relief. That was close. They could have come to blows. Suddenly, she grasped Sun Wukong's tail, chastising him. Could you not have intervened sooner? I was eating, he replied innocently, his mouth stuffed with grilled meat. I see you were being deliberate. All right, let us eat, Yamcha interjected, anxious to prevent a repeat of the earlier chaos. Indeed. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. At my age, I cannot be subjected to such distress. Lazili glanced at the scene, returning to her meal, choosing to remain uninvolved. Your sister is being bullied. Will you not stand by me? She snapped, and in a fit of anger, snatched the skewer from Sun Wukong's hand, devouring it whole. Ah! Lanchi and Bulma exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief at Lazili's audacity. How outrageous! Sun Wukong watched intently as Lazili finished her meal, taking out a tissue to wipe her lips stained with chili powder. Stop right there. Bulma suddenly appeared beside them, her veins bulging, and with a fierce punch, struck the crab's head. Bang! The crab's head emitted smoke and collapsed onto the table. After the quarrel between Lazili and Lanchi, an unusual calm settled for several hours without further disputes. How delightful! Bulma unconsciously distanced herself from Sun Wukong. These two women were far too perilous to approach. The same thought crossed the minds of Krillin and Yamcha. Goodbye, keep in touch. Lazili sweetly bid farewell as she left with her brother. Phew! The troublesome individuals had finally departed. Bulma felt a wave of relief, leaving only the golden-haired Lanchi. What to do to transform her into the blue-haired Lanchi? What is up? The golden-haired Lanchi looked puzzled at the sudden closeness. Fearing that a burst of anger might provoke her, Sun Wukong pinched Lanchi's nose. Lanchi tilted her head, perplexed. Achoo! Suddenly, her nose itched, and she instinctively sneezed. In an instant, the golden-haired Lanchi transformed back into the blue-haired version. Oh, so that was it. Lanchi flicked her hair back, smiled sweetly, and picked up Sun Wukong to head back. As Bulma stumbled, dust rose from the ground. Was it really that simple? It seemed necessary to devise a machine that induces sneezing. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the long-awaited semifinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. The competition reached its most exhilarating stage. Let us witness who shall emerge victorious. Please welcome Tien Shinhan, the disciple of Master Crane, and Yamcha, the disciple of Master Roshi. This is remarkable. The top 8 competitors are predominantly disciples of Master Crane and Master Roshi. Truly astounding. I can make you roll your eyes without breaking a sweat. Yamcha confidently grinned, eager to demonstrate how he would defeat Tien Shinhan. The real skills will soon be revealed. Although Yamcha possessed considerable strength, Tien Shinhan was even stronger, with far greater combat experience. New Wolf-Fang Fist. Yamcha shouted, unleashing the latest iteration of the Wolf-Fang Fist, with hundreds of fist shadows surging fiercely toward Tien Shinhan's face. Tien Shinhan relied on his third eye to evade, quickly retreating several dozen steps. This is troublesome. Yamcha's speed was comparable to his own. Dodo wave. Tien Shinhan pointed in the air, sending several energy waves flashing toward him in the blink of an eye. Child's play. Yamcha performed several flips to dodge the dodo wave, his heels striking out fiercely as he appeared before Tien Shinhan in an instant. Take this. In a split second, hundreds of fist winds surged and bombarded Tien Shinhan, who staggered backward, his back arching. 4 demon fists. Tien Shinhan, relying on his third eye, seized Yamcha's hands with both of his own. What? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected skill, manifesting 2 additional hands. What sorcery is this? A twist in the situation. The referee's voice rang out with excitement. This is troublesome. If I cannot break free, defeat is inevitable. The disguised Master Roshi gripped the railing tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Dodon wave. Tien quickly resolved to act, unleashing a flurry of Dodon waves from his remaining 2 hands. Haha. Yamcha suddenly burst into laughter, bringing his feet together. Exhausted, for is still too difficult. Chapter 48, Goku vs. Krillin. A flash of blue light illuminated the arena as the Kamehameha surged forth, striking Tien squarely in the head. Since the last tournament where Goku unleashed the Kamehameha beneath my feet, I have diligently studied it and finally mastered it a year later. Yamcha chuckled with pride. Did you not expect I possessed this technique? What does it matter if you have 4 hands? Huh? Tien gasped, realizing he had been too careless. Dumpling. Use your super ability. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Master Crane immediately directed Dumpling. Yes. With a flash of blue light from Dumpling's arm, Yamcha remained unscathed, standing resolute. What is happening? Dumpling. We're too far from the ring, we can't reach him. This is infuriating, hurry. Master Crane rushed forward, leading Dumpling toward the front row of spectators. Haha. It appears you are destined to lose. Yamcha once more concentrated the Kamehameha in his hands. Is that so? Tien suddenly appeared before Yamcha, his 4 hands grasping Yamcha's 2, interrupting the Kamehameha. What? You can still move. You were too careless. Solar Flare. Kamehameha. Tien, disregarding everything else, unleashed his mightiest techniques. A brilliant light shone as the hands behind him formed a triangular shape. This is bad. That's a Kamehameha. It is multiple times stronger than the Dodon wave. I had hoped Yamcha's training over the past 3 years would yield change, yet his careless nature remains unchanged. Master Roshi covered his forehead, exclaiming, "What a fool!" A blinding light flashed as the Kamehameha struck Yamcha, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing 100 meters away from the ring, spewing dark smoke. Tien gasped for breath, relieved that this fool's carelessness had saved him time. However, his own energy was nearly depleted. As the referee's countdown continued, Yamcha stood once more. Yamcha has risen again. Haha. Exhausted, Yamcha had poured all his energy into withstanding that Kamehameha. What? You can stand after that. Are you some sort of indestructible cockroach? Yamcha threw a punch, landing a fierce blow aimed at Tien's head. Yet Tien narrowly evaded, retaliating with a swift side kick. Yamcha dodged once more, summoning all his strength to grasp Tien's body tightly. Fall down. An indomitable will propelled Yamcha forward, his teeth sinking deeply into Tien's neck. Ah, are you a dog? Tianjin Fan felt pain, his index finger emitting the dong-dong wave. It seems that defeat is imminent. It is a pity for Sun Wukong, who, although evenly matched, succumbed to Yamcha's carelessness in this contest. Boom. As the dong-dong wave struck, Yamcha ultimately fell. With the referee's voice echoing, Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. What a shame. Krillin shook his head. Now, Krillin faces Sun Wukong. Adjusting his martial arts uniform, Krillin's gaze was resolute. Show no mercy. All right. Both competitors took to the stage. Yamcha sighed. Carelessness seemed to be his nature, perhaps something he never contemplated changing. Haha, my training is still lacking. What is this? The Pilaf gang knelt in terror, huddling together. A rice cooker emitted a green mist, gradually taking the form of a being with green skin. Haha, I have finally emerged. King Piccolo laughed maniacally, proclaiming his long-awaited freedom. He sought to dominate the world, to obliterate humanity. He vowed to destroy everything that those who sealed him had sworn to protect. Hurry. Set up the camera. Downcast, Pure adjusted the camera to focus on the arena, where Yamcha had just lost. The perspective shifted to Krillin and Wukong. The match commenced. In an instant, both fighters vanished from their original positions, raising a cloud of dust. Bang! Like the clash of steel, their fists collided with tremendous force. Not bad at all. Sun Wukong offered rare praise. Haha, today is different from the past. Sun Wukong increased his force, striking back fiercely. What immense power! Krillin's pupils contracted, sweat pouring down his face, trickling into his chest. What are you daydreaming about? Sun Wukong's figure vanished once more, reappearing in an instant at Krillin's left side. Wow! Krillin's face became flattened as he was sent flying by a punch. In the process, his body bounced like a ball on the arena, dusting his martial arts uniform with debris. As Krillin adjusted himself on the ground and looked up, he noticed a foot growing larger above him. Bang! Krillin was once again kicked several dozen meters away. So fast. The speed of the attacks was unfathomable, the positions indistinguishable. This time, Sun Wukong unleashed his full strength, yet he did not rush to determine the outcome. Krillin leapt into the air, gathering enough momentum for a counter. Where is he? Where? Krillin glanced left and right. Sun Wukong's figure appeared like a phantom, now on the left, now hundreds of meters away on the arena. What difference is there from a ghost? In truth, Sun Wukong's speed was so rapid that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. Are you ready? Krillin's eyes widened. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong was hundreds of meters away, and in the blink of an eye, he was eerily floating beside him. As he turned his head, a golden wave of energy surged towards him, the unrestrained wave. This technique, conceived by Sun Wukong 3 years prior, was formidable. With a resounding crash, dust erupted from the arena as Krillin was once again sent sprawling. How swift! Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by the speed that was nearly beyond the grasp of his mortal perception. Can I truly emerge victorious? It seems impossible, doesn't it? Yet I must. The resolute voice of Master Roshi echoed in Tien's ears, unwavering in his belief in Tien, for his disciple was indeed a genius. Huh. Krillin struggled to rise. His left cheek and hand bruised from the energy wave's impact. Blood trickled down his arm, staining the stone floor with each drop. He had not even unleashed a technique and was rendered utterly defenseless. It is over, Krillin. The silhouette of Sun Wukong slowly emerged, his Kamehameha surging forth. Krillin was sent flying from the arena, ultimately losing consciousness. Congratulations to Sun Wukong for his victory. Can he seize the championship once more? We shall see. This is a complete domination. Sun Wukong is simply too extraordinary. Should he be disqualified? I share that sentiment. Other longtime fans chimed in, lamenting that every time Sun Wukong fought, the action was so rapid they could only capture fleeting frames with their cameras. It is indeed a challenging spectacle. As the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, a dazed Krillin collapsed backward, only to be caught by Sun Wukong, who carried him back to the resting area. From his waist, he produced 2 magical beans, tossing them to Yamcha and Krillin, instructing them to chew. Thank you. What is this miraculous substance? Yamcha exclaimed as his wounds vanished, pain dissipating completely, leaving him in a state of relief. Chapter 49, The Mightiest. The Birth of a Champion. A revered destination for all martial artists, the Korin Tower, is home to an immortal known as the God of Martial Arts. Is it truly that impressive? Yamcha marveled, secretly resolving that after the martial arts tournament, he too would ascend the Korin Tower. Where is it? Where? After consuming the magic bean, Krillin awakened from his stupor and leaped to his feet. So you have become this powerful because you visited the tower of the martial god, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. If he too could ascend, would he not gain strength akin to Wukong? Almost certainly, came the reply. I have made my decision. I shall go. Krillin shouted. So shall I. Yamcha echoed. Let us do this. Now please welcome Sun Wukong to face Tien Shinhan. The referee's voice rang out, excitement palpable as the decisive battle approached. Sun Wukong leapt from the resting area, standing boldly in the center of the arena. Humph. Although Tien felt the odds were against him, his resolve remained unshaken. It is not certain that I shall lose, but if my spirit falters, defeat is inevitable. The magic beans can heal wounds. Tianjin Fan received the magic beans, feeling a sense of curiosity, yet swallowing them without fear of poisoning. If one must resort to despicable means to attain victory, then that individual's path is destined for brevity. You are not afraid of my poison. What is there to fear? If you were to poison me, you would be no better. Tianjin Fan declared with arrogance, the pain from his injuries which had been nagging him, was instantly alleviated as the energy from the beans enveloped his body. In the next moment, his injuries healed completely, and his strength began to rise steadily. Truly a rare treasure, Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated the existence of such a miraculous item. The match commenced. As the referee's voice echoed, Sun Wukong vanished from Tianjin Fan's view in an instant. Though your wounds have healed, you are still no match for me. When he reappeared, Tianjin Fan was sent flying, rolling across the ground multiple times, his muscles straining as he was propelled several meters into the air. I didn't see that coming. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted, his veins bulging. He possessed a third eye. How could this be? Down you go. Sun Wukong no longer held back, unleashing the Kamehameha with a thunderous eruption. The blue beam, akin to a galaxy descending from the cosmos, unleashed a wave of devastation. Kamehameha. Utilizing the inertia from the air dance technique and the energy wave, Tianjin Fan narrowly evaded the attack. Jiaozi, hurry. Tianjin Fan is about to lose. Master Rashi was taken aback by the strength of his old turtle's disciple, far surpassing that of his own master. Yes, Jiaozi replied in a fluster, struggling to keep track of Sun Wukong, who moved too swiftly. A flash of blue light ignited, and the superpower activated. Upon finishing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His entire body erupted with energy, causing Jiaozi's superpower to dissipate instantaneously, proving ineffective. The energy blast, imperceptible to the naked eye, departed from Sun Wukong's body. In a single breath, Master Rashi was pierced through, collapsing in the audience. What is happening? His consciousness began to fade as blood flowed from his chest, falling amidst the spectators. Master, Jiaozi shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan remained lost in the terror of the preceding moments, entirely oblivious to Sun Wukong's subtle maneuver. All right, it's time to end this. Sun Wukong had played long enough on the stage. What do you mean? Tianjin Fan had yet to finish his words when his vision blurred, darkness enveloping him, and he plummeted from the air. Sun Wukong once again claimed the championship title, hailed as the strongest in the world. The blonde-haired referee piloting the flying device tightened his grip on the microphone, exclaiming with excitement. Sun Wukong slowly descended, raising his right hand. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! The audience erupted in cheers. This was sheer domination. Truly, it took but a few moves to defeat his opponent. Bulma pressed the shutter, setting down her camera with a sigh. Amazing! Lan Shi exclaimed with great excitement. Incredible! Goku! She covered her ears and slowly distanced herself from Lan Shi, her ears feeling as though they might give out. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Krillin and Yamcha entered the loser-s bracket. Ultimately, Yamcha edged out Krillin, who finished in 4th place at the martial arts tournament, missing the chance to compete for the coveted title of Super Soldier and settling for a modest cash prize. Standing on the podium, Goku's smile was captured in a fleeting moment as the camera flashed, forever preserved in that image. What a pity. I didn't make it into the top 3, Krillin sighed, feeling a pang of regret over his 4th place finish. Here, Goku tossed the Super Soldier title to Krillin, appearing utterly unconcerned. What? For me? What about you? That could enhance your physique. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Goku's generosity. It's fine, I've already used it. Goku replied nonchalantly, explaining that since absorbing the water of the gods, the Super Soldier title held no value for him anymore. Is that so? Krillin, now processing the information, exclaimed, how did you acquire it? I just took it. You simply insert it, but remember to use it soon, Goku said, departing with his bank card, leaving a stunned Krillin behind. You can even take the Super Soldier title? You're incredible. Are you saying the Dragon Balls are here? Indeed. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Great Lord Piccolo, the Pilaf gang said, sitting upright and bowing obsequiously. I doubt you would. Lord Piccolo stormed into the laboratory and seized the Dragon Balls. He called forth the Eternal Dragon from miles away, and in an instant, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered. Has Lord Piccolo finally obtained the Dragon Balls? Fascinating. Goku mused as he enjoyed the fruit Bulma had handed him. Hurry and regain your youth, then divide yourself. I can hardly wait to train with the Supreme Kai. This diminutive body is finally going to grow. I've long been dissatisfied with using a child's body to attract women. With a hearty laugh, the rejuvenated Lord Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the eternal dragon. From this day forth, the world shall no longer know the existence of the eternal dragon, he declared, radiating an aura of power, announcing his triumphant return to this world. Meanwhile, the Pilaf gang stood speechless, incredulous. What the hell is wrong with you? Why destroy the eternal dragon? Has it obstructed you? Foolishness abounded. On another front, Master Roshi was sweating profusely. This is bad. That's it. Lord Piccolo has broken free from his seal. With bulging veins in his left leg, the bricks beneath him shattered as he leapt hundreds of meters. In an instant, Master Roshi arrived beside Goku. Lord Piccolo has been resurrected. He is an extraordinarily terrifying creature. He trembled as he gathered Krillin, Tien, and the others, recounting the formidable power of Lord Piccolo. And so, the tale of the martial arts master was recounted to the gathered crowd. Chapter 50, The Demon Sealing Wave. Please, pass that demon sealing wave to me. What did you say? Absolutely not. That technique is exceedingly perilous. The turtle hermit's veins bulged, his face flushed with anger. Can such a thing be used recklessly? What do you consider your life to be? I merely wish to conduct some research. Research is out of the question. This is extremely dangerous. I am not like you. When you grow older, I will teach you, but for now, you are still too young. Your resolve is not yet steadfast. I fear you may conjure some dreadful monstrosity. Am I not well aware of your nature, Sun Wukong? Old man, do not underestimate me as a child. Of course not. Am I the sort to go back on my word? The turtle hermit quickly retorted, asserting that he had always been a man of his word, renowned for his integrity in his youth. Although now he had become somewhat lecherous, after all. A flaw does not overshadow a virtue. Very perilous indeed. Bulma fretted internally. She did not wish for Sun Wukong to risk his life in some world-saving endeavor. What if he were to lose his life? What is the state of the world concern Sun Wukong? He should simply live as he always has. Krillin and Launch also grew anxious, for this was an adversary even the martial arts master could not defeat. Only sealing him away was an option. Merely an old specter from a bygone era, and he dares to be compared to me? Sun Wukong scoffed, his aura surging, a formidable presence emanating from him. The winds howled, as if he were a living deity of martial prowess. Wukong, Krillin exclaimed in shock, before such an overwhelming force. Even the Demon King Piccolo seemed insignificant. Old man, watch as I sever the head of the Demon King Piccolo. With that, Sun Wukong leaped several thousand meters into the air, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Wukong, you must return safely. Launch worriedly implored. What? Wait, Wukong. The turtle hermit shouted in frustration. To act recklessly without understanding the opponent's strength could lead to dire consequences. Fear not, he is the strongest in the world. Bulma interjected in reassurance. That reckless little brat. The turtle hermit stomped his foot in anger. Piccolo remained an everlasting shadow over him, influencing his assessment of strength. Perhaps Sun Wukong truly could prevail. After all, he was even more powerful than the martial arts master. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong arrived at the site where Piccolo was laying his eggs within 3 minutes. With his green skin and small horns, it was evident he was an extraterrestrial being. The rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo was in the process of producing his first offspring. Weakling. What? The Demon King Piccolo was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming power. This is a grave danger. I never anticipated that the current martial arts masters would be dozens of times stronger than the martial arts master who sealed me. The teeth quietly cracked the egg, allowing the yolk to flow back into the belly of the Demon King Piccolo. The one who seeks to kill you is truly feeble. One must revel when it is time to revel, be proud when pride is due, remain humble when humility is warranted, and exercise caution when it is prudent. This encapsulates the second life creed of Sun Wukong. How audacious. Heh. Sun Wukong's index finger twitched slightly, a mocking expression gracing his face. With a swift motion, a line of crimson appeared on Piccolo's arm, and a moment later, it fell to the ground. Who are you? The Demon King Piccolo grasped his severed arm tightly, crying out in agony. Such power, such strength. It cannot be. It cannot be. Piccolo's twisted visage resembled that of a dying wraith, his struggles grotesque. Sun Wukong remained expressionless, his finger twitching once more. No. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it. Just spare me. Sun Wukong's body suddenly froze, standing still in place. Indeed. As long as you do not kill me, I shall fulfill all your wishes. A glimmer of hope shone in Piccolo's eyes, a selfish man indeed. This works to my advantage. You are not worthy, and by the way, you are truly feeble, like a mere ant, pressed down lightly, and you perish, wouldn't you agree? Piccolo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face paling in terror. The mocking voice of Sun Wukong, akin to the whispers of a malevolent spirit, heightened Piccolo's fear to a peak. With another twitch of his finger, this time targeting Piccolo's legs, he fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the grass red. Farewell, for someone has offered a greater price. A cold voice echoed in Piccolo's ears, unilaterally condemning him to death. His green form, like a vine, was severed from its head by Sun Wukong. I shall take your head. Sun Wukong departed, clutching the severed head, as swift as lightning. Hundreds of meters away, a mountain peak swayed in the fierce wind, trees bending in disarray. The corpse of the Demon King Piccolo was carried off by the gusts. The loose earth displaced as if recently excavated, leaving behind a patch of pale soil. My child, do not seek revenge, he is far too powerful. Pursue what you wish to pursue, be it as a hero or a villain. I wonder how Wukong is faring, it's driving me mad. Master Roshi paced restlessly, his agitation palpable. Indeed, Launch chewed on an ice pop, oblivious to the melting drips staining her clothes. Trust him. Bulma trembled slightly as she retrieved the dragon radar from her old multifunctional capsule. Why isn't the radar showing the Dragon Balls? What has happened? Are you alright, Bulma? Krillin offered her a tissue. I'm fine. Yamcha's gaze was fixed intently on the sky, his unease growing ever more intense. We should stand together, rather than face challenges alone. Proudly, he uttered despicable words. Indeed, indeed. We cannot allow Wukong to fight alone. Pu'er shouted from the side, insisting that we tackle difficulties together. Do not worry, after all. I am the strongest. Sun Wukong stood enigmatically behind Master Roshi, holding a severed head. Ah, you scoundrel. You nearly frightened me to death with that head. Master Roshi turned around in surprise, only to be met with shock. The gaze of Demon King Piccolo was utterly terrifying. Haha, I knew you could do it, Yamcha exclaimed, excitedly placing his arm around Sun Wukong's shoulder. Splendid. We have successfully saved the world. Bulma shouted with exhilaration. Hey, it's me, right? Haha. Of course it is us. Sun Wukong smiled as he held Bulma's delicate hand. Certainly. With smiles returning to their faces, they celebrated the salvation of the world. Wandering through the imperial city, vowing to make him bankrupt. Don't snatch. Just snatch. Just snatch. Ah, you person. Wukong, this is delicious. Hey, what is it? I ask you, what is it? Ah, protect the vegetables. There's saliva on the vegetables. A group of little stomachs. Not as good as you, Grandpa Wukong. The young boy devoured all the food, leaving 5 people sprawled on the ground. We seek a 5-star review. We seek a 5-star review. Lazili's image. Bulma's image. Chi-Chi's image. Launch's image. Chapter 51, The Celestial Being. Ah, more training? Bulma lamented. If it's like this now, what will it be like in the future? Rest assured, it's the final 3 years, and this is the most crucial phase. Sun Wukong said with utmost seriousness. All right then. Wukong, goodbye. Remember to visit often. Launch waved her hand. Absolutely. This phrase sounds somewhat familiar, Bulma thought curiously. Traversing through bustling streets, amidst the throngs of people. Are we here? Lazili, resolute, followed closely behind her brother. Lazili requested to train with him, and Sun Wukong consented. Lapis greeted him. Mr. Wukong, please instruct me, Lapis said respectfully. Initially, he bore a face of defiance, but since realizing that the martial arts he learned were of Sun Wukong's own creation, he could never express enough gratitude. Let us go? Sun Wukong nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent. They flew over oceans, forests, and deserts, finally arriving at Karen Tower. Master, it has been a while. Indeed. It has been too long. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Master Karen remarked with a complex expression. Perhaps, doing nothing at that time was the right choice. Wukong, you have saved the world. Sun Wukong nodded, devoid of any strong emotion. It is merely a trivial matter. The celestial being has guided me upwards. I have flown continuously until I arrived. Who are these two? The brother and sister shall train with you from now on. Without further ado, they were handed over to Master Karen. Sun Wukong. Lazili gritted her teeth. What does this mean? After promising me, you have given them to someone else? Scoundrel! I can no longer trust you. Listen, I will come to fetch you in a few months. Sun Wukong attempted to pat her head, but found himself unable to reach. So he soared upwards instead. Humph. Lazuli puffed out her cheeks, utterly unconvinced. Truly, the youth declared earnestly, retrieving garments from the universal capsule. Did I not succeed before? Very well, you must see me frequently. Indeed, indeed. Master Karen's beard twitched. How disgusting. Is this what humans refer to as their mating season? Lapis turned away, whistling. Not my concern. Not my concern. Bidding farewell to Lazuli, he utilized the air dance technique and arrived at the celestial residence in mere seconds. Green skin. A visage identical to that of Demon King Piccolo. This is the celestial being. You have arrived. Indeed, the celestial being resembles Demon King Piccolo to an uncanny degree. You speak the truth. Piccolo is my sin. The celestial being did not conceal the truth, acknowledging it openly. With a complex gaze, he regarded Sun Wukong. Realizing that a seemingly insignificant decision at that time had become pivotal in saving the world. A warrior of both justice and malice, you are truly a contradiction. Wukong, you have not fulfilled the conditions I set forth. What do you mean? Although Sun Wukong was aware, he feigned ignorance. Piccolo still lives. Oh, but I personally killed him. How can you say he is still alive? The celestial being offered no explanation, merely turning away. I hope you encounter someone identical to me. If he bears grave sins, you must slay him. The celestial being harbored a glimmer of hope within. I have fulfilled my promise. From now on, Bobo shall be your sparring partner. The celestial being had two promises, to restore the Dragon Balls and to find someone capable of teaching him martial arts. Yes, Master Celestial. A figure clad entirely in black silently observed Sun Wukong. I am Bobo, the celestial being's attendant. Sun Wukong unleashed a sudden punch, fierce as a tempest. Not bad. Bobo sidestepped, appearing behind Sun Wukong in an instant. Silent in his approach, he demonstrated a lack of martial virtue. What purpose does that serve? Bobo remained speechless, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, what purpose does this serve? Your martial arts are solid, yet something is lacking. What is that? Sun Wukong wondered, perplexed. It is the fusion of heart and skill. Though your technique is exceptional, your heart is insufficient. One must be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Your heart and body are misaligned. Always a step behind. Bobo shook his head. Again, Sun Wukong charged forward once more. What is that? Bulma inquired as she retrieved a potion from her backpack. This is a super soldier serum, a gift for you, she declared. Wukong, really? Gifts should be presented openly, not in secret. How absurd. Bulma smiled sweetly. Just then, Lan Shi opened the door and spotted a bottle of super soldier serum resting on the table. Your gift, Wukong, she exclaimed in surprise. Snatching the potion and showering it with kisses, utterly delighted. Sis, how do you have this in your backpack? Lapis questioned, puzzled, as the potion was jostled violently. Hey, don't shake it, you fool. Lazile's sharp reprimand rang out like thunder, echoing ominously. Is that so? Lapis jumped slightly, startled by the sudden outburst. Why are you so loud? Humph. Lazile wiped away her sweat, casting a few fierce glances before turning back to her training. She was determined to seize the holy water. Haha. Sun Wukong panted heavily. Drenched in sweat, his body soaked through. Mr. Popo stood still, seemingly unaffected by perspiration, showcasing just how effortlessly he bested Sun Wukong. Not yet. Your techniques lack purity. Press on. Sun Wukong surged forward again. Half a year later, Krillin, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and Dumpling displayed unwavering determination as they clutched the pillar, ready to ascend. After being persuaded by Master Roshi, Tianjinhan had departed from his training grounds. Over the course of half a year, he had formed camaraderie with Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. With a thud, Mr. Popo was sent flying several meters, landing in a tree as it toppled over. You have graduated, he remarked with a sigh. Was it truly only half a year? His battles with Sun Wukong felt like an eternity, stretching on indefinitely. To his astonishment, upon counting the days, he realized it had merely been 6 months. Your progress astounds me. Your future fills me with anticipation, Mr. Popo expressed sincerely. Thank you. You're quite remarkable as well. Perhaps it was Mr. Popo's genuine words that prompted a rare display of politeness from Sun Wukong. I can guide you no further. The path ahead is yours to tread alone, and it must be you who walks it. He emphasized this vital message thrice. Haha, understood. Thank you, Mr. Popo. This is my duty, Mr. Popo replied, shaking his head. It was a task entrusted to him by the divine, a responsibility he bore with honor. Sun Wukong tossed out a universal capsule. As the smoke gradually cleared, a massive machine was revealed. The gravity room. Bulma had completed this apparatus long ago, and it had finally come into play. Chapter 52. Transformation time flew by, and before long, autumn and winter had quietly passed. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Lazuli wiped the water from the corners of her mouth and carelessly tossed the bottle containing the super holy water to the ground. Clatter. Oh no. Master Karen's face was a portrait of anguish. The little girl is such a spendthrift. What is the big deal? It one tea break. Lazuli remained unfazed, keenly attuning to her body. Why haven't I improved? Because the super holy water is merely ordinary water. Thus, the notion of enhancement is unfounded. Master Karen revealed the truth. You are deceiving me? Lazuli furrowed her brow, a tempest of anger swelling within her. Deceiving me? Is this not treating me as a fool? I never claimed that. It was your little boyfriend, Sun Wukong, who said it. This is no concern of mine. Master Karen waved his hands dismissively. Do not wrongfully accuse me. It was Sun Wukong who spoke to you directly. If you seek answers, go to him. Did you not tell Tianjin Fan and the others that the super holy water enhances strength? Did I not hear it? When did Sun Wukong ever say that? He clearly instructed me to cultivate here. Ah, well, seizing the super holy water is also a form of cultivation. Your heart is still lacking. Master Karen shook his head and lightly tapped Lazuli with a wooden stick. If you cannot even control your heart, your cultivation is still far from sufficient. Although Sun Wukong's intentions may not be entirely pure, his character is nonetheless exceptional. Go on, there is nothing more I can teach you here. Your heart will be nurtured by Mr. Bobo. Master Karen turned to instruct others. Understood. Lazuli leaped onto the rooftop, gazing upward where clouds obscured the heavens. The divine palace nowhere in sight. With a gentle step, she ascended into the air, employing her sky dance technique to soar upwards. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Yamucha, and Lapis wore expressions of utter disbelief. Are you implying that my efforts over these days have been in vain? The group was on the verge of tears. Had it not been for Lazuli, they would still be in ignorance. What kind of gazes are those? Climbing Karen Tower and vying for the holy water. These are all exercises that amplify your strength. You little ones are truly ambitious, yet strength and heart require equal cultivation. With that, Master Karen left a final remark and savagely bit into a dried fish. Tianjin Fan and the others exchanged glances, ultimately approaching Master Karen. Thank you for your unreserved guidance. It's merely my duty. Despite saying this, the corners of Master Karen's mouth curled slightly, evidently in good spirits. Now, return to your training. Do not linger. Lazuli traversed the vast clouds, and a grand structure came into view. Is Wukong here? In an instant, Lazuli soared up, standing at the abode of the divine. A colossal machine? Does the deity also utilize such things? Greetings. Mr. Bobo offered a salutation. Hello. Is this indeed the palace of the deity? Lazuli elegantly swept her hair aside, exuding confidence. Yes, may I inquire who you are? Mr. Bobo questioned, perplexed. This is my credential. Lazuli retrieved a bell from her pocket and tossed it to Bobo. Oh, however, to meet the celestial deity, you must accept my trial. Lazuli immediately retorted. I have no desire to meet any celestial deity. I wish to see Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, a little boy with a tail. Bobo promptly collapsed. If you cannot meet the celestial deity, what do you need the bell for? He gestured towards the enormous machine. Is it in there? You wretched creature. You promised me. Yet not once have you come to see me this entire year. You fool. Fool. Great fool. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, Lazuli's expression remained impassive. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Come out. Come out. As the girl's voice rang like a bell, the boy exercising in the gravity chamber came to a halt. The red lights of the chamber, reminiscent of infernal flames, illuminated the boy who had been training fervently, transforming his once loose muscles into an unyielding fortress. Oh dear. Here he comes. The boy opened the gravity chamber door and emerged slowly. Sun Wukong? You are Sun Wukong. The small figure from her memories had vanished, replaced by a tall youth. His muscular physique exhibited perfect proportions, while his calm face bore a hint of mischief, his eyes sparkling like the moon and stars, as if they could encompass all the world's wonders. Simply standing there, he exuded an aura as formidable as a towering mountain, commanding respect without uttering a word. What is wrong? Don't you recognize me? So handsome. After a year apart, you've become even more attractive, lazily thought to herself. Sun Wukong lowered his head and inhaled the scent of roses from Lazili's neck. You've become even more beautiful. His breath brushed against her ear, causing a faint blush to spread across her cheeks, tickling her ears. Stop, stop. Why have you rarely sought me out this past year? Her voice trailed off softly. You needed to cultivate, so I naturally wouldn't want to disturb you. Oh, I see. If you came, there would be no disturbance at all. As she began to trust Sun Wukong's reasoning, a brighter, sunlit smile bloomed on her face, akin to ice and snow melting away. Like a pure and elegant flower illuminated by the sun, she radiated brilliance. First and foremost, congratulations on passing Master Karen's training. After a year of cultivation, Sun Wukong felt he had grown immensely, not only in body but in spirit and mind as well. It was truly marvelous. Most importantly, he no longer had to look up to others. He placed his hand on Lazili's head, caressing her hair, as the intoxicating scent of roses enveloped him. Humph. His lips parted, and their tongues entwined. Moments later, they separated, and Lazili wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. That was so sudden. Her cheeks, previously flushed, now burned with a deeper crimson. Haha, I couldn't help it. You are simply too beautiful. Now you know, I shall forgive you this time. The maiden's voice trembled slightly, a clear indication of her overwhelming shyness, yet she remained undeniably proud. It would be utterly impossible to claim indifference towards women, previously. It was merely a matter of her body not having matured. In just a year, Sun Wukong had blossomed into complete maturity, exuding a natural fervor. Come, let me witness the fruits of your training. Sun Wukong scooped up Razali in a princess carry and strolled towards an open space. Ah, I never expected such initiative after a year apart. Has he entered his adult mating season? Razali thought, clinging tightly to Sun Wukong's neck. As she descended from his embrace, she faced him, striking a poised stance. This time, her skills were vastly improved. She had transformed into a paragon of perfection. Come, this time, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Ha ha, Razali declared with unshakable confidence. Chapter 53. 3 years in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, unfazed. Do as you please. After learning the do-as-you-please fist from Sun Wukong, Razali had not pursued the turtle hermit style. Her current prowess did not necessitate additional techniques. Mastering the control of her chi alone could occupy her for a lifetime, rendering other moves unnecessary. Golden light streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. You've made significant progress, Sun Wukong commented, though a hint of impatience lingered in his heart. He did not flinch or evade, instead striding boldly, utterly unconcerned. What? Upon being struck by the do-as-you-please wave, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Sun Wukong emerged from the haze, unscathed, not a strand of his clothing marred. Not bad, not bad. Your strength has increased considerably. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong teleported before Razali. Run. Razali attempted to flee, but Sun Wukong was swifter. Before she could move, his arms ensnared her. Leaning close to her ear, he gently nipped her. It seems you cannot escape. How despicable. You scoundrel, be quiet. Under normal circumstances, Razali would have relished such attention, but in the heat of battle, it felt like a disgrace. She thrashed wildly, her legs flailing in a blur, stamping down on Sun Wukong's feet. Humph! Sun Wukong remained unmoved, his grip on Razali's ear tightening slightly. Let us engage in a fair fight, Razali exclaimed, suddenly turning to face him with earnest eyes. Very well. He released Razali and stepped back a few paces. Huh! Razali launched a powerful punch, her force seemingly unstoppable. Sun Wukong effortlessly dodged once again, as Razali's relentless barrage of attacks was deftly evaded, as if no matter her efforts, she could not land a blow on him. With a crack, a bolt of lightning flashed, sending Razali hurtling backward, shattering the stone bricks, and stirring up clouds of dust. Sun Wukong retracted his tail. As the dust gradually settled, Razali lay unconscious on the ground. Nearby, Bobo was drenched in cold sweat, initially speechless at their tender exchanges, now astonished by Sun Wukong's merciless strikes. Is she truly your beloved? A drop of sweat fell to the ground as Bobo swiftly turned back towards the temple, daring not to look back. He gently lifted Lazuli, a tempest swirling around them, blowing away the dust from her garments. I have matters to attend to. I shall rest for a while. Sun Wukong returned to the gravity chamber, pressed the switch, and the screen revealed 40 times gravity. The golden sun illuminated the divine temple as night descended. Since Lazuli remained unconscious, Sun Wukong selflessly sacrificed his own comfort to assist her in bathing. He disrobed, placing the maiden in the bathtub. Her skin as pure as snow and exquisitely smooth. Drip, drip, drip. After finally washing her entire body, he dried her off, dressed her in sleepwear, and laid her upon the bed. Sun Wukong planted a gentle kiss on her pristine forehead. Good night. With a click, the lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The next morning. Wukong, you fool. A year later, the disciples of Lapisai completed their training and arrived at the Divine Palace to practice. While Lapisai stealthily ventured into her sister's chamber. Here, Lazuli gifted most of her savings from years past to Lapisai. Wonderful, Lapisai exclaimed, exhilarated by the scent of money. Having endured a year of tedium in Corinta, and now finally obtaining it. This would allow for the purchase of many treasures. Lazuli's condition: refrain from training at the Divine Temple for a year, and she would grant Lapisai 70%. A year later, within the gravity chamber, the pristine sheets were stained crimson, a light quilt covering the two. Sun Wukong held Lazuli closely, their bodies entwined. As Lazuli detached from his neck, she tidied up the remnants of the previous night, her legs trembling slightly. With calm composure, she retrieved a magical bean and consumed it, instantly alleviating her thigh pain and stabilizing her legs. Get up. It's all your fault for making me sleep so late. Lazuli stepped on his Sun Wukong's face, rousing him from slumber. Sun Wukong, still groggy, opened his eyes and took his time dressing. The princess scooped Lazuli into her arms. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from the bathroom, shadows dancing through the curtains. Click, click, click. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and the droplets emerged from within. Sun Wukong donned his attire and approached the wash basin to brush his teeth and wash his face. Lazuli, adorned in her meticulously chosen garments, entered to do the same, her delicate feet firmly stepping on Sun Wukong's. What's the matter? Look what you've done. Lazuli revealed faint red marks adorning her collarbone. The outfit I prepared cannot be worn. Thankfully, I had several alternatives. My apologies. I forgive you. Lazuli smiled sweetly, easily granting her forgiveness to Sun Wukong as they brushed their teeth. The toothbrush, laden with toothpaste, was handed to Lazuli. After a considerable pause, the two emerged from the gravity chamber, greeted by 5 eager companions waiting outside. Hey, are you ready yet? Bobo inquired of Sun Wukong, not out of disbelief in the capabilities of others against Piccolo Daimao, but rather due to the remarkable growth Sun Wukong had achieved over the past 3 years. It seemed unlikely that anyone in the entire galaxy could rival him. Bobo contemplated silently. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Besides gaining Lazuli's affection, his strength had surged dramatically. All of his latent potential had been unleashed, with his battle power now estimated at 1 million, perhaps even greater. Upon releasing his full aura, a tempest erupted around him. The clouds were torn asunder, and the ground fractured, as if heralding the apocalypse. Not only could Piccolo Daimao not contend with him, but even if the Supreme Kai were to merge with Piccolo anew, they would still fall short against Sun Wukong's current prowess. 3 years had passed, and a martial arts tournament to validate their strengths? Perhaps it was best to forego that notion. Krillin waved his hand dismissively. He had never stood a chance against Sun Wukong before, and certainly did not now. Half a year prior, he had been utterly astounded by the overwhelming aura that felt as boundless as the sea, seemingly with no end in sight. Tianjin and the others also had no desire to spar with Sun Wukong, as they were simply not on the same level. However, they had not returned empty-handed. Even the weakest among them, Chaos, had achieved a combat power of 500. As night fell, a gentle rain began to fall over the capital. The martial arts tournament. Where could they be? Didn't we agree they would participate this time? Bulma lamented. Yes. Why hasn't Sun Wukong returned yet? The golden-haired launch exclaimed, her expression fraught with frustration. That infuriating Sun Wukong. He promised to keep in touch, yet 3 years have passed without a word. I must teach him a lesson. Oh dear. You all have become quite lovely over the past few years. Master Rashi remarked, his face flushed, inching closer. Get away from me, you old fool. Launch exclaimed, shoving Master Rashi away, sending him crashing through 3 walls before he finally came to a halt. Covered in dust and in disarray, Master Rashi muttered, your temper remains as fierce as ever. I still prefer the blue-haired version of you. At his words, Launch erupted in fury, channeling her energy to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! Master Rashi's clothing was shredded, and he was enveloped in darkness, spitting out black smoke as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 54, Bulma and Launch Humph. Now you recognize my prowess, don't you? Launch said, flipping her hair with an air of disdain. After injecting herself with the super soldier serum and dedicating 3 years to her training, she had successfully mastered the Kamehameha wave. Bulma, on the other hand, had not trained. Aside from her transformation technique lasting longer, she had made little progress. Nevertheless, she cherished the gifts from Sun Wukong, feeling invigorated no matter what she did, which was simply delightful. My balloon. A little girl's balloon floated in the air, caught by the leaves and remaining suspended in place. The little girl was suddenly filled with tears, crying out in sorrow. Sister, help me. Bulma rushed to the girl's side to comfort her and then tiptoed, attempting to retrieve the balloon. Alas, I can't reach it. Just as Bulma prepared to jump, a large hand descended from above, taking the balloon down and returning it to the girl. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. The tears in the girl's eyes vanished as she joyfully bounced back home. It's been a long time. You've matured greatly. In just 3 years, Bulma had transformed from a young girl into a stunning woman. Who are you? Seeing Bulma's confusion, Sun Wukong removed his hat, revealing his hair. It's Wukong. The first to react was Lan Chi, who hurriedly embraced Sun Wukong. I can't believe how handsome you've become. Bulma also came to her senses, pushing aside Lan Chi to touch Sun Wukong's abdomen. Oh my, you have abs. Imagining a future with Sun Wukong made Bulma blush deeply. Hey, why did you run so fast? Lazuli pouted, her anger palpable. This greedy man wants even more after having his own. A few moments later, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha arrived. By the way, you all need to sign up quickly. Time is running out. Don't worry, I'm the champion. No need to register or participate in qualifiers. How about that for a privilege? We're in the top 8. So we don't have to join the qualifiers. Why didn't you say so earlier? We've been waiting here for nothing. After chatting with Master Rashi for quite some time, the hours slipped away as the rain gradually ceased. The sky, once cloaked in dark clouds, began to reveal a tapestry of twinkling stars. At 11 p.m., the martial arts tournament was prepared exclusively for Sun Wukong, with the Red Ribbon Army ready. You've grown up, you can't sleep with us anymore, Bulma remarked. Then I'll sleep with Lazuli. Bang, bang, bang. No one can sleep with you. Sun Wukong fell to the ground, smoke rising from his head. Indeed, Lan Chi, who originally had blonde hair, had been transformed back to blue by Bulma's invention. Gazing at Sun Wukong with a dazed expression, her cheeks flushed. Lazuli, having battled alongside Sun Wukong twice, was sound asleep in bed. All right, I understand, Sun Wukong conceded. That is more like it. Bulma expressed her satisfaction. Well, fine, Lan Chi said, her face full of disappointment. What kind of expression is that? Bulma silently criticized. Sun Wukong chuckled. Just because you told me not to go. Does that mean I won tea? Please, I've never been that obedient. At 1 in the morning, Sun Wukong stealthily approached Bulma's bed, gently shaking her. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? Bulma groggily opened her eyes, filled with drowsiness. Shoo! Bulma's eyes widened, her mouth sealed shut. Their lips met. As Sun Wukong forcefully kissed Bulma, his hands wandering indiscriminately, their gazes locked. After a prolonged moment, Bulma began to speak, but was once more overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's embrace. Eventually, breathless and lying in his arms, Bulma traced circles on his chest with her finger. Sleep? Sun Wukong gently massaged Bulma's neck, a warmth spreading through her body. What is this? She wondered, feeling the gentle magic of the celestial beings. An hour later, Sun Wukong returned to his bed, his breathing echoing in the stillness. Bulma felt a sense of relief, snugging the covers around her as she lay in bed, reminiscing about the earlier events. Her eyes closed as she drifted into slumber. The moonlight illuminated the ceiling, its whiteness tinged with a hint of darkness. Sensing the breaths of others, Lan Chi opened her eyes, dark circles evident beneath them. I haven't fallen asleep, she murmured, carefully rising and turning to see Bulma's eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she had fought a great battle. With the stealth of a guilty thief, Lan Shi's heart raced with each step she took. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart quickened, her delicate face growing more flushed. Finally, her petite feet reached Sun Wukong's bedside, her fair hand slowly grasping his larger one. She glanced back at Bulma, who was breathing steadily, a sweet smile gracing her lips as if lost in a beautiful dream. With determination, Lan Shi pulled back the covers and leaped onto Sun Wukong's lap, her head colliding with his chest. Instantly awake, Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he stared at Lan Shi. I didn't mean to, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, only audible if one leaned in closely. Yet, Sun Wukong's senses were keen, and he heard her clearly. Emotions surged like a tide, and an enthusiastic Sun Wukong embraced Lan Shi tightly. Ah, she gasped, instinctively clutching his waist, their bodies fitting perfectly together. What do you need from me? Lan Shi furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before finally formulating a suitable reason, just as she was about to speak. In an instant, Sun Wukong invaded her lips. Sweet and tender, the aroma of lavender melting at their touch. Lan Shi's eyes widened, reminiscent of chimes in the breeze. Their lips parted. How frustrating. You didn't even let me finish, Lan Shi murmured, her fair face flushed, her voice soft and shy. I want to sleep, I'm so tired. Sun Wukong held Lan Shi close, bringing her to his nose to savor her scent. I'm not tired, Lan Shi suddenly exclaimed, her expression serious. The sudden sound illuminated the dim room like a ray of golden light, brightening the entire space. Lan Shi suddenly regained her senses and immediately tensed up, instinctively tightening her legs around Sun Wukong's waist. The blue-haired and black-haired figures exchanged glances, and upon confirming that no one had been awakened, they finally felt at ease. With a sigh, the tense muscles of Lan Shi relaxed, as if the weight of a mountain had been lifted from a plane. After this incident, Lan Shi dared not make a sound, allowing Sun Wukong to move freely. All right, let us settle into this position. Once assured of their comfort, he placed his hand on Lan Shi's head and began to perform hypnosis. A voluminous stream of hypnotic gas swirled around in her mind, causing her eyelids to flutter until, overwhelmed by fatigue, she finally closed her eyes. The rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air, and Sun Wukong, feeling slightly reassured, also employed hypnosis on himself. Chapter 55. Piccolo. The sun shone brightly, streaming through the curtains. Lazili, rejuvenated after a night of rest, felt invigorated and her spirits lifted. Little did she expect that Sun Wukong would surprise her so greatly. Scoundrel! 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 She had thought he was merely speaking whimsically, but to her astonishment, he had truly acted. How infuriating! Get up! Get up! Pulling back the covers, she was met with Lan Shi's face, and her complexion flushed with anger. Goodness! It was you, this vile woman, who betrayed me. You shameless creature. With her delicate foot, she mercilessly stamped on Sun Wukong's face, rousing him from slumber. What's wrong? What do you mean? Lazili grew even angrier, pointing accusingly at Lan Shi. Aren't you going to offer me an explanation? Sun Wukong, with a blank expression, gently placed the still clinging Lan Shi on the bed and hastily dressed himself. Bulma also awoke, her eyes widening in shock. You too. After Lazili's furious explanation, Bulma's previously dazed mind became instantly alert. How greedy can you be? No way. You can only marry one. Bulma's sharp teeth sank into Sun Wukong's face, releasing her pent-up fury. There is no law stating one can only marry one. According to imperial law, the number of wives a man can have depends on his own capability, Sun Wukong explained earnestly. That is unacceptable. Lazili protested. Bulma might be one thing, but why should she have to share him with this harlot? Absolutely not. Be quiet. Even if the law permits it, I will never agree. Bulma was extremely traditional when it came to such matters and would never allow her man to have multiple wives. You need to reflect on this. With a furious huff, Bulma stormed out of the room, leaving cracks in the walls and debris falling around them. You need to reflect too. Choose me or those other women. Lazili gritted her teeth, a sinister smile forming, as if to say he would regret not choosing her. Following Bulma's lead, she exited the room, leaving only Wukong and Lan Shi behind. They were truly terrifying. Having long awakened, Lan Qi tightly embraced Sun Wukong's waist, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding a sense of poignant vulnerability. Sun Wukong gently returned the embrace, poised to offer comfort. "Will you marry me?" she implored. Given their personalities, their union would undoubtedly yield an even more audacious existence. But with me, it would be different. I am gentle. Sun Wukong suddenly froze, a sense of unease washing over him, sensing a hint of ulterior motives. "Fear not, I shall handle this." After they completed their morning routines, Sun Wukong and Lan Qi exited the chamber. Lan Qi bit her lip, her gaze brimming with emotions previously unfelt. "I do not wish for you to resolve anything. I hope those two women swiftly relinquish their hopes. Only then can I possess you entirely." Having uttered these words, Lan Qi regained her composure and approached the mirror, determined to adorn herself splendidly, outshining those women. Her beautiful blue hair shimmered like the moon, pure and pristine. Humph! How vexing! Quickly, Lan Qi retrieved hair dye from her bag, transforming a strand of gold into blue. Meanwhile, "Hello? Violet." "Master, I am here." Violet's sultry voice rang out. "Bring forth the preparations that have been made." "Yes." Violet promptly summoned the researchers to commence their tasks. Sun Wukong had anticipated this situation. What was initially a limited deployment was now a large-scale ideological indoctrination. First, breakfast. After procuring breakfast, Sun Wukong returned to the martial arts tournament chamber. As today marked the preliminary rounds, participation in the competition was unnecessary. "Creak. Here is the breakfast I brought for you." "Wonderful." Lan Qi rushed over to receive the bag, her hands eager as she exclaimed, "Hug me." Sun Wukong lifted Lan Qi and set her down on a chair. "You eat first." All right." Sun Wukong then took out his phone, which displayed, "Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating." Regaining her composure, Bulma began searching on her phone, questioning why men are permitted to marry multiple wives. The results overwhelmingly supported polygamy, with both comments and videos reflecting a similar consensus. This revelation shattered Bulma, prompting her to curse vehemently. Doubts began to swirl within her. Had she been too traditional? On the other side, Lazuli faced the same predicament, no matter how she searched. Her findings mirrored Bulma's. Was marrying multiple wives truly justified? Of course, it is only natural. Indeed, this was Sun Wukong's strategy, now that smartphones were ubiquitous. No one could evade the flow of information. As long as he willed it, the information one received would be exclusively this kind, proliferating with each scroll. After encountering countless instances, one would gradually come to accept and even comprehend, until their perspectives were completely transformed. "Wukong." Lan Qi's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. What is it? Will you marry me?" Her tone was earnest, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Of course. I promise." Lan Qi smiled sweetly. He had never lied to himself. This time would surely be no exception. The initial anxiety vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of ease and delight, even prompting him to indulge in several more bowls of food. After being interrupted by Lan Qi, Sun Wukong turned off his phone, ceasing to ponder the matter. Was Piccolo arriving soon? I wonder if he would still dare to come after being so easily defeated by me. He had clearly witnessed the little tricks of the Demon King Piccolo, especially since Piccolo was someone he had released himself. On the other side, time trickled by, and Bulma and Razzle were filled with indignation. Damn it, why is everything like this? When will it end? I've seen your Mother-S videos. The clear sky was once again overshadowed by clouds, and light rain began to fall. Today was payday. Let us go eat fugu together. The little girl immediately jumped up and hugged the man joyfully, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I've been longing for another meal." The little girl reminisced about the delicious flavor from a year ago. "You must be sure to thank your father, you know." The woman lifted the little girl and placed her on the man's shoulders. "Thank you, Daddy. Off we go." Ha ha ha. The little girl spread her arms wide on her father's shoulders, resembling a fighter jet. "Be careful." The woman supported the little girl from the side. Piccolo wore an expressionless face, stepping back a few paces. For some reason, an overwhelming sense of irritation surged within him, prompting Piccolo to kick a stone away. Clang. The metallic sound echoed as the stone struck a traffic light, causing it to topple onto the roadside. "Oh no! Help! Help!" Desperate cries echoed from the street. Piccolo glanced over to see an elderly woman struck by the fallen light. After a moment of hesitation, Piccolo lifted the traffic light, rescuing the woman. Thank you, young man. She expressed her profound gratitude, pulling some fruit from her bag as a token of appreciation, hobbling off to the hospital. Chapter 56. Enemy attack. As Piccolo watched the woman recede into the distance, a faint green glow flickered from his arm, subtly merging with her being. I'm better. There's no pain in my bottom, my foot doesn't hurt, and even my previous ailments have vanished. Thank you, divine being. The woman knelt on the ground, bowing her head. Could it be that the deity she had believed in for decades finally showed a miracle today? Piccolo finished his apple in one bite, shook his head, and departed from the scene. Sun Wukong. The photograph was abruptly severed, vanishing from Piccolo's hand, only to reappear in a nearby trash bin. This time, he had no intention of participating in the martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong was formidable, exceedingly strong, and incredibly powerful. He had no chance of victory. How could he possibly avenge his father? With his current strength, he could hardly compete, relying solely on cunning. Piccolo remained confident in his intellect. Just you wait, Sun Wukong. Lan Shi regained her innocent and lively nature ever since she tore that piece of paper. She increasingly clung to Sun Wukong, frequently seeking kisses and embraces. He remained, as ever, dedicating his time to either affectionately holding Lan Shi or engaging in meditation and training. Currently, his martial prowess was intricate, yet in genuine combat, there were scarcely any techniques to showcase. He needed to forge a more formidable martial art, a move embodying multiple characteristics. At this moment, his knowledge and skills in martial arts were unparalleled, with no mentors to guide him, forcing him to navigate this path of discovery alone. He pondered over techniques like the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the Universal Shock Palm, the Dragon Claw, the Heart's Will, the Energy Bomb, the Energy Puppet, transformation techniques, cognitive reconstruction, and the multiplicity of shadow clones, among others. He took his time. There was no rush. He relished the creation of martial techniques, which filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Wukong still not asleep? Lan Shi, like an octopus, tightly ensnared Sun Wukong. Sleep. Of course, sleep. He embraced Lan Shi and drifted into slumber. Is Wukong here? Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, dark and brooding. With this, success is assured. From his waist, Piccolo produced a pouch containing a fine pink powder. Its effect, inducing deep sleep, making consciousness difficult to awaken. No matter how extraordinary one might be, they are still bound by the frailties of the flesh. Once Sun Wukong fell into a deep slumber, his energy at its nadir, it would be the perfect moment for Piccolo to strike. An hour later, Piccolo observed from a distance of 10 kilometers, through transparent curtains that seemed non-existent to his keen eyes. The moonlight illuminated Sun Wukong's serene face, his breathing steady, while Lan Shi rested her head against his chest, obscuring her features. A little more patience wouldn't hurt. Piccolo fixated on Sun Wukong, his toes tensed, ready to flee at the slightest indication of Wukong's awareness. 3 hours passed, and Piccolo's heart eased slightly. It appeared that both Sun Wukong and the blue-haired woman had succumbed to sleep. Lowering his energy to the minimum, he swiftly approached the destination, finally arriving downstairs. Piccolo advanced slowly towards the room where Sun Wukong lay, halting to sense the calm breathing within. He took a moment to wait quietly. It seemed there were no issues. He gently placed the powder in the door's crack, utilizing his unique physical abilities to blow the powder inside. Sun Wukong, it's time for you to die. Do you need assistance? A faint voice echoed in the dark and silent corridor, as if a flash of light had illuminated the entire world. Piccolo broke into a cold sweat and stiffly turned around, only to be met by an increasingly large hand. Boom! The building trembled with a deafening roar as the wall shattered, and Piccolo was propelled like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters away from the structure. A clever scheme, but ineffective against me. Sun Wukong has always been a bold and profound sleeper, not merely due to his confidence in his own strength, but because of his inherently powerful soul, which allows him to sense impending danger with remarkable foresight. This innate ability is why he was able to detect Piccolo's presence. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared behind Piccolo. What? How have you become so powerful? In my memories, you were not capable of such strength. Father, you have deceived me. Piccolo's expression remained calm, yet his heart was engulfed in despair. The mere release of Sun Wukong's aura rendered him immobile. Years ago, I killed your father, and now you shall meet the same fate, came the unwavering voice, causing Piccolo to tremble and gasp for breath, not out of fear, but from the realization of his predicament. The energy bombs surged within him, as if his body were being filled with an endless gas, gradually inflating until he resembled an enormous sphere. "You are far too weak. It seems you cannot even best Tien Shinhan," he sneered defiantly, excluding Sun Wukong. He considered himself the strongest being in this realm. Yet, Piccolo did not explode. The energy dissipated at an astonishing speed, and his form slowly returned to normal. "Why? I came here to assassinate you. Why do you spare me? 3 years ago, I made a promise to the heavenly god, a condition that if the demon king Piccolo showed kindness, he would be spared. But I am not kind." Piccolo had never considered himself benevolent. In fact, he harbored a hint of malevolence. "I believe in kindness," Sun Wukong remarked before vanishing, leaving Piccolo alone to ponder. "Of course, my temper is not to be trifled with. Should you return, I will ensure your complete destruction. Is that so? I have no need for your mercy," Piccolo retorted coldly as he departed. "Sun Wukong, you will come to regret this. I shall prove to you that aside from you, I am the strongest on this planet." Meanwhile, on another front, is it over? Who was that? Just a green-skinned being. Go to sleep. We have a competition tomorrow. Good night, dear. As time passed, and the sun shone brightly, the top 100 competition commenced. Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and the others had rested for a day, feeling revitalized as they basked in the sunlight on their way to the martial arts tournament. The competition followed a knockout format, and the competitors easily advanced to the top 16. The first contestant faced off against the 70th. The referee's voice echoed across the arena, clear even from 3 kilometers away. The opponent was a charming young girl, her features delicate, with bright, almond-shaped eyes resembling a starry sky. Her long, dark hair flowed like a waterfall, and her skin was smooth and luminous, akin to jade. In contemporary terms, she embodied innocence and charm, reminiscent of a pure-hearted heroine from a novel. Sun Wukong. She beamed sweetly, adorned in a martial arts uniform specially crafted by the Ox King, resembling a Cheongsam, yet modestly designed. Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong had recognized her long before. "Wonderful. Wukong, you still remember me." As Chi-Chi yearned to continue reminiscing, the referee's voice intrusively broke the moment. Chapter 57. The Innocent Maiden. "Before you stand Sun Wukong, the champion of the martial arts tournament for 2 consecutive years. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong." In this digital age, the title of champion in the martial arts tournament has become renowned across the globe. The name Sun Wukong is known far and wide, a symbol of unparalleled strength. Most present are his ardent admirers, drawn to his prowess, regardless of gender. Will the champion Sun Wukong seize victory once more and attain the coveted title of 3-time champion? Let us await the spectacle. The competition commences. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. How dare anyone interrupt at such a pivotal moment? "May you remain single for life," she retorted. "Do you remember our promise?" Sun Wukong's gaze remained serene. Of course. Chi-Chi's eyes softened. He is to be her future husband, handsome and exuding strength. "Come on." Sun Wukong beckoned, signaling for an attack. Chi-Chi, with a fierce cry, unleashed her full might. Her strength was commendable, yet her technique left much to be desired. In the face of Chi-Chi's fervent assault, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, as if merely toying with a puppy. "Take this." Chi-Chi's energy surged, her breath intensifying, and with a swift motion, a beam of light shot towards Sun Wukong. Impressive. She can utilize the ki blast. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted. Chi-Chi's talent was indeed remarkable. "Naturally, I have dedicated these years to becoming your wife," Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face turning crimson, yet her determination unwavering. It was as if she declared, "The promise made in our youth is of utmost sincerity. Do not dismiss it as mere childhood folly." "Very well. Do you now wish to marry me?" Sun Wukong remained nonchalant, effortlessly swatting away the light beam that struck the arena behind him, shattering the stone bricks. In the blink of an eye, he was before Chi-Chi. "I do." Chi-Chi blushed, shyly covering her face. To confess in such a setting felt overwhelmingly bashful, yet undeniably romantic. What is that guy doing?" Master Roshi remarked. He couldn't recall that Sun Wukong was one to engage in idle chatter. Why did he sense something peculiar between the two? The girl's martial prowess felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the turtle school techniques. "I too sense something amiss." Pu Er agreed. Given his years of understanding Sun Wukong, it was evident he harbored feelings for that woman. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would not squander time, preferring swift resolutions. A prior instance with the woman Lotzi Li mirrored today's events. Once the match concluded, further discussion could ensue. Sun Wukong felt he had lingered on the stage long enough. It was time to bring the proceedings to a close. Just as Chi finished speaking, a sudden whirlwind enveloped her, lifting her off her feet. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself outside the arena. Indeed, he is truly my man. Only such a valiant figure is worthy of being my husband. Despite facing such rudeness, she remained unperturbed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for her life after marriage. Once again, the champion is none other than the formidable Sun Wukong. Following the referee's announcement, the audience erupted in cheers. Wow! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! The seasoned spectators of the martial arts tournament were astonished. 3 years had passed, and the once young boy had blossomed into a youth. It seems that the championship title will once again be within his grasp. Lighting a cigarette, one reflects on how swiftly time flies. 6 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Competitors, whether renowned martial artists or previous tournament champions, found themselves unable to rival him. Chai Bao, the former champion of the previous martial arts tournament, had regained his confidence after 3 years of training following his defeat. He managed to reach the top 16 once more, only to be effortlessly defeated by Sun Wukong, as if he were merely a pebble by the roadside. With his faith shattered, he stumbled out of the tournament in a daze. Nam Mu, relying on his strength, also made it to the top 16, only to fall to Lapis. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment. The prize for reaching the top 16 was substantial enough to enhance the living conditions of his village. His family would soon experience joy, and the days of hunger would fade away, giving way to a future filled with happiness and well-being. As the competition intensified, apart from Jiaozi, all others advanced to the top 8. Tianjin fans stood upon the arena, exuding an aura of grandeur, resembling a towering mountain. The match commenced. Who are you? Tianjin fan asked. Third eye revealed the truth. He immediately discerned that the man before him was an impostor. Who am I? I am, of course, Riki. The man wore a sinister smile, his presence overwhelming, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of an unparalleled demon. Tianjin fan snorted coldly, his body erupting with energy. As a tempest swirled within the arena, and he gathered energy into a sphere. Boom! In the next moment, the energy sphere struck the man's cheek with tremendous force, shattering the surrounding stone bricks and sending dust swirling. Is that all? The man emerged unscathed, his attire merely dusted with a bit of debris. Is it? Seizing the opportunity presented by the smoke obscuring the man's vision, Tianjin fan employed his afterimage fist to appear behind him. Sensing his opponent's strength, Tianjin fan did not dare to be careless, positioning his hands into a triangular formation, channeling his energy. Kamehameha. A colossal shockwave surged forth from Tianjin fan's hands, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The man's pupils contracted, and in the blink of an eye, he was propelled 100 meters away. Yet, the vast radius of the energy wave left him with nowhere to escape. With a resounding crash, the arena within 100 meters was shattered, exposing the earth beneath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man's clothing disintegrated, revealing his true form. It was none other than Piccolo. To think that Tianjin fan would resort to such underhanded tactics, exploiting a visual blind spot to ambush him. That's right. The eyes of Master Roshi erupted with fervor, resembling enormous bells. Piccolo, wasn't he slain by Sun Wukong? It is indeed a fatality. This is the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo just before his demise. Sun Wukong remains nonchalant. You scoundrel! Why leave behind this menace? The turtle sage, nearly bursting with indignation, clutches tightly to Sun Wukong's collar, his eyes wide with fury. How can you be so reckless? Well, at that moment, I didn't notice. I only realized it now. Sun Wukong casually offers a flimsy excuse. You are the Demon King Piccolo. Were you not vanquished by Sun Wukong? Tianjin fan retreats several hundred meters. Heh, defeat me first, and then we shall see. Piccolo no longer conceals his power, unleashing his full might as he divides into 3 clones, encircling Tianjin fan. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, Tianjin fan swiftly ascends to a height of 100 meters, his arms extending in a peculiar manner from his back. For Demon Fist. The three Piccolo clones unleashed 6 beams of energy, swiftly catching up to and striking Tianjin Fan. Seizing the opportunity while Tianjin Fan is distracted, the three Piccolos grasp him tightly. With a resounding boom, the stone bricks shatter once more, reducing them to rubble. Following the explosion, the green-skinned, bare-chested figure collapses into the earth, unconscious. Tianjin Fan emerges victorious. He had long employed the afterimage technique, evading behind Piccolo and striking with precision. Your strength indeed surpasses mine. Yet you cannot withstand this blow. This is a self-detonation technique of Tianjin Fan's own invention, immensely powerful, devised to conquer Sun Wukong. Since recognizing the extent of Sun Wukong's prowess, Tianjin Fan no longer indulges in fantasies, yet he continues to refine the self-detonation technique, never anticipating that the first to fall victim would be the Demon King Piccolo. Congratulations to Tianjin Fan for achieving victory. Chapter 58 follows Chapter 60. Chapter 59, The Most Beautiful Bride at the Wedding. Heh, Sun Wukong chuckles coldly. How could he be unaware? Then take your time, he leaves with a parting remark. Soaring into the sky, I'll certainly remain single for the next 3 to 4 years. I can definitely manage. After inviting several individuals, Sun Wukong finally completes his task and returns to the estate in the imperial capital. The wedding venue is vast, yet the banquet is modest, consisting of merely one table. How is it? Lazili casually inquires. Mission accomplished. Sun Wukong extends his arms to embrace Lazili. As time passes, the sun shines brightly. The forest remains lush and vibrant. Yet today, the ferocious beasts collectively relocate, trampling a vast expanse of flowers and trees, leaving behind countless dark footprints. The time for the wedding soon arrives. With Tianjin Fan and Krillin gathered together. I never expected that little Wukong would marry first. Here I am, still a bachelor. Yamcha laments, noting that by this day, he has long ceased to fear women, instead frequenting various hotels. Come on, still a bachelor? Krillin scoffs. Yamcha, already a handsome figure and a top 8 contender in the martial arts tournament, is now even more sought after. Countless women vie for his attention, one after another. Ha ha. Yamcha awkwardly laughs. The bride makes her entrance. For brides made their grand entrance simultaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of fireworks and a shower of confetti. The wedding unfolded gradually, following a whirlwind of ceremonies and a lavish feast that left the guests satiated. As time drifted by, the orange sun dipped low on the horizon, and the guests gradually departed, leaving behind a scene of disarray. In the bedroom, Chi-Chi's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. At dawn, she awoke as the quintessential devoted wife, the first to rise. Just as she got up, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she stumbled. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, performing a backflip and managing to regain her balance. The other 3 women donned their garments, while Sun Wukong opened his eyes, realized all was well, and closed them once more. He had expended considerable energy the previous night and was in dire need of recuperation. Get up, Lan Shi, with her golden hair, shouted furiously, tugging at his face. The previous night, he had playfully pinched her nose each time. After switching personalities over 100 times, she was almost driven to madness. At one point, even mistaking herself for the blue-haired version of Lan Shi. What are you doing? That's rather rude. Lazili protested, unwilling to see Sun Wukong harmed in any way. Indeed, you're hitting my husband, which is tantamount to slapping my face. Chi-Chi echoed. You all. Lan Shi's anger erupted, her body trembling. It's not just you. Don't you dare speak idly here. If you have the guts, come and try it yourself. Enough. Sun Wukong gently patted Lan Shi's head, lifting her out of the room. The remaining ones focused their attention on the pristine white mattress, where faint traces of blood could be discerned. Is it still usable? Bulma questioned, lacking experience in such matters. Let it be. Let's get a new one, Chi-Chi replied nonchalantly. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted, Lazili stealthily trailed behind Sun Wukong. Knock knock. The girl embraced his waist from behind, her hands exploring carelessly. Hee, we'll clean up in a bit. Lan Shi, who had just been furious, suddenly felt her face flush. Sun Wukong, she remarked, you were the loudest just now. Did you hear any noises? Chi-Chi inquired. Not at all, Bulma replied, her gaze fixed intently on the sheets. That was my first time. Perhaps we should keep it under wraps. Is that so? Chi-Chi dismissed it lightly. The elderly master of the imperial city possessed remarkable skills, and the soundproofing was exceptionally well done, devoid of any disturbances. Always trust in the quality assurance of the 9 clans. In the capital, within the royal palace, my lord, I have brought you the little dance you requested. Violet sat elegantly in the king's chair, exuding an aura of grace and charisma, embodying the essence of a peerless empress. Ah, Sun Wukong embraced Violet, nibbling on her delicate ear. Take your time. The king collapsed, the blood-red table worth billions becoming even more crimson as a single drop of water fell to the ground, heralding the arrival of spring's vibrant hue. Take your time to heal. I shall step out for a moment, Sun Wukong declared as he exited the palace. Yes, yes. The violet flush on her cheeks gradually faded. In a certain underground chamber, despair enveloped Xiao Wu as she paled. A year had passed since she was captured, during which every need could be met, save for the most precious one, freedom. How was King Pilaf faring? Why had he not come to rescue her? Despite her inner attempts to remain calm, thoughts surged forth like mushrooms after rain. She had felt hatred towards King Pilaf, resentment towards Ashu, questioning their failure to save her. Most of all, she loathed her captors. Long time no see. A voice resonated from outside, calm yet familiar. Who is it? Xiao Wu sprang to her feet, glancing around in search of the voice's owner. Who are you? She exclaimed in a panic. Of course, it's me. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, sweeping Xiao Wu into a princess carry. Why you are Sun Wukong? Her complexion grew even paler. It was over. The unparalleled great demon. Her life was forfeit. I'm going to die. King Pilaf, help. Is there anyone who can save me? Noticing her frenzied state, with her eyes darting and once supple lips now pale, he pressed closer. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, sensing a subtle sweetness upon her lips. He harbored intentions towards me. A mixture of relief and panic washed over her. Relieved to be alive, yet anxious about her first kiss slipping away, realizing that to him, she was merely a toy for his release. No. As the atmosphere intensified. 3 hours later, Xiao Wu emerged battered and tearful, looking woefully fragile. You promised. I will. Do what you must. Yes, I understand. You are always welcome. Xiao Wu hastily assured. At last, a semblance of happiness had arrived. Though it came at a price, it was still a form of good. To the extreme. Chapter 60. Sun Wufan and Sun Lingyi. After training Xiao Wu, under Kiki's insistence, countless battle invitations were sent, leading to her eventual pregnancy. One fateful night, Lan Shi experienced a profound moment. After 10 months, Kiki's child was born. It's here. It's a boy. The bull demon king emerged, cradling the child with unrestrained joy. Kiki, however, appeared pale, leaning against the doorframe. Eat some fairy beans. Sun Wukong produced the already prepared beans. Upon consuming them, Kiki's pallor vanished, her complexion blossoming once more. So, what shall we name the child? Bulma approached, holding the infant. With his raven hair and the scion tail, Sun Wukong Lion? Sun Wukong will do. Lan Shi's finger was grasped by the baby's tiny hand. That doesn't sound right. Perhaps Sun Gohan would be more fitting? It would honor his grandfather. Bulma's eyes sparkled with inspiration, clearly pleased. Great idea. That name sounds wonderful, Kiki exclaimed with excitement. What is there to enjoy? Let us change it. Sun Wukong is reluctant to use the name of the deceased, deeming it inauspicious. He feels quite a discomfort. Treating his grandfather as his son is simply beyond him. I truly adore it. After the election, Sun Wukong received 2 votes against Bulma's 3, ultimately securing victory with an undeniable advantage. The name chosen is Sun Wufan. In truth, he compromised, creating a clever pun. A month later, Lan Shi's child was born, possessing the same dark hair and the distinctive tail of a scion. Following a day and night of family deliberations, the infant was named Sun Lingyi. Bulma held the majority of voices, having consumed 5 bottles of water. It was done. The emaciated old man stood alongside the handsome young man, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Fixated on the scene ahead. Within the glass enclosure, a man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his wounds oozing crimson blood, creating a pool on the floor. Every part of him, hands, feet, head, suffered severe injuries, as his life force hovered on the brink of extinction. Yet, his spirit did not wane. He continued to struggle, as if something was holding on to his life, refusing to let it fade. It hurts so much. I feel so unwell. Please, just end my suffering. I cannot endure this any longer. The previously slow struggles intensified after his anguished cries, escalating into violent convulsions, even spiraling into madness. In a brief moment, he circled the glass enclosure dozens of times, his speed increasing. However, as the concentration of golden gas in the laboratory steadily rose, the man's wounds suddenly erupted with blood, which then bizarrely coalesced. Ultimately, every wound on his body healed. Miraculously healed. Ha ha ha. Once more, following the handsome young man's voice, the man suddenly exploded with a loud bang, his body disintegrating, blood splattering like juice across the entire glass. After the individual in white attire cleaned up, dozens more were brought in one after another. Without exception, all bore fatal wounds, their blood evidently drained, as if just recently performed. The handsome young man waved his hand, emitting an eerie golden light, and miraculously healed the fatal injuries of the newcomers, replenishing their blood as if the earlier blood drain had merely been an illusion. It succeeded. This time it truly succeeded. For years later, in a lush forest with a babbling brook, nestled within a giant tree hollow. We're home. Mother is waiting for us to have dinner. Father, I don't want to. I want to play a little longer. Son Lingyi protested, unwilling to return for dinner. Me too. Me too, Sun Wufan thought. If my sister isn't going home, why should I? What gives? Be quiet, you little rascal. Sun Wukong was not one to indulge them. He reached out and grasped their tails. Instantly, the siblings felt their strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground. Father is so despicable. Let go of my tail. Sun Lingyi spoke weakly and intermittently. Father is despicable. Father is despicable. Sun Wufan joined in the commotion, chanting, despicable, despicable, despicable. He paid them no heed, gripping the tails of the siblings tightly as he soared toward home. How infuriating. Father is so despicable. Yes, exactly. Be quiet. You've said that so many times on this journey. Sun Wukong, feeling irritable, delivered several firm slaps to the siblings' behinds, leaving them red and resembling a monkey's rear. Wow. Father hit me. I'm going to tell Mother. I will tell Mother. Sun Lingyi was the first to cry out, while Sun Wufan, momentarily stunned, quickly reacted. Wow. I will tell Mother too. I want to tell Mother. It was quite amusing. He hadn't even hit them hard. A few seconds passed, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the grand estate. Why are you crying? Wukong. Kiki emerged from the kitchen with a large pot, her anger flaring upon seeing the tear-streaked faces of the little ones. You lightly hit them, and look what happened. Now they're crying. Sun Wukong shrugged, finding it typical for children of that age to cry, advising her to relax. Don't you have anything to say? You should relax. They'll be fine in a bit. It's not a big deal. You worry too much about them. He embraced Kiki gently, offering her consolation. You do have a point. Kiki's face flushed as she entrusted the children to Lan Chi's care and led Sun Wukong into the restroom. Meanwhile, a meteor streaked down to Earth, crashing onto the grassland and creating a massive crater within a 1,000-meter radius. What was that? A farmer driving a blue car rushed over, poking his head out. What the? Turns out it wasn't a meteor. The circular spaceship in the crater slowly opened its door, and a figure emerged, black-haired with a tail draped around his waist. It was none other than the Scion Raditz. How are these humans still alive? Raditz seethed with anger. Kakarot, that little brat. Don't come any closer. The farmer panicked, raising his gun towards Raditz. Humph. A pathetic creature with a power level of only 5. Raditz dismissed the threat, striding forward. Bang. A gunshot echoed, the bullet flying forth. Child's play. Raditz casually caught it and hurled it back at the farmer. The bullet struck the farmer's head, leaving a gaping wound, and he collapsed, blood streaming from his forehead. What a foolish race. There's an energy fluctuation. Who is it? Kakarot? Raditz activated his scouter, detecting a power level of 400 ahead, 600 kilometers away. He surged forth, propelled by immense speed. Chapter 58. End and beginning. After Piccolo lost consciousness, the referee took him for treatment, while Tian Shinhan chose not to press the advantage and turned to leave. The remaining contestants entered the top 8, where Krillin faced off against Yamcha. Employing cunning tactics, Krillin successfully outmaneuvered Yamcha, claiming victory. In a confrontation between the unnamed competitor and Lapith, the latter emerged victorious with a single strike. Meanwhile, Laziri faced off against Sun Wukong, who, after deftly evading several attacks, easily defeated her. During the semifinals, Krillin battled against Tien Shinhan, employing a cunning surprise attack with his Qianzhen technique. Ultimately, Tien Shinhan faltered at a critical moment, resulting in his defeat. In another bout, Sun Wukong faced Lapith, knocking him out with 3 swift moves, thus securing victory. In the grand finale, Sun Wukong went up against Krillin, who promptly conceded, admitting he stood no chance against his formidable opponent. One might ponder why Krillin did not surrender at the outset if the outcome was already foreseen. Must he really seek such hardship? Let us extend our congratulations to Sun Wukong for once again claiming the championship title, becoming the first ever triple champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. As the referee's voice echoed, the audience erupted in applause. Even after Sun Wukong departed, discussions continued unabated. A photograph was taken and placed in a frame at the tournament venue, inscribed below, Triple Champion Sun Wukong. What about the previous champions' photographs? The Empire deemed the champions of earlier tournaments to hold little merit and thus nullified the titles of the first 20 events. As for your picture, there are 3 because you were the champion of the inaugural tournament, which the Empire chose not to annul. Now, it is established that you are also the champion of the second tournament, the blonde referee gently elucidated. Thus, all previous champions of the martial arts tournaments were rendered void, leaving only the 3 most recent photographs. Ah, I see, Sun Wukong remarked, seemingly unfazed. The annulment was preferable, as the legitimacy of those titles was questionable, a matter he felt no need to elaborate on. A month later, after introducing Chi-Chi to other young ladies, she felt a twinge of sadness but voiced no objections. In her view, it was quite normal for a strong man to have multiple wives, provided he cherished her above all. Bulma, however, was incensed. Having believed that once the Dragon Balls were collected, her interactions with the young Chi-Chi would cease. To her surprise, the little girl, possessing such astute thoughts, had become engaged. Laziri's cheeks flushed even further, initially believing there were only 3 contenders. Now, another had emerged, Sun Wukong. You insufferable cosmic scoundrel. Lan Shi, now with blue hair, swallowed her grievances, her eyes brimming with tears, too timid to voice her discontent. Why must there be yet another? Upon gathering some information, Chi-Chi became emboldened, insisting on accompanying Sun Wukong to obtain a marriage certificate and even planning a wedding a month later. Hearing this, the 3 women grew anxious, disregarding the number of competitors. If Chi-Chi were to wed Sun Wukong first, would she not then become the matriarch of the household? I can tolerate your marriage, but you must promise not to take any other wives beyond these 3. Bulma exclaimed vehemently. Absolutely, I promise, Sun Wukong replied, standing at attention, his gaze earnest. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. After her exposure to diverse perspectives online, her views had significantly shifted, leading to a reduced aversion towards the notion of multiple spouses. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to solidify the position of the first spouse, for having the privilege of marrying first bestows significantly greater authority compared to being the last. For instance, decisions regarding the marital residence, children, and their place of abode are all matters of influence. Ah, I too wish to marry you, exclaimed Lan Shi, immediately raising her hand and rushing to embrace Sun Wukong at the waist. Given that Bulma had taken the plunge, she certainly would not lag behind. You all. Lotzi Li clenched her fists tightly, tears welling in her eyes as despair crept into her heart. With 3 of them already in agreement, what was she to do? If she declined, would Sun Wukong abandon her? At that moment, Sun Wukong's voice resonated in her ear. Marry me, and I shall treat you well for a lifetime. Never to take another. His steady voice enveloped her, sending ripples through Lotzi Li's heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. All right. Like a gentle drizzle, Lotzi Li succumbed. Unable to refuse Sun Wukong's plea. The 3 women had previously been so resolute, yet upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, they seemed to wilt. Why are you all staring at me? Lotzi Li, sensing their disdain, felt a surge of urgency. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with affection. She wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's neck, pulling his head toward the 3 women as if to say, they are bullying me. Help me seek revenge. Very well. Let us dine first. Sun Wukong, in high spirits, felt the greatest challenge resolved and could hardly contain his appetite, wishing to devour countless bowls of rice. After satisfying their hunger, Sun Wukong first met Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and Panchi. Truth be told, It was Sun Wukong's first encounter with Bulma's parents. At least in this reality. I never expected Bulma would actually get married. Panchi expressed her astonishment. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, Dr. Brief echoed. Silence. Don't speak as if I were destined to remain single. Bulma transformed into her fierce persona. After a brief exchange with her parents, she accompanied Chi-Chi to the Ox King's residence. Upon learning of his son-in-law Sun Wukong's arrival, a grand feast of 100 tables was prepared in his honor. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong intended to marry 4 women, the Ox King was taken aback, questioning, "Can you manage that?" However, he said nothing further. Thinking that a true man, a great hero, could certainly handle a few more women. Sun Wukong indulged heartily, patting his belly, feeling only half full. His body demanded an abundance of energy. After a heartfelt conversation, the Ox King agreed to relocate from the mountains to care for Chi-Chi, ensuring he could also play with their future children. Sun Wukong and Lotzi Li, Chi-Chi, Lan Shi, and Bulma proceeded to obtain their marriage licenses, choosing to hold their wedding in the capital. The capital was also Bulma's city of residence, with the ceremony set to take place at a grand estate located 100 kilometers outside the urban center. Violet had designated this area for Sun Wukong as their marital home. In the midst of the forest, a stream babbled gently, accompanied by the flight of numerous birds, while fierce beasts roamed freely, including the formidable Tyrannosaurus rex, a relic of the dinosaur era. Certainly, they dared not approach the estate, where countless fierce beasts had met their demise, staining the ground in a deep crimson. This place is akin to hell. It is a realm of no return, deemed an absolute danger zone by the beasts of the forest. What? You are to be wed in a week's time. Krillin despaired. I do not even have a girlfriend. And you already possess 4 wives. Surely the disparity cannot be this profound. The droughts claim the parched, while the floods drown the soaked. This world is undeniably unjust. Indeed. Sun Wukong handed the wedding invitation to Krillin and turned away. It is time for you to settle down. You are no longer a youth. How infuriating. Do not underestimate me. I shall find a wife within 3 months, not 6. The Third World Martial Arts Tournament shall be omitted. It would merely serve as a point of comparison, and that would be quite tedious. So let us bypass it. Hee. Chapter 61, Raditz. Chapters 59 to 60 follow after Chapter 57. What is that? Lazili's pupils constricted as an unfamiliar aura surged forth at alarming speed. A formidable stranger? From beyond the stars. A flash of golden light zipped past her, vanishing within mere breaths. Oh. Lazili exhaled in relief. Thankful it was not in search of her, her attire was spared. Within the grand estate. What happened? Chi-Chi, flushed and full of vitality, exclaimed, My brother is coming to visit. Sun Wukong felt invigorated, though his gaze harbored a glint of menace. How could a lowly scion be worthy of being my brother? He traversed the living room, lifting the 2 little ones and returning them to their respective chambers. Wukong, I too am soon to be wed. Ha. Krillin excitedly produced the invitation from his bag. Now you cannot mock me, can you? Humph. 2 years ago, Krillin emerged victorious in the World Martial Arts Tournament, gaining widespread fame. Countless girls pursued him, some seeking wealth, others captivated by power. Standing behind Krillin was his wife, Jialuan, with fair skin, large dark eyes, and a sweet smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wukong. Jialuan's eyes sparkled. She was a fan of both Krillin and Sun Wukong, exclaiming, Your battles are truly magnificent. Sun Wukong's intense gaze pierced through Jialuan to Krillin. Haha, she is just like that, isn't she? Quite adorable, I must say. Krillin had long since grown accustomed to it. Congratulations, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Thank you. Jialuan excitedly clung to Krillin's arm. You must come in a month. Krillin's face flushed bright red, clearly overwhelmed. Of course. How could I possibly miss it? Kakarot. A beam of golden light surged toward them, arriving above Sun Wukong's head within moments, suspended in midair. Hello, you have grown. I recognized you immediately, Kakarot. You resemble your father entirely. Raditz descended slowly from the sky, standing before Sun Wukong. Kakarot, what is the matter with you? Why have the inhabitants of this planet not been eradicated yet? What are you dawdling for? Raditz bellowed. Hey, there is no Kakarot here, so cease your raucous shouting. Krillin, in high spirits, waved at the burly figure. Come on, stop drinking and making familial claims. He is my brother. What? He is your brother? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chi-Chi and Launch emerged from the room, their faces etched with shock, having never encountered this individual before. It was Son Goku who provided the explanation. Humph. You remembering is sufficient, saving us quite a bit of effort. Listen, we have pinpointed a planet that can be sold for a high price. Attacking a planet with 3 individuals is somewhat challenging, although your combat prowess is still developing. With my assistance, we will surely succeed. That sounds rather appealing, does it not? Now, let us swiftly annihilate this planet and depart. What? Annihilate this planet? The crowd immediately tensed. Raditz was manageable, but with Son Goku joining, they would truly be without a chance of survival. He certainly won't join you, you barbaric fool. Chi-Chi shouted, unperturbed. What did you say? Do not think that just because you are Kakaroto's wife, I will hesitate to kill you. Your terms are enticing, but I must decline. Son Goku pointed at Raditz's head, reminiscent of a JoJo illustration. Whether you agree or refuse, you are coming with me regardless, Raditz sneered coldly. Is that so? To be honest, you think you are worthy? Son Goku lunged towards Raditz with a single hand, who twisted his body in an attempt to evade. Yet, Goku's speed was superior, seizing Raditz by the neck and lifting him overhead. You truly are weak, brother. Kakarot. Raditz screamed in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Why is your strength so formidable when your battle power is merely 100? Raditz summoned all his might, hundreds of energy blasts coalescing in his hands. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts struck Goku's face, enveloping hundreds of meters of forest in smoke. Goku! Goku! The crowd shouted, immediately conjuring a whirlwind that dispersed the smoke. Son Goku emerged unscathed, even his clothing untainted by dust. Fear not, my dear brother. You do not yet possess that level of power. Goku's face hardened with a murderous intent. Do you not agree, brother? Kakarot, we are family, spare me. As the oxygen grew scarce, Raditz's cheeks flushed crimson, his strength waning, consciousness dimming. I beg you, Kakarot, spare me. Raditz realized with certainty that Son Goku harbored a profound desire to kill him. If he did not plead for mercy soon, he would indeed perish here. Heh! Son Goku released his grip, not out of compassion, but to toy with Raditz. After all, this fellow was no saint, yet if Raditz were to depart now, sparing him might not be out of the question. Huh! Raditz suddenly relaxed his neck, and oxygen flooded in like a tide, swiftly restoring his previously flushed cheeks to their normal hue. Thank you. He quickly departed, realizing he could not defeat Son Goku and could only make a hasty retreat. What an enigma is Kakarot, that he could not detect his battle power. Does he possess a sorcery to conceal his true strength? To think he truly fled. Son Goku was taken aback. The crowd exclaimed in unison, "You scoundrel!" They had assumed Son Goku had shown mercy, but it turned out he was merely toying with Raditz. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Prince Vegeta? Raditz shouted urgently. Yes, what is it? I cannot defeat Kakarot. He possesses hidden powers. You useless fool. You cannot even best a mere low-class warrior, and you claim to be of higher rank. Vegeta snapped, biting into a piece of meat. What a disgrace. After all these years, your battle power remains at a paltry 1500. Now you cannot even overcome the brother of a low-class warrior. What use are you? Yes, yes. I am terribly sorry. Raditz bowed his head, kneeling humbly. Humph. You return first. Understood, Prince Vegeta. The screen abruptly went dark. Kakarot, you shall pay for this. Raditz bellowed. To be vanquished by a mere low-class warrior was an unspeakable humiliation. I say, if you still dare to harbor hatred towards me, you must truly find this amusing. What? Who are you? Show yourself. Raditz looked around, spinning in all directions to unleash his most formidable attack. Prince's battle technique. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts erupted from his hands, wreaking havoc around him, obliterating everything within a 10-mile radius. Chapter 62, Vegeta. Heh, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to perish. A strange voice resonated in Raditz's ears, a deafening roar enveloping him in jarring noise. Before Raditz could utter another word, his body began to swell rapidly, like an enormous balloon. With a thunderous bang, the balloon burst as if pierced by a sharp object, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The grass was devastated, rocks shattered, and the area within 10 miles was annihilated by this unknown explosion, leaving no trace behind. Energy bomb. Heh, you could have lived. But alas, hundreds of kilometers away, Son Goku lay in the embrace of his wife, relishing a massage. What has suddenly brought about such a change in mood? Launch inquired softly. Well, a minor inconvenience has been resolved. Brother? Haha. Do not make Goku laugh. He has never acknowledged that waste of a sibling. On an unknown planet, Raditz lay dead, slain by an unknown force. Humph. That fool. Shall we seek vengeance for Raditz? Heh. Does he even deserve that? Surely it was Kakarot who dealt the blow. He must have learned plenty of sorcery on that planet. Vegeta scoffed. However, that Kakarot could indeed be worth a visit. Perhaps his prowess is commendable, and having him under my wing would be a significant asset. The ease with which he vanquished Raditz suggests his combat prowess hovers around 5,000. Indeed, I am eager to witness the utility of magic. Destination, Earth. The Grand Estate. Training at the tender age of 4? Surely you jest. Bulma seized Goku's collar. You never trained as a child. Are they still your children? Yes, yes. No, no. Chi-Chi cried out in haste. Is it too early? Perhaps we should delay. Lazuli voiced her dissent, while Launch nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Very well, but they must accompany me in their training. Goku pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed a tad premature. Exercising and training are not synonymous. Physical exercise enhances energy, while training also augments energy, albeit at differing paces. This suggestion holds merit. Thus, the family meeting concluded with a resolution for training. The following morning. Hurry, rise and shine. Goku awoke early, cradling the still slumbering children, accompanied by Lazuli. Since marrying Goku, Chi-Chi had long abandoned her martial pursuits. To her, my husband is the finest in the world, why bother with training? Launch and Bulma each pursued their own interests. Lazuli, as always, had been enamored with training since her youth. Goku was not only her husband, but also her rival and goal. I don't want to. Lazuli pleaded with her mother, begging for mercy. Sun Lingyi showed little interest in training. She preferred combat over discipline. Training is utterly boring. All right. I want to go. I want to go. In contrast to Sun Lingyi, Sun Wufan, during his infancy, was influenced by Goku and developed a fondness for training. Though he didn't care for fighting. Fighting is exceedingly dull. All right. You two are like water and fire. Your personalities are quite peculiar. Lazuli lifted Wufan with her left hand and tossed Lingyi to Goku, urging him to educate their daughter. I don't want to. In the moment Lingyi was thrown, she immediately struggled, her anger surging. Sun Lingyi soared 10 meters before halting, only to discover her ankle was tethered by an energy rope. Bad daddy. Bad daddy. Oh please, I know you well enough. Humph. Sun Lingyi had no choice but to resign herself, flying up to perch on Goku's neck, wrapping her arms around his head, and closing her eyes. Haven't you had enough sleep? Do you truly need this little time to slumber? Goku had grown accustomed to Lingyi clinging to his head while she slept. If he refused, she would weep, tears streaming down her cheeks. An hour later. Hey, too slow. Piccolo, growing impatient, shouted at the sun. 3 years prior, Piccolo and Goku had engaged in a fierce battle, which served to settle their long-standing grievances. Today marks the commencement of the conditions agreed upon by Piccolo with Sun Wukong, who has specifically trained 2 little ones in wilderness survival skills to enhance their capabilities in the great outdoors. The duration of this training is set for 3 months, with an extension of another 3 months should they fail to meet the standards. No need to dwell on such matters, as we shall inevitably spend a considerable amount of time ahead. Sun Wukong tossed Ling Yi into Piccolo's hands, saying, Here, assist me in her training. She disdains cultivation, so please help her evolve into a competent warrior. Afterward, he threw Ling Yi into Piccolo's grasp once more, adding, This quiet one also needs some training. You are asking me to babysit? Surely you jest. Piccolo retorted, Otherwise, you'll merely send her back to me again. Oh, what are you saying? Are we not friends? Please take good care of them. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, quickly shifting the conversation. This is the gravity chamber, as promised. He tossed the universal capsule to Piccolo and turned to leave with Lotzi Li. Fantastic. Daddy won't supervise us. Sun Ling Yi shouted in delight, swiftly soaring from Piccolo's embrace. However, sister, we must undergo training with Piccolo. We cannot play. Sun Wufan immediately grasped his sister's collar, preventing her escape. Let go. Let go. Brother, brother, brother. I want to play. It hurts. Sun Ling Yi, unable to break free, looked pitifully at Wufan, her eyes shimmering with tears. Ah, my apologies, that must hurt. Sun Wufan said, quickly releasing her. Hee hee, Sun Ling beamed with pride, feeling quite pleased. Witnessing the entire exchange, Piccolo smacked his forehead and bellowed in anger. Come here. You too. He seized the little ones by their collars and transported them several kilometers away to a desolate area. For the next 3 months, your training will take place here, and flying is strictly prohibited. Is that clear? Lotzi Li expressed concern, even though the 2 children were not hers. Nevertheless, her affection for Sun Wukong extended to his offspring. It's all right, I'll be watching. This is merely a preliminary challenge. It's not dissimilar to a vacation. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Their innate combat prowess of 200 ensured that the siblings were inherently unafraid of any environment on Earth. In his youth, he had traversed the martial world with that very same power. If they could not even conquer such a trivial test, he would indeed need to reassess their intellect. After all, they possessed extraordinary talents that could be deemed monstrous. Under normal circumstances, they could dominate this universe within just a few years, of course. That is merely the lower limit. As for the upper limit, who can say? It is our turn now. Lotzi Li initiated a surprise attack, striking Sun Wukong's face with an energy blast during a pause in his speech. Take this. Behold my flying dragon claw. The 2 then engaged in a fierce scuffle, battling their way from the dense forest into the tangled underbrush. The trees swayed as the waist-high grass was flattened, yet the 2 continued to exchange blows, utterly unconcerned about their appearance. Yield. Sun Wukong tightened his grip around Lazili's fair neck. Absolutely not. Lazili exerted all her strength in resistance, ultimately succumbing to Sun Wukong's prowess. Chapter 63. The arrival of Vegeta. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. From hunting dinosaurs in the wilderness to pursuing peculiar whales beneath the sea, and from capturing venomous insects in the tropical rainforest, the 2 young ones gradually acclimatized to their extraordinary life. Sun Wufan surveyed his surroundings, his abdomen contracting as energy surged within him, and a sound echoed throughout a 10-mile radius. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! The shrill cry reverberated through the tropical rainforest, causing insects concealed among the leaves to plummet to the ground. A pitch-black shadow descended from the sky, and the frog, upon closer inspection, realized this place was akin to paradise. Thank you, nature, for your bountiful gifts. The frog's tongue flicked out, devouring dozens of insects in an instant. I've told you countless times. Keep it down. Piccolo was reluctantly dragged from his hiding place in the tree, dark circles under his eyes becoming apparent. Those 2 siblings had summoned him dozens of times over the month. Sleep was impossible, and training was even more so. Although his body was fine, he desperately needed to replenish his mental energy. Right. Brother is too noisy. Sun Ling chimed in, casually conjuring an energy blast that obliterated the nearby trees, leaving a swath of forest utterly vanished. You are the real nuisance. Piccolo swiftly struck her, knocking her into a slumber. After 3 days of hundreds of energy blasts and deep craters spanning hundreds of kilometers, not a single one was uncaused by her. Nuisance, Sun Ling. Noisemaker, Sun Wufan. Piccolo felt his head swelling, silently praying for the 3 months to conclude quickly. He truly did not wish to continue overseeing these 2 mischief makers. Let us go? It's Uncle Piccolo, they exclaimed in unison. At the Grand Estate, Chi-Chi inquired, where are the children? With Piccolo, Sun Wukong replied. What? You let Piccolo take them? Bring them back to me. The golden-haired launch roared. I knew it. Bulma adjusted her black-framed glasses, exasperated. Lazili, can't you manage them? Hee hee. Lazili nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Can I say I was just having fun? As time flowed on, after 3 months of rigorous training, the 2 little ones bore the visage of fierce warriors, embodying the spirit of demon clan fighters. How about this? You entrusted me with 2 chubby kids, and after 3 months, I returned to you 2 elite warriors. Piccolo then bellowed to those behind him. Send your regards to your father. The 2 young ones' eyes sparkled with excitement, their energies surging as they opened their mouths to shout. Yes, King Piccolo. Father, we send our regards. Sun Wukong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Is this how Piccolo taught you? How utterly embarrassing. All right, you both did exceptionally well. I am quite satisfied. Well, after all, Piccolo is still just an 8-year-old child. A bit of youthful exuberance is to be expected. Not far away, Piccolo felt his cheeks burn. instinctively taking a couple of steps back, hastily clearing his throat. All right, disperse quickly. The formidable King Piccolo is not my pupil. Indeed, King Piccolo. I must take my leave. With a hasty farewell, Piccolo soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hooray! The plan was a resounding success. The two little spirits exchanged knowing smiles and leaped up, clapping their hands in delight. So, you are amusing yourselves with Piccolo, are you? After 3 months of training, Sun Wukong also embarked on the training regimen for the two little spirits. In the first month, it was a grand tournament among siblings. The two little spirits were to engage in battle over 100 times within 2 months. In the third month, they were to defeat martial artists from around the world, broadening their horizons. In the 7th month, they would execute a grand operation for the destruction of celestial bodies. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong, they would venture to desolate planets to practice energy control, learning how to inflict maximum damage with minimal energy expenditure. Days turned into weeks, and a year slipped by unnoticed. In the vast unknown of space, within a circular spacecraft, it seemed that the time had come. In the darkness, Vegeta opened his eyes, gazing silently at the ever-approaching Earth. The Grand Estate. Oh, have they arrived on Earth? I see. It has indeed been a while since I engaged in warm-up exercises. Sun Wukong let out a cold chuckle, calling out eagerly, something fun is afoot, come quickly. In an instant, miles away, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others turned their heads toward the direction of Sun Wukong. What could possibly be so intriguing that it piqued his interest? Yamcha held on to Pu'er, and in mere seconds, they had traversed most of the distance to Sun Wukong. Krillin, Tien, and the others set aside their tasks, rushing over with utmost speed. In just a minute, everyone had gathered. Sun Wukong sat casually on a sofa, taking a bite of an apple, and nonchalantly remarked, "Some aliens are coming. Do you have confidence?" The group exchanged determined glances, their resolve unwavering. They were the mightiest martial artists in the world. Fear? Never. All right. The circular spacecraft streaked across the Earth's atmosphere like a meteor, descending swiftly into the heart of the city. Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the spacecraft, the ground beneath their feet damp with soil, mingling with the scent of grass and the foul odor of the earth below. Upon witnessing the aliens exiting the spacecraft, the city dwellers buzzed with chatter, hundreds gathering in a throng. Humph, I detest greeting insignificant insects. Nappa grumbled, flicking his fingers lightly, unleashing a ki blast that erupted from beneath. Instantly, the city was ravaged. Every structure was obliterated by Nappa, leaving behind immense craters. On the other side, what immense energy! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The group, united and eager for the long-awaited battle, included Sun Wukong, Krillin, Sun Lingyi, Sun Wufan, Lazili, Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, and Piccolo. Let us proceed, Nappa. Vegeta conducted a brief scan and swiftly identified several high-energy beings lurking in the distant wilderness. They've arrived. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. That short fellow possesses immense power. 2 energy signatures surged towards them, gradually expanding from pinpricks into formidable forms suspended in midair. So, you must be Kakarot. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Bardock. Vegeta remarked as he descended, looking down upon them. Disclose everything about Earth, including the secrets of magical cultivation, and perhaps I may spare your life, Kakarot. Vegeta was unwilling to engage in idle chatter. His aura erupted, and a tempest swirled around him, distorting the very air. Such an overwhelming energy. Sun Wufan retreated a few steps, his eyes wide with fear, while Sun Lingyi mirrored his apprehension, hiding behind Lazili, her body trembling slightly. The others were similarly affected, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Humph, do you even think you're worthy? Sun Wukong unleashed a golden aura, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. What? A reading of 3,000 for 1,000, the device emitted a loud explosion, causing Vegeta's pupils to constrict. The battle power stabilized at 22,000, while he himself barely reached 18,000. Hey, is this the Prince of Silence? Even I, a lowly warrior, surpass you. You must be far too weak. Shut your mouth. Sun Wukong's voice echoed like a demonic chant, reverberating in Vegeta's ears. Enraged, Vegeta felt his blood boil, veins bulging on his forehead as he concentrated his strongest technique. Gallic Gun. In mere seconds, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and violet lightning flickered brilliantly. Huh. Wherever the Gallic gun strikes, everything crumbles to dust. Chapter 64. Retreat and Defeat. Haha. Kakarot dares to challenge Prince Vegeta? He truly has a death wish. Naba maintained his composure, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket and shaking it. Indeed, there are still 6 left. Consider yourselves fortunate, for I shall relish in torturing you until your demise. Ha 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 ha. Naba planted the seeds, extending his arms. Let the games begin. 6 plant-like beings emerged from the earth, diminutive with green skin and red eyes. Is that so? It appears we have been underestimated. Ha 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 ha. Yamcha shed his casual attire, revealing his orange martial arts uniform, still the same outfit. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling stood behind Yamcha, their previously concealed energies now erupting in a white blaze. Go have some fun with them. At Naba's command, the plant creatures began to encircle them, a bunch of worthless trash. At that moment, Lapis suddenly emerged from behind Lazuli. 6 years ago, he had been a scrawny youth. Now he was muscular, his expression hardened. I thought you wouldn't show up. Lazuli crossed her arms, her cold demeanor softening slightly with a hint of a smile. Lapis let out a hearty laugh, unleashing his aura and instantly breaking through the encirclement of the plant beings. Hey, stealing kills is so despicable. The 4 individuals were taken aback. Do you have any idea how long we have rehearsed in this position? You dare to cut in line. Humph. You two deal with those vegetative beings. Razuli focused her energy, conjuring the demonic flash. With a thunderous boom, she surged ahead, the purple radiance reminiscent of an apocalyptic explosion. You two. The 4 exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their mightiest shockwave. Kamehameha wave. Hole punch wave. Super energy cannon. Circular energy slash. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors flashed by, as Naba turned to flee, yet his legs remained rooted. Razuli's attack had already arrived before him. Boom. This was the most devastating blow ever witnessed on Earth, obliterating 100 meters without leaving a trace. Despite its limited range, the sheer force was so immense that Naba could not even utter a scream, his entire being annihilated in an instant, seemingly vanishing without a trace. Blast! Robbie's exclaimed a curse, hastily retreating several hundred meters, eager to unleash his ultimate technique. Ultimate destruction. A resounding thunderclap echoed. Dust swirling as the crater in the ground expanded several-fold. I am truly astounded by these veterans. They nearly brought about my demise. In mere seconds, Naba was declared dead. At this moment, the vegetative beings stood frozen, wide-eyed. What to do? It seems our leader has perished. What shall we do? Run. The vegetative beings scattered in a frenzy, darting across the ground like divers, digging into the earth in mere moments, creating holes spanning dozens of meters. Brother. Lingy and Wufan exchanged a glance, their hands coming together to unleash their combined might. Demonic flash. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was obliterated. Even those vegetative beings fleeing below 10,000 meters were caught in the onslaught. Under the glow of the purple radiance, their bodies were crushed, their cells obliterated, disappearing entirely from this world. Meanwhile, a resounding boom echoed as the Gallic gun was sent flying by Sun Wukong, striking the ground behind him, causing a 100-meter expanse of rock to shatter and scatter. Huh, is that all you can manage? Minute fragments of stone struck Sun Wukong, turning to dust as he casually brushed his hands, signaling. Is that it? Humph. At that moment, Vegeta realized that Sun Wukong was significantly more powerful than he. Should he transform into a great ape? Suddenly, a chorus of voices interrupted his thoughts. Daddy, go for it. Defeat that little prince. The 2 small ones cheered for Sun Wukong from a short distance away. What? That useless Naba couldn't even last a few minutes. His opponent's attire remained pristine, clearly indicating that Naba was merely a pawn to be easily manipulated. It appears that your companions are not impressive at all. They couldn't even endure for a minute. Sun Wukong mysteriously appeared beside Vegeta, delivering a swift kick. When did he? Before Vegeta could react, Sun Wukong's figure reappeared, this time moving with even greater speed. Fingers curled like claws, tightly grasping Vegeta's cheek. How infuriating. Vegeta immediately struggled, yet no matter how hard he tried, Son Goku remained as steadfast as a mountain. Silence. Son Goku leapt into the air, and as he descended, he forcefully pressed Vegeta's face into the ground. Instantly, rubble, rocks, and trees collided with Vegeta in a series of intimate encounters. Haha, thrilling, isn't it? Daddy has flown away, Lingy remarked. Indeed, he has, Wufan replied. Bang. You two are nothing but echo chambers. The two little ones tumbled to the ground, smoke rising from their heads. Sister, your rudeness is intolerable. Children should not be taught this way, Robbie's interjected, speaking with righteous indignation. Exactly. Mommy is bad, the two little ones exclaimed, scrambling to hide behind their uncle. Oh, do you have any brilliant strategies? Lazili's expression darkened, emanating a dangerous aura, as if she were a demon from the depths of hell. So terrifying. The two little ones cried, embracing each other with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, as the speed increased, Vegeta's already battered body suffered even more. A prince? Merely a waste of space. Worthless prince. Useless. Vegeta's eyes glowed crimson, an eruption of white energy surging from his body, unleashing a power greater than ever before. Get lost. Vegeta roared, his breath swelling, creating a powerful repulsion that formed a sphere around him. All nearby objects, trees, stones, were sent flying. Your power has indeed increased. Yet it still falls short. Son Goku remained unperturbed, unaffected, even pulling a mint from his pocket to pop into his mouth. Vegeta howled, the white energy surging once more, the repulsion intensifying. Within 100 miles, everything was swept away, animals scurrying in search of safety. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and golden lightning flashed intermittently. Miles away, a colossal tornado wreaked havoc, while beyond that, titanic waves, unseen for millennia, threatened to crash upon the land. Under the influence of Vegeta's aura, the world resembled an apocalyptic scene. Yet, within mere seconds, Vegeta's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. The world returning to normalcy. I thought you were about to unleash a grand move, and this is all there is? You made me overly excited for nothing. Grumpily grabbing Vegeta by the neck, Son Goku swiftly transported him to his spaceship, tossing him inside and pressing the launch button. Depart now, let us hope that next time, you can provide me with a modicum of excitement. He had been invincible on Earth for far too long, yearning for a truly exhilarating battle. The suppression of power was always a struggle for Son Goku. Boom. The spaceship slowly floated into the air, and with a whoosh, it departed Earth within seconds. Chapter 65. The spaceship, is it truly wise to let him go? Lazili emerged slowly from behind Sun Wukong, her gaze icy and devoid of expression, subtly betraying an aura of menace. That fellow is quite useful. Is that so? It would be best to eliminate him next time. His strength is no trifling matter. Unlike that of Karami, we must not take this lightly. Rest assured, that will not happen. Sun Wukong and Lazili returned to their previous location, the very spot where Naba had met his demise. Would you care to embark on a cosmic adventure? Adventure. They widened their eyes in astonishment. When did a spaceship come into existence? Indeed, Bulma has constructed a spacecraft. After some explanation, it became clear that the vessel Sun Wukong had previously arrived on Earth in had been transformed by Bulma into a magnificent spaceship capable of traversing the entire galaxy in just a few days. We want to go? The two children bounced with excitement, raising their hands. Children are perpetually filled with curiosity and anticipation for all things. Excellent. And what about you? I shall go. Piccolo was the first to raise his hand, equally intrigued by the cosmos. Seeing Piccolo take the lead, the others eagerly followed suit, expressing their desire to participate. The affairs of Earth remained static. They yearned to witness the wonders of other planets, with no fear of the unknown in their hearts. Only an abundance of curiosity, they felt invigorated. Any uncertainty stemmed from a lack of power, but their strength was more than adequate. Okay, the group returned home, preparing for their long voyage. At the Grand Estate. What? You intend to take them on a cosmic adventure? Kiki exclaimed, aghast. How wonderful. I want to go too. Lan Shi shouted with glee. Kiki and Lan Shi instantly formed two contrasting images, one dejected and the other radiant. Enough from both of you. Sun Wukong's eyes darted about, signaling that it was time for her to enter the scene. Bulma nodded, indicating she would handle it. Oh dear, with Wukong around, Kiki need not worry. His strength is unparalleled, and he will ensure a safe return. Indeed, with the mightiest martial artists of Earth joining, there is absolutely no danger. Lazili concurred. Lan Shi and the two children nodded fervently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Kiki hurriedly shielded her eyes, exclaiming, "How dazzling! My eyes! Understood, be sure to return early." Aren't you coming?" Sun Wukong approached Kiki, gently caressing her cheek with a tender expression. "Well, the senzu beans still need care. What if I leave and perish in a few days?" Kiki took a few steps back, her movements flustered and her cheeks slightly flushed. The three women behind her stifled laughter. Kiki was still so easily embarrassed. "What are you doing? Did I say something wrong? If the senzu beans perish, what will happen to the children when they go hungry?" A year ago, after nearly exhausting the 10,000 senzu beans, Sun Wukong summoned the Dragon Balls, wishing for a vast senzu bean plantation. However, the conditions for cultivation are exceedingly harsh. The robots currently developed by Bulma are incapable of planting, thus relying solely on Chi-Chi for this task. "Well, it was mentioned that it suffices to find someone, yet you insist on doing it yourself. Mind your own business. Regardless, I am willing. The efforts of others cannot compare to one's own. Essentials cannot be treated with negligence." Aboard the spaceship. Kakarot actually spared me. Vegeta's gaze was vacant, filled with disbelief. How infuriating. How despicable. Vegeta's veins bulged as he struck the control panel with a fist, crackling purple arcs of electricity flickering as the ship's trajectory veered slightly. How infuriating. Kakarot. How could he possibly spare me? Spare me. Vegeta felt an immense humiliation. He had been defeated by a mere low-class warrior. The opponent had even chosen to let him go. Did he consider him trash? Did he think he posed no threat? "Kakarot, you shall regret this. I will personally defeat you." Vegeta silently vowed that one day he would vanquish Kakarot and humiliate him thoroughly. He declared him so weak. "You are utterly feeble. I shall not accept your life. I shall leave it for you, the defeated." Regardless of Vegeta's fantasies, the spaceship continued its journey toward the Frisia Force Base. After several days, the vessel finally reached its destination. Ahead, a colossal ship loomed like a steel behemoth hovering above the planet, with an incessant flow of ships coming and going from its exit below. Upon entering the Iron Giant, Vegeta stumbled out of the ship, breathing heavily. Lord Vegeta, an elderly researcher adorned with black-framed glasses, hurriedly assisted him, whisking him away to the treatment room with remarkable speed. After a flurry of activity, the old researcher let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a naive researcher approached. "Senior, why are you so anxious? He isn't dead after all. Are you foolish? What if he dies? How would you explain that to the higher-ups? He is Vegeta, a significant figure with a battle power exceeding 10,000. But that doesn't concern us, does it? We could simply ignore it. If questioned, we could claim we didn't see anything." The researcher remained puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. "Sigh, setting aside the accountability, even if we manage to heal him, what if Vegeta, with his volatile temper, decides to kill us? Among us lowly workers, there are plenty to spare. Our lives are so fragile that with a mere wave of his hand, we could be obliterated." The old researcher shook his head and turned away. He had worked here for decades, witnessing colleagues meet grim fates, with hardly anyone remaining. Fortunately, he had survived, relying solely upon his wit. The researcher silently noted this, his notebook filled with the old researcher's wisdom. He added at the end, "Seek not for accolades, but strive to avoid faults." Sigh. When will these days come to an end? The researcher sighed as he retreated to his quarters. This is the current plight of the Frisia Force researchers. They have been seized from countless planets to assist in the development of formidable weaponry for the Frisia army. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the researchers are destined to remain aboard this spaceship for eternity. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes and shattered the glass with a punch, the green liquid surging forth as he stepped out. "Lord Vegeta, all your injuries have fully healed, and your spaceship has been repaired," the old researcher exclaimed hurriedly. "Where has Lord Frisia gone?" Vegeta inquired while inspecting his body and testing his movements. According to the intelligence, the king had already departed. Has he gone to that grand estate? After 18 days of preparation, everyone gathered together. Chapter 66, Planet Namek. Are we ready? Bulma threw a universal capsule onto the ground, and immediately, smoke billowed as a colossal spaceship materialized. Remarkable. Krillin stepped back, his mouth agape. How many years did it take to create this? Such exclamations, Piccolo remarked. Entering the spaceship alone, The others followed suit, paying no heed to Krillin's astonishment. Hey, wait for me. Krillin hurried onto the ship, fearing they might leave him behind. This spaceship, through Bulma's elaborate explanations, perfectly fused her brilliant intellect with the design, resulting in a marvel of engineering. Impressive. A stroke of genius. Goku cheered from the side, even waving a support stick for her. Lazuli, her forehead twitching, took the two children back to the bedroom, not daring to look back. An hour later, Bulma's speech finally concluded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Well said, but please refrain from such lengthy discourse next time. The spaceship boasted dozens of rooms, equipped with robots for cleaning, a modest supply of Earth food, and a substantial stock of senzu beans. It was evident that prior to arriving at planet Namek, their diet would primarily consist of senzu beans. Goku, Launch, and Lazuli sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, the effects of 20 times normal gravity causing faint golden light to flicker around them. The gravity chamber contained 4 rooms, and the others were also diligently training to prepare for the challenges ahead. What was initially thought to be a mundane journey took a turn when, on the eve of departure, Goku confronted them directly, revealing their true aim was to battle extraterrestrials. You could have mentioned we were fighting aliens sooner. The group immediately shifted into training mode. Lord Frieza, it seems Vegeta has defected and come to our side, Sabo remarked, holding a detector. Humph, a fool with courage. Daring to openly betray me. Frieza's expression darkened as he sneered. Indeed, Vegeta appears to be growing increasingly impatient, should he dare to approach. I shall not hesitate to sever his head. Dodoria stands behind Frieza, his gaze icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Frieza reclines languidly on his hovering vehicle, nonchalantly gesturing, resulting in the instantaneous demise of dozens of Namekians. Nearly all inhabitants of the village are annihilated. Merely a monkey, yet he dares to betray me? My strength has grown immensely. It is likely that Vegeta, this monkey, could never hope to defeat me even in a millennium. I must also express my gratitude to that monkey from 20 years past. Were it not for his encouragement, my combat prowess would not have reached such formidable heights. With the wish for eternal youth, my power shall ascend even further. Ho 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 ho. Frieza laughs with fervor, yet the murderous glint in his eyes intensifies. Father, you must exercise caution. King Frieza. Dodoria's pupils constrict. Has King Frieza's strength indeed surpassed his former self? Is it merely an illusion? This way, following a fierce battle with Vegeta, Goku has attuned himself to Vegeta's energy signature, enabling him to sense the prince's location across the cosmos. Understood. The robot promptly maneuvers the spacecraft. After 3 days of travel, the distance to Vegeta diminishes. Vegeta has halted. It seems we have arrived. Goku remains at ease, although he is yet to fully master Super Saiyan. Confronting Frieza's 1 million battle power poses no challenge. Goku closes his eyes, meticulously contemplating the composition of his cells, then his bones, hair, and internal organs. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is quite simple. It is not solely reliant on rage. What is the matter? You're not considering seeking out Frieza, are you? On the other side, within the King Kai's planet, the king shouts in anger. That is the ruler of the universe. With your talents, it won't be long before you can defeat him. Why pursue danger now? The king wipes the cold sweat from his brow. 5 years ago, Goku came to his planet to train and learned the Kaioken in merely a month. He mastered the spirit bomb in 5 months, initially believing it would be a challenge. However, he discovered that the boy's heart is neither malevolent nor corrupt. Logically, mastering the spirit bomb should have been impossible, yet Goku, through sheer talent, achieved it. He was genuinely astonished. Such potential, if not extinguished, could easily lead one to become a Kaishin. Yet, surely this boy will manage, right? Perhaps he will. Rest assured, Frieza is but a trivial matter. Goku is entirely unconcerned. Very well, do take care. The king realizes he cannot dissuade Goku, and sighs as he retreats to his dwelling. A purple figure twists violently, exploding midair. Vegeta scoffs disdainfully, effortlessly retracting his hand. Meanwhile, a loud bang echoes as the scouter explodes from the ear of Cyberman, crashing to the ground. King Frieza. It appears Vegeta's battle power has reached 22,000. Allow me to present to you my latest detection device. Dodoria was utterly incredulous. What? Vegeta's combat power is 24,000. Dodoria's voice trembled with alarm as he took several steps back. Such strength could effortlessly annihilate me. There is nothing to be astonished about. Vegeta is a seasoned warrior who has mastered certain techniques on Earth, so this is quite reasonable. It is merely a figure of 24,000. The two of you can handle it together. Frieza scoffed disdainfully. The spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, descending like a meteor in rapid flight. Its metallic surface radiating heat as its speed gradually diminished. Ultimately, it hovered in mid-air, gently descending, displacing the soil and rocks below, which were blasted away, creating 4 deep craters in the land. You shall seek out the elder of the Namekians. With that, Son Goku departed, vanishing in an instant. The others exchanged glances. With Piccolo leading the way first, he sensed the Namekian's energy signature, which felt eerily familiar, as if he had experienced it long ago. Keep up. Bulma pondered for a few moments before hastily grabbing the 2 young boys and following suit. Although Piccolo had been rather nefarious in the past, after several years of acquaintance, she recognized his cool demeanor and calm nature, assuring her that he would not act irrationally. He must have a lead. The others, aware of the situation, swiftly took flight, their energy suppressed to a minimum. Upon reaching the atmosphere, they immediately sensed an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an abyss from the depths of hell. The malevolent energy was chilling, and merely standing on Namek felt suffocating. Fortunately, they were weaker than Goku, which was the very reason they dared to approach Namek. On a different note, is Frieza's power truly 530,000? Son Goku relied on his physical prowess, leaping over dozens of mountains. Each time he exerted force, the muddy ground transformed into deep pits, with soil flying in all directions. Could it be that my perception is flawed? I recall the measurement units of the detection device from 20 years ago quite clearly. Yet why is it that from the moment Son Goku was born, he inherently sensed energy? He had already conducted his own measurements of the device's units. Could it be? Son Goku's expression shifted, his gaze becoming steely and his aura more restrained, akin to solid rock. It must be so. Chapter 67, The Elder. Meanwhile, Piccolo, relying on his unique perception, successfully detected a faint signal. After traversing hundreds of mountains and thousands of kilometers, he finally reached his destination. Why? Piccolo was puzzled. Why did it feel increasingly familiar? Could he also be an alien? Seeing Piccolo standing in a daze, the others immediately halted, warily scanning their surroundings. What is wrong? I am fine. It just feels oddly familiar, warm, as if I have returned home. Piccolo's thoughts were interrupted, and regaining his composure, he leapt to the highest point. What should we do? Krillin hesitated slightly. You all stay here. Lazuli and Lapis exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they leapt into action. As the most formidable siblings, their chances of survival in the face of peril were significantly heightened. We could not afford to remain idle, observing from a distance. We stood ready to provide immediate support should anyone attempt to launch a surprise attack. Bulma was the first to transform into a dragon. Seizing the 2 youngsters and soaring to an altitude of thousands of meters, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she focused intently on Piccolo and the others. Mom, I want to go, Sun Lingy exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. Me too, Sun Wufan hesitated for a moment, his heart heavy with concern, before his expression hardened with resolve. No, you would only bring them unforeseen trouble. Bulma firmly rejected their plea. Although their combat power had reached 1,000, it was still woefully inadequate. Now that you've arrived, the elder is already aware of the situation. A figure of similar complexion to Piccolo emerged from the white dwelling, causing a shiver to run down Piccolo's spine. The prophecy, the elder's extraordinary perception, Piccolo explained, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. The siblings exchanged a glance, silently affirming their trust. Yet their muscles remained taut, ready to flee at the slightest hint of an ambush. I am Neru, a Namekian like you, Neru said, warmth flooding him upon encountering Piccolo, prompting him to speak more than usual. The elder? Indeed, we are all children of the elder, who is also an ancient Namekian. Neru led the group into the circular white structure, revealing a grand chair at its center where a towering elder sat. The rare elderly figure, adorned with sparse patches of white, kept his eyes closed. It was only upon closer inspection that one could discern the glimmer of wisdom emanating from the slight fissures of his eyelids. You are the child of Katats, the elder remarked, surprised, as he had assumed Katats had returned. What brings you to seek me? Piccolo now understood that he too was a Namekian. My time is short. I hope you can defeat the invaders of this planet or drive them away. I'm afraid I am powerless, he replied, feeling the weight of despair. With a combat power of merely 6,000, how could he possibly vanquish hundreds of thousands of foes? Was he expected to unleash hidden potential? As for saving lives, that malevolent aura drew ever closer to the other Namekians. Death was near at hand. Let us merge. Neru approached with unwavering determination, his heart ablaze, not for personal gain, but for the survival of their race. Neru, the elder, was taken aback, never having considered such a proposal. Elder, we have reached a dead end. If he truly is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, let him merge with me to defeat Frisia. Neru shouted in fury, resolute in his intent. Each passing day saw the life force of their kin dwindle. If his sacrifice could ensure peace, then so be it. Is that so? The elder was silent for several moments before slowly nodding. His children were on the brink of death. Had it not been for his prophecy, they might have already begun to merge. Hey, you Haven T considered my opinion. Piccolo frowned, questioning whether he would still be himself after such a merger. The assimilation process bears no adverse effects. Its sole advantage lies in the enhancement of combat prowess. Nelu, perceptive to Piccolo's concerns, hastily clarified. After a brief contemplation, Piccolo nodded in agreement. Such a fortuitous occurrence should be welcomed. Should you engage in any actions that threaten my character, I shall personally eliminate you, Piccolo declared, extending his left hand. Of course, this was mere bravado. Nelu nodded in acknowledgement and reached out. At the moment their hands met, an explosion of radiant light erupted from within Nelu, merging his essence with Piccolo's. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and Nelu vanished, while an overwhelming aura surged from Piccolo, intensifying to a magnitude 100-fold greater than before. Lazili and Lapis stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the enormity of it all. Is this real? Has he truly attained such power? To assimilate and gain such strength instantly, sparing centuries of training? Not even Sun Wukong could boast such prowess. The sheer might of the aura was staggering. What had Piccolo done? Outside, the onlookers rushed in, only to be met with raucous laughter. Ha ha! How marvelous! Piccolo bellowed triumphantly, feeling an exhilarating surge of invincibility within him. He sensed that he feared nothing. The elder, after a few moments of silence, revealed a look of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Come forth, my child. Piccolo, either unsure or emboldened by his newfound strength, approached the elder. Excellent. The elder placed his hand upon Piccolo's head, his excitement palpable as he closed his eyes. What is that? Bulma questioned, prompting Lazili to step forward and elucidate. Oh, I had no idea Piccolo was an alien, a Namekian nonetheless. My heavens, to achieve such an increase through assimilation is incredible. A true unlocking of potential. The elder withdrew his hand, smiling benevolently. Child, your potential is immense. I cannot fully unlock it. No sooner had the elder's words faded than Piccolo's aura surged once more. The mere release of his energy conjured monstrous waves at the seaside, fracturing the land, and spreading at an alarming rate. The sky darkened ominously, air swirling chaotically, as those within the room broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place. Ha ha! Now even Sun Wukong cannot hope to defeat me. Piccolo laughed maniacally. His visage twisted with ferocity, revealing glistening fangs, exuding an aura of malevolence. In that moment, he was oblivious to the world around him, feeling as though a mere touch from his finger could shatter the planet, transforming it into a colossal meteor adrift in the cosmos. Uncle Piccolo is terrifying. He is not the Piccolo we once knew. The two children trembled, clutching each other tightly, tears glistening in their eyes as they hid behind Bulma. Ahem, ahem. Upon hearing the children's voices, Piccolo coughed a few times, quickly regaining his composure, adopting a cool demeanor. It is natural for one's emotions to spiral out of control when power skyrockets so drastically. As the words left his lips, Piccolo appeared before the two little ones with an almost imperceptible swiftness, delivering a powerful punch to each of them. Wow! They exclaimed in unison, their heads smoking as they clung tightly to Bulma's legs. Is it truly appropriate to bully children in such a manner? The crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, swiftly casting disdainful glances at Piccolo. Ahem. Piccolo cleared his throat, his green cheeks flushing slightly as he hastily shifted the topic. What about the Elder? Oh, that is merely one of my abilities, designed to assist you in unlocking your potential. The Elder, witnessing Piccolo's interactions with others, felt a deeper sense of contentment, his benevolence growing ever more pronounced. Is that so? Have you also found friends, and those who care for you? That is truly wonderful. After the potential was awakened, the Elder inadvertently tapped into Piccolo's memories, an intrusion he had not intended, yet it was an instinctual reaction, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Come now, children, allow me to help you unlock your potential, the Elder beckoned to the group. It won't affect you? Not at all. Besides, I have only a few days left to live, the Elder gently interrupted Piccolo, smiling. I hope you swiftly defeat your enemies and then revive my children. Whether it was the Elder's sorrow for the children or his nurturing love, Piccolo fell silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. As Krillin's potential was unleashed, the others could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Will Goku be able to? The three women, having had their potential awakened, couldn't help but think of their husbands. Time passed, and it was the turn of the two little ones. However, after the Elder patted their heads, he suddenly opened his squinting eyes. Your potential is extraordinary. I cannot fully unlock it. In comparison to Piccolo, they were not inferior, and the world seemed excessively unfair, blessed with such innate gifts from birth. Yet, where is the fairness in life? Moments later, two powerful energies surged, surpassing everyone present except for Piccolo. The white aura exploded into an immense size. A pressure enveloped the surroundings, cracks rapidly spreading across the ceiling, and the ground trembled precariously. The overwhelming aura felt like an insurmountable mountain peak. Goodness, is this right? The onlookers were astonished, witnessing a potential awakening that catapulted them beyond the strength attained through countless efforts of training. What in the world? They marveled at the sudden exponential increase in combat power, some even multiplying by several times or hundreds. Vegeta's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of sustenance did that Namekian from Earth consume? Their combat power skyrocketed as if by wish. And what of Kakarote's little one? Could it be that they, too, had consumed the mythical Dragon Balls? No, we cannot remain idle any longer. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his gaze fiercely fixed on the position of Frieza's army. Frieza had already located the fifth Dragon Ball and had slaughtered the villages of the Namekians. How infuriating! Was he to be reduced to impotent rage? Vegeta struck the rocks with a powerful fist, yet his fury remained unabated, intensifying instead. He had already slain Dodoria and seized a Dragon Ball. But it seemed his only recourse now was to thwart Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls, leaving his own aspirations unfulfilled. Hey, Vegeta. It seems you're in a bit of trouble. An abrupt voice echoed in his ears, causing Vegeta's body to stiffen as he mechanically turned around. You, Kakarote, how did you manage to come from Earth? Vegeta stepped back, his eyes wide with terror, the murderous intent he harbored for Kakarote mingling with fear. Of course. It was you who brought me here. What? Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine, his expression contorted in rage. This was half the galaxy. Kakarote could actually sense his energy. It was worth noting that his own ability to sense energy, acquired on Earth, only allowed him to perceive the entire planet. Only those proficient in energy sensing could comprehend the disparity in power between himself and Kakarote, akin to dust meeting a star. Feeling afraid? Ha. Goku's expression was indifferent, his smile radiant yet devoid of warmth. If this was enough to extinguish his will, then he would have no chance to challenge him. One who has lost even their courage cannot hope to surpass themselves. Vegeta snorted coldly, refraining from a response, instead committing the words to memory, awaiting the day he could repay this debt tenfold. He would make Kakarote kneel at his feet and sing of his conquest. Goku pondered for a moment, a wicked gleam in his eyes, his expression playful. Hey, Vegeta, how about I distract Frieza for you? That way, you can seize the Dragon Balls. Really? Vegeta's mind raced, attempting to decipher Goku's intentions. Indeed. After all, I always keep my promises. All right. Vegeta recognized the malice behind the offer, yet what if it truly succeeded? He would seize any opportunity with fervor. Ha. I'm looking forward to it. Goku chuckled playfully, swiftly moving toward Frieza. Vegeta furrowed his brow. As long as Kakarote drew Frieza's attention away, he knew that with the current fighting prowess of Zarbon, he would stand no chance against him. What was Kakarot plotting? Why did he harbor an ominous premonition? Who is it? In the instant Goku approached, Frieza instinctively reacted, attempting to evade. However, Goku was already before him. His finger aimed at Frieza's neck, who barely managed to dodge. An agonizing sensation coursed through Frieza as he clutched his head, his gaze icy. You wretched monkey! How dare you ambush me? His eyes fixated on the severed horn on the ground, his murderous intent surging, his face contorted in fury. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that the cosmic overlord Frieza would be such a diminutive figure. Knowing who I am, do you still dare to ambush me? Frieza clenched his teeth. Nearby, Zabo discreetly retreated to a safe distance, not daring to utter a word. I am disinclined to explain. You are unworthy of hearing it. 5 claw marks approached with an aura of sharpness, instantly slicing the ground to a smooth finish. This is, as Frieza attempted to swat it away. His expression drastically changed in an instant, yet it was too late. The claw marks severed his 3 fingers with ease, akin to slicing through a watermelon. The severed digits fell to the ground, staining the grass with blood. As the pain coursed through his body, his dismissive attitude evaporated, and a grave expression overtook his features. Monkey. Frieza immediately transformed into his second form, energy surging forth, unleashing a barrage of death beams. Dozens of powerful purple flashes surged forward. Unable to hit. Unable to hit. Goku evaded Frieza's attacks with the ease of a game, even dancing in the process. Boom. After firing hundreds of death beams, Goku remained untouched, causing Frieza's forehead to bulge with veins. He had no desire to waste any time. His body tensed slightly, and in a mere second, he transformed into his ultimate form. Chapter 69. Ultimate form, is it really necessary? Transforming directly into his ultimate form, Goku hastily made his escape. Don't run, Earth Splitter Slash. Frieza, now exasperated, brought his fingers together to channel purple energy, swinging fiercely. A massive blade of energy surged forth, cutting through the air at lightning speed to pursue Goku. It appears Frieza's power has significantly increased. There is an unusual sensation. I must test Frieza's strength again. Goku shifted slightly to the left, evading once more, and in an instant, he fled 1,000 miles away. Zabo, remain here. Guard the Dragon Balls, Frieza declared, transforming into a purple energy sphere to chase after Goku, leaving a trail of violet exhaust in the sky. Yes, Lord Frieza. Zabo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Staying within that energy, feeling anxious every moment. A sharp pain spread from his back throughout his body. Zabo came to his senses just as he spotted the assailant, who unleashed a barrage of ki blasts upon him. Boom, boom. Dust erupted, obscuring visibility, as Vegeta, after his ambush, unleashed hundreds of energy waves, ultimately finishing the battle with the Gallic Gun. Is that all? The Dragon Balls are now mine. Vegeta swiftly leaped toward the Dragon Balls, which gathered together, shimmering with golden light. Only one Dragon Ball remains for the wish to be fulfilled. Suppressing his excitement, Vegeta casually fired an energy blast into the ground, burying all 5 Dragon Balls within. Now, only I know the location of their concealment. Is that so? Thank you for revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. Ha 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 ha. The energy wave unleashed by Zabo surged forth, striking Vegeta before he could react. The sound of the impact echoed, accompanied by Zabo's triumphant laughter. I am one of the rare shape-shifting races in the universe. Zabo's once handsome visage grotesquely swelled, his face covered in warts, transforming him into a corpulent alien resembling a toad. Die? Vegeta gasped heavily, the pain radiating from his back incessantly hindering his breath, making the flow of his energy increasingly arduous. He concentrated all his power into a Gallic Gun. In an instant, the world dimmed, as if everyone had vanished, leaving only him standing alone. Gallic Gun. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy fueled by his indomitable will. What nonsense are you babbling? Zabo waved his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the Gallic Gun, which then struck a nearby village, unleashing a blinding purple light and leaving devastation in its wake for miles around. Nanny, it was deflected. Vegeta's pupils constricted. I'll finish you with a single slap. With astonishing speed, Zabo closed the distance, landing a resounding slap on Vegeta's astonished face, sending him flying hundreds of meters. You found the Dragon Balls, haven't you? Hidden beneath the village? Zabo's face gleamed with pride, as if he had anticipated this all along. But what? This is unacceptable. You're too fast. Zebo's gaze was filled with amusement. Vegeta was momentarily blinded, his pupils rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground, littered with debris. Humph! Zebo smirked mischievously, returning to his original form, extending his green hand downward. Not bad, he remarked, his smile growing increasingly sinister, his movements becoming more vigorous. Meanwhile, Goku and Frieza converged in an open area. It seems you wish to play with me. Oh, you know I lured you here on purpose? Of course. You must be the one who has betrayed Vegeta, right? Is he with Mr. Zebo now? As Frieza paused for a moment, a wicked smile crept across his face. But alas, Mr. Zebo is a shape-shifting alien. Not someone Vegeta with a mere battle power of 24,000 can defeat. Vegeta is likely already lying on the ground. With this thought, Frieza's excitement escalated, erupting into a classic villainous laugh. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Goku had already gathered the Kamehameha in advance, and with a shout, the blue energy surged towards Frieza. Huh? Frieza scoffed dismissively, swatting away the Kamehameha effortlessly. Such feeble energy cannot defeat me. Ha ha ha. Frieza showed no urgency to strike, instead relishing the moment like a child who had long been deprived of a toy, playing with the insignificant creature that dared to approach him. He could sense that the energy of the monkey below was less than 1/10 of his own, yet in this universe, such strength was exceedingly rare. Alas, I inadvertently clicked on the Ginyu Force. Frieza flicked the button, a malevolent smile spreading across his face. Why has that scion monkey ceased to speak? Could it be? Frieza suddenly realized, a deadly beam shot forth, piercing through Goku's head. How infuriating! You monkey! A relentless barrage of death beams surged forth, whizzing through the air, each one penetrating Goku's body. It was merely an afterimage. How dare you? How dare you mock me? The more Frieza pondered, the angrier he became, unleashing a torrent of death beams that ravaged the land for miles around. Mountains crumbled, the earth fractured, trees vanished without a trace. Still unsatisfied, Frieza gathered energy with one hand, intending to obliterate the entire Namek. Enough. Humph. Frieza paused for a moment, his smile stiffening, a murderous intent radiating from him. Like a demon returned from the depths of hell. Your goal is the Dragon Balls, is it? I shall await your arrival, hee hee. Frieza withdrew all his energy and swiftly turned to depart. Goku, observing from 1,000,000 kilometers away, bore a grave expression. This power is no mere billion. It seems I must prepare adequately. Goku slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing, unlike that of a mere mortal. His sight pierced through waterfalls, mountains, and forests until it finally rested on Zebon and Vegeta. Whoosh! A flash of golden light appeared, and Zebon's wicked smile abruptly froze, collapsing to the ground. Wow! Zebon, 100 miles away, struggled to breathe, blood pouring from his throat, staining the vibrant grass. It seems he still lives. Goku had no intention of striking again. After all, he was merely a weakling. He deliberately spared Zebon's life, eager to witness Vegeta's awakening expression. However, has Piccolo truly leveled up? His combat power seems extraordinarily high. Yet, this makes things rather amusing. Goku chuckled, having gauged Frieza's strength, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Everything is under control. Frieza's combat power should be around 400 million. He is still manageable, lying several hundred kilometers from Frieza's base. Uncle Piccolo, should we inform Dad? Goten's palms were slick with sweat, his body tense. The aura of Frieza had suddenly surged dozens of times. A bead of sweat trickled down Sun Lingyi's forehead. Though not as affected as Goten, she too felt the oppressive pressure. It was the sentiment of the child, shared by everyone present. There was no way around it. They were far outmatched by their opponent. Chapter 70. The Ginyu Force appears. Is it that I do not wish to? I desire it as well. But how do we contact him? Shall we provoke Goku directly? Wouldn't that lead to Frieza annihilating us instantly? Why not use your dull minds to consider how to contact Goku? Piccolo remarked, his expression one of exasperation as his already green skin seemed to deepen in hue. Laughter erupted among the group, the awkward atmosphere swiftly enveloping them, prompting many to wish for a hole into which they could bury themselves. In that moment, the ambience felt as frigid as an iceberg, reluctant to thaw. Lapis glanced at Lazuli, who in turn looked at Bulma, who then surveyed the others. Were they truly to remain idle? The Elder's lifespan was nearing its end. If they did not seize the Dragon Balls soon, they risked losing them to stone permanence. Guardian, have the Dragon Balls been fully collected? Piccolo's thoughts traversed countless stars across the galaxy, reaching the Earth's Guardian Temple. Yes, they have all been gathered. Shall we make a wish now? The Guardian's gaze was dim, a swirl of complex emotions residing within. Had they truly approached the brink of annihilation? He hoped they could weather this storm. Is Goku a Super Saiyan? His adversary is Frieza. After all, the mightiest force in the universe. Not yet. Follow my lead. Piccolo pondered for a few moments, deciding to wait until they gathered the Namekian Dragon Balls. Reviving the Namekians posed a risk. What if Frieza lost his sanity and obliterated their planet? They could only seize the Dragon Balls to relocate them elsewhere. After all, their current strength was insufficient to vanquish Frieza. Piccolo recounted his recent conversation with the Guardian. Bulma deliberated, her expression grave. First, we must obtain the second Dragon Ball. Then divert Frieza's attention while we infiltrate the ship to steal the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this plan, the others were invigorated. It was indeed a sound strategy with a high probability of success. They all raised their hands in agreement and, with a mighty leap, traversed the vast wilderness in mere moments. Splash! Splash! Krillin plunged into the water, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. Armed with a waterproof dragon radar, he quickly spotted the Dragon Ball nestled at the riverbed. Found you, he exclaimed, releasing a few bubbles as he activated his flight technique, rising toward the surface. I'm coming. Just as Krillin emerged, Yamcha clamped a hand over his mouth and nose, prompting Krillin to flail in panic. He was running out of air. Don't speak. Someone's here. Krillin promptly ceased his struggles, regaining his composure, and gently tapped Yamcha's hand, signaling him to release his grip. Yamcha nodded and loosened his hold, wrapping an arm around Krillin's waist and guiding him away from the village to their hiding spot. Frieza, we have yet to set foot here. It must have been Vegeta who massacred this village and concealed the Dragon Balls. Sabo declared fervently, swearing on his family's lives. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Sabo. I have faith in your wisdom. Frieza reverted to his diminutive first form, yet his energy surged, intensifying rather than retracting. This was a clear manifestation of his foul temper. Please wait here. Allow me to handle this laborious task. After Sabo bowed, he slowly ascended into the air, radiating a dazzling light that rendered him almost blinding. Run, run. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he urgently directed the others behind him, cradling two small children in his arms. In an instant, as Sabo unleashed his power, Piccolo retreated 10 miles away. Sabo gathered tens of thousands of small energy spheres, launching them in all directions. The Dragon Balls should withstand this attack, right? What? Running so fast? Within mere seconds, the group had reached their limit at 5 miles. Any further would require the use of ki. However, if detected by the scouter, death would be imminent. And above them loomed Frieza. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts rained down from the sky, obliterating everything within a 10-mile radius. Rivers ceased to flow, and the land erupted, leaving behind nothing but rubble. Wow. The group exhaled a cloud of dark energy, fleeing in desperation, devoid of hope. Once they were 10 miles away from Frieza, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it. Bulma's face darkened as she clutched her clothing tightly. I will make Frieza pay for this. Launch lay on the ground, her face grim, feeling utterly wretched. Meanwhile, time passed, and Sabo searched in vain for the location of the Dragon Balls. Mr. Sabo, where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza could no longer contain his fury. Veins bulging on his forehead, an aura of death surrounding him. In an instant, Sabo was engulfed by this murderous intent, his body rigid with fear. Lord Frieza, please allow me to explain. No? Please give me another chance. Before Sabo could finish, a death beam pierced through his body, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. I no longer wish to hear your nonsense, Frieza said coldly, turning to leave. If it weren't for your capture of Vegeta, you would have been killed long ago. The task you cannot complete will be handed over to the Ginyu Force. As Frieza departed, the others stood in stunned silence. Did he just kill him? That's typical. The main antagonist in dramas often acts this way. Indeed, if one has no utility, they are often eliminated. Krillin raised the Dragon Ball above his head, declaring, forget it. We have successfully obtained the second Dragon Ball. Next, we just need to seize Frieza's Dragon Balls. Piccolo's eyes sparkled with determination. Inside Frisia's spaceship, Vegeta fumed. Damn, damn, damn. Immersed in the latest treatment pod, he kept his eyes tightly shut, biting down hard. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shattered the glass with a single punch. Green liquid gushed from the breach, wreaking havoc on the specially alloyed floor. Humph. You didn't expect me to recover from my injuries so quickly, did you? Vegeta found the changing room, discarded his drenched battle suit, and donned an old one. This spaceship only has the old ones. Frieza, Frieza. The Dragon Balls you painstakingly gathered are now mine. Ha ha. Vegeta sensed Frieza's presence from the distant east, and in a frenzy, he roamed about the spaceship, unleashing energy blasts that further ravaged the already chaotic surroundings, transforming it into a veritable wreck. No, no, not here either. Panic gripped Vegeta. Where could Frieza be concealing the Dragon Balls? Amidst his frantic search, 5 shooting stars streaked across the sky, their velocity increasing. Oh no! Realization struck Vegeta, and he attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a thunderous sound, 5 massive craters appeared nearby as the circular spaceship slowly opened its doors, shrouded in smoke. Cursed be it! Why has the Ginyu Force arrived? Could it be that Kakarot's formidable power attracted them? Guldo, Rikum, Berta, Jeez, Ginyu. As the smoke dissipated, the 5 members struck a flamboyant pose, performing a grand entrance dance. Lord Frieza, we extend our gratitude to the readers for their unwavering support. Thank you. Chapter 71. The Grinding Stone. After standing for several minutes, the Ginyu Force was met with no welcoming party. Ahem, ahem. The atmosphere turned awkward before they resumed their usual demeanor. Lord Frieza is absent. Guldo pressed a switch to scan the eastern region. Bang. The detector could not withstand the pressure and exploded, leaving Guldo momentarily deafened, shaking his head in dismay before quickly recovering. Who instructed you to search in such a manner? Who is it? Ginyu scanned the spaceship, only to discover a weakling with a power level of 5 inside. The other team members, their curiosity piqued, surrounded the vessel, energy gathering in their hands. Is this a rare alien capable of manipulating power levels at will? The Ginyu Force approached cautiously. Damn it! Vegeta, still unaccustomed to sensing ki, struggled to conceal his energy. What to do? What to do? Are you not coming out? In another second, we shall obliterate this ship. Ginyu threatened ominously. Of course, such an act was unthinkable. If they did, Lord Frieza would surely punish them. As the Ginyu Force drew ever nearer, Vegeta's heart raced wildly. Ribbit. A frog hopped by, crossing paths with the Ginyu Force. PSH. Just a frog. Guldo kicked the creature away. Was that meager power level of 5 merely that of the frog? Ginyu then pressed a button, leading his team away. Thank goodness. Vegeta sighed in relief as he emerged from the changing room. The desire to seize the Dragon Balls dissipated, replaced by a newfound urgency to escape before the Ginyu Force returned. After a brief pause, feeling the distance from the Ginyu Force, Vegeta finally emerged from the spaceship. Over 100 miles away, Guldo darkly chuckled. I knew someone was here. It's Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Let us play a game of kickball this time. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with malevolent delight. Excellent idea. I concur. The Ginyu Force swiftly advanced towards Vegeta. What? Didn't they leave? Alarmed, Vegeta realized he had been lured into a trap. Veins bulging, he shot towards the west. Where's Kakarot? In a panic, Vegeta frantically searched for the direction Kakarot had departed. Yes, south. Just as Vegeta turned, he discovered to his dismay that the Ginyu Force had already encircled him. Hey Vegeta, where do you think you're going? Ginyu taunted. Surely you're afraid of us and contemplating a retreat. Laughter erupted, but Vegeta's expression darkened further. Die? He unleashed a charged Gallic gun towards the weakest member, Guldo, intending to bypass him. Guldo, with incredible speed, evaded Vegeta's assault. Damn it, time is frozen. Ginyu seized the moment, landing a punch to Vegeta's head, sending him flying. Huh, I'll catch it too. Raikum followed up with a powerful kick to Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, dazed, felt a sharp crack as his sternum shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. His insides were pierced by broken bones, blood surging in reverse. Teetering on the brink of death. Raikum, that was too brutal. I can't even play anymore. Bart, in a fury, exclaimed. Sorry, bad guy. I'll treat you to chocolate Christmas. Now that's more like it. Ginyu interjected, cautious not to let Vegeta perish. Aware that Lord Frieza had spared him for a reason. Killing Vegeta would spell trouble. Thousands of kilometers away, Vegeta had faced death twice in one day, significantly boosting his power. Goku opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the vast distance, witnessing Vegeta being returned to the medical bay. A flicker of golden light emanated from Vegeta, his aura dissipating like a phantom, as solid as a boulder. With a battle power of 200,000, once he recovers, the Ginyu Force will be in dire straits. I shall observe for a while. It's essential to let Goten and the others hone their skills. The Ginyu Force is a sharpening stone. Well done. Truly worthy of my general. Frieza rarely smiled, acknowledging that Goku's ambush had outpaced even the inept Zarbin, who hadn't had time to inform him. Indeed, a mere wastrel. Of course, if it pleases you, allow me to perform a celebratory dance for you. Ginyu bows magnificently, exuding confidence and poise. No, perhaps I shall wait until after the wishing. Observing Ginyu dance is akin to partaking in a defense debate. Alas, what a pity, Lord Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza's forehead veins throb, anger surging within him. Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Meanwhile, Krillin utilizes the telescope he brought to scrutinize the spaceship. What is going on? Bulma nudges Krillin. It's Frieza and a few alien dancers, resembling the superheroes from television. In Krillin's mind, the notion of striking poses as a superhero has been shaped by the internet's widespread influence. A superhero? Piccolo seizes the telescope, sensing the formidable energy of the five beings. Observing intently, his eyes suddenly widening. Their most troublesome trait lies not in their energy, but in the special abilities they acquired through a sudden mutation. A gift from the cosmos to a certain life form. A gift? What is that? The two youngsters scratch their heads, utterly perplexed. Others share their confusion, gazing at Piccolo with bewildered expressions. It is akin to magic, yet distinct, a power surpassing mere sorcery. Such a unique ability could render one the mightiest on their home planet. Does that not make them invincible? Stronger than magic? Yamcha is at a loss. Not quite. Although it surpasses magic, it is not insurmountable. A plethora of knowledge races through Piccolo's mind, and he already has a strategy in place. Merely fortunate recipients of a gift, shall I not play with you to your demise? Rarely, Piccolo regains the demeanor of a great demon king, and for a moment, the atmosphere grows as frigid as a millennium of ice. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sensing the unusual gazes, Piccolo's cheeks flush slightly. What are you staring at? Listen to the plan. Do not dawdle. After a thorough exposition from Piccolo, the group finally comprehends their weaknesses, although it may have been better left unsaid. Is it not just an ambush? Frieza, Frieza, come forth, come forth. Frieza. Chapter 72. Who is the murderer of Gula? Who is this daft youth? Unaware of the illustrious name of Frieza the Great. Oh ho 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 ho. So it is that Namekian, come to exact vengeance upon me? Frieza dismounts from his infant carriage, sauntering slowly towards Piccolo. Has he come to surrender the Dragon Balls? Ginyu, fetch a chair for this esteemed Namekian gentleman. Yes, Lord Frieza. Ginyu turns and departs. Piccolo snorts coldly, maintaining a blank expression. Frieza becomes increasingly convinced that Piccolo comes to surrender, based on this expression, this demeanor. I would not believe you have come for vengeance. Moments later, Ginyu descends from the spaceship. Please. After Piccolo takes a seat, Frieza elegantly settles down, his tail swaying leisurely. Ah, Mr. Namekian, where are the Dragon Balls you possess? Well, of course, Piccolo, with a grave expression, places his finger between his antennae, declares, in hell. You shall descend into the depths of hell. His gaze icy, a murderous intent emanates as he points at Frieza. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's finger gathers a spiraling energy wave, launching an intense attack. Bang! Frieza, in his first form, has no time to evade and is pierced through the chest by the special beam cannon. Namekian. Frieza's energy surges explosively, swiftly completing his transformation into his final form. Thankfully, the Frost Demon possesses remarkable vitality. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end at the hands of this Namekian. With this thought, Frieza's murderous intent swells, and his energy blast sends Piccolo's second attack flying. What? He exerted all his strength to condense the special beam cannon, only to be forcefully repelled. This aura is utterly terrifying. Far away, Son Goku suddenly opens his eyes, fixated on Piccolo's location. Can a combat power of 10 million truly not obliterate Frieza's 300? I must teach that Piccolo a lesson. Why is that special beam cannon so diminutive? It is hardly lethal. If Piccolo were aware of Goku's current thoughts, he would certainly run off to scoff. How was I to know Frieza could still move freely after being pierced through the chest? He is more resilient than a Namekian, just as Piccolo battles Frieza. The siblings Rikum and Guldo lead the others in a surprise assault on Jinyu. Jinyu cries out in pain as a sharp force severs his arm, which falls to the ground. Die! Rikum roars, gathering energy in his left hand. Dragon Claw. The claw marks seem capable of slicing through anything, cleaving Jinyu's body in two. Rikum turns and shouts, "You all go and eliminate the others. Bulma, seek out the Dragon Balls." The onlookers, with cold eyes, bury their emotions deep within, murderous intent rising. Very well. Goku, taking advantage of the battle, arrives nearby in an incredibly short time but does not intend to intervene, simply observing quietly. Goku, Goku, Goku. At that moment, the voice of King Kai echoes from afar, traversing countless distances. What is it? Goku senses that King Kai's emotions are extremely unstable at this moment. With a thought, he reverses to King Kai's planet, stabilizing his emotions. It is Frieza. King Kai's panicked feelings dissipate slightly, yet his excitement remains palpable. He has killed Gula. Gula, who is even stronger than Frieza. Gula. Indeed. 5 years ago, Frieza's strength surged suddenly, resulting in the death of his brother, Gula. King Kai trembles, his eyes filled with terror. All right, I understand. Thank you for the warning. Damn, this has turned into a disaster. No worries, just be cautious. The King Kai's connection abruptly vanished. Damn Namekians. Frieza seethed with rage. First it was the Scion monkeys, and now it was those Namekians. What do you take me, Frieza, for? This is preposterous. I am the Emperor of the universe, the mightiest being alive. In an instant, energy erupted from Frieza's body, causing Namek to tremble perilously. The sky darkened, enveloping the planet, as the sea roared, unleashing monstrous waves. The barren land was suddenly beset by thousands of tornadoes. Quaking as if on the brink of collapse, Namek was nearing its demise. What? Frieza could withstand a blow without perishing. But to be vibrant and exponentially more powerful, what is the meaning of this? King Kai Fist. 20 times. 2 years prior, Son Goku imparted the King Kai's ultimate technique to him. At that moment, Piccolo had been reluctant, yet the King Kai Fist proved undeniably effective. The healing beings within Piccolo's abdomen began to stir. Should he sustain injury, they would vanish instantly to mend his wounds. Die, you Namekian. Meanwhile, on another front. What is this? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Feeling his body restored, a surge of energy coursed through him, far greater than before. Marvelous. Even if the Jinyu force united, they would not stand a chance against him. Crash. Glass shattered once more, liquid spilling forth. I must act swiftly. That energy outside belongs to the Earth's Namekians. Vegeta sensed danger and rushed out of the spaceship, only to be met by the familiar faces of Kakarot's friends. Oh, it's Vegeta. If you wish to survive, you'd best retreat. Lazuli scoffed, her energy significantly stronger, yet who lacks a hidden trump card? Do you truly believe I am merely brimming with rage? Sensing the presence of Son Goku and Son Goten, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and leapt from the ship. Jinyu, teetering on the edge of death, extended his left hand, tears streaming from his eyes. He was indeed nearing his end. Perish. Krillin, ever cautious, denied the opponent any opportunity. Such a prodigious warrior, should he underestimate his foe, death would soon follow. The Kamehameha was charged and ready. A blue light surged forth, and the captain of the Jinyu force met his demise. Son Goku turned away, unable to bear the sight. How revolting! Son Goten remained unfazed, indifferent to the gruesomeness. Let us go. Berta, Guldo, Jeez, and Rikum, alerted by the commotion outside, immediately adopted a wary stance, communicating with their unique gestures. Someone is out there. Jeez, it seems Captain Jinyu has been ambushed. Rikum, should we flee? Berta, wait. Where's Guldo? The trio looked around, only to realize that Guldo, who had just been beside them, had vanished in the blink of an eye. The audacity of that fellow to sneak away. Kamehameha, Spirit Slice, Demon Flash. Before the three could comprehend how their adversary had discerned their location, they were struck by a combined assault from Lazuli and her comrades. Alas, The trio let out a cacophony of screams as they were obliterated in the wake of the Kamehameha onslaught. Chapter 73, Barunga. 10 miles away, Guldo was panting heavily. I never imagined such a formidable Captain Jinyu could be vanquished in an instant. It is truly an inconceivable display of power. The moment Jinyu met his demise, Guldo immediately employed his time-stopping ability to flee 10 miles away. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. What incredible fortune! Vegeta emerged from behind Guldo, unexpectedly encountering the remnants of the Jinyu force. What? You are Vegeta? Guldo's head was severed by the golden light, falling to the ground, blood staining the grass. His eyes wide open in disbelief. Did you ever fathom it? Vegeta's murderous intent surged. He had nearly been slain. Vividly recalling the pain and resentment he felt with every passing moment. The bitterness of his own inadequacy. I never thought I would be killed by you, ha. It is your weakness that is the original sin. Vegeta concentrated a Kamehameha in one hand, aiming it at Guldo's head. Bang! In a flash of golden light, Guldo's head vanished into the Kamehameha, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Bulma, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, was searching beneath the spaceship with Tien and Kairatsu. Found it. Bulma unleashed an energy blast, creating a deep crater in the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, revealing 5 shimmering Dragon Balls. Wonderful. Quickly, call for Piccolo to evacuate. Bulma shouted with excitement. This might be problematic. Tien raised his head. Indeed. Kairatsu followed suit, glancing upward. In the sky, Piccolo, utilizing the Kaioken times 20, still found himself no match for Frieza, his body torn apart countless times, only to regenerate repeatedly. Thankfully, he had enough Senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Each clash between Piccolo and Frieza consumed a Senzu bean. Damn it, where has Goku gone? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Piccolo thought anxiously. With only a handful of Senzu beans left in his stomach, if Frieza were to unleash a few more attacks, he might truly descend into the abyss. Quite resilient. Unlike the other Namekians who lack such tenacity, Frieza sneered, aiming at Piccolo. Death beam of madness. A barrage of purple beams erupted from his fingertip. Piccolo attempted to evade, but it proved futile. After dodging several death beams, the remaining one struck with such swiftness that 3 beams hit him. Instantly, Piccolo's speed faltered, and Frieza's gaze gleamed with amusement, followed by a volley of 50 death beams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Piccolo's pupils constricted, the death beams bearing down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, his hands creating afterimages as he deflected the deadly beams of light. Finally, he has arrived. Piccolo silently breathed a sigh of relief. The last of the Senzu beans consumed, his injuries healing. I apologize for my tardiness. I am here to confront him. With that, Piccolo swiftly sensed Bulma's energy and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Monkey, you dare show up again? Frieza erupted into a frenzied state, his muscles bulging grotesquely like a monstrous figure from a horror game. I shall show you my ultimate form. He made no attempt to stop Piccolo's escape, remaining rooted in place. His sole intent was to eliminate this bothersome monkey, seize the Dragon Balls, and obliterate the planet Namek. Energy surged within him, veins bulging. And with a fierce grunt, Frieza unleashed his full power. What? My combat power can still increase. This was troubling. Sun Wukong's current base power was merely 5 million. However, it was easily manageable. Oh ho ho ho. Do you see? A perfect physique and the mightiest power in the universe. Frieza smirked confidently, spreading his arms wide, his gaze cold and predatory. To clarify, my current combat power stands at 750 million. Tremble in fear. Oh ho ho ho. Despair. Lose your sanity. Frieza reveled in his excitement, his entire body quivering, his tail swaying joyfully. Get away from me. Sun Wukong struck Frieza with a powerful punch, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Yet Frieza did not dodge. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as though everything was under his control. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he unleashed his dragon claw. A streak of claws flashed, sending chills down Frieza's spine, compelling him to instinctively move at lightning speed. In an instant, Frieza's left arm plummeted from the sky, blood gushing from his wound. How unfortunate. Sun Wukong casually shook his hand, realizing that overconfidence could lead to dire consequences. laughing heartily. This time, Frieza ceased his laughter, his pride shattered. A wave of murderous intent enveloping him. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed a punch that transcended all limits. Boom! Sun Wukong's head exploded. A mist of blood blossoming in the sky, cascading down like fireworks. The onlookers' eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, silence reigned. Even the crowd below forgot to make a sound. Moments later, Sun Wukong. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, swiftly followed by a surge of despair in their hearts. He had been defeated. Bulma's eyes were vacant, disbelief etched on her face. Lazuli and Lan Shi soared into the sky, desperate to see their beloved's body, only to be intercepted by Piccolo. First, we must use the Dragon Balls. We can revive Sun Wukong later. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd gradually calmed down. Indeed, the Dragon Balls can grant resurrection. There is still hope. Additionally, there are the Dragon Balls of Namek. If we wish to revive Goku, we can then transfer him back to Earth using the Namekian Dragon Balls. Hope surged within them. Bulma produced the 7 Dragon Balls and handed them to Piccolo. Impossible. Even Kakarot has fallen. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped back, terror etched across his face. If even Kakarot is dead, how can he seek vengeance? Can a Super Saiyan not defeat Frieza? Arise, Shenron. Piccolo intoned the Namekian incantation taught by the Elder, wishing for my desire to be fulfilled. Meanwhile, Frieza shook the blood from his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Surely, you do not expect me to give you the opportunity to consume the bean, monkey. Frieza, having battled Piccolo numerous times, was aware of the green bean nestled within Piccolo's belly. With each bean that disappeared, the Namekian's injuries would heal. Even a fool could deduce that. He was also keenly aware that Goku possessed a similar extraordinary item. Frieza toyed with a green bean in his hand, one he had forcibly extracted from the Namekian. Piccolo could barely react before it was taken from him, even believing he had merely digested another. With a thunderous roar, the once ominous sky thickened further. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the ship, and a mysterious green being emerged from the Dragon Balls. The Namekian dragon, Porunga, made its grand entrance. Is this the dragon that can grant all wishes? Frieza's heart leapt with joy. After searching far and wide, this treasure had come effortlessly. Oh ho 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 ho. Fortune smiles upon me. Chapter 74. The Arrival of the Super Saiyan. Frieza swallowed the sacred bean, his muscles swelling as his body rapidly healed at an astonishing rate. Marvelous. Feeding these insects such a treasure truly is a waste. Greed seeped into his very being, his aura growing darker and more malevolent. This was rightfully mine. It was merely stolen by these insects. Now, I demand their return. Hurry up, Bulma urged, her voice laced with urgency. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat and gritting his teeth, was about to make his wish. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Frieza stood before Piccolo, exuding an elegant demeanor. Oh, you wish to resurrect that monkey? How unfortunate. He paused, his tone reminiscent of the depths of despair. Has it failed? Oh ho 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 ho. The Dragon Balls. They are mine, and you? Prepare to meet your demise. With a single punch, he struck towards Piccolo, enveloping him in an overwhelming force that radiated murderous intent. Piccolo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His heart chilled at that moment. This time, there truly was no chance. Ah, how intriguing. Do you truly believe you can kill me? A familiar voice resonated beside Piccolo, revealing a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure, surrounded by a golden aura, firmly grasping Frieza's arm. Battle power, 10 million. Is it Goku? The crowd erupted with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief that he had somehow survived. The resilience of Piccolo paled in comparison. Son Goku. His strength had significantly increased, to the point where his hair had changed color. Piccolo's complexion grew even greener as he hurriedly retreated several dozen meters away, atop a mountain peak. Vegeta's eyes bulged with intensity as he clutched the rocks tightly. A Super Saiyan? This was the true essence of a Super Saiyan. The invincible warrior born once every millennium. A Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice reverberated throughout the world, heard by all, including Bulma, Piccolo, and the Grand Elder. Miles away, the Grand Elder opened his murky eyes, his heart racing with excitement. Is this the legendary invincible warrior? The Super Saiyan? Of course, Frieza also took notice. Merely a legend, he scoffed, his gaze filled with intrigue, sensing that Son Goku's energy was on an entirely different plane. Is that so? Son Goku replied with a mysterious smile, launching a punch that sent Frieza flying. In an instant, dozens of mountain peaks were pierced, followed by thousands of energy blasts. Nothing more than that. Frieza sneered, gathering a supernova with his fingertip, effortlessly obliterating Goku's energy blasts one by one. Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku had already appeared behind Frieza, ready to unleash the Kamehameha Wave. I told you, nothing more than that. Frieza's muscles tensed as he absorbed Goku's Kamehameha without a scratch. Then, he retaliated with a fierce punch. Ouch, that hurts. I've never encountered such an opponent. Excitement flickered across Son Goku's face, his muscles quivering with an escalating desire for battle. Come at me. Son Goku unleashed his full power, hundreds of energy waves gathering in an instant. Ha ha ha. Your energy purity is far too low. Frieza stood his ground, allowing the energy waves to strike him. Boom. In an instant, a towering cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping the entire land. Super. Came. Haim. Huh. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, Son Goku quickly prepared his most powerful attack, vowing to defeat Frieza in that very spot. Oh ho 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 ho. Useless. Useless. Your every attack cannot harm me in the slightest. Frieza's confidence soared, relishing the sheer magnificence of his overwhelming power. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the heavenly temple, the sky was laden with dark clouds, thunder roaring as the eternal dragon hovered high above. Mr. Popo, it is Lord Kami. The eternal dragon has resurrected all the Namekians slain by Frieza. As you wish. The eternal dragon uttered this phrase, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the earth. On Namek, the Namekians who had been slain by Frieza slowly opened their eyes and raised their hands. Revived, revived. What is happening? It is the eternal dragon. Has someone resurrected us using the dragon? No, that cannot be the case. Our dragon can only revive one person. Could it be possible that the scattered Dragon Balls in other locations brought us back to life? Regardless, the nameless beings have indeed returned. The nameless people embraced one another, tears glistening in their eyes, expressing their exhilaration at having survived the calamity. In the Elder's abode, have we truly been resurrected? Quickly, use the Purunga. I can barely hold on any longer. The Elder's cheeks were taut, his entire being pulsating with energy, striving to resist the impending death of his mortal form. Hurry, Piccolo. Perhaps it was the Elder's voice that traversed through space, for far away. Piccolo turned his gaze towards the dragon and declared, My first wish is to transfer everyone on Namek, except for Frieza, to Earth. With a flash of crimson light from Purunga, he bowed his head. Goku and Vegeta refused the transfer, but the others were allowed to proceed. What? Why? The 5 exclaimed in urgency. At that moment, Goku's thoughts reached them. You all return first. I intend to kill Frieza on Namek. Goku paused for a few seconds before reassuring them. If I perish, then use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Those words acted like a tranquilizer, as everyone understood that at least Goku had an escape route. All right, if we truly cannot defeat him, we shall contact King Kai, and we will immediately wish for your return. With Purunga's eyes flashing red, everyone except Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta had vanished from Namek. Vegeta was now piloting his spaceship, hovering in the skies, ready to depart at the first sign of the planet's destruction. Let you all go. After battling Frieza, Piccolo and Goku had naturally learned to sense energy. The moment the Namekians were revived, Frieza was aware of it. As for why he did not stop Piccolo's wish, he certainly knew their lair. Rather than wishing now, Frieza preferred to eliminate Goku on the spot. This monkey. Time and again he obstructs me. I will surely kill this scion monkey. Earth, after I slay Goku, I shall come swiftly. Ha ha ha. Despair. Frieza arrogantly lifted his head, his gaze filled with disdain, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. 20 years ago, I obliterated planet Vegeta. At that time, a monkey attempted to thwart me, akin to a mere egg attempting to contend with a rock. Oh ho ho ho. Huh. 20 years ago, you slaughtered countless scions, and 20 years hence, it will be I, a scion, who brings about your demise. Though the disparity in power is vast, Goku's fighting spirit remains undiminished, growing ever stronger. Oh ho ho ho. You are indeed confident, but confidence is futile. Why, you ask? Because my battle power is 750 million. Frieza spread his arms wide, tilting his head back, scornful of all existence. Die, monkey. I no longer wish to play games with you. gathering the might of 750 million for the most formidable strike, enveloping the strength of billions. In an instant, the world around the planet fell silent. The tempest ceased, the rivers halted, and the ground stilled. Everything appeared as if, beneath this singular blow, all existence would inevitably vanish. Boom. Sun Wukong could not evade. Struck by Frisia's fist, reduced to mere blood and flesh, leaving only half of his corporeal form. Chapter 75. At this moment, I am the strongest. For years prior. Congratulations to me, the divine. Merging spirit, energy, and essence into one, I have become the eternal, indomitable deity. The gaunt, wizened figure was none other than Dr. Gero. At this moment, he knelt before the dark-haired youth, his gaze fervent, as if witnessing the birth of an everlasting entity. The dark-haired youth was indeed Sun Wukong. At this moment, he toyed with the lives within a glass dome. With a flick of his wrist, all life within the dome vanished, transforming into a golden essence that returned to Sun Wukong's grasp. Thus, this endeavor concluded. Gero, I am quite satisfied with your assistance. Through extensive experimentation, Sun Wukong had finally fused essence with life. Henceforth, as long as the essence endures, life shall persist eternally. Sun Wukong snapped his fingers, and a surge of essence immediately flowed into Dr. Gero's being. Astonishingly, Dr. Gero's body began to reverse age. The age spots on his face gradually faded, and his bald crown began to sprout hair. His dull, sallow skin shed, revealing a complexion as delicate as fresh snow. Ailments vanished, his mind became lucid, and within mere seconds, Dr. Gero transformed into a robust, handsome young man. Gero, take a few days to rest and focus on your research on artificial beings. The endeavor of essence and life shall no longer require your attention. In the future, as long as you remain devoted, you too shall be among the eternal. The underlying message was clear. Focus on your work, and do not venture into other matters, lest your life be at stake. Yes, my divine. Clearly, Dr. Gero failed to grasp the subtext, consumed by fervent obsession. I am gratified. These ensure the safety of your other family members. Do you understand? Sun Wukong gathered several orbs of golden essence and placed them in Dr. Gero's hands. I understand. I understand. Thank you immensely for your benevolence, my divine. Dr. Gero bowed his head repeatedly, his eyes still filled with fervent gratitude. What is happening? Is it true that the legendary warriors, the Super Saiyans, cannot defeat Frisia? Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. Is this correct? Could it be that this is merely the fantasy of the Saiyans? Are the ancestors who purportedly vanquished Frisia merely fabrications? Have the Saiyans, accustomed to enslavement, unconsciously conjured these visions, perhaps inscribed upon stone tablets? Thus, the legend endured. Vegeta felt a surge of despair. Yet he did not leave. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Kakarot's lifeless form. Perhaps it was the final flicker of hope. Perhaps a refusal to accept the impossible. Perhaps the bitter taste of shattered dreams after many years. Vegeta, even in death, one must witness the final outcome. He clearly witnessed Kakarot's demise at the hands of Frisia. Yet, he remains on planet Namek. Rise up, Kakarot. Humph, Son Goku, vanish into oblivion. Frisia, elegantly discarding the bloodstains, stands poised. It is time to seize the Dragon Balls, little insects, so be wary. Oh ho 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 ho. Suddenly, blood and fragments of flesh surge towards Goku's remnants. Piece by piece, drop by drop, a whirlwind envelopes Goku's form as blood reassembles, flesh regenerates, and his aura intensifies. Did you truly believe you could extinguish my life? Goku's body restores to its pristine state, unscathed. His voice calm, he spreads his arms wide, eyes filled with disdain, unleashing his power. In that moment, chaos reigns across the heavens and the earth. Planet Namek faces yet another dire crisis. What does this mean? Frisia squints, alarmed. This is not good. Goku's strength seems nearly on par with his own. Haha, thank you for facilitating my transformation. Now, I shall grant you death. Goku smirks. Do you truly think my Dragon Claw is merely for show? You believe my defenses are insurmountable? Were it not for the Scion's near-death power boost, I would have eliminated Frisia, this worthless being, long ago. Do you really think a power level of 750 million is formidable? In truth, there have been countless opportunities for me to slay Frisia, yet I have refrained. The reason is precisely this. feeling the limits of my potential exhaust. I can no longer elevate my battle power in this state of near death. Goku is not surprised by this outcome, for he had foreseen it while watching the animated series. During the Cell Saga, Vegeta explicitly noted that near-death enhancements merely trigger one's latent potential. They are not an exploit. Battle power, 750 million. With the might of the Super Saiyan contained within, the crisis on planet Namek vanishes without a trace. Heh. Our strengths are indeed comparable. Are you truly confident you can overcome me? Frieza sweats profusely, attempting to calm Goku. He has no desire to meet his end. Is that so? In an instant, Goku appears behind Frieza, poised to deliver a devastating blow that sends him hurtling into outer space. Ha 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 ha, Son Goku. I have triumphed. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. As long as Frieza escapes into the cosmos, Goku cannot pursue him. With murderous intent, Goku employs a few instantaneous movements and, in the blink of an eye, stands before Frieza. How can your speed be so astonishing? Are we not evenly matched? Frieza, incredulous, widens his eyes, hands shielding his head. Even within 750 million, a disparity exists. Goku strikes Frieza back to planet Namek with a single punch. Frieza crashes through thousands of mountains, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, leaving behind a pit several thousand meters deep. Frieza's body erupted with blood, barely managing to stand. Why has this happened? Is this right? And what is the source of Goku's power? How can he penetrate my energy? By what means can he do so? Frieza found himself utterly defenseless against Goku's every lethal strike. From this moment forth, I shall declare myself the strongest. Goku descended slowly from the heavens, hovering above Frieza's head. How infuriating. Die now. Just moments prior, Frieza had already summoned a death beam in his hand, poised to unleash it. In an instant, several death beams surged forth, laden with an insatiable intent to kill. Goku neither dodged nor evaded. At the moment of impact, he rebounded the death beams. Frieza was struck by his own attack, his already battered body nearing demise, blood draining away, consciousness fading. Has he fallen after just a few exchanges? Not enough. Not nearly enough. Having faced death twice, he cannot simply perish so easily. From his pocket, he tossed out a fairy bean, which disintegrated into powder, penetrating Frieza's body. Instantly, blood gushed from his abdomen as the powder reached his digestive system. Gulp. Frieza's previously ravaged body began to recover at an astonishing speed. Ha ha ha. How does that feel? With a foot planted on Frieza's crystalline head, Goku ground his shoe down in a display of humiliation. How despicable. Frieza could only seethe with impotent rage, channeling all his energy into a super death beam. With every ounce of his strength, he vowed to annihilate Goku once more. A trivial technique. Unlike before, Goku perceived the death beam as nothing more than a sluggish snail, utterly inconsequential. The energy was diffused, revealing numerous flaws. Frieza could scarcely even employ basic combat skills. You are destined to be obliterated. Again, it is destined. 20 years ago, that monkey proclaimed this, and now, 20 years later, another monkey echoes the same. Are you Saiyans truly without fault? Evil and tyrannical, viewing all life as mere animals, slaughtering them without remorse. Should you not be eradicated? Chapter 76. Frieza's Supernova Explosion. What is this fellow babbling about? Goku, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, is this right? You were the one who tried to kill me twice. Now it is your turn, and you still dare to speak? Boom. Goku seized Frieza's head and lifted him to the highest point. Weakness is the original sin. The annihilation of the Saiyans occurred thus, and your death shall be no different. Frieza's weary eyelids suddenly flared open, propelling him from the planet at a speed that defied limits. In mere moments, the colossal Namek gradually diminished, ultimately shrinking to the size of a basketball. Saiyans cannot survive in the cosmos. Why is it that Goku appeared before him in mere seconds, his fist following suit? Boom. Frieza attempted to resist with energy, but it proved futile. Goku's power, unscathed, surged relentlessly into his abdomen. A bizarre energy flooded in from the outside, ravaging his body. His internal organs were pierced, and the sound of his heartbeat gradually faded, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Rest assured, I shall treat you well, especially after your recent kindness. A voice, calm and gentle, whispered in his ear. However, in Frieza's eyes, It felt akin to the tortures of the 18 hells before death. I beg you, spare me, Mr. Goku. I promise to mend my ways. Frieza was gripped by fear, consumed by a desperate desire to survive. I want to live. Please. If you let me go, I will do anything. Each second of torment from Goku felt like an eternity to Frieza, as though he had endured decades of suffering. This was a harsh reality for the pampered Frieza. For today's pain surpassed centuries of experience. Goku's serene face broke into a smile, radiating like a sun god descending upon the earth amidst the golden light. Yet, I must ensure you remember this lesson. Goku paused, his gaze playful, suggesting, how about this? You endure 3 of my moves, and I shall let you go. This is acceptable. Very well. I will refrain from using that peculiar technique. Frieza rejoiced, convinced he could withstand the ordeal as long as that strange move was omitted. Little did he realize, Goku's murderous intent had not waned in the slightest. Why has Kakarot returned? His strength surpasses even Frieza's. Is it the innate talent of the Saiyans? Perhaps their battle prowess increases when teetering on the brink of death. Vegeta piloted his spaceship into space to observe the unfolding battle. In his eyes, Kakarot, upon resurrection, toyed with Frieza as one might with a mere rodent. He could not believe they were evenly matched. The first move, Goku unleashed a blue beam, akin to the explosion of a planet, striking Frieza. Indeed, he refrained from that technique. Feeling the power within his abdomen, Frieza realized he had not suffered severe injury. Excellent. If he could withstand the final 2 moves, survival was assured. Frieza felt a surge of hope. The second move, Goku summoned a fist imbued with immense power, ready to strike. Boom. With overwhelming force. At a speed Frieza could not perceive, he was struck squarely on the head. Frieza collided with planet Namek at superluminal speeds, as if a sharp needle had pierced a balloon. Boom. Boom. The once fragile Namek erupted violently. A brilliance beyond that of the sun illuminated the cosmos, casting light across the entire world. Vegeta turned pale, the explosion engulfing him as he hastily employed his energy for defense. But it was too late. A surge of crimson light washed over him, and the spaceship could not endure, exploding in the depths of space. A shadow emerged from the explosion, wandering through the vastness of space. It was none other than Vegeta. Frieza's speed showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it intensified. Boom. The planet hovering beside Namek was instantly pierced. Boom. Frieza, infused with a unique energy, would cause the planet to explode the moment it reached the core. Are you still alive? Your combat power has multiplied, and your vitality has become remarkably resilient. Goku hung in the cosmos, his eyes narrowed. Yet, you remain no match for me. He spread his arms wide, and a surge of energy emerged from within, gradually expanding. A crimson sphere resembling a supernova erupted. Countless explosive energies surged within, ready to react and merge with any physical essence that dared to touch it, ultimately transforming into a magnificent cosmic firework. I have received it. Hope engulfed Frieza's heart, his face alight with the thrill of having escaped death. It is too early to rejoice. This is not over yet. Goku's thoughts infiltrated Frieza's mind. Are you prepared? I am ready. Frieza's gaze was resolute, his mind devoid of distractions, consumed only by the thirst for life. Then brace yourself. As the words fell, the supernova exploded. A supernova that surpassed Namek, enveloping immense energy, surged forth. Hold it back. Frieza summoned all his energy in a desperate attempt to resist. Strangely, the supernova did not explode. Instead, it diminished under Frieza's energy. 1 Namek. Half of Namek, a colossal rock. Eventually, it vanished, leaving Frieza suspended in space, panting heavily. I have met your conditions. Excellent. I believe you have turned over a new leaf. You may go. Should I see you commit evil again, I shall not spare you. Thank you, Mr. Goku. I shall indeed reform. Frieza rejoiced, astonished that his adversary truly honored his promise. He had expected to be toyed with, for he had once acted similarly. With his remaining energy, Frieza departed from Namek, vanishing in an instant. However, when we meet again, it will be different. After all, I am the one who keeps promises. Goku's murderous intent surged as he gently grasped the direction in which Frieza had departed. Frieza, we shall meet again. This time, I will not let you escape. The thought thundered in Frieza's mind like a striking bolt. Wait, Mr. Goku, no. You cannot do this. Frisia's body began to expand in an exaggerated manner, growing larger and larger. Half of Namek, a whole Namek, a supernova. You promised me. Boom, 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 boom. In the shadowy expanse of the galaxy, a fleeting moment illuminated the cosmos, as Frisia's form erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves across hundreds of planets. Some celestial bodies were irrevocably altered, breaking free from their eons-long trajectories to embark on an interstellar odyssey. Did you not hear my promise? The next time we meet, I shall not spare you. A knowing glance revealed your malevolence. Goku, with a stoic visage, felt an undeniable elation within. Chapter 77, Cell in the Vastness of Space. A lifeless body drifted, its aura dim and visage pallid, on the brink of death. Vegeta. Goku's astonishment was palpable. You did not return to Earth with me. Nor did I voice any objections while you trailed behind, observing the battle. Yet, you survived the explosion on Namek. How fortuitous you are. In truth, the destruction of Namek was not a deliberate act by Goku, but rather an inadvertent consequence of sending Frisia deep into the planet's core. Namek was already teetering on the edge of annihilation, and Goku merely aided its demise. Ha ha ha. The Namekians believe that old things must pass for new ones to arrive. Ha ha. You are indeed fortunate. As Goku departed this starry realm, the velocity of his journey accelerated, and the stars seemed to compete, rushing to greet him. A golden light enveloped Vegeta, guiding him towards a planet teeming with life, urging Goku to return to Earth. When the crimson light of Palunga flickered, Vegeta declined. Decline? The assembly gasped, bewildered. What could possibly be appealing about that desolate place, Namek? Has Frisia rendered you a fool? Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed. Perhaps I shall return in a year. I wish to acquire knowledge among the stars. Goku's thoughts resonated in their minds. Very well. How infuriating. You abandon us on Earth while you frolic freely through the universe. The three women sighed in exasperation. After employing his eloquent persuasion, Goku eventually placated his wives. Now, what to do with the remaining two wishes? Piccolo queried, turning to the others. They glanced around, lacking any desires, and Piccolo approached the Namekians. What about you? The Namekians murmured among themselves, yearning to return to Namek upon learning of Frisia's demise. However, mere minutes after arriving on Earth, their homes were lost. Thus, they wished for a planet with a beautiful environment to serve as their new Namek. As for the final wish, which seemed inconsequential, they requested the dragon to return to slumber. Cell's game. Gohan, narrowly outmaneuvered, succumbed to Cell, resulting in his absorption. Rather than obliterating Earth, Cell departed without causing any destruction. Years later, Cell traversed the cosmos, hunting and absorbing countless formidable warriors, leaving his mark on every planet inhabited by the strong. Sharu believed himself to be invincible, unmatched in this vast universe. He considered himself the mightiest being on Earth. Just as he reveled in his solitude, he recalled the time machine. Yes, the one taken from Trunks. Thus, he returned to Earth, the place of his origin. If you wish to prevent the demise of those you cherish, then create for me a machine capable of traversing time and space. Grasping Bulma by her collar, he compelled her to witness the terror etched upon the face of her beloved. I had no intention of taking your lives, for I am not one who revels in slaughter. Will you truly spare them? A glimmer of hope flickered in Bulma's eyes. Certainly, it is a promise. I am truly sorry, dear son Goku of another timeline. Tears welled in Bulma's eyes as she turned to Trunks, her gaze resolute. Yet I have my reasons for such actions. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a brilliant aurora danced across the starry sky. Is this the place, King Kai? Indeed, it took me 3 whole years to locate it. Thank you, my lord. That is more like it. A smile graced King Kai's lips as he turned away. The aurora roamed through this star system, completing several grand circuits in just a day. Finally, it arrived at Yardrat. Upon releasing his energy, Goku stepped onto this planet, surrounded by a multitude of extraordinary beings. The peculiar creatures regarded him with hostility, revealing their abilities as a display of strength. Who are you? Goku's nonchalant voice echoed across the planet. Let this gentleman approach. Yes. A dozen green-skinned beings emerged from the crowd, their heads resembling droplets of water. Good day, sir, please follow me. Goku nodded, trailing behind the green beings into a technologically advanced entrance. Before him stood a colossal green-skinned elder, adorned with horns, exuding an air of calm. "Greetings, sir. I am the elder of this planet." The elder rambled on extensively, and upon Goku revealing his identity, the elder's eyes sparkled with joy. It was none other than the benefactor who had vanquished the Ginyu Force. The elder welcomed him with fervor, even organizing a grand banquet in his honor. When Goku expressed a desire to learn their spiritual techniques, the elder readily consented, generously stating that he could learn in whichever manner he chose, even suggesting that Goku could remain on the planet indefinitely. Thus, Goku resided on Yardrat to study. Are you implying that instant transmission is not a skill, but rather an application of energy? Precisely. It merely allows our spirits to move or appear to multiply in size. The green beings reverted to their original forms, their bodies enlarging from diminutive figures to giants. Such techniques are commonplace among the Yardrat inhabitants. If one can comprehend the essence of spiritual construction, they shall undoubtedly unlock the path they seek. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed sir. As time progressed, Sun Wukong found each day to be fulfilling, significantly enhancing his mastery of the techniques of Qi, particularly under the close tutelage of Little Green. "Wukong, your foundation is remarkably solid. In merely 3 months, your proficiency in instantaneous movement surpasses even that of the Eudratrians," Little Green marveled. Sun Wukong's control over Spirito was on par with the elders, perhaps even slightly exceeding it. "Thank you for the praise," he bowed, expressing gratitude for Little Green's meticulous instruction over the past months. "It is thanks to your guidance that I have made such progress." "No need for thanks. It is my duty." Little Green waved dismissively, emphasizing that it was all due to Wukong's own efforts. After mastering instantaneous movement, Sun Wukong was not in haste to depart. Instead, he chose to continue his studies. He suspended himself in the air, his consciousness expanding from his body to observe the myriad wonders of the planetary realm. This time, his focus shifted from Little Green to all the inhabitants of Eudratri. At this moment, the planet fell within his observational range, and every action upon it unfolded before his eyes. Half a year silently slipped away, leaving only another 6 months until Sun Wukong's return to Earth. Sun Wufan and Sun Lingy had now reached the age of 5.5. Under the insistence of their family, they were enrolled in a prestigious kindergarten to engage in conversations with their peers. Krillin's wife, Jaren, was 3 months pregnant, bringing great joy to Krillin, who celebrated that evening by consuming several bowls of rice. In the span of a single minute, an ultrasound report confirming the pregnancy spread through the household like wildfire. As ever, Lapis trained relentlessly in the mountains, reaping substantial rewards from this cosmic journey, which allowed him to witness grander vistas. Engaged in grueling exercises, each session consumed a single senza bean. Meanwhile, Piccolo continued his training in the wilderness. His physique as solid as rock. Seated upon the ground, he moved his will, causing massive boulders to orbit around him. A month later, the day arrived for the 2 little ones to officially commence their schooling. Wufan and Lingy donned their splendid uniforms, escorted by Chi-Chi into the campus. "Hello, everyone. I am your teacher, Orange." The class teacher, with a sweet smile and gentle words, approached the children. "Today marks the beginning of your first semester here." Sun Wufan listened attentively, while Sun Lingy, feeling bored, stifled yawns, her eyelids drooping, on the brink of slumber. "I am so tired. Learning is truly dull." Sun Lingy, inherently lively, had inherited her mother's spirited and somewhat fierce nature. After class, as she had anticipated, there was nothing to look forward to. No slides or games of eagle-catching chickens. She found herself utterly uninterested. "How tedious. Is it possible for me to avoid going to school? It is truly quite tedious." After enduring several hours of torment, the school day has finally come to an end. Sun Lingy let out a slight sigh of relief. As soon as she stepped outside the school gates, she felt the air had become significantly fresher. Chi-Chi waved her arms, signaling the children, "I am here." The 2 little rascals rushed to Chi-Chi's side and entered the luxurious car together. Inside, the opulence was overwhelming, adorned with exquisite decorations. "Mom, can you please not make me go to school? It's so boring." "No way. What do you expect to do at your age if you don't attend school?" Chi-Chi's initial response was one of refusal, but she soon began to sincerely address Sun Lingy's aversion to learning. "Every day, you create chaos at home, and the animals scatter in fear as if they have encountered a mischievous demon." Since her infancy, Lingyi had been notorious for her mischievousness, regardless of being scolded or punished. She had never changed her ways. The constant cries of the animals had become a source of annoyance for them as well. No, please. I beg you. No matter how many times Sun Lingyi pleaded on their journey, Chi-Chi remained steadfast in her refusal. Go ask the other 3 mothers. If they agree, then I will agree. Sun Lingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped from her seat. Is that true? Of course. Would I deceive you? I have never lied to you. Hooray. The naive Sun Lingyi failed to notice the sly expression that crossed Chi-Chi's face, oblivious to the trap she had fallen into. Sun Lingyi's first stop was Lazili. As her mother adored her the most, Lazili immediately responded, sure. Clearly, the plan was progressing smoothly. When Sun Lingyi approached Bulma, however, Bulma declined. Instead, she presented a test paper, declaring that if she scored 80 or above, she wouldn't have to attend school. Sun Lingyi eagerly agreed, unaware that this was merely the beginning of her nightmare. As time passed, the following day found her reluctantly returning to kindergarten. After 3 months of dedicated study, she finally achieved a score exceeding 80, earning Bulma's no-school reward. Only her mother, Lanchi, remained. Just as she joyfully approached Lanchi to explain her intent, Lanchi flatly refused, impervious to any of her pleas or persuasive tactics. Time slipped away, and soon dawn broke. Sun Lingyi found herself in despair after pleading with Lanchi for an entire night without a change of heart. On the way to school, she felt lifeless. As if in a stupor, life seemed devoid of meaning. This world is too cruel. I shall create a world without school. Classmates, please be quiet. Look at me. The teacher's knowledge flowed like a torrent, covering everything from the development of ancient human history to the advancements of modern civilization and science. From this teacher's lips, knowledge poured forth as clearly and easily as drinking water. Boredom seeped into Sun Lingyi's mind as she was force-fed trivial knowledge, intensifying her frustration from 3 months of tireless effort. The teacher noticed her distraction and called on her repeatedly to answer questions. After the 5th call, her mounting frustration ignited into a tempest of fury, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. To hell with school. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the campus as Sun Lingyi, unable to contain herself, let her long black hair shimmer, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. School, perish. Following her furious shout, a golden aura erupted from her being. Her black hair and eyes transformed into golden locks and azure orbs. Behold, the arrival of a Super Saiyan. With a chilling gaze, an unnameable pressure emanated from her, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld her. Run. In an instant, her classmates scattered in terror, while the teacher hesitated briefly before instinctively fleeing, pondering the value of life over money. Before departing, the fire alarm was triggered in haste. Sister. Sun Wufan attempted to intervene, but Sun Lingyi paid no heed, her fury sending shockwaves miles away. Step aside. I will obliterate this place. Ascending into the air, she gathered her energy into a dazzling beam of destructive power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 radiant blasts surged forth, and within moments, the kindergarten spanning several kilometers lay in ruins. Thankfully, everyone had evacuated in time. Otherwise, there would have been casualties. Satisfied, Sun Lingyi relinquished her Super Saiyan form and departed with grace. However, upon returning home after a day of unbridled joy in the wilderness, she was met not with a feast, but with her mother's palpable wrath. Activating the bloodline suppression, she exclaimed, "Wow!" Sun Lingyi hastily fled her home, desperately evading her mother's pursuit on Earth. Meanwhile, Wufan, indulging in a lavish meal, remained utterly unfazed, accustomed to the chaos. If my sister doesn't get a beating for a day, her arrogance reaches new heights. Sun Lingyi, stop right there. You insolent brat. Ultimately, even as she transformed into a Super Saiyan and darted around Earth thousands of times, she was still captured by her mother. Please, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Just spare me this time. Sun Lingyi's eyes sparkled, tiny pearls of desperation glistening within. No way. Come here. After a night of scolding, Sun Lingyi lay in a daze on her bed, feeling completely drained. Having destroyed the kindergarten, she was granted a year off. A twist of fate that could be deemed a blessing in disguise. Sun Lingyi fell into a deep slumber, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and birds chirped joyfully in celebration. Chapter 79. The Spirit Tree. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside the window, causing the birds to panic and scatter in fright. Is it truly so easy to transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo's visage deepened in hue. His gaze fixated intently upon Sun Lingy. Is it truly the case that the legendary warrior can transform at will? This seems rather frivolous. But wait. If we were to incite Gohan just a tad, could his innate prowess also allow him to metamorphose into a Super Saiyan? A spark ignited in Piccolo's eyes, resolutely. He set off towards the kindergarten. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of young Gohan, his expression earnest and wholly absorbed in his studies. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo employed a minor enchantment, entrancing all present, including Son Gohan. Currently, the combat prowess of the two younglings hovered around 2 million. Should they transform into Super Saiyans, that figure would soar to 100 million. Is it time for school to end? Son Gohan's eyes glazed over, his tone languid. Indeed, I have come to fetch you. Piccolo uttered a benevolent falsehood, lifting Son Gohan with one hand and transporting him to a desolate region several hundred kilometers away. Today marks your graduation from training. Piccolo's countenance was steely, his demeanor exceedingly grave. Yes, King Piccolo, proclaimed the demon warrior Son Gohan, brimming with fervor. Excellent. You exhibit great spirit. Piccolo nodded approvingly. Let us commence. Yes. Son Gohan immediately began scouring the wilderness for creatures to hunt, preparing for his graduation assessment. Yet, a question nagged at him. Why had his sister not joined? Had she already passed her trials? After several days of hunting, Son Gohan met the criteria for his assessment and, elated, sought out Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! His voice reverberated through the expanse, yet Piccolo remained unresponsive. As anxiety gripped him, Son Gohan quickened his pace, even breaching the agreement against flying. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Time slipped away as he searched relentlessly, his voice growing hoarse, his spirit waning. He traversed tropical rainforests, damp and murky swamps, and towering urban landscapes, yet Piccolo remained elusive. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a formidable aura erupted from his home, prompting Son Gohan to hastily employ his flight technique to return. Roar! A colossal beast surged forth, adorned with jagged rocks, its eyes resembling a vast blue orb, akin to a star in the cosmos. Destruction shall befall humanity for daring to ravage nature. It bellowed. I am the embodiment of nature's wrath, the calamity Godzilla, birthed from the age of dinosaurs. All together now, Lazuli, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Bulma exchanged glances, unleashing their mightiest attack upon Godzilla. Yet, their efforts bore no fruit. The creature remained unscathed, effortlessly countering with a particle beam that left them bloodied and unconscious on the ground. Damn it! Just as Piccolo arrived, he immediately engaged in combat with Godzilla. The sky reverberated with explosive energy, but ultimately, Piccolo could not withstand the onslaught, falling victim to Godzilla's quantum ray. A magnificent head spilled its blood upon the ground, the green visage landing right at Sun Wufan's feet. Uncle Piccolo, mother! Sun Wufan staggered back a few paces, his gaze dimmed, teetering on the brink of despair. Images of lifeless bodies surged into his mind like scenes from a film, interspersed with fleeting memories of better days. How dare you take their lives? In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The air swirled chaotically, transforming Sun Wufan's previously ebony hair into a brilliant gold. The once translucent white aura morphed into golden light, erupting violently from within him. Crack! Crack! The ground shattered beneath him, and like a specter, Sun Wufan appeared before Godzilla in the blink of an eye. Die! He bellowed, dragon claw. 5 beams of golden light struck, and Godzilla had no time to scream before being reduced to mere flesh. The demonic flash erupted from his hands, obliterating Godzilla without leaving a trace of ash. In the realm of reality, I did it. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he sprang to his feet, retreating swiftly to avoid any collateral damage. Is this what it means to become a Super Saiyan? How remarkably simple. He had anticipated a grueling challenge, believing that only through intense fury could one achieve such a transformation. Was mere anger sufficient, or was there a specific condition to fulfill? At that moment, Sun Wufan closed his eyes, an aura of power enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he appeared cold and merciless. I am Wufan. Uncle Piccolo, you're alive. The icy demeanor of Sun Wufan vanished, replaced by innocence as he hurriedly embraced Piccolo. You must have been having a nightmare. Come, let me treat you to a grand feast. A Super Saiyan? I shall cultivate you into an exceptional warrior. If the previous training was child's play, then the forthcoming trials for Sun Ling and Sun Wufan would be of hellish brutality. In the depths of outer space, a colossal steel beast hovered against the backdrop of stars, its machines employing radar for reconnaissance. Report. This planet qualifies for cultivation. Indeed, after scouring hundreds of planets, have we finally found one? A man with a scarred face, radiating a sinister aura, clutched a seed in his hand. Should Krillin have been present, he would have been astonished by the striking resemblance between this man and Sun Wukong. Lord Darius, shall we descend here? A soldier approached respectfully. Let us go? Darius replied with a smile, though to his subordinates, he appeared as the most fearsome of demons. Yes, the soldier trembled, hastily departing to fulfill the command. Fearing for his very life, the spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, transforming into a crimson meteor as it plummeted to Earth. 3 days later, why has the forest withered? Lapis trained within the tropical rainforest, his muscular physique exuding strength. Is this the place? The vast expanse of forest lies in decay. Lapis's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? I distinctly recall that this tree did not exist just days ago. A colossal tree has taken root here, piercing the heavens and towering over the earth. Let me observe for a moment. Lapis concealed himself among the clouds, his gaze fixated on this remarkable tree. He was determined to uncover the true nature of this peculiar entity. My Lord Darius, the fruit of the spirit tree is nearing maturity. Sun Wukong? No, that cannot be. These are other Saiyans. The essence of Sun Wukong is not so feeble. Lapis was taken aback. Do all Saiyans resemble one another so closely? Humph. As if you need to tell me. Darius snorted dismissively, swatting a minion away before striding directly towards the spirit tree. I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. And no, my lord. The minion recoiled in trepidation. Humph. Darius scanned the tree and located a somewhat ripe fruit. With a sudden leap from the ground, he grasped the spirit tree's fruit tightly and plucked it. Ha ha ha. The energy contained within the fruit is extraordinary. Darius consumed it in one gulp, his muscles swelling dramatically as his combat power surged exponentially.